Chapter 1, The Beautiful Schoolflower is actually a nine-tailed fox. In Longhua, Shanghai City, at the Beastmaster School, the students were all filled with excitement. Because they were about to face the most important moment of their lives, the moment when they would step onto the awakening platform, awaken their Beastmaster talents, and begin to conquer the vast sky that belonged to them. Big brother Lin, how long do you think the principal will talk this time? A classmate asked curiously. I guess about 10 minutes. Lin Ye answered indifferently. No way, that's too long. I think 7 minutes will be enough. Another classmate chimed in. Lin Ye, Wang Xiaogua, stop whispering while the principal is talking. Keep it up, and I'll send you back to the classroom. The homeroom teacher suddenly scolded them sternly. All right, old teacher. Lin Ye and Wang Xiaogua quickly responded, then quieted down. The principal stood on stage, passionately discussing the importance of Beastmasters and the school's expectations. However, Lin Ye was daydreaming in the crowd, his thoughts drifting far away. In fact, Lin Ye was not originally from this world. He was a traveler, having come to this world 18 years ago. While crossing the street and helping an old lady, he accidentally collided into great luck. Then, a person whose face he couldn't see said to him, "Good people will be rewarded," and sent him to take over the body of Lin Ye in this world. In this world, everyone is a Beastmaster. Back in time 1,000 years ago, magical beasts poured down like a storm, and humans fought back, but soon they were driven into despair. However, luckily, every time a magical beast descended, a mysterious dimensional rift appeared, and a special power called Yuan power spread to all corners of the world. Affected by Yuan power, women would awaken the star beast bloodline upon adulthood and transform into powerful star beasts to fight. However, with the continuous erosion of Yuan power, their bodies would gradually become demonized, and they might eventually turn into terrifying magical beasts. In contrast, men would awaken the Beastmaster's power. By forming a contract with a spiritual beast, they could not only prevent women from being corrupted by Yuan power but also increase their own combat strength. However, when Lin Ye crossed into this world, it seemed that something small had gone wrong. It seemed he had forgotten to bring the essential golden finger that every traveler needed. But fortunately, when he arrived, he had a book with him, titled The Book of 10,000 Spirit Contracts. However, it was empty inside, not a single word. Nevertheless, this world didn't have any melodramatic plots like the Emperor Yan's breakup, which gave Lin Ye a bit of comfort. Now, let's begin the awakening. As the principal's 10-minute speech finally came to an end, the entire playground fell into silence. Then, the homeroom teachers began to call out the students' names. Zhang San awakened an E-grade talent. Li Si awakened a D-grade talent. Zhang Wu awakened an F-grade talent. One after another, the students went forward to awaken, with some having F-grade talents, others E-grade, but there were very few with B-grade or higher talents. As more and more names were called, more students awakened their talents. Next, Wang Xiaogua. The homeroom teacher's voice echoed. Wang Xiaogua, the little chubby guy, was so excited that his face was shining, his small eyes wide open, and he slapped Lin Ye's shoulder hard. Yigu. Watch me awaken an SSS grade talent that will shock everyone. From now on, I'll protect you. Saying that, he took a deep breath and ran towards the awakening platform with heavy steps. Go on, fatty. Lin Ye tugged at the corner of his mouth, watching his friend's back. His heart was calm, even a little numb. After 18 years in this world, with no sign of the golden finger, he had already made the worst preparations for this fate-deciding awakening. Wang Xiaogua stood in the center of the metal disc, engraved with runes. The mentor placed the awakening crystal into the disc. Buzz. A soft white light enveloped Wang Xiaogua. The scale on the light screen rapidly climbed. FEDCBA. Finally, it stopped firmly in the A-grade area, bursting out a brilliant blue light. Wow! A wave of envious exclamations rose from the audience. A-grade. It's an A-grade talent. Wang Xiaogua is amazing. The first A-grade in our class. The principal and mentors also smiled with satisfaction. An A-grade talent was already among the elite, the future pillar of society. The mentor announced, Wang Xiaogua has awakened the A-grade talent energy resonance. This talent improves the efficiency of contract spirit beast's absorption of the world's primal energy, and slightly enhances the power of spirit beast skills. Excellent potential. Congratulations. Wang Xiaogua excitedly waved his fists as he ran off the stage, receiving congratulations from his classmates. The ceremony continued. With Wang Xiaogua's A-grade first, the reactions to the following students with C-grade and B-grade talents were lukewarm. Lin Ye's name appeared toward the back. He watched quietly, his thoughts drifting. Finally. Next, Lin Ye. Lin Ye calmly walked out of the line and stepped onto the awakening platform. The mentor placed a crystal stone. White light flickered. The scale on the light screen lazily bounced, FEDC finally, it firmly dropped, stopping in the lowest F grade area, the light dull and faded. F grade. The mentor's voice was calm, almost formulaic. The audience instantly went quiet, followed by low murmurs and a few sneers. F grade as expected. Sigh, what a shame. Wang Xiaoguo stamped his feet anxiously, but was stopped by the class teacher's glance. The principal and mentors shook their heads slightly. Lin Ye calmly stepped off the stage and returned to his place, ignoring the gazes around him. The class teacher quietly comforted him, and F grade still has a way out. Lin Ye nodded but said nothing. Deep inside, there was only a slight sense of as expected, like dust settling. The ceremony continued, but the atmosphere became slightly gloomy because of Lin Ye's F grade. Next, Bai Li. As the class teacher called this name, the entire square instantly became quiet, and all eyes were focused on the cool, stunning figure. Bai Li, the school belle of Yusho School in Shanghai City, the acknowledged genius girl. Her affinity test with primal energy was A+. Her expression was indifferent, as if everything around her had nothing to do with her. She walked towards the awakening platform with calm, graceful steps, each one captivating everyone's attention. She stood at the center, and the mentor placed the highest quality crystal stone. Buzz. The light shone bright and pure. The scale on the light screen soared like a rocket. FEDCBASSS it shot through, heading straight for the legendary SSS grade area. The entire screen was overwhelmed by blinding brilliance. SSS grade? Oh my god. Someone screamed, their voice pitch rising. However, just as the scale was about to reach the peak of SSS grade, a sudden change occurred. In the center of the dazzling white light surrounding Bai Li, without warning, an extremely chaotic, violent, scorching, and freezing energy erupted. It was as if the ancient beast sleeping within her had been awakened. Ugh! Bai Li let out a deeply suppressed cry of pain, her beautiful face instantly paling like golden paper. Her body trembled violently, and her hands pressed tightly against her chest. Crack! A faint but clear sound of something cracking her ice blue pendant, the ice heart pendant, instantly showed spider-like cracks, its light rapidly dimming. Buzz! The awakening platform's light flickered and twisted wildly. The scale on the light screen, which had been charging toward the SSS grade, was violently pulled down by an invisible giant hand. From the peak of the SSS grade, it plummeted with a speed that was nothing short of despairing. SSS-ABCDEF. Finally, in everyone's incredulous gaze, it firmly stopped at the lowest F grade. The light was dim, like a dying candle. The instrument emitted a sharp, screeching alarm. How is this possible? The mentor cried out in shock, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. From rushing to SSS grade to plummeting to F grade, this extreme contrast stunned everyone. Put! Bai Li could no longer hold back, spitting out a mouthful of blood and collapsing backward. The violet bloodline power, which had been suppressed by the ice heart pendant for over 10 years, completely lost control under the impact of the awakening power. The shattering of the ice heart pendant was like opening Pandora's box. The chaotic energy surged like a flood breaking its dam. In Bai Li's fragile meridians, a wild, violent energy was rampaging, on the verge of completely devouring and demonizing her. The raging energy turbulence lost control, exploding like an invisible hurricane in an instant. The closest mentor was the first to bear the brunt, violently thrown out and spitting blood. The students in the front rows were swept off balance by the shockwave, falling and screaming in terror. Bai Li. The principal's eyes were bloodshot, his figure a blur as he rushed towards the high platform. At this critical moment, when Bai Li was about to be completely destroyed by the rampaging bloodline within her. Standing on the edge of the awakening platform, recently in the spotlight because of his F-rank talent, Lin Ye suddenly received a voice from the system, feeling the activation of an SSS-level star beast. What? Lin Ye felt a violent jolt in his chest. A scorching sensation, indescribable, instantly pierced through his clothes, as if it was going to stab through his chest. He was shocked and looked down, his hand instinctively reaching into his chest. The unnamed ancient book he had considered just an ordinary old book was now burning hot, like a branding iron. The pages of the book were flipping wildly, without anyone touching it, making a loud, chaotic rustling sound. A powerful, irresistible will echoed in his soul, as if a great bell was ringing deep within him. Contract. Save her. Lin Ye had no time to think, his body seemingly controlled entirely by that will. He suddenly lifted his head, his gaze like lightning, locking onto the beautiful figure on the stage, the center of the chaotic energy, on the verge of collapse. Ugh! Lin Ye felt his mental strength drained in an instant. His vision went black, his head splitting with pain. The ancient book in his arms erupted with a dazzling golden light, too bright to look at, slipping from his hand and transforming into a brilliant golden rainbow that tore through space, ignoring the violent energy storm and instantly appearing above Bai Li's head. The ancient pages flipped rapidly in the golden light, and a huge, majestic contract symbol, formed of countless mysterious runes, rose gloriously above the pages, radiating supreme pressure that suppressed the ages and ruled the lands. This pressure even made the principal, who was mid-air, pause in mid-motion. Buzz! A giant chain, purely made of golden runes, shot out from the center of the contract symbol. It ignored space, ignored the chaotic energy, and with an undeniable, irresistible will, pierced straight into Bai Li's forehead with pinpoint precision. Ah! Bai Li let out a piercing scream that seemed to come from the very depths of her soul, her body arching violently, her silver hair dancing wildly in the wind. At the moment the golden chain pierced Bai Li's forehead, Lin Ye felt as if a part of his soul was being torn apart. Put! His vision went completely black, a metallic taste flooding his mouth as a mouthful of scorching blood sprayed from his throat. His body, like a puppet with its strings cut, fell forward, crashing heavily onto the cold awakening platform, losing consciousness completely. In the last moment before he fell unconscious, he vaguely saw. The golden rune chain connecting him to Bai Li exploded with an unprecedented, dazzling light, bright enough to illuminate the entire Starsea city. This light was sacred, vast, carrying the power of creation and order. Like a warm flood, it instantly swept away the violent energy rampaging inside Bai Li, and with overwhelming force. It forcibly awakened, reshaped, and completely stabilized her SSS-level talent origin that had been suppressed and fallen to the dust from the chaotic ruins. At the same time, the light of the chain clearly signaled a truth. An ancient and mysterious soul contract had been irrevocably sealed in the chaotic and holy light, witnessed by thousands of teachers and students in Starsea City. The light curtain representing Bai Li's talent, at the moment the contract was completed. Like a rebirth, instantly rose from the dull F rank, exploding with an even more pure, vast, and stable SSS-level brilliance than before. This brilliance, along with the golden chain connecting the unconscious Lin Ye, shone together. Chapter 2: Awakening and the System. The pungent smell of disinfectant was the first signal that Lin Ye regained consciousness. He struggled to open his heavy eyelids, and what met his gaze was a monotonous white ceiling, accompanied by the rhythmic beeping of medical instruments in his ears. Am I in a hospital? Lin Ye felt as though his entire body had been run over by a heavy truck, especially his head, which felt like it had been hammered by a chisel, waves of dull pain flooding in. He tried to move his fingers, but an overwhelming weakness immediately wrapped around him. The memories before he lost consciousness surged into his mind like a tidal wave, the F-level glow he awakened on the awakening platform, the chaotic energy erupting from Bai Li's body, the burning ancient book, the soul-ripping pain, and the final SSS-level contract light that pierced the heavens. The contract! Lin Ye suddenly shivered, struggling to sit up, but a sharp pain in his chest made him cough violently. You're awake? A cold, yet emotionally complex voice sounded beside his bed. Lin Ye turned towards the sound, and his pupils instantly contracted. At the next bed, Bai Li was quietly leaning against the headboard. Her complexion was still pale, but it was much better than the near-death grayness from the awakening platform. Her silver hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, and deep within her ice-blue eyes, there seemed to be a trace of an indescribable, almost soul-capturing gleam, staring at him. She had changed into a clean hospital gown, and the shattered ice heart pendant around her neck was nowhere to be seen. Lin Ye couldn't tell if it was an illusion, but it seemed like there was a faint, blurry white shadow that flashed behind her. Bai Li? Lin Ye's voice was a little dry and hoarse. He clearly remembered the golden rune chain that connected them. The contract succeeded? What is she like now? It's me. Bai Li's voice showed little emotion, but Lin Ye keenly caught the fleeting confusion and a subtle hint of scrutiny deep in her eyes. How do you feel? Headache, no strength. Lin Ye answered honestly, his gaze searching her face. Are you all right? Bai Li slightly lowered her eyelids, her long lashes casting a faint shadow on her pale cheeks. I'm temporarily stable. That power has been suppressed. She didn't directly mention the contract, but both of them knew where that suppressive force came from. Just then, Lin Ye's mind buzzed, as if some long-dormant switch had been abruptly flipped. Immediately after, a simple, ancient interface, glowing faintly with golden light, appeared without warning in his consciousness. Spirit Contract Book Host Panel. Name, Lin Ye. Age, 18 years old. Talent, Spirit Contract, SSS level, unique. Mental power, 3 out of 100, extremely weak, recovering. Contracted Star Beast, 1. Abilities. Contract binding, passive consent. Star beasts on the brink of bloodline collapse or on the edge of becoming demonic, and forcibly bind a soul contract with them. After a successful contract, the host will bear part of the mental burden and share the life force and power of the contracted star beast in return. Contract maintenance, passive. The contract's power continuously suppresses and purifies the violent elemental erosion within the contracted star beast's body, preventing its demonic transformation. Unlocked. Contracted Star Beast 1. Name, Bai Li. Race, nine-tailed celestial fox, SSS level, ancient divine beast bloodline, legendary. Status, severely injured, initial recovery, contract maintenance and progress, bloodline is initially stable, unlimited potential. Talent. Celestial fox origin, SSS level contains supreme life and illusionary power, 9 tails when fully manifested can shake the heavens. Current state, 1 tail, newborn, power not yet manifested. World-bending charm, SSS level naturally enchanting, possessing a peak talent for spiritual illusion, capable of confusing the minds of others, and even creating real illusions. Contract depth insufficient/power unlocked. Current form, human form, due to host's weak mental power, cannot actively transform or reveal true characteristics. Affinity, 1/100. Contract strength, level 1. Lin Ye's heart raced, nearly leaping out of his throat. Golden finger. The golden finger that arrived 18 years late. Finally, at his most miserable, most desperate moment, it was activated in a world-shaking way. SSS level talent. Contract of all souls. Forced contract with an endangered star beast. Shared life and power feedback. He stared fixedly at the words contracted star beast, Bai Li in his consciousness, and at the race section that showed the shocking nine-tailed heavenly fox and the pitiful intimacy, 1 out of 100. He actually turned the school beauty, the genius girl who carried the legendary bloodline of an SSS-level divine beast, into his own contracted star beast by force? And it was the nine-tailed heavenly fox, famous for its charm and illusions, noble beyond compare? What are you looking at? Bai Li's cold voice carried a faint, almost invisible hint of suspicion, breaking Lin Ye's shock. She sharply sensed that Lin Ye's gaze had stayed on her for a long time, his eyes shifting from shock to daze to something strange. As if he had seen through some secret she had tried so hard to hide. Lin Ye suddenly came back to his senses, forcing down the storm in his heart, trying hard to make his expression look only weak and confused. Nothing, just my head's still a bit dizzy, my vision's a little blurry. He mumbled vaguely to cover it up, his heart still pounding wildly. Nine-tailed heavenly fox. This secret was even more shocking than he had imagined. Bai Li's icy blue eyes narrowed slightly, and a faint, nearly imperceptible mental force that seemed able to pierce souls swept over Lin Ye. Lin Ye instantly felt his scalp tingle, as if he were being scanned by the most precise machine. Luckily, the system panel stood as steady as a mountain and did not reveal anything. Bai Li noticed nothing unusual, thinking only that it was the aftereffect of mental exhaustion. She withdrew her probe, though the scrutiny in her eyes did not fade. Intimacy still won. The wards sank into a subtle silence. Each held their own thoughts, one guarded a heaven-shaking secret and a newly awakened golden sheet, heart-surging, the other filled with wariness and curiosity toward the forced contract binding her and the unknown contractor. At that moment, the ward door was gently knocked, then pushed open. Head teacher Old Zhang walked in with a grave expression, followed by the principal, several school executives, and Dr. Wang in his white coat. Lin Ye, Bai Li, you're both awake? How are you feeling? The principal quickly walked to their bedsides, his tone full of concern, but deep in his eyes there was shock and curiosity. The tremendous event on the awakening platform, the fall and miraculous rebirth of an SSS-level talent, and that mysterious golden contract chain, everything was beyond understanding. Old Zhang looked at Lin Ye, his eyes complicated, holding worry and a faint trace of guilt. Principal, teachers, we're much better now. Lin Ye forced himself to sit up straight. Bai Li only gave a slight nod. Dr. Wang, please run a more detailed check. The principal gestured. Dr. Wang once again conducted a careful examination for the two of them. After more than 10 minutes, he put down the instruments, frowning tightly. He looked at the principal, the situation is still strange. Student Bai Li's violent internal energy has been completely suppressed, her SSS-level talent core stabilized, and her potential even feels deeper and more unfathomable. But her body is severely overdrawn. He turned to Lin Ye, the disbelief in his eyes even stronger. Student Lin Ye, his spiritual power is burned out to the last drop, his body suffering severe backlash, yet both his life signs and spiritual energy are recovering at an abnormal speed. It's like some powerful external life force is feeding him back? That conclusion made the principal and mentor's gazes focus once more on Lin Ye, and then, uncontrollably, on Bai Li. The image of that golden chain connecting the two appeared vividly in their minds. The air in the ward grew so heavy it could almost drip. The principal took a deep breath, his eyes sharp as blades, staring straight at Lin Ye and Bai Li. Lin Ye, Bai Li. That final golden chain connecting you two on the awakening platform, what exactly is it? What does it mean? You must answer truthfully. Chapter 3: The Secret of the Contract. The air in the ward grew slightly stagnant with the principal's arrival. The leader of the Starsea Beast-Taming Academy had a gentle gaze, but with a hint of scrutiny, as he glanced over Lin Ye and Bai Li, who were lying on the bed. Behind him, the school's senior officials and mentors looked on with concern and lingering curiosity. Lin Ye's heart started to race uncontrollably, and a layer of cold sweat quickly appeared on his back. Confess? This thought, like a venomous snake, poked its head out only to be immediately forced back down. If he told the principal that he was actually someone who had crossed over and had a system, he would probably be dissected in no time. He had to find a way to gloss over it. Stay calm. I have to play it cool. His will to survive was like cold iron pincers, instantly quenching the surging waves of panic inside him. He forced himself into a state of pure, complete mental collapse, as if he had been utterly destroyed by a massive disaster. His face instantly lost all color, leaving only the pale, lifeless look of someone badly injured, mixed with a deep, bone-chilling confusion. His eyes were unfocused, as if he was still trapped in the lingering waves of a terrifying shock, unable to return to his senses. His voice trembled weakly, broken as if he had just survived a catastrophe. Principal? You're here? He seemed to be trying hard to recall, his face showing real pain and extreme confusion. I only remember Bai Li's side suddenly exploded. It was like something slammed into it hard. My head went buzz and then it all went black. I don't remember anything. He spoke in broken sentences, his voice growing softer, as if recalling the impact of that moment drained all his energy. His vacant gaze turned towards the ceiling, looking completely like a victim whose consciousness had been shattered by a powerful force, with memories wiped clean. Lin Ye fully positioned himself as an innocent victim, caught in an unknown energy storm, acting completely unaware and amnesiac about everything that happened afterward. Golden light, chains, books, showing total ignorance and loss of memory. The principal nodded slightly and shifted his gaze to Bai Li, who was lying in the bed next to him. At this moment, the condition of this SSS-level genius, who had just survived a life-and-death crisis, was the core of his concern. Bai Li's reaction was equally swift and natural. Her stunning face carried a touch of just the right kind of exhaustion and lingering shock, her ice-blue eyes meeting the principal's. Her voice was soft but weak. Principal, thank you for your concern. In the final moment, I felt my power completely lose control. It was chaotic, so painful, and then it felt like a warm force wrapped around me. After that I lost consciousness. Bai Li used the vague description warm force to avoid any critical details. The principal listened carefully to both of their accounts, his face showing no sign of probing further. He glanced around at the people in the room before speaking steadily. The energy fluctuation during the awakening ceremony indeed exceeded expectations. It's understandable that some phenomena which are hard to explain would occur. He paused for a moment, his gaze landing on Bai Li, his tone becoming one of reassurance. The important thing is the outcome. Bai Li is safe, her SSS-level talent is stable, and in fact, her potential seems even greater than before. This is a great fortune for the Academy. He then looked at Lin Ye. Lin Ye, unfortunately, was caught in the powerful energy wave, suffering serious injuries. The Academy will take full responsibility. He turned to face the others, decisively setting the tone. Based on the comprehensive situation, the official explanation is as follows. Bai Li's awakening was misjudged as F-level due to a rare SSS-level bloodline conflict, but after stabilizing with her powerful bloodline strength, her true talent emerged and was confirmed as 9 Mirage Spirit Heart. Lin Ye, due to being too close to the energy source, was seriously injured from the impact. This matter involves Bai Li's personal talent characteristics, and is to be treated as an internal matter. All related personnel must maintain confidentiality, and no further details are to be investigated. Understood? Understood, Principal. Everyone responded in unison. The principal clearly had no intention of delving into the details. Lin Ye, Bai Li. The principal's gaze returned to the two of them, his tone gentle but carrying an undeniable concern. Your physical and mental exhaustion is severe, especially Lin Ye. Your mental foundation has been greatly damaged. The urgent matter now is to rest and recover. He made the most important arrangement. The Academy will provide you with the best medical support and recovery resources. Until Dr. Wang, your attending physician, confirms that both your bodies and mental states have fully recovered, do not worry about returning to school. Your studies, tests, contract guidance, all follow-up matters are postponed. Your student status and resource allocation will be properly preserved by the Academy. Now, your only task is to rest, heal, and recover as quickly as possible. Do you understand? His words were filled with earnestness and the care of an elder, completely relieving the two from any immediate external pressures. Understood, thank you, Principal. Lin Ye quickly responded, his voice filled with genuine gratitude and a sense of relief. The heavy weight on his chest was instantly lifted. Thank you for your concern, Principal. Bai Li also softly replied, giving a slight nod. The principal nodded in satisfaction, saying no more, and quickly left the room with everyone else. The door was gently closed, shutting out the noise of the outside world. Inside the room, a brief silence fell. Lin Ye leaned against the head of the bed, exhaling deeply and slowly, the tension in his body suddenly relaxing, and only then did he truly feel the cold sweat soaking his hospital gown. Though the principal had been gentle, the pressure of being under the gaze of so many powerful individuals still lingered in his mind, and now, as he relaxed, a wave of exhaustion overwhelmed him. He instinctively turned his head to look at the bed beside him. Almost simultaneously, Bai Li also turned her head, her ice blue eyes locking directly with his gaze. The earlier feigned weakness and shock had already faded, leaving only the cold depth of a deep well, with a hint of curiosity and an indescribable playful gleam. Her red lips parted slightly, her voice low and clear as it reached Lin Ye's ears. Quick reaction. Lin Ye awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth and also lowered his voice. Same here, warm power, very clever. He admitted their unspoken performance, otherwise, it would have been a big trouble. Bai Li didn't reply, just gently shifted her gaze, returning to the blue sky and white clouds outside the window. But Lin Ye keenly noticed that the tense line of her shoulders and neck seemed to relax just a little, and the cold sense of resistance between them seemed to fade, just a tiny bit. It was as if a thin crack had appeared in the ice. Almost at the same time, the system panel deep within Lin Ye's mind quietly refreshed. Contract Beast Bai Li. Intimacy, 3/100. Though it had only changed from stranger to acquaintance, and the value had only risen from 1 to 3, it was undoubtedly a positive sign. It meant Bai Li at least acknowledged the temporary understanding formed earlier when dealing with the principal's inquiry, and her pure malice toward him as a contract master had slightly diminished. Another stone in Lin Ye's heart finally fell. He reclined back on his pillow, closed his eyes, and felt the fatigue of surviving a near disaster, mixed with a faint sense of relief. He had finally passed the principal's test safely. His system, the strange book of 10,000 contracts, Bai Li's true identity as the nine-tailed fox, and that forced soul contract, these earth-shattering secrets were temporarily preserved. His consciousness sank into his sea of awareness, where the ancient, faintly glowing book of 10,000 contracts hovered quietly. The pages stopped at the one showing his personal status and contract information, clearly marking Bai Li, nine-tailed fox SSS rank, with her name and species. A useless F-rank talent bound to the bloodline of an ancient SSS rank divine beast, the nine-tailed fox. This huge contrast, absurd and bizarre, yet full of endless possibilities. Although the road ahead is still full of thorns, relationships remain as cold as ever, and the future is filled with immense unknowns and challenges, this is undoubtedly the slit of light torn open in the hellish beginning. The priority now is to use this precious recovery period, specially approved by the principal, to restore strength in every passing second. Mental strength must be increased as soon as possible, as it concerns his life, the maintenance of the contract, and is also the foundation for exploring more functions of the mysterious book of the Universal Spirit contract. He needs to understand this system deeply, unlock those gray question marks, and figure out the conditions and significance of contracting more star beasts. Power. He has never craved power so much. Only by having enough power can one truly control their own fate, to guard everything they have in this vast world where beast taming is supreme. System brother, are you there? Seeing no response from the system, Lin Ye called out again, but the system seemed to have disappeared. Seeing no response from the system, Lin Ye stopped looking for it, instead turning his gaze towards the scenery outside the window. The sunlight outside the window poured generously through the clear glass, filling the hospital room and casting warm, bright spots of light on the floor. The smell of medicine in the air also seemed to have faded a little. In the midst of this peaceful serenity, the strange bond and future journey between Lin Ye and the nine-tailed sky fox, Bai Li, which was full of concealment, probing, and infinite possibilities, quietly pressed the button to rest and accumulate strength in this small hospital room, now that external pressure had temporarily lifted. A new chapter will slowly begin with silent recovery and hidden exploration, as the first page is turned. Chapter 4, Recovery and Attack. You. Bai Li's voice rang out again, lower than before, carrying an unprecedented hesitation, as if she were whispering to the glow of the sunset outside the window, you endured the backlash for me. She didn't look at Lin Ye, her voice soft, yet heavy as 1,000 pounds. If it weren't for the contract's power forcibly suppressing and sharing some of the impact, I would probably already be a corpse. Her words clearly conveyed the fear of having survived a catastrophe and a sincere gratitude towards the source on the other end of the contract. She vividly remembered the pain of her bloodline going berserk, a pain that could tear the soul apart, and sensed that it was the golden chain and the immense sacrifice at the other end that had pulled her back from the brink of destruction. Lin Ye was slightly stunned. He didn't expect her to bring this up herself. He shook his head, speaking sincerely and calmly, at that time, we had no other choice. It's a blessing that we survived. Bai Li remained silent for a moment, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. She didn't speak again, only closing her eyes once more. But this time, Lin Ye immediately felt that the originally slow-moving spiritual energy in the room seemed to be drawn by an invisible yet powerful magnetic force, starting to gather towards Bai Li's body in a smoother, more concentrated way. At the same time, a more distinct and gentle flow of energy, like a clear spring, continuously nourished his exhausted mental source through the invisible contract link. Mental power, 3/104/100. Mental power, 4/105/100. The recovery speed had obviously accelerated. Lin Ye understood, she is actively guiding the spiritual energy, accelerating her own recovery, while also consciously guiding more spiritual energy through the contract to nourish me. This was her way of showing gratitude, silent yet powerful. The intimacy hadn't changed immediately, but Lin Ye could feel that the crack on the ice wall seemed to have expanded just a little more. He said nothing more, closed his eyes, relaxed his mind, and fully received this pure and gentle life energy from the SSS level 9-tailed skyfox. The exhausted sea of consciousness greedily absorbed every drop of energy, as if it were a long-awaited rain after a drought. The cracked riverbed is slowly being soaked and repaired. Although the process is still slow, it is filled with hope. Time quietly passes in the calm recovery. The nurse comes in to change the medication and brings a specially made, nutrient-rich meal full of energy factors. Lin Ye silently eats, feeling the slow recovery of his body under the dual influence of the food and the contract's nourishment. Bai Li still eats very little, spending most of her time sitting quietly, surrounded by pure and stable energy fluctuations, like a perfect jade sculpture, exuding a peaceful and powerful aura. Night falls. The noise outside the window gradually quiets, and the city falls into sleep. Lin Ye's spiritual power steadily increases to 8 out of 100 due to continuous passive nourishment. The headache has eased by more than half, and his thoughts have become much clearer. He sinks his consciousness into the sea of consciousness once again. The ancient book of the contract of all souls floats quietly, emitting a warm golden glow. He tries to focus his mind on those gray areas of unlocked. This time, the feedback is clearer than before. Ability unlocking conditions, part. Shared state, basic can roughly sense the emotions and general physical state of the contracted star beast. Unlock requirement, host spiritual power greater than 10 or intimacy greater than 10. Energy resonance, passive slightly increases the contracted star beast's energy absorption efficiency. Unlock requirement, contract strength upgraded to level 2. Unrevealed. Spiritual power 10 or intimacy 10. Lin Ye looks at the first ability. Spiritual power 10 should be achievable soon. Fighting together can improve contract strength. He catches the key information, which means he and Bai Li will eventually have to fight side by side. Thinking about fighting alongside the currently complicated but terrifying 9-tailed celestial fox, Lin Ye feels both a little uneasy and vaguely expectant. Just as he is thinking, a strange sensation suddenly assaults him. This feeling does not come from the 5 senses, but directly affects the mental level, like a cold poisonous snake silently crawling up his spine, bringing a chilling sense of dread. Cold, chaotic, pure bloodlust. This aura is evil and brutal, without any rationality, the textbook description of pure, demonic beast aura. The source is not far outside the hospital building, in a dark corner that the lights cannot reach. Something's there. Lin Ye suddenly opens his eyes, his heart tightening instantly. The pure malice makes his hair stand on end, a chill runs straight up his spine. Almost at the same time, Bai Li also suddenly opens her eyes. Her ice-blue pupils rapidly shrink into dangerous needle-like shapes under the dim light. A sharp, bone-chilling coldness instantly spreads, not intentionally released, but a primal response from her bloodline, as if facing a natural enemy. She quickly looks at Lin Ye, her gaze no longer one of examination or complexity, but full of serious concern and an almost instinctive, near-primal, protective stance. Her body leans slightly forward, one hand instinctively lifting to her chest, as if ready to shield him at any moment. Through the invisible contract link, Lin Ye clearly senses a strong, almost tangible sense of heightened vigilance. You feel it too? It's a demonic beast. Lin Ye lowers his voice, his tone urgent and certain. This is not a question. Bai Li's voice is like ice beads dropping on a jade plate, filled with the 9-tailed celestial fox's natural icy disdain for chaos and evil, purely demonic aura, around F+ level, not very strong, but the target is extremely clear. It's moving, very fast, direction, the underground parking entrance. Her perception far exceeds Lin Ye's, instantly locking onto the movement of the evil aura, and sharply noticing the abnormality in its trajectory, heading straight for its target without hesitation. Parking garage? There are night shift medical and logistics staff there. And the key nodes connected to the hospital's energy system. Lin Ye's heart tightens sharply. A sense of ominous premonition rises within him. At this moment. Ding. Urgent mission released, eliminate the invading threat. A crisp yet undeniable system notification suddenly rang deep within Lin Ye's consciousness. The phantom of the Book of All Spirits contracts trembled violently, its pages turning on their own without wind, as lines of bright golden text swiftly emerged above the illusion. Mission objective, detected F+ level demonized beast, codename, Rotclaw Beast, moving rapidly around the hospital perimeter, behavior abnormal, attempting to forcibly enter the underground parking area. This action poses a severe threat to medical staff, patients, and hospital facilities. Host, cooperate immediately with the contracted star beast Bai Li to eliminate this target. Mission rewards. Experience points, greatly increased mental power limit. Early unlock of, status sharing, primary, ability. Affinity +5. System mission. Clear goal, generous rewards. Lin Ye's spirit surged. This was not only the key opportunity to test his and Bai Li's teamwork, but also the perfect chance to gain strength and unlock new functions. The system unlocking, status sharing, in advance was truly a blessing in the snow. The parking entrance. It's forcing its way in. There are people on night shift inside. We're still hurt, not fully recovered yet, don't push yourself, Bai Li. Understood. Bai Li's voice was firm and sharp, like an icy blade unsheathed, filled with a killing intent so cold it could freeze the soul. She hesitated no longer. Her right hand, resting on the blanket, shot up like lightning. Her 5 fingers spread open like an orchid, and invisible, razor-sharp spiritual power gathered tightly at her fingertips, ready to strike. The temperature in the entire ward seemed to drop several degrees. But suddenly, everything changed. Completely beyond their expectations. Roar! A beastly roar, full of pain, rage, and strange excitement, exploded from the direction of the underground parking entrance. Right after came the teeth-grinding sound of twisting metal, a thunderous crash, and the piercing shatter of reinforced glass. The Rotclaw beast did not choose to sneak in. It seemed to be driven mad by the dense life energy inside the hospital, or more precisely, by the trace of SSS level 9-tailed celestial fox aura Bai Li had accidentally released when she became alert. It went berserk, smashing through a window on the first floor facing the dark alley, caring nothing for its own injuries. With a foul stench of rotten blood, it stormed into the hospital corridor like an out-of-control siege hammer. Even more terrifying, its chaotic crimson single eye only swept across the empty hallway for a brief instant before locking, with deadly precision and madness, onto the ward upstairs where Lin Ye, the weakest presence, was located. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the air, and the solid alloy doorframe of the ward groaned in agony. The heavy ward door was smashed open from the outside by an overwhelming force. The lock twisted and snapped, the door slammed against the wall. The twisted, monstrous figure of the Rotclaw beast appeared at the doorway. Its entire body was covered in ashen, rough skin marked by dark blood vein patterns. Its limbs were bent unnaturally backward, and its black claws gleamed with a metallic cold light, exuding a nauseating stench of rotten blood. Like a demon crawling out from the filthiest depths of hell, its lone crimson eye instantly fixed on Lin Ye lying on the bed, and it let out a roar filled with pure, murderous desire. No hesitation, not a single pause. Its hind legs kicked the ground violently, shattering the hard floor tiles. Its whole body turned into a deathly black shadow wrapped in a foul wind, rushing straight toward Lin Ye on the bed at a speed beyond any normal F+ level beast. Its black claws tore through the air with a sharp screech, aiming straight for Lin Ye's fragile throat. The shadow of death, carrying a strong stench and cold despair, instantly engulfed the entire hospital room. The peaceful rest was completely shattered, and a thunderous assault suddenly descended. Chapter 5: The Death Struggle in the Hospital Room and the Ice Flame Final Kill. Roar! The deafening roar, carrying a strong odor of decay, was like a declaration of death, instantly tearing apart the brief tranquility of the hospital room. The twisted and grimacing corrupted claw beast turned into a shadow, wrapped in the aura of destruction, and pounced directly toward Lin Ye on the hospital bed. The pitch-black claws tore through the air, emitting a sharp whistle, and the target was precise: the throat. The shadow of death was cold and piercing, instantly freezing Lin Ye's blood. The slight clarity brought by his mental power just reaching level 8 felt so insignificant in the face of the F+ level beast's violent killing intent. He didn't even have time to think. His body instinctively wanted to lean back and dodge, but the weakness from his recent injuries and the terrifying speed gap made him desperately realize he couldn't avoid it. At the critical moment. Audacious! Bai Li's scolding was like 9 days of frozen ice falling to the ground. The coldness contained the completely enraged, protective determination of the contract holder. This determination, stemming from the soul contract, was also fueled by the deep gratitude for the one who had just given her a new life. Buzz! Just as the deadly claws were less than half an inch from Lin Ye's throat, an invisible barrier composed of countless tiny, ice-blue shimmering prisms, illusionary spirit barrier, instantly formed in front of him. The moment the barrier appeared, the light in the room seemed to subtly refract. Screech! The shrill, tooth-grinding sound of metal scraping exploded. The corrupted beast's pitch-black claws, gleaming with cold light, fiercely scratched against the shifting barrier. Sparks burst out like fireworks, exceptionally dazzling in the dim hospital room. The illusionary spirit barrier trembled violently, as if it would shatter in the next second, but it remained incredibly resilient and managed to block the fatal attack in mid-air. Ugh! Bai Li groaned softly, and her already pale face instantly lost all color, turning as white as paper. In the hurried moments, forming and maintaining such a powerful mental barrier to block this violent blow placed a tremendous burden on her body, which had just healed from injuries and was not yet stable. She felt a sharp pain in her sea of consciousness, and her vision even began to darken. But her ice-blue eyes locked firmly on the rampaging beast, showing no sign of retreat. Her other hand, hidden beneath the blanket, moved quickly in an intricate pattern, and a more concentrated, more dangerous ice-blue halo began to swirl at her fingertips, as though it could freeze the very soul. The corrupted claw beast, having its strike blocked, became even more enraged, and its single red eye boiled with chaotic brutality. It let out an even more deafening roar, and its other claw, now carrying even more force than before, ripped through the air and swung down fiercely once again. At the same time, its massive blood-stained mouth suddenly opened wide, and from the depths of its throat, a disgusting, foul magical energy surged, spewing a thick, ink-like black mist with a strong, corrosive stench, like a high-pressure water gun, straight at the violently trembling barrier. A double strike. Crack crack. The illusionary spirit barrier finally let out a crushing sound under the immense pressure. Tiny cracks spread out like a spider's web in an instant. The barrier was on the verge of collapsing, and Lin Ye was in imminent danger. Bai Li's eyes flashed with cold light. The left hand that had been forming seals and gathering power suddenly flicked toward the direction of the violent corrupted claw beast. Silent and unseen. But the beast, which had been furiously attacking a moment ago, suddenly froze in place. Its chaotic and brutal red eye was instantly replaced by a deep sense of confusion and emptiness, as if it had lost all consciousness in an instant. Its raised claws dropped weakly, and the corrosive black mist it had been spewing abruptly stopped. His entire body was like a puppet whose strings had been paused, frozen in place, even holding the posture of an attack. Talent enchanting beauty of the world, active release heart-stopping stagnation, perfectly controlled the field. In the moment before the barrier shattered, it forcibly froze the movements of the beast. Attack its heart. The demon core. Bai Li's urgent and clear voice exploded directly in Lin Ye's mind. Mental transmission was triggered naturally under the life and death crisis. At the same time, in Lin Ye's eyes, the corrupted claw beast's violently heaving, gray, decaying chest, full of black veins, had its heart area instantly marked by the system with an extremely tiny golden light spot, like a bullseye, visible only to him. Weakness marked. An opportunity. Only a fleeting moment. The driving force of the system's mission rewards, the survival instinct, and the trust in Bai Li completely overwhelmed the fear. A fierce, unprecedented light exploded in Lin Ye's eyes. Die for me. A beast-like low growl erupted from the depths of his throat. Lin Ye unleashed a strength beyond his limits. He disregarded the weakness of his body and the tearing pain, suddenly leaping from the bed, his body launching like an arrow toward the dazed beast. His eyes locked tightly onto the golden light spot marked by the system, the throbbing, corrupt demon core. Weapon. His gaze instantly fixed on the heavy, metal-cased thermos on the bedside table. Without hesitation. Like a lone wolf hunting its prey, at the moment his body leapt, his right hand had already seized the thermos, his fingers tightly gripping its cold metal casing, using it as his final and only hammer. All the strength in his body, the newly recovered mental energy, and the boiling will and hunger for the reward surged into this one strike. Twisting his waist in midair, he harnessed the momentum of his fall, the thermos howling through the air, aiming directly at the flickering golden light spot, putting all his strength into the devastating smash. Boom! A deep, heart-rending roar like a war drum shattered the silence in the hospital room. The strike, filled with everything Lin Ye had, landed squarely and without flair on the corrupted claw beast's heart core. Crack, plop. First came the clear sound of bones cracking, followed by the spine-chilling sound of some hard crystal or core being violently shattered. Awah! The corrupted claw beast was forcibly awakened from its dazed state by this incredibly heavy strike, letting out a tragic howl full of pain, its body contorting. Its chest caved in at an observable speed, a deep pit forming. Dark, foul-smelling blood gushed out like an uncontrollable fountain, mixed with broken organs, spilling from its mouth, nose, and the gaping wound on its chest. The demon core took catastrophic damage. However, the thermos was still only made of iron. Though this life-or-death blow hit the core accurately and caused severe damage, it didn't shatter it completely. The thermos's body instantly twisted under the tremendous recoil force, and Lin Ye felt his palms split open, his arm going numb with excruciating pain, the entire body staggering back from the impact, almost falling to the ground. The deathly pain set the corrupted claw beast's final madness ablaze. Its crimson single eye locked onto Lin Ye, whose body was unsteady from exhaustion. There was nothing else in its eyes, only the most primal, vengeful desire for destruction, mutual annihilation. It completely ignored the terrifying, lethal wound on its chest. Its remaining ferocity squeezed out the last ounce of strength, its only intact hind leg slammed the ground, shattering the tiles, and the beast's broken body shot forward like a cannonball, carrying a momentum of mutual destruction, its foul, gaping mouth open wide, fangs bared, to viciously bite down on Lin Ye's neck. Its speed was so fast it left only a blood-misted afterimage. Lin Ye's old strength was exhausted, and his new strength had yet to emerge. His body was stiff from the recoil, and he could only watch helplessly as the fangs of death grew rapidly larger in his sight. Cold despair seized his heart in an instant. At that flash of lightning, that split of a 10,000th of a second, the line between life and death was about to be crossed. You dare! Bai Li's furious shout carried a killing intent colder than ever before, and a trace of fear she herself had not yet noticed. That left hand, which had been gathering strength all along, finally moved. Her fingers came together like a sword, and the icy blue glow condensed at her fingertips suddenly shone with dazzling brilliance. She pointed toward the corrupted claw beast's shattered body that was lunging at Lin Ye, about to succeed. A strange flame, faint to the point of near invisibility, between ice blue and pure white, burst from her fingertip like the first cold star born in the universe. That flame looked plain, gave off no burning heat, no biting cold, as if it were a mere illusion. However, the instant that tiny flame touched the corrupted claw beast's ferocious head. Puff! A soft sound, like a drop of water falling into boiling oil, or a bubble bursting in absolute silence. There was no earth-shaking explosion, no flying blood and flesh. The beast's head, covered with fangs and filled with hatred, and its biting motion, were as if thrown into the abyss of absolute zero, where all things vanish, or erased from existence by invisible dimensional power. In an instant, it turned into a cluster of shimmering, dream-like ice-blue stardust. Silently, weightlessly, it drifted through the air of the hospital room. The beast's headless body, frozen in its pouncing pose, stiffened in midair. Then, like a torn sack with all support pulled away, it fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud. The broken neck was sealed by a thin layer of translucent frost crystal, smooth as a mirror, without a single drop of blood seeping out. The violent demonic energy, too, went out like a flame snuffed to darkness. The room fell into dead silence. Only Lin Ye's harsh, ragged breathing like a broken bellows and the wild, drum-like beating of his heart filled his ears. He stood stiffly where he was, his right hand gripping the twisted, blood-stained thermos cup, his arm trembling uncontrollably. He stared blankly at the beast's headless body on the floor, at the faintly drifting ice-blue dust shining like broken diamonds in the dim light from the window. Just now what happened? That tiny gleam, that power that made the fierce monster's head vanish into stardust in an instant. Was this the true source power of the SSS class nine-tailed celestial fox? Ice flame? World purging? A shock beyond words and a terror beyond measure surged through Lin Ye's mind, like ice and molten lava flooding together. He slowly, with difficulty, turned his head toward Bai Li on the hospital bed. Her face was so pale it was nearly transparent, her breath quick and shallow like a fish out of water, her smooth forehead beaded with sweat, her body trembling faintly. That one blow of annihilation, light as it seemed, had clearly stirred her still unhealed core. The great strain had nearly drained her completely. But when her ice-blue eyes looked over, her gaze was filled with complexity. There was the cold aftermath of battle, the deep exhaustion of overuse, the instinctive disgust toward corrupted creatures. But above all there was the trembling relief of surviving disaster, and a deep, unhidden gratitude for Lin Ye's fearless, precise strike at death itself. Without Lin Ye's crucial hammer that had wounded the monster's core, she might not have been able to deliver the final kill so easily, and the cost would have been far greater. It could even trigger the return of old wounds. More importantly, at the moment when the deadly fangs of death were about to strike Lin Ye, what surged within her was a terror that went far beyond the instinctual protection of the contract, an almost suffocating fear. She couldn't let him die. Not just because the backlash of the contract would push her to the brink of collapse once again, but because it was him, on the awakening platform, who, at the cost of his own near death, had given her the chance to live and a stable foundation. This gratitude was magnified infinitely on the edge of life and death. At that moment, deep within Lin Ye's consciousness, the book of the 10,000 spirits contract shone brilliantly. The solemn system prompt sounded. Ding! Emergency task, eliminate the intruding threat. Completed. Task evaluation, good, cooperative combat, successfully killed the target. Task rewards granted. Mental power increased by 5 points. Mental power, 8 out of 113/100. Unlocked early, status sharing, beginner, ability. Affinity increased by 5 points. Affinity, 3/108/100. Status sharing, beginner, activated. Lin Ye immediately felt Bai Li's state clearly. Emotion, deep exhaustion, extreme overexhaustion, tense nerves, and a profound, burning gratitude that was as warm as the sun. Physical state, huge consumption, unstable core power injury. Lin Ye looked at Bai Li, and a warm current and a sense of tacit understanding surged in his heart. Bai Li was also looking at him. Feeling the concern in Lin Ye's gaze and the perception of her weakened state transmitted through the new ability, a faint blush once again appeared on her pale cheeks. She awkwardly turned her head slightly, but the heartfelt gratitude and initial recognition were clear to see. She raised her slightly trembling hand, and once again, a soft and clear nine-tailed celestial fox primal force swirled around her fingertips. She gently waved it in Lin Ye's direction. A warm current, purer and gentler than before, flowed through the air, quickly soothing Lin Ye's sore muscles from exhaustion and the cracked skin on his palms, while also dispelling the palpitations caused by the shock. This was a silent care and sharing of strength. Affinity 8. Lin Ye lowered his head, looking at the nearly ruined thermos cup in his hand, the hero, and then glanced at the headless demon corpse, which had been perfectly frozen in ice on the floor. Cold death and dreamlike stardust intertwined. A strong sense of accomplishment and a bond of fighting side by side surged in his heart. However, this fleeting relief instantly froze when his gaze swept over the demon corpse again. Something was wrong. This corrupted claw beast, from the moment it shattered the window and barged into the building, its behavior radiated an eerie precision. It charged in, clearly closer to the brightly lit, faintly noisy duty room on the first floor, where there were people, but it didn't go there. Instead, it went straight for Lin Ye. It didn't hesitate for a second. The crimson single eye briefly scanned the empty corridor. Then, like a hunting dog that had locked onto its only target, it charged straight upstairs heading for the relatively secluded, harder-to-detect special care ward. This was no chaotic hunting driven by the instincts of a low-level magical beast, it felt more like a carefully planned operation. What made Lin Ye's heart chill even further was its total disregard for the environment. The hospital building, even with its basic elemental force protective barriers, was like an invisible electric fence to low-level magical beasts. Instinct would make them wary, hesitant, even willing to pay a price before charging through. But this corrupted claw beast? It was like a berserk soldier injected with a violent drug, completely ignoring the natural deterrent of the human nest, crashing through the window in a suicidal, reckless manner. Its target was clear to the point of horror, as if the hospital itself meant nothing to it, and the only thing in its eyes was the target it had to destroy. And the most deadly, spine-chilling thing for Lin Ye was the beast's final madness after breaking free from Bai Li's control. Lin Ye clearly remembered the feeling when the heavy thermos smashed into the beast's heart core. I heard the crystal shatter with a crisp sound. That was definitely a fatal injury. Any creature on the brink of death would have its instinct to survive overwhelm everything. But it didn't. It completely ignored the foul blood gushing from its chest and the life fading away. It unleashed the last shred of its remaining strength and ferocity, desperately and hysterically, with only one goal in mind: to tear apart Lin Ye's throat, which was now within reach, and no longer a fatal threat to it. That pure, extreme will to kill existed solely to fulfill its slaughter command, cold as a machine, and could not be explained by chaotic beastly instincts. This monster Lin Ye's voice was hoarse and low, carrying a chill he wasn't even aware of, echoing in the silent hospital room. It didn't come here on its own. He suddenly raised his head to look at Bai Li, his gaze sharp as a knife. Its target was too precise, too frighteningly accurate. It wasn't afraid of the hospital at all. That last strike it only wanted to kill you. He pieced together the unsettling truth in his mind, pointing to the only conclusion: this was an assassination targeting Bai Li. Bai Li's ice blue eyes now sparkled with a cold light of understanding and unprecedented seriousness. The strangeness Lin Ye felt stood out to her sharper perception like a lighthouse in the night. The monster's death throes, filled with a targeted, pure, relentless will to destroy, appeared to her powerful mental sense like glaring oil stains in murky water. A chill instantly drove away the warmth of victory, coursing rapidly up his spine. Lin Ye suddenly looked up at Bai Li. Bai Li's ice blue eyes also glimmered with cold insight and seriousness. She clearly captured the heavy doubts within this. As an SSS grade 9-tailed celestial fox, her sensitivity to malice and abnormalities far exceeded that of ordinary people. The targeted, pure will to destroy from the monster's dying moments shone in her perception like a torch in the night. This monster, Lin Ye's voice grew heavy, laced with an uncontainable chill, was definitely not an accident. It was lured here. The target is you. He bluntly exposed the disturbing truth. Bai Li slightly nodded, her stunning face covered with a layer of frost. She didn't speak, but lifted her hand again, with her fingertips swirling with even purer, colder strands of mental energy, like the most precise probes, gently touching the frozen body of the monster on the ground. There lingered weak but not yet dissipated magical energy fluctuations. Her fingertips hovered over the frost, the mental energy strands probing into the magical energy. After a moment, her ice blue eyes sharpened like knives, locking onto Lin Ye. There's a mark, a man-made implanted mental guidance, very subtle. Her voice was colder than frost. The extreme freezing that obliterated the head has temporarily solidified the remnants of this mark in the body core. Command: prioritize destruction me. Lin Ye inhaled sharply. Man-made guidance. Mental mark. Target locked. Assassination of Bai Li. Just as expected. This was definitely not some accident. This was a meticulously planned assassination. Using the monster as a disposable weapon, the target aimed straight at the SSS grade genius. The night wind wailed outside, bringing deep, cold air. Inside the hospital room, the strong smell of blood and rot mixed with the coldness of ice dust. However, colder than all this was the killing intent and seriousness filling the hearts of Lin Ye and Bai Li. The battle ended, and a deadly enemy lurking in the shadows had revealed its poisonous fangs. Chapter 6: Dark Scales Probe Secrets and the Night Before Forging. The hospital room was deathly silent, only Lin Ye's heavy breathing echoed. The mingling sense of blood and ice dust filled the air. On the cold floor, the headless corpse of the corrupt clawbeast was sealed at the neck by glistening frost, like an eerie ice sculpture. The throbbing pain from the torn wound on his hand reminded him of the life and death struggle he had just endured. The night wind outside weeps in, bringing deep coldness, and the atmosphere in the ward is suppressed to the extreme. Bai Li leans against the head of the bed, her face even paler than before, her ice blue eyes reflecting the fatigue and weakness after using the ice flame annihilation, and the pure spiritual power that swirled at her fingertips has already dissipated, leaving only a few traces of barely noticeable icy breath. Bang! The broken door of the ward is suddenly pushed open with great force. A blinding beam of flashlight cuts in like a sword, instantly illuminating the chaotic scene in a ghastly white. Don't move! Raise your hands! Protect the target! The chaotic shouts are mixed with the low buzzing of charged elemental weapons suddenly ringing out. A team of fully armed hospital security personnel bursts in. Wearing standardized gray protective suits and holding pulse rifles glowing with eerie blue elemental light, their gun muzzles instantly lock onto the terrifying magic corpse on the ground, Lin Ye gripping the twisted thermos, and the listless Bai Li on the bed. Seeing over a dozen pulse rifles aimed at him, he is so frightened that he immediately throws away the thermos he just used until it was broken. At the forefront is a burly middle-aged man, his face as hard as rock, the emblem on his shoulder indicating he is the security captain. His gaze is like that of an eagle. He quickly scans the scene, broken doors and windows, splattered dark blood, the strong, pungent smell filling the air, the headless frozen magic corpse, the weak SSS-level genius, and that F-level boy Lin Ye, who holds a deadly weapon but whose eyes are exceptionally sharp. The huge contrast creases his brows into a knot. What happened here? Report the situation. The security captain's voice is severe and full of pressure, the gun instinctively lowers slightly, but his vigilant gaze never leaves Lin Ye and the magic corpse on the ground. It's a monster attack. Lin Ye speaks up first, his voice hoarse yet remarkably clear, carrying the exhaustion of battle and undeniable certainty. An F+ level rotting claw beast crashed through a window on the first floor back alley and forced its way in. Its target was extremely clear, straight for classmate Bai Li. We were forced to defend ourselves and work together to kill it. Monster attack? Breaching the hospital's outer defenses? A young security guard exclaims in shock, his face filled with disbelief. The security captain's sharp eyes dart back and forth between Lin Ye and Bai Li. Especially when he sees Bai Li's wavering state of weakness and the cracked wound on Lin Ye's hand, the suspicion in his eyes becomes palpable. An SSS level severely injured and a recognized F-level loser working together to kill an F+ level monster? This is simply challenging common sense. Classmate Lin Ye, stay where you are. The security captain's voice is authoritative, his gaze scrutinizing Lin Ye. Explain the details. Classmate Bai Li, how is your condition? He turns to Bai Li, his tone slightly softer, but his vigilance remains. Bai Li merely glances coldly at him, her ice blue eyes like polar ice, filled with a chilling distance and annoyance at being disturbed. She slightly closes her eyes, seemingly trying hard to suppress the discomfort and weakness swirling within her, not answering. Through status sharing, Lin Ye clearly feels her extreme weakness and annoyance at this moment. What she needs is absolute silence and recovery, not questioning. Her internal power is nearly exhausted. Lin Ye takes a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He knows that he must earn the trust of the security now to buy time and a safe environment. Lin Ye quickly describes the rough course of events in simple language. About 10 minutes ago, we sensed a strong aura of monsters appearing outside the hospital, and then it crashed through the lower window of the back alley and forced its way in, heading straight here. Classmate Bai Li used her talent to temporarily control it. I seized the opportunity to severely injure its core, and finally, classmate Bai Li completely killed it. Exceptionally accurate target? Heading straight here? The security captain's brows furrow further, he crouches down. A hand wearing tactical gloves cautiously touched the smooth, mirror-like ice crystal at the edge of the beast's severed body, a bone-chilling cold instantly penetrating the gloves, causing his fingers to stiffen. A flash of shock crossed his eyes, and his gaze toward Bai Li became more serious. SSS-level power, indeed unfathomable. He carefully examined the shattered doorframe and the marks on the ground. The brutality of the battle was beyond doubt. Captain! I found something. A team member, carefully investigating a cracked corner beneath the doorframe, suddenly whispered. He used a special metal tweezer to carefully pick up something from the gap. It was a piece the size of a fingernail, with irregular edges, neither metal nor stone, showing a dark, almost light-absorbing black color. What was most striking was its surface, covered with extremely fine, layered natural patterns that resembled scales of some cold-blooded creature, a cold, slippery snake scale pattern. Under the harsh white light of the hospital room, this black scale emitted an extremely uncomfortable, viscous chill, distinctly different from the beast's chaotic fury, exuding a more pure, abyss-like malice. The security captain immediately took the tweezer, leaned close to a bright flashlight to examine it, and his face turned extremely ugly. What is this? What the hell? This is not from a corrupted claw beast. He had never seen such a material and aura before. Lin Ye and Bai Li's gazes were instantly drawn to this strange black scale. Lin Ye felt a strong sensation of filth and cold surging towards him, making him instinctively feel disgust and alertness. Bai Li's pupils contracted, her icy blue eyes revealed an unmistakable revulsion and seriousness, as if she saw the most disgusting existence in the world. Just at that moment when Lin Ye focused on that black scale. Ding! High correlation foreign object detected. Contains special dark energy and weak spiritual pollution residue. Triggering passive scan. The system's prompt suddenly rang out. Analysis completed. Object features match database fragment records. Initially named Abyssal Scale. Related event confirmed. Assassination event's mastermind organization points to Abyss. Host spiritual force fluctuates violently. Unlock conditions met. New feature unlocked, Spiritual Sight, Beginner. Spiritual Sight, Beginner, host can consume a small amount of spiritual force to actively activate this ability, temporarily enhancing visual perception to observe normally invisible weak energy flow, spiritual imprint residue, some hidden traces, and the special energy essence within objects. But caution, effectiveness and duration depend on spiritual force and skill level upgrade. A strong impulse drove Lin Ye. He instinctively gathered his recently regained spiritual force, focusing his mind sharply on his eyes, guided by the mysterious instructions emerging in his mind. Buzz. His vision underwent a marvelous change in an instant. It felt as if he put on glasses that allowed him to see the essence of energy. The residual energy fluctuations in the hospital room, Bai Li's icy aura appearing like a pale blue mist, and the dissipating demonic energy of the clawbeast resembling murky black smoke were all clearly visible. And that piece of abyssal scale clutched by the security captain's tweezers became eye-catching under spiritual sight. It was no longer just a black scale. Lin Ye saw the tiny snake scale patterns on its surface, breathing slowly as if it were a living thing, exhaling a viscous, ink-like, dark energy filled with decay and death. Even more shocking to him was that at the core of this black scale, an extremely small, twisted and evil symbol, resembling something seared with a branding iron, was emitting a faint purple-black ghostly glow. The shape of the symbol carried a dizzying sense of chaos. The core command aura sensed from the residual spiritual mark within the corpse beast was the same source. Captain. That black scale. Lin Ye's voice was filled with urgency and undeniable certainty. It has an extremely strong dark energy. In the core position there is a twisted symbol glowing. Its aura is from the same source as the hidden manipulator controlling this monster. This is definitely not a coincidence, it is the key clue. The security captain suddenly raised his head, his sharp gaze shooting towards Lin Ye like a knife. You can see the energy? And the symbol glowing? His tone was filled with extreme shock and disbelief. How could an F-level student possess such legendary spiritual vision abilities? Lin Ye's heart sank, he knew he had exposed himself. He forced himself to calm down, his brain racing, half-truthfully explaining, I don't know. Just now, in a life-and-death moment, my mind was highly concentrated. Under severe injury, I might have triggered some perceptive potential? Or it could be the feedback from the contract? That feeling is very clear. That symbol is full of malice. This thing is definitely related to the hidden manipulator. Bai Li, the tainting and corrupt aura you sensed, does it also come from it? Bai Li opened her eyes at the right moment, her ice blue gaze coldly locking onto the black scale, her voice weak yet resolute, source of filth, breath of corruption, a man-made stench. She didn't directly admit that Lin Ye saw the symbol, but she strongly affirmed the evil nature and man-made attribute of the black scale, as well as its tremendous threat, even implying a direct link to the hidden manipulator. The security captain looked at Lin Ye's pale face, those unusually bright eyes carrying a strange insight, then he glanced at the weak yet assertive Bai Li, before lowering his gaze to the black scale in his hand that exuded a chilling abyss-like aura and had mysterious patterns. His expression of shock and doubt was finally replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. The perception of an SSS-level genius combined with this mysterious, evil-looking object. And Lin Ye's possibly awakened special perception, related to the contract, under a life-and-death crisis, all of this pointed to an enormous conspiracy beyond the ordinary. Top-level security lockdown. Activate Plan A. The security captain decisively commanded his subordinates fiercely. Notify the Dean and the City Defense Special Operations Command's highest headquarters. Conduct the highest level of energy, material, and spiritual pollution analysis on this dark abyss scale. Retrieve all surveillance from the hospital and surrounding areas, especially in alleys and low-level areas, examining frame by frame. All personnel who had contact with this area, isolate and interrogate them all. He carefully placed the black scale into a special lead alloy energy sealed box engraved with complex runes, sealing it layer by layer. He turned to Lin Ye and Bai Li with an unprecedented seriousness in his tone. Lin Ye, Bai Li, your discoveries are crucial. But it is extremely unsafe here. We will immediately arrange for you to be transferred to the Silent Fortress Special Isolation Ward on the 3rd underground level, where there is the strongest elemental protection and guarding power. Until the threat is eliminated, please stay in the designated area and accept our protection. Regarding your discoveries and abilities. He looked deeply at Lin Ye. We will create the highest confidentiality report and request professionals for evaluation. Now, please cooperate with the medical staff for transfer. The ward instantly became busy. Security personnel quickly set up a complex elemental isolation formation, sealing off the scene. Medical staff in sterile clothing hurriedly pushed in a stretcher. Lin Ye looked at the lead box containing the dark abyss scaled in the security captain's hand, and through the status sharing, felt Bai Li's extreme weakness, forced to hold on. He felt no relaxation in his heart. A mysterious organization named Dark Abyss, its cold, lethal fangs had already clearly revealed themselves. The recent battle, whether it was Bai Li's weakness or his own feeling of helplessness with F-level power, rang in his mind like a wake-up call. The enemy would not give them a moment to breathe, the next attack would be even more deadly. Ding! New task released, Spark Refinement. Task objective, the fangs of the abyss have appeared. The host's current F-level strength and the severely weakened state of the contracted star beast Bai Li make them like a flickering candle in the face of a deadly threat. The only way to survive is to upgrade their strength at all costs within the safety period of the Silent Fortress. The host must fully activate the basic elemental energy guidance technique, officially absorb the energy of the elemental crystals, and accomplish a breakthrough to F+ level within 3 days. Healing injuries is the prerequisite for the breakthrough. Attempt to actively guide a part of the restored elemental or mental power back to Bai Li through the contract link to accelerate the healing process of her core injuries. A strong contract is the common foundation for your survival and retaliation. Within the limits of mental power, actively practice the spiritual sight, beginner, ability. You can try to analyze the basic protective energy flow within the Silent Fortress or the microscopic trajectory of your own elemental energy operation to enhance the control and proficiency of this ability. The shadows of the abyss still linger, and enhancing strength is urgent. Task reward. Elemental energy limit +5 / mental power limit +3, depending on breakthrough level. The proficiency of the basic elemental energy guidance technique increases to the initial threshold, entry. The proficiency of spiritual sight, beginner, increases to the entry level, minor completion. Intimacy +2. Special reward, depending on the speed of the breakthrough and recovery level, additional attribute points or skill fragments may be obtained. Abyss. Lin Ye silently repeated this ominous name in his heart, a sense of urgency tightened around his heart like never before. The life and death situation just now made them clearly realize, without power, even survival is a luxury. The night outside was as thick as ink. This sudden attack was like tearing open the surging undercurrents beneath the calm surface. The path of retaliation would quietly unfold in absolute silence and hidden danger. Every step to enhance strength would become their first spark of hope piercing through the darkness. The proficiency levels of skills are initial threshold, entry level, minor completion, mastery, major completion, peak, perfection, transcendence, transformation. Chapter 7, Silent Fortress and the Spark Ignites. Cold, hard, and absolutely silent. Lin Ye lay on the sickbed of the Silent Fortress, feeling as if his soul had been frozen away halfway by this place. The few pieces of milky white star crystals at the head of the bed seemed to mock his weakness in silence. The scarlet 3 days to break through F+ level message on the task panel suffocated him. Time? Right now, it's even rarer than the scales of an SSS level star beast. He grabbed a piece of star crystal, it felt warm in his hand, and the tiny bit of energy inside felt like the glow from a firefly's rear. Closing his eyes, he activated the basic elemental energy guidance technique. This thing sounded impressive, but in reality, well, that meager elemental energy in his body moved slower than old man Wang doing Tai Chi downstairs. After struggling for a long while in his meridians, the energy he absorbed was not enough to even fill a gap between his teeth. Initial threshold? This threshold is too high. It felt like there was a galaxy between him and the entry-level realm of entry-level. This is hopeless. 3 days? 3 days are enough for the snail to crawl to F+? Am I dreaming? Despair crashed down on his heart like a block of ice. He suddenly remembered the system's suggestion of contract feeding back. Contract? This unequal treaty that forcibly tied him and Bai Li together, what other tricks did it hide? Can it really save his life? Lin Ye directed all his resentment and questions to the system in his mind. System bro. Stop playing dead. Come out and chat for $5. A cold, yet somehow felt disturbed electronic voice suddenly sounded in his head. Host, Lin Ye. Status, close to collapse, F-grade, mind is fine, mental strength recovering. Contract, just passable, strength, weak. Environment, quite safe, Silent Fortress, advanced shielding. Hey. System bro. You finally decided to speak up? Lin Ye's spirit lifted, almost jumping in his mind, so it's not an emergency and you won't respond, right? Fine. Let's get serious. He let out all his frustrations. I just wonder. I'm an F-grade loser, with no awaken energy, why would your high-end system bind me? Do you want my poverty? Do you want my weakness? Do you want me to die quickly? Also, why do you only spring to life when you're near that ice block? Cough, Bai Li classmates. Did she recharge you? The system seemed choked by his rapid-fire questions, fell silent for 2 seconds, then replied in a tone of I am also helpless in his mind. Hey, good question. You think I want to bind an F-grade rookie like you? It's just that you were lying in that broken hospital about to die, and just happened to meet the bare minimum of my potential stock standard. Your willpower was just barely acceptable. The key is your energy talent. F-grade is one thing, but you're in a frozen state, just like a wall, blocking my program from starting. When you were on the brink of death, it triggered my emergency protocol, forcibly initiating the binding. At the same time, I detected the severely injured Bai Li next to you, releasing extremely large and unstable SSS-level energy fluctuations. This energy, while chaotic, was of extremely high intensity, like a powerful signal source. It was this enormous energy wave from Bai Li that unexpectedly tore a gap in your energy barrier that was about to collapse. This provided me a point of access, allowing my core functional module to successfully activate. The contract binding, scanning and analysis, task system, and now the consciousness communication, all managed to barely activate and run. You could say, the energy released by Bai Li unexpectedly served as the key signal source to start me up. To seize this hard-won opportunity, to stabilize this connection, and also to save your life, I immediately executed the highest priority, Starsource symbiosis contract, forcibly binding you and Bai Li together. Do you understand? This contract is now the core bond for all three of us. Without Bai Li as the strong energy source to support, even if you bind me, I would fall into deep slumber due to lack of enough starting energy, unable to provide any function for you. Conversely, if you die, the contract collapses, and she cannot save herself either. This is why I have been emphasizing improving the contract strength and getting you to assist her recovery. The better her condition, the more stable and controllable the released energy, the smoother I operate, and the more support I can give you. We three are now like grasshoppers on the same rope. After hearing this, Lin Ye felt like he had been struck by lightning, a mix of laughter and tears. So I'm just a bonus item? Bai Li is the rich dad and super power bank that can turn the system on? Without her SSS-level nuclear power station, binding the system is useless for me. I'd just be a living dead. This damned contract is a life support system and energy converter that the system forcibly matched to turn itself on and save itself, binding them together. Whoa! System bro, your move is quite slick. Lin Ye mocked in his mind, so I'm just a phone on a power strip, and Bai Li is the charger? Without her, you can't even start up? No wonder you keep saying the contract is the cornerstone, pushing me to help her recharge. Once she's better, your signal stabilizes and I, this phone, can charge and connect to the network, right? Fine. I get it. Understanding this layer of symbiotic relationship, the feeling of frustration toward the contract diminished greatly, replaced by a more urgent sense of reality. Fix the power bank, recharge, and everyone has a chance to survive. System brother, our biggest trouble now is those bastards from Dark Abyss. Do you have any useful info in your database? Lin Ye brought the topic back to the point, his tone serious. Database? Don't mention it. The damage rate is 92.7%. I'm almost like I've lost my memory. Relying on that broken scale and just connected to a world search for a while, I know a bit. Organization name, Dark Abyss. Logo, they love using dark and sinister things that bring spiritual pollution, like that scale, related to the abyss. Methods, sneaky. Super sneaky. They specialize in mind control, branding low-level monsters or those with weak willpower to use as remote-controlled toys. Purpose? Mainly precise assassinations, like killing Bai Li, causing destruction, stealing things. Very bad. Similar incidents? Online search plus encrypted document fragments. Over the past 5 years, there have been 17 global cases of beasts going insane and biting precisely. In 3 cases, black residue was found at the scene. In 7 cases, witnesses said the beasts had blank eyes like puppets. There are rumors in the black market about something called Black Scale Society and Shadows of the Abyss, conducting mind control experiments, transforming monsters, worshipping evil gods, etc. The locations match. You see those strange symbols on the scale, they resemble a few forbidden runes left in my database, but there are too few records to be sure. Final conclusion, Dark Abyss is a terror organization hiding in the shadows, tightly organized, playing with mind control. They have set their sights on you too, very, very dangerous. I don't know much now, I need to get more of their marks and member information. Lin Ye's heart sank to the bottom. Although the system spoke somewhat frivolously, the information was clear. Dark Abyss is a monster organization hiding in the shadows, capable of controlling beast minds for assassination. Bai Li and himself, they were already targeted by this monster. No official records at all? Lin Ye was not giving up. Public network? Official database? Hunter Guild rewards? Nothing. All the intelligence is in classified documents of various countries' military, only S-level can see, the blacklist of big corporations, and a pile of old cases marked unknown reasons. Conclusion, these people either clean up perfectly or someone above is involved. With your current small frame, don't even think about it. The last shred of hope shattered. This is a dark organization where even sunlight can't reach. pressure weighed down like a mountain. Lin Ye looked at the sickbed beside him. Bai Li still had her eyes closed, her breath so weak it seemed like it could stop at any moment. Through status sharing, that deep-rooted weakness felt like needles piercing him. Power bank is almost out of battery. No time for pretentiousness, no time for fear. Lin Ye gripped the stardust crystal tightly, his knuckles turning white. All distracting thoughts were forcefully crushed by a fierce determination: get stronger. Stay alive. He closed his eyes again, focusing his mind like never before, like a red-hot knife, fiercely slicing toward the clogged meridians. The pathway of basic elemental power guidance technique shone brightly in his mind. That faint elemental power was forcibly mobilized by his will, no longer crawling but starting to crash and tear. The energy of the stardust crystal was pulled into his body more violently. Slow? Then let's go faster. Blocked? Then let's smash it open. In the cold fortress, time flowed silently. Only the buzzing of instruments and the faint yet fierce rushing sound of the elemental power within Lin Ye echoed. Deep in his consciousness, the shadow of dark abyss lay coiled like a poisonous snake. Can that spark, forced out with some defiance, burn away out before the fangs descend? Chapter 8, Stardust Burned Out, Desperate Situation Refuels. The cold lead-gray alloy walls silently absorbed all sounds, leaving only the deep hum of the fortress's internal temperature control system, like the breathing of some great beast in slumber. Lin Ye sat cross-legged on the medical bed, his body taut like a bow drawn to its limits. 3 days. The scarlet countdown on the task panel relentlessly ticked away, with less than 20 hours left until the deadline. In the tray by the bedside, only 2 pieces of stardust crystal remained, emitting an increasingly dim milky white glow. Like a candle flickering in the wind, reflecting the beads of sweat rolling down his pale cheeks. He cast aside all distractions, his mind completely immersed in the operation of the basic elemental power guiding technique. That thread of elemental power, which had been moving through his meridians like a worn-out cart, was now transformed into a torrent of fierce determination under his almost self-destructive will. No longer meandering, but crashing. Tearing. Each impact came with an excruciating tearing pain as his meridians were forcibly widened, as if countless red-hot needles were racing wildly inside him. Sweat had long soaked through his thin patient attire, clinging to his skin, and was frozen stiff by the fortress's constant low temperature, sending shivers through him. Ha! A muffled groan escaped from his clenched teeth. He could clearly look within and see that fine cracks were spreading along several main paths of elemental power. These were internal injuries caused by the forced breakthrough. But Lin Ye paid no mind. Time. What he lacked was time. The energy of the star crystal was being more violently seized and refined, merging into the raging torrent of elemental power. The first star crystal completely turned to gray-white powder, cascading down. The light of the second star crystal visibly dimmed, with web-like cracks crawling across its surface. Just as the second star crystal was about to shatter completely. Buzz. It was as if a clear sound from deep within his soul rang out within Lin Ye's body. The torrent of elemental power that had wildly crashed countless times under his will finally broke through an invisible, incredibly solid barrier. Boom. Like a mountain flood that had accumulated for millennia finally finding its outlet. The once narrow and cracked meridians were instantaneously widened and reinforced. The rushing elemental power suddenly accelerated several times, roaring and surging within the newly forged, wider and more resilient passage. The time of one complete microcirculation was reduced by more than half. The efficiency of drawing and refining elemental crystal energy from the outside world underwent a dramatic transformation. In the air, elemental particles, several times denser than the outside world, began to actively and slowly gather around him. Though slow, they came in an endless stream. Ding! The proficiency of basic elemental power guiding technique increased significantly. Elemental power operation efficiency improved by 120%, energy absorption and conversion rate boosted by 85%. Ding! Detected a breakthrough in elemental power strength at the life level threshold. Host level promoted to F+. Elemental power ceiling +5. Mental power ceiling +3. Achieved minor success in basic elemental power guiding technique. Slight increase in body resilience. The system's notification sound was like heavenly music, exploding in Lin Ye's nearly exhausted consciousness. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, a flash of brilliance appearing in the depths of his pupils. An unprecedented sense of power surged from deep within his limbs and bones. Though the total amount was still small, it was worlds apart from the weak state he had in F grade. F+. He finally made this nearly impossible breakthrough just before the desperate countdown hourglass was about to run out. Ha! Lin Ye breathed heavily, his chest like an old bellows. The ecstatic joy of the breakthrough was like sweet spring water, instantly nurturing his parched heart. He instinctively clenched his fists, feeling the surging power beyond anything he had experienced before. However, this joy was like a sudden summer storm, coming quickly and leaving even faster. The tide of power brought on by the breakthrough rapidly withdrew, followed by deeper fatigue and emptiness. The internal injuries from the forced impact on his meridians felt like countless tiny coals burning, each breath pulling at the pain. His mental power had also severely drained from prolonged extreme concentration, with his temples throbbing and his vision darkening at the edges. Worse yet, the resources were depleted. On the bedside tray, only the last small pinch of gray-white crystalline powder remained, the final remains of the 2-star crystals that had exhausted their energy. All the elemental crystals left by the security captain. He had burned himself out in this crazy sprint. System bro. It's done. F+ achieved. Lin Ye screamed in his mind, his voice filled with the excitement of breaking through, mingled with a panic of depleted resources. The crystals are gone. All used up. Bai Li. The core goal of the first stage had successfully broken through to F+. Efficiency evaluation, extremely low, overly dependent on willpower to push through, meridians moderately damaged, internal organs slightly shaken, need a lot of time and energy for recuperation and stabilization. The system's voice remained cold, but Lin Ye seemed to catch a faint, extremely subtle, data fluctuation? As if some hidden calculation module had been triggered. External energy source star fragment crystals exhausted. Environmental passive energy particle absorption efficiency, 0.7 units/hour. Unable to meet the host's current recovery needs estimated demand, 15 units/hour. Warning. Contract link object, SSS grade star beast Bai Li, core injury deterioration rate continues to rise. Life signs fluctuation exceeds the safety threshold by 37%. Core star flame activity continues to decline. It felt like a cold bucket of water was dumped over him. Lin Ye's heart shook violently, and almost without thinking, he immediately sensed the past with all his strength through status sharing. Bai Li's condition was more alarming than before. If before it was a flickering candle in the wind, now that candle was so weak that it was barely a pale spark, struggling in the boundless and cold darkness. A deeper, more despairing air of decay and demise rushed in like solid ice through the invisible contract link, instantly freezing Lin Ye's soul. Her time had truly reached the edge of a cliff. Reversal. Reversal immediately. No time to wait. All Lin Ye's hesitation and fear were shattered by this dying chill. What was the point of this power gained through breaking through? If it couldn't save a life, it was just a fleeting illusion. He forced himself to calm down, suppressing the intense pain in his body and the exhaustion in his spirit, recalling the system's vague description of contract reversal. No martial arts, no incantations, only a primal instinct that arose from the depths of the contract link to pass his power through that line connecting their souls. Taking a deep breath of cold and pure air, Lin Ye closed his eyes again, sinking all his mind into the deepest part of his soul. In the faint and blurry vision of spirit vision, the contract chain connecting him to Bai Li appeared as an extremely thin, dim golden thread, seemingly about to be swallowed by darkness at any moment. It extended from the ball of energy light in his sea of consciousness, which had become slightly bright due to the breakthrough. On the other end, it penetrated deep into the vast, cold, and lifeless core of an ice-blue nebula on the bedside. At the center of that ice-blue nebula, a light point that was extremely weak, was the source of Bai Li's soon-to-be-extinguished star flame. Link. Guide. Deliver. Lin Ye silently chanted this simple command in his heart, gathering all his unstable and injured energy after just breaking through to F+, along with the little remaining willpower, carefully touched that faint golden contract chain with his mind, trying to push his power across it. At the moment his thought touched the contract link, something unexpected happened. Buzz. An indescribable, overwhelming, terrifying suction suddenly exploded from the other end of the contract link, like a cosmic black hole descending. It was not about guiding acceptance, but a frantic plunder. Bai Li's starsource core, on the brink of total extinction, transformed into an insatiable abyssal maw, beginning to wildly and crazily draw Lin Ye's recently gathered pitiful strength without hesitation. Put. Lin Ye was caught off guard, his body hit as if struck by 10,000 tons. Suddenly leaning forward, a large mouthful of scalding blood gushed out wildly, splattering on the cold alloy sheet, shocking to behold. He felt like a balloon that had just been popped, having just broken through F+ level, not yet stabilized, with his already overstretched mental strength being forcibly drawn away at a terrifying speed. The meridian screamed with a tearing pain more intense than during his last breakthrough, as if countless red-hot dull knives were stirring inside. His brain felt like it was being pierced repeatedly by countless ice picks, with excruciating pain accompanied by extreme dizziness, and darkness swiftly enveloped him, like a candle flame in a storm, flickering dangerously. This was not a nurturing return. This was blatant plunder. It was the desperate self-saving instinct of the dying core of Bai Li. Stop. Quickly stop. System. Cut it off. Lin Ye let out a piercing roar deep within his consciousness, desperately trying to break free from the bonds of the contract link with his remaining will. But that light golden thread had become extremely hot at this moment, like a red-hot branding iron, firmly tattooing his soul, conveying from the other end a cold, desperate, and infinitely greedy thirst. The coercive power of the contract far exceeded his control as an F+ level contractor. Highest level alarm. Contract link energy transfer mode, uncontrolled plunder. Host's mana/mental energy is being forcibly overdraft. Extraction intensity, destruction level. The system's electronic voice was sharp enough to pierce the soul. Detected that the core defensive mechanism of the contract beast Bai Li's original source has been fully activated. Forcibly cutting off the current link, physically or mentally, will lead to the core starfire's instant collapse probability, 98.7%. Risk, the host and the contract beast will be annihilated together. Emergency plan, guide. Attempt to intervene with willpower, controlling energy output intensity and direction. Host. Hold on. This is the only way to survive. Hold on? Guide? Lin Ye forced a grimace that was more hideous than a cry, blood constantly oozing from the corner of his mouth. He felt like a bug trapped in a vacuum bag, watching helplessly as everything he had rapidly drained away, devoured. His body visibly shrank, skin losing its luster, and the freshly stabilized F+ level began to crumble like a sandcastle. He could even feel the boundary of his realm loosening and retreating. Consciousness sank in endless pain and dizziness, the darkness surged in like a tide, ready to completely drown his soul. He couldn't give up. Giving up meant both would be completely consumed by this abyss. A force stronger than the fear of death erupted from the deepest part of his soul, like a volcano. Lin Ye bit through his tongue, the sharp pain bringing a moment of clarity. He abandoned the futile idea of cutting off the link, condensing all his remaining willpower, fragile like a candle in the wind. Compressing. Transforming into an invisible, exceptionally tough spiritual spear, stabbing fiercely and decisively into the uncontrolled energy torrent. No longer pushing, but instead, confining. Guiding. Slow down for me, he roared silently in the abyss of his soul. His mind tightly gripped the violently surging mana and mental energy, like a ferryman swimming upstream against a raging torrent, using flesh and blood to resist the annihilating flood. Each step felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, every push brought soul-rending pain. His body convulsed violently due to the rapid loss of energy and the extreme struggle of will, sweat mixing with blood soaked the sheets beneath him, teeth grinding, and blood from his gums stained his lips red. Just as he felt his consciousness was about to be utterly torn apart and swallowed by the boundless darkness and pain. That terrifying pull capable of draining a giant beast seemed to extremely faintly show a hint of stagnation. As if in the cold, desperate abyss that frantically devours, at the deepest point, a long silent existence briefly and vaguely sensed something in the unconscious tide of plunder. It was an extremely faint, clumsy, and painful struggle, yet it contained a tenacious resilience that even destruction could not erase. Chapter 9, The Ashes of Ice Flame, the first sparks ignite. Stagnation, only 1/1000th of a second. But for Lin Ye, who was struggling on the edge of life and death, this tiny moment of stagnation felt like a drowning person grabbing onto the last straw. Not to cut off. The opportunity lies in guiding. He seized this fleeting gap, earned through the pain of his soul, and transformed all his remaining will, no longer into a hard confrontation, but into an extremely thin yet incredibly resilient idea conduit, cautiously grafted onto the raging current of contract energy. He no longer tried to stop the energy loss that was simply impossible. Instead, he poured all his heart and mind into controlling the speed of the loss, guiding the direction of that loss. Like trying to create a narrow outlet for floodwaters with a reed in a devastating mudslide. Difficult? Dangerous? A slight misstep could lead to a collapse of will and the extinction of the soul. Ha ha ha. Lin Ye's throat made a wheezing sound like a broken bellows, and another surge of metallic sweetness rose to his throat, which he forced down. The backlash from forcibly intervening and guiding the uncontrollable flow of energy was far more terrifying than simple extraction. It felt like countless red-hot steel needles were piercing back through his idea conduit, driving painfully into the core of his soul. The intense pain and dizziness, 10 times stronger than before, instantly overwhelmed him. Before him was no longer darkness, but an explosion of countless twisted, swirling lights and colors, consciousness seemingly thrown into a rapidly spinning centrifuge, ready to disintegrate at any moment. But he held on. The idea conduit trembled violently under the impact of the raging current, its light flickering, yet it never broke. Lin Ye transformed all his spirit, all his desire to survive, into the adhesive that maintained this fragile conduit. He guided the slightly tamed torrent of energy, no longer allowing it to rush chaotically into the abyss at the heart of the white glass, but awkwardly and painfully directing it toward the very core. That cold, desolate point, seeming on the verge of completely dissipating, the ice-blue source of starlight, was the foundation of her SSS-level star beast existence, as well as the most severely injured, nearly extinguished core mark. Buzz. When the first trace belonging to Lin Ye, mixed with F+ level weak origin power and his hardened, unyielding spirit will, finally clumsily and unsteadily touched that point of ice-blue starlight. A change, like a supernova explosion, suddenly descended. That little silent, cold, lifeless ice-blue starlight burst forth with an unimaginable blaring brilliance, as if thrown into eons of cosmic ice from Mars. A vast, ancient, cold aura capable of freezing time and space, yet containing the destructive will to incinerate the stars, roared back like a waking primordial beast, sweeping along the contract link. Puff! Lin Ye's body was hit head-on by an invisible battering ram, uncontrollably crashing backward, heavily slamming into the cold, hard alloy wall. Highest priority alert. SSS-level Star Beast origin mark detected reactive counterattack. Energy attribute, Ice Flame Annihilation. Intensity, destruction level. Host's mental connection suffers an overscale impact. Soul stability is sharply declining. Danger. Disconnect immediately. The system alarm has turned into a piercing, emotionless shriek, data streams frantically flashing, all in deathly crimson. Just as Lin Ye's fragile consciousness. On the brink of being thoroughly torn apart and turned to nothingness by this terrifying torrent capable of freezing and annihilating stars, the reversing ice blue destruction torrent, at the moment of touching the deepest barrier of his soul's core, hit an invisible, seemingly fragile barrier with unimaginable resilience. This was not some magical protection but rather a life-will barrier formed through his recent breakthrough to F+ level, forged in life and death struggles, meridian tearing, and extreme willpower squeezing. It was the unyielding essence of his soul, condensed through repeated struggles for survival in desperate times. The ice blue will of destruction violently collided with the light golden life barrier. The expected crushing devastation did not occur. The torrent of destruction failed to instantly annihilate the seemingly fragile barrier, instead stirring some deeper, dormant response. At the core point of Lin Ye's soul barrier being struck, a minuscule yet pure, vibrant light golden glow, possessing a strange inclusiveness, suddenly ignited like a fuse sparked by a spark. This glow was weak like a candle in the wind, incredibly tiny like dust compared to the ice blue torrent of destruction. But the moment it lit up, a strange sense of adaptability and compatibility began to spread. The ice blue will of destruction collided with the light golden glow but did not annihilate it instantly, rather, it seemed to be very weakly absorbed, encompassed, and transformed a tiny portion. That torrent of terrifying will capable of freezing and annihilating souls was surprisingly limitedly neutralized by this weak light golden glow. Though still bone-chillingly cold, though still carrying the power of destruction. But the force surging into the depths of Lin Ye's consciousness was no longer a pure torrent of destruction but became a weakened, filtered, and even possessing a strange resonance and information icy energy flow. Boom! Lin Ye's consciousness seemed to be thrown into the center of an information nuclear explosion. Countless shattered, cold, furious images and information fragments, yet filled with endless sorrow and anger. Like a nebulous storm at the beginning of the universe, it violently surged into his mind, nearly bursting his consciousness. Perspective infinitely elevated. The cold, dead silence of the vast, boundless universe, deep space. The stars scattered like diamonds, cold and distant. A terrifying stream of light, indescribable in color, immeasurable in speed, containing the breath of ultimate destruction, suddenly tore through the peaceful starry sky. Target, locked. Anger. Ice cold, to the extreme, anger. Like lava erupting beneath a glacier for 10,000 years. A sound seemingly from ancient times, a silent roar shook the soul. Ice blue flames ignited out of nowhere, not warmth, but extreme cold and annihilation. Wherever they passed, space was frozen and torn apart, several passing asteroids instantly became the most primitive particles of dust. The stream of destruction collided fiercely with the ice flame wall. A silent explosion. The light devoured everything. From the core came an indescribable pain, like the soul being torn apart. Space was torn open by the raging energy, creating a massive rift. Out of control plummet. The world spun around. Passing through the cold, chaotic stardust belt, in his view, a blue planet rapidly magnified. Chaos, dizzy to the extreme, the impact of icy hard ground, the stinging scent of disinfectant flooding perception. An extremely weak, candle-like human life aura approached, a forced sense of connection? Strange contract? Stability, doubt, cold. Immediately, it was endless, bone-chilling hunger. A mad thirst for energy. Like a dying traveler in the desert seeing a mirage. Then, a faint, clumsy, trembling stream, filled with pain, yet containing a stubborn will that made her very essence feel a hint of stirring, tried to get close, tried to touch the deepest, endlessly painful black crack at the core. Lin Ye curled up in the cold corner, holding his seemingly exploding head, letting out a beast-like cry of pain. These fragments of information were violent and cold, carrying the massive spiritual imprint of an SSS-level existence, striking at his fragile consciousness. It was like countless ice picks stirring inside his brain. The intense headache nearly made him faint, but he clung tightly to the faint golden light deep within his soul, as if grasping a stabilizing needle in the cataclysmic tsunami. He saw it. Deep within the ice-blue starfire at the core of Bai Li, there lay a horrifying black crack, coiled like an ugly centipede. At the edge of the crack, there lingered a trace of extremely subtle, yet filled with ominous and destructive energy. It was the source aura of that terrifying flow of light. It was the culprit that caused her severe injuries, leading to her fall, with her core on the brink of collapse. At this moment, the weak stream of primal energy and mental power he guided over was like the most clumsy craftsman, painstakingly attempting to approach the deepest black crack, the weak power akin to a drop of water, trying to fill that canyon-like wound. Although it was a drop in the bucket, it was filled with a resolute determination. At this moment, the violent, black hole-like suction from the core of Bai Li finally, very slowly, and very reluctantly, began to weaken. Like a ferocious beast gnawing at its prey, after tasting a strange yet resilient flavor in the prey's blood, its actions hesitated and showed a hint of incomprehensible confusion. The link still existed, but the loss of energy did not cease. But the speed had changed from a destructive flood, pouring down, to a relatively controllable, rushing stream. Though it still continued to drain Lin Ye's strength, leaving him weak, his realm hanging by a thread, at least it was no longer a speed of lethal plunder in an instant. Cough, 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 cough. Lin Ye collapsed on the cold floor, exhausted, curling up like a shrimp out of water, gasping for breath, each intake filled with thick blood and pain in his lungs. His face was as pale as gold paper, with dark red bloodstains at the corners of his mouth and chest, the recently broken through F+ level realm flickering like a candle in a storm, dimming. At any moment it could be extinguished. His mental power was exhausted to the limit, consciousness hazy, vision blurred. But in the depths of his bloodshot eyes, there shone a gleam of manic brilliance, nearly mad with survival, and an indescribable shock and enlightenment. He saw her fall, her anger, her coldness, and that hunger deep in her bones. He even touched that terrifying, enemy's black crack at her core. This contracts reciprocation, rather than saying it was successful. It is better to say that on the tightrope of death, relying on will, that faint mysterious compatibility light, and an indescribable stirring, a precarious and dangerous balance was forcibly established. This was a gamble, he risked everything for a glimmer of hope. And just as his consciousness was fading into the brink of complete darkness, on that silent sickbed, as motionless as eternal ice, Bai Li, who had remained like a perfect ice sculpture, her long eyelashes covered with tiny ice crystals, trembled ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly. A faint chill, almost impossible for instruments to detect, yet undeniably real. Like a tiny crack quietly opening deep in ancient glaciers, a trace of pure, incredibly weak, yet vibrant and lively, ice source breath. Like the first drop of melted snow water in early spring, gently spreading, dispelling a hint of despair and decay. In the depths of the cold silent fortress, that flicker of ice-blue starlight struggling on the edge of absolute zero, seemed to be infused with a tiny, insignificant spark containing infinite possibilities. Chapter 10, Homecoming and the Initial Thaw of Ice. The lead gray alloy door slid open silently, replaced by a cool air mixed with the smell of earth, rainwater, and the unique dust of the city. Lin Ye stood at the fortress exit, taking a deep breath. The residual pain in his chest seemed to be diluted by this long-lost freedom. 3 days. In the absolute silence of the fortress, where vital energy was rich yet filled with invisible pressure, 3 days felt like walking on a tightrope between life and death. The euphoria of breaking through to F+ level and the subsequent near-death rebirth completely drained all of his strength and the vital crystal resources left by the security captain. But the result is good, he survived, and the terrifying crack at the heart of the White Li core was finally stabilized, pulled back from the brink of death. Commander Bai Li personally escorted him. His sharp gaze swept over Lin Ye, pausing for a moment on his still pale but noticeably more stabilized face, then fell on Bai Li, wrapped in a loose, hooded coat beside him. Her aura was exceptionally restrained. Like ancient jade in a deep pool, with only the occasional glimmer of ice-blue light leaking from beneath the brim of her hood. Carrying an aloofness that kept people at a distance, yet losing some of the previous deadness. Lin Ye, Bai Li. Bai Li's voice was deep and powerful. The analysis of the Dark Abyss scales is ongoing, pointing to a very ancient and secretive organization, with traces of activity spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom and beyond. You two are their targets, this is beyond doubt. The transfer channel of the Longyuan base will open in 7 days. These 7 days are your final buffer period. He handed over an unremarkable black metal box, etched with complex runes. This is an encrypted emergency communicator, activated immediately in the face of an insurmountable danger. Additionally, the Academy, considering your special situation, has specifically approved an additional resource allocation for recovery, which has been converted into credit points and deposited into your citizen account. Remember, remain vigilant, do not trust any strangers, and minimize going out. Lin Ye took the box. It felt cold and heavy in his hand, like holding a poisonous snake that could strike at any moment. He nodded, his voice a bit hoarse. Understood, thank you, Commander. The word home felt strange and distant for Lin Ye and Bai Li. Lin Ye's parents in this world had gone missing during a defense battle at the outskirts of a beast tide when he was young, leaving behind this old yet fairly clean one-bedroom apartment on the edge of the old city in Shanghai. And Bai Li, her origins remained a mystery at the Shanghai Beast Tamers School. She was only known to have been sent here by a mysterious old man and had no further relatives. The taxi navigated through the narrow, somewhat dirty streets, with scenes that Lin Ye was familiar with outside the window. Peeling wall paint, brightly colored clothes hanging on balconies, children chasing and playing, and the air filled with a mix of the smell of cheap food and machine oil. This starkly contrasted with the absolute order of the Silent Fortress, the special care wards of the hospital, and even the elite atmosphere of the Beast Tamers School. Bai Li quietly sat on the other side of the back seat, her hood pulled low, revealing only her elegantly contoured chin. She seemed entirely uninterested in the hustle and bustle of the outside world. A chilling aura radiated, warning strangers to stay away. But Lin Ye could faintly sense through status sharing that she was not entirely cold, but more like someone distanced by scrutiny in an unfamiliar environment. Her mental strength acted like invisible tentacles, delicately sweeping over the streets and pedestrians, filled with primal vigilance. The car stopped in front of an old apartment building, its exterior covered in vines. The hallway was narrow and dim, with the motion sensor lights flickering inconsistently. Lin Ye took out his keys and unlocked the iron door at the end of the third floor, which was coated in cheap green paint. Creak! The door opened. A faint smell of dust and the scent of sun-warmed old furniture rushed over him. The room was small, you could see the end at a glance. The living room served as a bedroom, featuring a single bed, an old desk, and a wardrobe filled with stuff. The kitchen was a narrow linear space, and the bathroom was pitifully small. The only good thing was the south-facing window, allowing generous afternoon sunlight to pour in, casting warm patches of light on the polished concrete floor. The place is a bit small and a bit old. Lin Ye awkwardly stepped aside, scratching his head. Letting an SSS level 9-tailed fox school beauty live in such a place felt ridiculous to him. You can sit, on the bed or the chair, whichever is fine. I'll tidy up a bit. Bai Li did not respond, just stepped inside. Her movements were light, barely making any sound. She scanned the surroundings, her ice blue eyes swept over the simple furniture, a few old textbooks piled in the corner, and a nearly dead pot of green vine on the windowsill. There was no hint of disgust in her gaze, only a near-indifferent calmness, as if all of this had nothing to do with her. She walked to the window, turning her back to Lin Ye, silently observing the bustling scene below. The sunlight outlined her slender yet upright silhouette, silvery hair spilling from the edge of her hood, glimmering softly in the light. Lin Ye let out a sigh of relief and quickly set down his simple luggage, really just a backpack with a change of clothes. He rolled up his sleeves and began to awkwardly tidy up. Sweeping the floor, wiping the table, and gathering the scattered books. As he moved, he felt lingering soreness throughout his body from overcoming internal injuries and exhaustion. Status sharing conveyed Bai Li's emotions, calm, distant, and a hint of faint fatigue. Her physical state, core injuries forcibly stabilized it, severe but unhealed, extremely fragile, like cracked glass needing absolute rest and continuous energy replenishment. The previous support had merely kept her alive, far from recovery. Lin Ye poured a cup of warm water, hesitated for a moment, then gently placed it on the only small tea table by the window. Would you like some water? How do you feel? He tried to make his voice sound natural. Bai Li did not turn around, merely giving a faint in response. After a few seconds, she extended her hand, picking up the cup of water. Her fingers were slender and fair, her nails trimmed rounded and clean, contrasting sharply with the shabby surroundings. She sipped the water delicately, her movements elegant as if savoring a royal liquid costing 180 a glass. Silence spread in the small room, broken only by the slight sounds Lin Ye made while tidying up and the distant murmur of the streets outside. It was awkward, yet strangely carried a sense of peace, as if after surviving a calamity. After cleaning up, Lin Ye glanced at Bai Li still standing by the window, summoning his courage to speak. There's only one bed. You can sleep in the bed, I'll sleep on the floor. He pointed to the corner, I'll see if there are any extra blankets. This time, Bai Li turned around. The ice blue eyes under her hood gazed at Lin Ye. Her gaze lingered momentarily on his still pale face, then swept over the slightly tidied but still empty room. A flicker of extremely faint fluctuation passed in her eyes, too quick to catch. No need. Her voice was still cold, but lacked the bone-deep chill from the fortress and the hospital. I don't need sleep. Meditation is enough. She walked to the center of the room, to the slightly emptier space, sat cross-legged, and closed her eyes. A faint yet pure icy aura began to swirl around her, slowly absorbing the thin energy particles in the air. Lin Ye was momentarily stunned, then he understood. For someone of her level, deep meditation really restored her better than sleep. He said no more, silently pulling out a set of relatively clean old bedding from the bottom of the wardrobe, and spread it on the cold cement floor by the bed. As he lay down, the chill from the floor seeped through the thin bedding, making him involuntarily gasp. He turned to his side, looking at Bai Li, who was meditating with her eyes closed not far away. The moonlight filtered through the window, casting a soft, misty glow on her, as if she were enveloped in a layer of translucent, pure light. Her long lashes cast faint shadows on her pale cheeks, as quiet as a snow lotus under the moonlight. Intimacy, 18/100. The number was still not high, but Lin Ye could feel that the thick ice around her seemed to have melted just a tiny crack in this simple home. At least, she hadn't rejected his presence, hadn't rejected the cup of water, and hadn't rejected this temporary home. That alone was a huge improvement. Exhaustion washed over him like a tide. Lin Ye closed his eyes and tried to practice the basic energy guidance technique. The small mastery level of the technique was much more efficient than before. Although the energy in the air was thin, the faint warm currents slowly gathered into his dry meridians, nourishing his internal injuries and bringing a slight sense of safety. The first night outside the silent fortress passed quietly, in silence and their slow recovery. The cold home gradually warmed slightly due to the presence of two people. The morning sunlight, carrying the unique noise of the old district, pierced through the thin curtains and woke Lin Ye. His body ached from sleeping on the ground, but his spirits were much better than yesterday. He sat up and found Bai Li still in the same meditative posture, her breathing steady and lone. The faint blue aura surrounding her seemed to have solidified a little. Status share, emotion stable, no signs of worsening core injuries, energy recovery extremely slow. The surrounding energy concentration is too low. Lin Ye got up quietly, careful not to disturb her. He sneaked into the small kitchen and opened the buzzing, old refrigerator. Inside, there were only a few eggs, half a pack of noodles, some wilted vegetables, and a few packs of instant noodles. This was all he had. He used to rely on the school cafeteria and part-time jobs to get by, rarely cooking at home. He scratched his head, feeling a bit troubled. He could easily make something for himself, but Bai Li. This severely injured SSS-level powerhouse couldn't possibly settle for instant noodles, right? Though she might not need the 3 meals a day like ordinary people, energy replenishment was definitely necessary, especially in her current weakened state. Grr! His stomach growled at an inopportune time, the sound echoing loudly in the silent kitchen. Lin Ye's face turned red, and he quickly covered his stomach. At that moment, he felt a cold gaze land on his back. Turning around, he saw Bai Li, who had finished her meditation at some point, standing quietly at the kitchen door, watching him and the sad instant noodles in his hand. Ahem. Good morning. Lin Ye awkwardly greeted her. There's not much food left at home. Should I go out and buy something? What would you like to eat? Or, is there anything I can help you buy? He asked cautiously. Bai Li's gaze swept over the empty refrigerator and stove, her ice blue eyes showing no emotion. Anything. She said lightly, paused, then added, something light would be fine. All right, something light. Lin Ye quickly grabbed the keys and the large sum of money just transferred by Lei Lai. It was only a few thousand credit points. For the resource consumption of beast tamers, it's a drop in the bucket, but it's more than enough for daily expenses. I'll be back soon. The morning market in the old town is full of vibrant life. The sounds of shouting, bargaining, and the aroma of food mixed together. Lin Ye weaves through the crowd, buying fresh vegetables, eggs, pork ribs, rice, and even indulgently weighing some mist mushrooms with good appearance, which are said to have benefits for recovering energy. He weighs the heavy bag in his hand, a strange sense of satisfaction rising inside him. This is shopping for home, for her and himself. Returning home, Bai Li has already sat back by the window, seemingly watching the pedestrians below, or perhaps just daydreaming. Lin Ye plunges into the kitchen. The sizzling sound of frying eggs, the rushing water for rinsing rice, and the chopping sound of vegetables break the silence in the room, bringing back the long-lost warmth of home. His cooking skills are average, but he makes up for it with his heart. Soon, 2 bowls of steaming vegetable and egg noodles, a plate of stir-fried mist mushrooms, and a small dish of sauced pork ribs are set on the small tea table. Dinner is ready. Lin Ye calls out, his voice carrying a hint of barely noticeable anticipation. Bai Li walks over, looking at the simple yet steaming food on the table, her eyes seemingly holding a faint curiosity. She mimics Lin Ye, picking up chopsticks. The gesture remains elegant, yet clearly shows her unfamiliarity. She lifts a piece of vegetable, hesitates for a moment, then cautiously brings it to her mouth. Lin Ye watches her nervously. All at once, she chews slowly, her expression unchanged, but the state sharing sends a slight, extremely weak wave, not rejection, but more like a calm acceptance of an unfamiliar flavor. How is it? Lin Ye can't help but ask. Not bad. Bai Li puts down her chopsticks, her evaluation is brief, offering no hint of joy or anger. Yet she picks up a spoon, scoops a small amount of soup, and slowly drinks it down. Lin Ye smiles, his little bit of nervousness dissipating. At least, she doesn't hate it. He also picks up his bowl and starts eating heartily. The warm food fills him up, driving away the cold from the floor, making him feel a bit stronger. After the meal, Lin Ye takes the initiative to clean up the dishes. Bai Li returns to the center of the room, seemingly ready to continue meditating. But when she sees Lin Ye carrying a basin and cloth, earnestly wiping the tables and chairs, mopping the floor, her ice blue eyes show, for the first time, a hint of obvious confusion. In her long memories of bloodline inheritance, strength, cultivation, and battle are eternal themes. Cleaning the room, such trifling matters, belonging to ordinary people, seems never to have existed before. She watches Lin Ye's slightly awkward yet exceptionally serious movements, sees the fine beads of sweat on his forehead, and notices his slightly bent back from mopping. A very strange feeling, like a small stone dropped into a deep pool, ripples opening in her cold heart lake. Intimacy, 18/120/100. Lin Ye finishes wiping the last tile, straightens up, takes a long breath, and turns around, meeting Bai Li's gaze filled with curiosity and a trace of inexplicable emotion. What's wrong? Lin Ye feels a bit uneasy under her gaze. Why do this? Bai Li's voice remains cold, but the distance has lessened, replaced by a bit of pure confusion. It's a waste of time. Lin Ye is taken aback for a moment, then quickly understands. In her understanding of existence, power is everything, these mundane matters are meaningless. He smiles, the smile carries a bit of weariness but also a sense of real acceptance, because this is home. A home should be clean and comfortable, or else what does it represent? And he pauses, looking at Bai Li. Letting you live in such a place is already very unfair. If I can clean it up a bit, it makes me feel better too. Home. Bai Li softly repeats the word, a trace of very faint confusion passing through her ice blue eyes, which soon returns to calmness. She doesn't say anything more, closing her eyes again. The surrounding waves of primal energy seem to be a bit softer than before. In the afternoon, Lin Ye attempted to practice. He sat cross-legged on his makeshift bed, operating the basic primal energy guidance technique. In the small success realm, the flow of primal energy became much smoother, and the thin primal energy in the air was slowly absorbed. At the same time, he split off a bit of his focus, carefully maintaining the contract link. He no longer dared to try forcefully guiding the feedback like he did in the fortress, but instead, through the link, he gently and slowly sent over a drop of the most pure primal energy he had refined, like a trickle of water, actively and continuously. Active feedback ongoing. Contract Beast Bai Li receiving, core injury repair efficiency plus 0.01%. Effect weak, but continuously stable. Bai Li silently received this tiny amount of weak power. Like a dried riverbed, accepting a trivial drop of rain. But Lin Ye could feel that the tiny ice blue star fire at her core seemed to gain an inexplicable sense of peace from this continuous, gentle nurturing. Intimacy, 20/122/100. The afterglow of the setting sun once again painted the window red. Lin Ye finished his practice, feeling much more refreshed. He got up, ready to make dinner. Walking to the window to check the sky, his gaze unintentionally swept across the street below. A man in gray overalls and a baseball cap was leaning against a utility pole at the street corner across, holding a newspaper as if reading it, but the brim of the cap was pulled down low. When Lin Ye's gaze passed over him, his spiritual sight instinctively activated for a moment. Buzz. The vision changed instantly. In the microscopic view of spiritual sight, the man was actually shrouded in a layer of extremely thin, yet incredibly familiar, sticky and cold dark aura. From the same source as the abyssal scales. Although it was as weak as a flickering candle in the wind, seemingly covered up by some secret method, Lin Ye would never misidentify it. A chill shot up his spine from his feet. Lin Ye's pupils suddenly constricted, taking a step back, his heart racing. What's wrong? Bai Li's cold voice rang out behind him. She had opened her eyes at some point, her ice blue gaze sharp as a knife, instantly locking onto the direction Lin Ye was staring at. A bone-chilling coldness silently spread out. Chapter 12, Shadows Lurking and the Warmth of the Poem. The air in the room seemed to freeze instantly. Lin Ye suppressed the tumult in his heart, quickly pulling down the old curtain that hardly blocked the light, leaving only a narrow gap. He lowered his voice and spoke rapidly. Downstairs, the man at the corner utility pole, wearing a baseball cap, reading a newspaper. I saw it with spiritual sight. There's an abyssal aura. Very weak, but absolutely unmistakable. Bai Li's figure silently approached the gap by the window, her ice blue eyes locking onto the target through the narrow slit. Her mental strength spread out like an invisible spider web, extremely discreetly. A few seconds later, she withdrew her gaze, and a layer of frost covered her beautiful face. The residual aura, very faint. The target's energy reaction is below F level, maybe an outside observer, or a regular person who has briefly had a tracking mark attached. Her voice was icy. Did he notice you? Shouldn't have. Lin Ye recalled that brief glance. I just looked casually. The spiritual sight was on for less than a second. He had his head down reading the newspaper. But even so, a strong sense of aftershock still seized him. The tentacles of the abyss had already extended so quickly to this remote old town. Their safe house was probably transparent in the eyes of the other party. This place is not suitable for staying long. Bai Li decisively said, her body radiating even more coldness. Immediately notify the city defense army. Lin Ye immediately took out the black metal box given by Bai Li, quickly inputting the emergency code to activate it as instructed. The box emitted a very faint buzzing sound, and an invisible encrypted message was instantly sent out. After doing all this, the two retreated to the center of the room, backing away from the window, alertly sensing the movements outside. The atmosphere in the small room once again became heavy and oppressive, the previous moment of peace completely vanished. Status sharing Bai Li's emotions arrived, cold, alert, killing intent was chilling. Her physical state also wavered slightly due to the recent mental power probe and the instant vigilance, the ice blue starfire at the core flickering gently. Lin Ye looked at Bai Li's tightly pressed lips and the lingering coldness in her brow, his heartstrings tightened even more. The enemy was just downstairs, and one was severely injured, while the other was merely an entry-level F+ class. The true combat power relied only on Bai Li's original power, which needed extreme caution to use. Time passed second by second, each moment felt like torture. Faintly, sounds of vehicles passing and the noisy crowd came from downstairs, but that man in the duckbill hat seemed not to have left. About 10 minutes later, a low and urgent engine sound approached, stopping at the apartment building. Immediately after, there were sounds of car doors opening and closing, along with quick and powerful footsteps. Lin Ye peered through the curtain gap and saw two plainclothes men, with a fierce aura like drawn blades, swiftly heading towards the street corner, directly targeting that man in the duckbill hat. The man in the duckbill hat seemed to sense danger, abruptly threw away his newspaper, and turned to blend into the crowd to escape. But those two plainclothes men were faster, leaping forward like cheetahs, swiftly capturing him and stuffing him into an inconspicuous black car. The whole process was as quick as lightning, hardly drawing the attention of passers-by. The black car sped away rapidly. Only then did Lin Ye and Bai Li's tense nerves slightly relax. Ding! Triggered side quest, Nest Vigilance. Quest objective: successfully identify and report the threats of the Dark Abyss's external surveillance, assist the city defense army in eliminating hidden dangers. Show basic crisis awareness and responsibility. Quest reward: mental power +1. Spirit vision, beginner, proficiency slightly increased. Affinity +2. Mental power, 15/116/100. Affinity, 22/124/100. The system's prompt eased Lin Ye's mind, but the gloom in his heart did not dissipate. This was only a peripheral surveillance, the real threat still lurked in the shadows. The journey to the Long Yuan base in 7 days was unlikely to be calm. The atmosphere at dinner was much more muted than at noon. Lin Ye simply cooked some dishes, and the two ate silently. Bai Li ate very little, seemingly lost in thought. Commander Lei Lai said that the Long Yuan base will open the passage in 7 days. Lin Ye broke the silence, trying to change the topic. Before that, we need to recover as much as possible. The elemental power in the house is too thin. Should I go to the Academy's resource center tomorrow to exchange for some elemental crystals? Bai Li put down her chopsticks, her ice blue eyes looking at Lin Ye. Elemental crystals are a drop in the bucket. Her voice was very calm, yet it pointed out the cruel reality. With her SSS class origins consumption, the effects of ordinary elemental crystals were minimal, and Lin Ye's little quota wasn't even enough to fill the gaps. Lin Ye's gaze dimmed, this was also his greatest sense of powerlessness. Contract link, Bai Li suddenly spoke, her eyes resting on Lin Ye's hand. The way you fed back before was very inefficient and carried great risk. Lin Ye felt his face flush, recalling that terrifying experience when he almost got drained. A lingering fear remained. Try guiding. Bai Li's voice contained a hint of hesitation, as if considering her words, not just one-way delivery. Resonance. Lin Ye was taken aback. Resonance? You mean, like during cultivation, allowing our elemental power to form a cycle in the contract link? He recalled the last moments in the fortress when he forcefully simulated her power frequency, resulting in a brief outburst. Yes. Bai Li nodded slightly. Your elemental power is very weak. But very clean. This was her first evaluation of Lin Ye's power, though still brief and cool. What do we need to do? Lin Ye's spirit brightened. If a safer and more efficient method can be found, it would definitely be tremendous news. Control. Precision. Bai Li extended her delicate, fair right hand, palm up, resting it flat on the small tea table. Try to condense your yuancher energy in your palm. Release it slowly. I will guide. Is this teaching hand in hand? Lin Ye looked at the hand so close, perfect like a work of art, and his heart skipped a beat. He took a deep breath, suppressing distracting thoughts, and also stretched out his right hand, palm down, hovering just above Bai Li's palm. He could feel the weak chill emanating from her palm. He closed his eyes, fully operating the guiding technique, carefully mobilizing a trace of newly born, F+ level aura of light golden yuancher energy from his dantian, leading it extremely slowly and steadily towards his right palm's logong point. This process required total concentration, like walking on the edge of a cliff. A faint yet condensed light golden glow slowly emerged from his palm. At the moment this glow appeared, a thin, nearly transparent ice blue halo quietly emerged from Bai Li's palm. She did not actively absorb it, but controlled the ice blue halo, like the most precise magnetic field, gently wrapping around and guiding the faint golden yuancher energy released from Lin Ye's palm. The two powers touched within a small space. There was no violent pull, no intense conflict. Lin Ye's faint golden yuancher energy, like a gentle stream, was tenderly wrapped and intertwined by the ice-blue halo. He could clearly feel Bai Li's power, cold, vast, carrying the essence of annihilation, yet at this moment showcasing an incredible capacity for acceptance and guidance. Her power, like the most delicate filter and the gentlest riverbed, guided his weak force along a mysterious trajectory, slowly flowing and cycling above her palm. A strange sense of resonance was clearly transmitted deep into Lin Ye's soul through the contract link in this connection of palms. His yuancher energy's operation speed, under this resonance, unexpectedly accelerated slightly by itself. The efficiency of refining external yuancher energy also improved. And what thrilled him even more was that he could feel the trace of yuancher he guided, after being cycled by Bai Li's power, seemed to have some tiny impurities removed, becoming more pure and condensed. Moreover, during the cycle, an extremely small part, as if assimilated or say transformed in attributes, carried a trace of weak icy characteristics, and slowly, continuously flowed back into his body through the contract link. Contract link, weak yuancher energy resonance established. Host's yuancher energy refinement level slightly increased. Yuancher energy recovery speed plus 5%. Contracted Star Beast Bai Li receives pure yuancher energy, core injury recovery efficiency plus 0.05%. Contract strength, level 1.5 level 1.6. Intimacy, 24/126/100. It succeeded. Although it's not a world-shattering improvement, this safe, controllable, and mutually beneficial weak resonance is significant. This has found them a new path to recover together in a resource-scarce situation. Lin Ye opened his eyes, filled with excitement, looking at Bai Li. Bai Li also happened to raise her gaze to him. In her ice-blue eyes, deep within the eternally frozen ice, it seemed that a trace of extremely faint acknowledgement melted due to this successful attempt. The corners of her lips seemed to move ever so slightly upward, so fast it was like an illusion. The two palms still separated by a tiny distance, light flowed, breath intertwined. In this simple room, with the dangerous night still possibly lurking outside, a tacit understanding beyond words and a subtle warm current quietly grew between the cold yuancher energy and the warm palms. Chapter 13, A Visit from an Old Friend and the Subtle Waves of the Ice Fox. The success of attempting to establish a weak yuancher resonance acted like a slight light, temporarily dispersing the gloom brought by the dark abyss spies. In the next 2 days, it became a rare peaceful time for Lin Ye and Bai Li in their shabby little nest. Every morning, Lin Ye would go to the morning market to buy fresh ingredients. Although Bai Li still remained silent, Lin Ye noticed that she seemed interested in the special ingredients he brought back, which contained a faint hint of elemental power. For example, the mist mushrooms and low-level elemental beast meat caught her eye a bit more. When cooking, Lin Ye was no longer a one-man show. Once, while he was clumsily handling a slippery elemental blue fish, Bai Li quietly appeared at the kitchen door. "Do you need help?" Her voice was clear and cold, with a hint of uncertain hesitation. Clearly, the concept of help was very unfamiliar to her. Lin Ye was taken aback and hurriedly handed her a clean vegetable. Can you help wash this? Or break it?" He demonstrated a bit. Bai Li took the vegetable, her ice-blue eyes filled with a sense of research. Her movements while washing the vegetable were extremely serious, controlling the water flow with precision, every leaf washed to a bright green, as if she were conducting a delicate experiment. Breaking the vegetable, however, was a bit awkward, showing a cautious sense of strength control, as if afraid of crushing the delicate plant into powder. Lin Ye watched this SSS-level big shot seriously wrestling with the vegetable, and couldn't help but smile. This striking contrast somehow touched his funny bone, bringing him a strange warmth. Intimacy, 26/128/100. After dinner, their main tasks were to practice and try elemental resonance. Lin Ye's mat became his exclusive training area. He practiced his guiding technique, slowly and steadily absorbing the thin elemental power, nurturing his internal injuries, and strengthening his F+ realm. Every time he finished training, he would actively come to the center of the room, extending his right hand. Bai Li would also intuitively extend her hand, palms facing each other, about an inch apart. The pale golden elemental power and ice-blue aura would once again merge and circulate. Each successful resonance cycle, although it provided only minimal improvement, added up over time. Lin Ye could feel his elemental power being refined over and over in the resonance, flowing even more smoothly. The ice-blue star fire in Bai Li's core also became more stable due to this continuous, gentle, and pure power nourishment. The edge of the terrifying black crack seemed to have extremely minute, unobservable ice crystals slowly condensing and filling in. Elemental resonance effect slightly improved. Contracted Star Beast absorption efficiency plus 0.1%. Intimacy, 28/129/100. On the afternoon of the third day, while Lin Ye was training, a loud, boisterous knock sounded at the door, accompanied by a familiar shout. "Brother Yi! Brother Yi! Open the door! It's me! Fatty! Wang Xiaogua!" Lin Ye's eyes shot open in surprise and delight. Wang Xiaoguo was one of the few true friends he had since crossing over. He glanced at Bai Li, who instantly resumed her cold and distant demeanor, and quietly said, "It's my friend, A-grade talent Wang Xiaoguo, he's a good guy." He got up to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Wang Xiaoguo's plump figure squeezed in, carrying 2 large bags of food, and the delicious aroma filled the air immediately. "Wow! Brother Yi! You didn't say you were out of the hospital. Made me go to the hospital for nothing. I only found out you were home from the old teacher." Wang Xiaoguo exclaimed, throwing the bags to the floor, his eyes sweeping across the room, and when he saw Bai Li standing by the window, with her cold and stunning aura, he instantly looked like he had been choked, his eyes wide and his mouth agape, as if a chicken egg could fit inside. Bai Li. Wang Xiaoguo's voice changed pitch, filled with disbelief. The universally acknowledged Ice Queen, the SSS-level genius, was actually in this rundown little house of Lin Ye, who was considered an F-level waste. This shocked him even more than knowing Lin Ye and Bai Li were attacked together in the hospital. Fatty, stop shouting." Lin Ye felt a bit embarrassed and quickly pulled him back. "Classmate Bai Li, her situation is special and she needs to rest for now. The principal arranged, for us to look out for each other," he explained vaguely. Wang Xiaoguo looked at Lin Ye, then at Bai Li, who was expressionless and only nodded slightly to greet them. His expression shifted from shock to confusion, then to a perverse admiration as if he suddenly understood. He threw his arm around Lin Ye's neck, lowered his voice, and winked. "Good job, Yi Gu. You're hiding your skills. So what if you're F-level? You still hooked an SSS-level goddess. And looking out for each other? You both living together? Awesome. I admire you, bro. From now on, you're my big brother. Teach me." He whispered very quietly, but how could he hide it from Bai Li's perception in this small room? Lin Ye's face instantly turned bright red, he wished he could find a hole in the ground to hide in. "Get lost. What nonsense are you saying? It's not what you think." Although Bai Li still had an expressionless face, Lin Ye through status sharing keenly sensed a very faint emotional fluctuation, not anger. It felt more like a cold displeasure of being offended? And a trace of indescribable embarrassment? Her gaze pierced like an ice pick, sweeping over the arm over shoulder Wang Xiaoguo and Lin Ye. Wang Xiaoguo immediately felt a chill at the back of his neck, sheepishly released Lin Ye, and coughed twice. "Ahem, Bai Li, sorry for disturbing you. I brought some supplements for Yi Gu, and just out of the oven, there's the roasted spirit chicken from Ju Yuan restaurant. So delicious. You eat slowly. I'll take my leave now." He stuffed the items into Lin Ye's hands and fled, leaving behind a look that seemed to say, "Take care, brother." The door closed, and only awkward silence remained in the room. Lin Ye held the steaming roast chicken, staring at the disappearing doorway, feeling both amused and helpless. He turned around and looked at Bai Li, scratching his head. The fatty speaks without a filter, but he's not a bad person, so don't take it to heart." Bai Li didn't look at him, her gaze returned to the window, leaving him with a cool side profile. But Lin Ye clearly felt that ice-cold displeasure of being offended was slowly dissipating, replaced by something more complex, with a hint of inexplicable scrutiny directed at him. Intimacy, 29/130/100. Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat. This intimacy rising, why does it feel a bit ominous? Ju Yuan restaurant, roasted spirit chicken? Bai Li's cold voice suddenly rang out, carrying a hint of barely detectable questioning. She slightly turned her head, her icy blue eyes fixed on the greasy paper bag in Lin Ye's hand. A mixture of spices and a kind of low-level fire-type elemental beast meat had a uniquely tempting scent wafting out. Lin Ye was momentarily stunned, then suddenly inspired, hurriedly opening the greasy paper bag. A beautifully golden, crispy roasted chicken, glistening with oil and exuding a strong elemental energy and fragrance, appeared before him. Right, the signature dish from Ju Yuan restaurant, that fatty really knows how to buy. Lin Ye tore off a piece of the most fragrant chicken leg and tentatively handed it over. The taste should be pretty good? Although it doesn't contain much elemental energy, better than nothing? Do you want to try it? Bai Li stared at the dripping chicken leg held before her, and the icy blue in her eyes seemed to be replaced by a more pure curiosity towards the unfamiliar food. She hesitated for a full 3 seconds before extending her slender, elegant fingers to gracefully accept the chicken leg that was so out of place with her temperament. Under Lin Ye's nervous and expectant gaze, she gently opened her cherry lips and took a small bite delicately, chewing slowly. Then, through status sharing, Lin Ye distinctly captured an extremely subtle, yet incredibly clear fluctuation. Joy. A pure and simple delight in the deliciousness of food, joy. Though it was fleeting, quickly overshadowed again by her cold demeanor, Lin Ye's heart felt as if it had been gently bumped by something. In an instant, it became bright. The tip of the iceberg seemed to be quietly melting away under the fragrant smoke of the human world. Chapter 14, Whispers in the Rainy Night and the Dusty Past. The night fell heavily, and lead-gray clouds weighed down on the sky above Starsea City. Muffled thunder rolled deep within the clouds, and the air was so humid it felt like it could be wrung out for water. A long-awaited heavy rain was about to pour down. The small house was lit with warm yellow energy-saving lights. Lin Ye cleaned up the leftovers of the roasted chicken that Wang Xiaoguo brought. Most of it went into his belly, while Bai Li only took a few small bites. But Lin Ye was sure she tasted it and that she did not dislike it. He wiped the table clean and tidied up the floor mat. Bai Li still sat in the chair by the window, not meditating, just quietly watching the sky outside grow darker and the occasional lightning that tore through the night. State sharing, emotions seemed to be calmer than usual, carrying a hint of barely perceptible stagnation. It felt like waiting for something. It's going to rain heavily. Lin Ye walked to the window, looking at the trees swaying uncontrollably in the wind. The old house, the windows leak a bit, but it should be fine. He reached out to close the window tightly. Just as his fingers touched the icy window frame. Boom! A gigantic, blinding flash of lightning tore the sky apart, followed immediately by an ear-splitting thunderclap that sounded like it exploded right above his head. The entire old apartment building seemed to shake along with it. The voice-activated light flickered off, plunging the small house into darkness, with only the brief, harsh light from the lightning outside. Ah! Lin Ye was caught off guard, shivering from the thunder that was so close, his heart almost leaping out of his throat. And at that moment... A muffled, pained sound came from behind him. Lin Ye turned around sharply. In the flickering light of the lightning, he saw a scene that tightened his heart. Bai Li was curled up in her chair, both hands tightly covering her ears. Her body trembled violently. She lowered her head, her silver hair cascading down, covering most of her face. But Lin Ye could clearly feel a cold fear and pain, coming from the depth of her soul, surging through the contract link like a flood breaking its dam. It was far more intense and deeper than what he felt during the beast attack at the Silent Fortress. State sharing, emotion, intense fear. Pain. Core spark fluctuating violently. The origin mark is in an emergency state. Triggered deep trauma memories. Body state, risk of energy loss of control sharply increasing. The thunder. It was thunder. Such a common thunder surprisingly triggered a terrible trauma memory deep within her heart. Lin Ye understood in an instant. He recalled the broken picture he saw during the feeding, the cold, cosmic deep space, that terrifying stream of light tearing apart the starry sky, bringing destruction. When that stream of light tore through space, did it also come with such devastating thunder? When it fell, was the spinning of the heavens and earth filled with deafening roars? Bai Li. Lin Ye couldn't care about the darkness anymore and rushed to Bai Li's side, half kneeling down. He could feel her body shaking uncontrollably, a cold breath escaping chaotically, causing the temperature around them to drop sharply. Don't be afraid. It's just thunder. Just thunder. Lin Ye's voice held an urgency and reassurance he didn't even realize he had. It's very safe here. The house is strong. I'm here. Instinctively, he reached out his hand, wanting to hold her cold, trembling hand to give her some support and warmth. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the back of Bai Li's hand, Bai Li suddenly lifted her head. The lightning's glow brightened again, illuminating her face, pale and devoid of any color. Those blue eyes that were always as cold as ice were now filled with an unfathomable fear and helplessness that Lin Ye had never seen before. Like a startled young beast, all-powerful and cold shells stripped away, only the most primitive vulnerability remains. Tears, like broken ice crystals, slide down from the corners of her eyes without warning, refracting shattered light under the flash of lightning. Lin Ye's hand froze in midair, his heart feeling as if gripped tightly by a cold hand. He never thought that someone as strong as her would ever show such an expression. Those tears shocked him more than any attack, and made his heart ache. Don't touch me. Bai Li's voice carried a broken cry in an effort to maintain coldness, her body shrinking back as if Lin Ye's hand were a burning hot iron. Lin Ye immediately withdrew his hand, not daring to move again, just anxiously watching her. Okay, I won't touch. I won't touch. Look at me. Look at me. It's just thunder. It's a natural phenomenon. It won't hurt us. It's okay. Take a deep breath. Try to control your power. The thunder outside roared like war drums, each rumbling making Bai Li's body shake violently, her fear deepening further. She bit her lower lip hard, even drawing blood, trying to suppress the tremors that came from the depths of her soul with pain. A chaotic, icy breath violently swirled around her, and the cup in the room frosted over in an instant. Lin Ye was burning with anxiety. This way wouldn't work. Her power could lose control at any moment. He forced himself to calm down, his mind racing. Contract link. Resonance. This is the only way now. He no longer hesitated, closed his eyes, and activated the guidance technique with all his strength, sinking his mind deep into the contract link. He no longer tried to transfer power but cautiously extended his mental energy, like the lightest feather, carefully probing into the icy blue nebula that was violently swirling due to fear. There was no guide, no control, only the purest intention conveyed. Look at me. Bai Li. Look at me. There is no destructive light here. No falling starry sky. Only rain. Only thunder. I am here. I am here. Look at me. His intention repeated again and again, filled with unwavering determination and a near-pleading comfort. He transmitted his current feelings, echoes of fear from the thunder, worry for her, and a strong desire to protect her despite his limited power, without reservation and clearly through the link. At the same time, he extended his hand again. This time the target was not her hand, but hovering above her shoulder that slightly trembled from fear, palm facing down, releasing his most stable and gentle pale golden elemental light. The light was soft, like a small lamp in the darkness. Don't be afraid, look at me. Lin Ye's voice was exceptionally clear and gentle amidst the thunder. Time seemed to freeze. The thunder outside continued, but it no longer seemed so terrifying. Bai Li's icy blue eyes, filled with fearful tears, stared hard at Lin Ye's palm, glowing warmly above her shoulder. Another flash of lightning lit up, illuminating his face full of genuine anxiety, worry, and a warmth that made even the cold fear deep within her soul tremble slightly. Within the contract link, the terrifying tide of fear seemed to crash against an island glowing with warmth. The conveyed intention, clumsy yet weak, carried a rock-like stability and unreserved concern. Look at me. I am here. This voice seemed to pierce through endless cold and the echoes of destruction. Bai Li's violently trembling body slowly began to settle. The tightly bitten lip loosened, a trace of crimson blood hanging on her pale lips. The tears that filled her eyes no longer fell, simply staring blankly at Lin Ye, at the light in his palm, at the pure intention of protection in his eyes. The chaotic icy breath seemed to be gently smoothed by an invisible hand. The room began to become orderly and stable again. The frost flowers in the room stopped spreading. Contract link deepening. Spiritual resonance established, faint. Successfully intervened in the contract star beast's intense mental fluctuations, effectively alleviating primal trauma stress response. Intimacy, 30/145/100. Contract strength, level 1.6 level 1.8. The thunder outside gradually faded away, leaving only the sound of rain pattering against the glass window. The fear in Bai Li's eyes slowly receded like a tide, returning to its cold clarity, but beneath that layer of hard ice, it seemed something had been completely changed. She looked at Lin Ye, who was still half kneeling in front of her, his palm holding a faint glow. Her voice carried a hint of hoarseness and fatigue from weathering a storm, yet it was no longer cold and piercing. That light tore through the starry dome. When it fell, there was only thunder and endless darkness. For the first time, she actively and brokenly mentioned that nightmare-like past fragment. Lin Ye's heart was harshly tugged. He slowly lowered his hand, his voice gentle as if afraid of disturbing something. It's all in the past. You are safe now. Here is home. Bai Li did not speak again, only turned her head and looked back at the continuous curtain of rain outside the window. But her body was no longer tense like a bow. A kind of fatigue as if surviving a disaster mixed with an indescribable, faint yet real sense of security filled the small room. Lin Ye did not get up, still half kneeling beside her, silently guarding the rare peace of this rainy night. He knew that the core of that hard ice had cracked open a gap leading to real warmth. And between them, there finally existed a bond of trust beyond the contract. On the eve of heading to the Longyuan base, this unexpected thunderstorm instead became a catalyst for warming emotions. Chapter 15 Morning Light and Unhealed Wounds. On the morning after the rain, sunlight filtered through the water-specked glass window, casting mottled warm light and shadow on the rough concrete floor. The air was filled with the freshness of the soil and a slight chill, and last night's wild wind and rain felt like a distant dream. Lin Ye woke up on the ground, his muscles still lingering with the soreness after excessive tension, especially that mental fatigue that wouldn't fade. He instinctively looked toward the window. Bai Li was still sitting in that chair, her posture seemingly unchanged. Her silver long hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, shimmering softly in the morning light. She tilted her head, gazing out at the street washed clean by the rain. In her ice-blue eyes, last night's fear and vulnerability had vanished, restored to her usual coldness, yet beneath that layer of hard ice, it seemed there was a hint of indescribable sediment and tranquility. Status share, emotional stability, core injury stable, slight fluctuations, fatigue. Hearing Lin Ye move, she slightly turned her head, her gaze landing on him, without words, just a very slight nod, as if to greet. An unspoken understanding flowed in the morning light. Lin Ye also nodded, not asking more about last night's events. Some wounds need time to heal on their own, interrogating them is like ripping off a scab. He stood up, carefully starting to tidy up the bedding, and then walked into the small kitchen. Soon, the aroma of a simple breakfast filled the air: white porridge, fried eggs, and a few slices of toast that Wang Xiaogua had brought yesterday, crisped in a frying pan. The two sat across from each other at the small tea table, quietly eating breakfast. Sunlight spilled over the food and onto Bai Li's slightly lowered eyelashes, casting a shallow shadow. She ate with the same elegant grace, taking small bites as if she wasn't eating but completing some kind of ritual. Today, Lin Ye put down his spoon, breaking the silence. Commander Bai Li should come to pick us up. Bai Li responded, her voice devoid of emotion. She set down her chopsticks, picked up the warm water Lin Ye had poured for her, taking small sips. Regarding the upcoming trip to Longyuan base, which represented greater strength, and in the more dangerous whirlpool, she seemed to have little expectation or resistance, nearly a near indifferent acceptance. After breakfast, Lin Ye began to do a final check of his luggage. Actually, there wasn't much to bring, just a few changes of clothes, and he glanced at the struggling pothose on the windowsill, thought for a moment, and found a small plastic bag to carefully pack it with the soil. It was to bring a bit of insignificant life to that cold base dormitory. Bai Li quietly watched his actions, her gaze lingering on the pothose for a few seconds, a faint, elusive light flashing in her ice-blue eyes. At exactly 9 o'clock in the morning, the familiar low rumble of an engine sounded downstairs. Lin Ye took a deep breath and picked up the simple luggage bag. Bai Li also stood up, pulling up her wide hood which covered most of her face, revealing only her elegantly shaped jaw and tightly pressed lips. The two walked down the dimly lit corridor, one in front of the other. The old apartment building seemed to return to the past silence, where only Lin Ye once resided. Downstairs, the familiar black SUV was parked by the roadside. Bai Li still wore his sharp uniform, standing by the car like a pine, his sharp gaze sweeping over the two people coming out of the corridor, especially lingering on Bai Li for a moment before nodding slightly. Ready? His voice was as steady as ever. All set, Commander. Lin Ye nodded. Bai Li merely nodded slightly in response. Without any extra words, the three got into the car. The engine let out a low roar as the SUV smoothly drove away from this old street, which held fleeting thrilling yet inexplicably warm moments. Lin Ye looked through the car window at the familiar streets rushing backward, a surge of complicated emotions rising in his heart. There was anxiety about the unknown ahead, a longing for strength, and a hint of reluctance for that little house behind him. He instinctively turned his head to look at the girl beside him. She leaned against the back of the seat, the brim of her hat lowered, seemingly resting her eyes, emanating a chill that urged others to stay away. But through this status sharing, Lin Ye could vaguely sense that she wasn't truly calm. Beneath her frozen heart lake, there seemed to be undercurrents surging. Was it an examination of the base? A calculation of the future? Or a hint of lingering fear from the brief loss of control last night? The vehicle passed through the bustling city and drove towards the suburbs, finally entering an extremely tightly guarded military-controlled area. Layer upon layer of checkpoints, identity verification, pupil scanning, the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy and oppressive. Eventually, the SUV entered a massive mountain tunnel, and the lights suddenly dimmed. After about 10 minutes of driving, the view opened up. A huge underground space filled with a futuristic technological vibe appeared before them. The dome soared high, with simulated natural light softly pouring down. Countless metal buildings stood in rows, while various hovering vehicles and uniformed personnel moved back and forth. The air was rich with a concentration of elemental power, making Lin Ye feel invigorated with every breath he took. This was Longyuan base. The strongest shield and sword for the Dragon Kingdom against the Abyss. The vehicle stopped in front of a silver-gray building marked A7 Zone. Follow me. Bai Li got out of the car first, leading the two into the building. After passing several rounds of identity verification, they arrived at a heavy alloy door engraved with runes. This is your temporary dormitory. Inside are the base regulations and initial training schedule. Remember, private fights are prohibited in the base, but competition is encouraged. Your permissions are currently limited, so don't wander around. Tomorrow morning at 8, gather at Training Ground C3 for adaptive assessment. The room was a standard twin room, simple, cold, and lifeless. 2 beds, 2 desks, and a separate mini meditation room. Compared to that little house in the old city, which was full of warmth, this place felt more like a high-end prison. After Bai Li left, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Bai Li walked to the window. It was a huge one-way glass. Outside was a simulated forest canyon scene, vivid yet false. She stretched out her finger, and a trace of imperceptible ice-blue halo lingered at her fingertip, gently tapping the glass. Buzz, the surface of the glass instantly revealed countless fine energy circuits, then quickly disappeared. Basic protection, can resist B-level attacks. She withdrew her hand, her voice cold, showing no joy or anger. She walked to her own bed, did not sit down, but directly sat cross-legged on the floor, closing her eyes. A faint but pure icy aura began to surround her, actively absorbing the rich particles of elemental power in the room. For her, adapting to the unfamiliar environment was unnecessary, restoring her power was the only task. Lin Ye watched Bai Li, who quickly entered a meditative state, also suppressing his emotions, walking to his bed and sitting down, trying to operate the basic elemental energy guidance technique. The small achievement realm of the technique operated far more efficiently in such a rich elemental environment. Threads of pure elemental energy surged into his body, nourishing his meridians and stabilizing his realm. Cultivation efficiency increased by 300%. Elemental energy recovery in progress. Contract link stable, weak elemental resonance ongoing contract Starsea Beast Bai Li's core injury recovery efficiency plus 0.08%. The change in environment brought the most direct benefit of a soaring recovery speed. However, Lin Ye felt little joy in his heart. The coldness of the base, the strict rules, and the upcoming unknown evaluation all loomed over him like invisible pressure. F-level strength here was like a firefly in the night, particularly conspicuous, yet particularly fragile. He glanced at Bai Li, who was immersed in her practice, her cold and beautiful profile under the simulated light resembling an ice sculpture. The slight distance between them, which had just been drawn closer by the rainy night, seemed to quietly freeze back in this cold environment. The first day at Longyuan base was spent in silence and each one's cultivation. The simulated landscape outside was always sunny, while the two inside the room each had different waves in their hearts. Chapter 16, Assessment and the Cold Edge. The next morning, C3 Tactical Training Ground. In the huge dome space, the floor was made of specially designed memory metal, and the walls shimmered with the glimmer of energy absorption runes. Dozens of trainees had already gathered at the edge of the field, most aged between 18 to 20, with sharp breaths and piercing gazes, exchanging glances filled with scrutiny and competition. These were the elites selected from various places, all with at least B-level talent. When Lin Ye and Bai Li walked into the venue led by Bai Li, almost all gazes instantly focused on them. Especially when Bai Li slightly raised her head, revealing that breathtakingly beautiful face and ice blue eyes, gasps of suppressed amazement filled the air. SSS level. Bai Li. It's really her. The one from Shanghai City. The one next to her F level? Lin Ye? How did he get in? Must be relying on connections, I heard they in Shanghai City. F level sneaking into Longyuan? What a joke. Whispers and unapologetic doubts, and disdainful glances pierced at Lin Ye like needles. He straightened his back, his expression calm, but his tightly clenched fists betrayed the turmoil within. The F-level label here was like original sin. Bai Li seemed unaware of these gazes and discussions, like a statue carved from ice and snow, but her eyes grew even colder. Bai Li stepped to the center of the venue, his voice booming through the speakers. Silence. I am your chief instructor for this Hidden Dragon training program, Bai Li. Longyuan does not raise waste, here there are only warriors. In the coming 3 months, you will undergo the most rigorous training, with a 50% elimination rate. Now, we will conduct the first adaptive evaluation, team simulation confrontation. With a wave of his hand, several large holographic projection screens rose in the center of the arena, displaying complex jungle canyon maps and grouping information. Lin Ye and Bai Li were placed in Team 7. There were 3 others on the team. A tall, strong boy with dark skin, carrying a huge alloy tower shield, named Shirley, with B-level defensive talent immovable barrier. A petite girl with nimble movements, with 2 short blades hanging at her waist, named Yiling, with B-level agility talent wind shadow. And a pale boy wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking somewhat gloomy, named Chen Mo, with B-level support talent mental link. Seeing the team roster, Shirley and Yiling's faces instantly fell. An F-level burden? How are we supposed to fight now? Chen Mo pushed up his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses sweeping over Lin Ye and Bai Li, showing no emotion. Team 7, Objective, Blue Side Resource Point 3. Encounter, Red Side Team 5, all members B+ level. Terrain, Misty Canyon. Countdown, 5 minutes to prepare. A cold electronic voice sounded. We're doomed. Yiling sighed, glaring fiercely at Lin Ye, what terrible luck. Hey, F-level, stay far back later so you don't hold us back. If you die, don't blame us. Shirley patted his heavy tower shield, responding in a deep voice, I'll try to protect you, but good luck to you. Chen Mo said nothing, just silently adjusting a device on his wrist that looked like a watch. Lin Ye pressed his lips tight, not arguing. The gap in strength was an objective reality. Bai Li remained silent, her icy blue eyes sweeping over the misty canyon on the map, her fingertips moving slightly, almost imperceptibly. Countdown finished. Scene loading. In an instant, the scene before everyone shifted. Damp, cold mist rushed toward them, jagged rocks and twisted dead trees formed a complex maze. Visibility was less than 20 meters. Follow me. Maintain formation. Shirley, lead the front. Yiling, scout the flanks. Chen Mo, stay central to support. Lin Yu and Bai Li cover the rear. Chen Mo's voice echoed in the mental link, calm and swift. The team immediately moved according to the orders. Shirley let out a low growl, the tower shield glowing with a earth-yellow light, moving like a fortress at the front. Yiling's figure flickered, seemingly merging with the wind, vanishing into the left mist. Chen Mo stayed central, his mental energy spreading out like a spider web, sensing the surrounding environment. Lin Ye and Bai Li walked at the back. Lin Ye was highly alert, activating spirit vision to the limit, seeing the faint flow of elemental energy in the air and the outline of energy traps, though still quite blurry. Bai Li appeared to stroll leisurely, her icy blue eyes scanning the mist, as if she could see through all illusions. Suddenly, "Be careful on the right side." Chen Mo's urgent voice rang in the link. Almost simultaneously, 3 blazing fireballs tore through the mist, shrieking sharply, and bombarded toward Chen Mo in the center of the team in a triangular formation. Shirley roared, suddenly turning the tower shield, the earth-yellow light surging. Boom! Boom! 2 loud bangs went off as the fireballs exploded against the shield, flames splattering everywhere. But the third fireball had a tricky angle, slipping past the shield and heading straight for Chen Mo. Chen Mo's face turned pale, his mental link was skilled in perception and support, defense was not his strength. At this critical moment, a figure was faster than the fireball. Bai Li. She didn't even move her feet, just pointed at the whistling fireball with her finger like a sword, and made a single motion. Swish! A weak, almost invisible icy blue flame shot out instantly, precisely hitting the core of the fireball. No explosion, no loud noise. That fireball, nearly the size of a basin, containing B+ level destructive power, was like being thrown into an absolute zero abyss, instantly freezing, solidifying, and then turning into a puff of sparkling icy blue stardust, silently drifting away in the mist. The whole process was as fast as lightning, light and casual. Both Shirley, who was about to rush over to rescue, and Yiling, who had just revealed herself, froze, staring in disbelief at the dissipating icy dust, and Bai Li, who still stood in place as if she hadn't done anything. Hissed the members of Red Side Team 5, who launched a sneak attack, gasped in shock, clearly also shaken by this strange and powerful means. Don't space out. 3 o'clock direction. 2. 10 o'clock direction. 1 far away. Bai Li's cold voice rang out in battle, precise and icy, filled with an undeniable commanding tone. Shirley and Yiling instantly regained focus, their battle instincts triggered. Shirley roared as he charged forward with his shield towards 3 o'clock. Yiling moved like a ghost, pouncing towards 10 o'clock. Chen Mo opened his mental link fully, providing precise guidance to his teammates. Lin Ye was also busy, manipulating spirit vision at full power, locking onto the red team's energy fluctuations in the mist, and continuously reporting, 9 o'clock has energy trap fluctuations. Watch out for vines underfoot. The ranged attack is moving, coordinates updating. The battle exploded instantly. Shirley was like a human battle car, braving the enemy's attacks rigidly. Yiling's figure was elusive, short blades shimmering with cold light, targeting the vital points. Chen Mo's mental interference caused the enemy's spells to frequently go awry. And Bai Li, she was like a stabilizing anchor on the battlefield and a deadly assassin. She did not use the terrifying ice flame annihilation again, but each of her strikes was incredibly precise. Either freezing the ground beneath the enemy's feet instantly to throw them off balance, or using exquisitely perfect mental shockwaves to interrupt key spellcasting, even foreseeing the enemy's collaborative intentions, giving concise and deadly instructions in battle. Her presence caused a qualitative change in the combat power of Team 7. Although Lin Ye's F-level strength contributed little to direct combat, his enhanced scouting and early warning through spirit vision and the subtle dual-core perception formed by the contract link with Bai Li provided extremely valuable informational support for the team. The red team's 5th squad was taken aback. Their proud cooperation and B+ level strength seemed full of loopholes under the cold command and bizarre tactics of that mysterious SSS level. Especially that F-level kid, who always pointed out their traps and intentions in advance. In less than 10 minutes, the casualty indicators for the 3 red team members lit up, marking them as out. Team 7, goal achieved. Evaluation, excellent. A cold electronic voice rang out, the mist dissipated, and the scene restored. The 4 members of Team 7 stood in the center of the arena, except for Bai Li, who remained as cold as ever. Shirley, Yiling, and Chen Mo were panting, their faces filled with disbelief, excitement, and shock. They had won. And won so, officially. The other students watching from the sidelines were in an uproar. The gazes towards Team 7 completely changed. Especially the looks directed at Bai Li and Lin Ye, filled with awe and curiosity. That SSS level was ridiculously strong. And that F level didn't seem completely useless? Shirley put away his tower shield, walked up to Lin Ye, extended his large hand like a fan, with a hearty smile and a hint of apology. Brother. Just now, sorry. Your eyes are really sharp. Impressive. Yiling also chimed in, her eyes sparkling, all previous disdain wiped away. Hey, you're Lin Ye, right? How did you train your perception ability? It's amazing. I'll be counting on you for the next mission. Chen Mo pushed up his glasses, looking at Lin Ye and Bai Li, his gaze behind the lenses thoughtful, dual-core perception, contract link, interesting. Lin Ye looked at his teammates' outstretched hands and sincere gazes, a warm surge and unprecedented sense of accomplishment filled his heart. He reached out and firmly shook hands with Shirley. Teamwork. Bai Li's gaze swept past the gathered teammates, her ice blue eyes still lacking warmth, but the coldness surrounding her seemed to quietly retract a bit. Familiarity, 45/155/100. Contract strength, level 1.8 level 2.0. In the first battle at Longyuan base, F-level Lin Ye, in his own way, earned the first respect for himself and the nine-tailed fox beside him. Chapter 17, The Pain of Body Refinement and the Gifts of the Ice Plane. The victory of the first team simulation battle did not give Team 7 much breathing room. The training intensity at Longyuan base was as cold and efficient as its name. Gravity chamber, energy turbulence impact field, extreme reaction training pod. Various unheard-of facilities take turns, each designed to squeeze every bit of potential from the trainees and break their limits. Lin Ye became the most eye-catching presence in the training ground not because he was strong, but because he was weak. In the tenfold gravity chamber, Shirley can swing a giant shield under pressure, Yiling can barely maintain her agility, and Chen Mo relies on his mental power to endure. But Lin Ye felt as though he was being slammed to the ground by an invisible giant hand, each breath carrying the burning pain in his lungs, his bones groaning under the unbearable load, and sweat flowing down like a small stream, soaking his training suit. He gritted his teeth, activating his guiding technique, desperately mobilizing every bit of energy to fight against the terrifying pressure, his face as pale as paper. In the energy turbulence impact field, the raging and chaotic energy lashed at him like countless steel whips. Others could still rely on their own energy to shield themselves or their talents to endure. Lin Ye could only rely on his F+ level energy and the slight prediction of energy trajectories enhanced by spirit vision to awkwardly dodge and block, his body quickly covered in bruises, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Each impact felt like a heavy hammer striking at his soul. In the extreme reaction training pod, overwhelming simulated attack beams poured down like a torrential rain. Lin Ye pushed spirit vision to the limit, his eyes bloodshot, his brain operating at high speed, performing twisted and extreme evasive maneuvers, yet still frequently getting hit, with virtual pain nerves twitching violently. Pain. Endless pain. But Lin Ye did not give up. Every time he was on the verge of collapse, he would think of the rundown apartments in the old district, remember the life and death struggle in the silent fortress, and recall the shadows of the abyss. What is this little pain worth? He gritted his teeth, squeezing out the last bit of willpower, getting up again and again, charging forward. His F+ level energy, through repeated extreme squeezing and the base's abundant energy replenishment, became increasingly refined and resilient, like expertly forged steel. Bai Li's training, on the other hand, presented a different scene. Her training pod was often set to the highest difficulty, facing simulated A-level and even S-level threats. But her performance could only be described as effortlessly graceful. The ice blue figure danced through the gunfire and energy torrents like an elegant dancer. Frosty barriers condensed, illusions bewildered perception, and occasionally a precise ice blue beam could shatter even the strongest simulated attacks. Her very existence was a benchmark, inspiring awe in other trainees while also bringing immense pressure. However, Lin Ye noticed that after each high-intensity training session, the cold aura surrounding Bai Li would be heavier than usual, and her face would become a shade paler. Through state sharing, he could clearly sense that black crack at her core, becoming particularly active after fierce energy operations, like a coiled venomous snake, faintly exuding an ominous aura. Her recovery speed seemed to be slower than expected. Is your injury still not healed? During a break in training, Lin Ye seized the moment when no one was around, asking softly, his eyes filled with concern. Bai Li was closing her eyes to rest when she opened them upon hearing, her ice blue gaze sweeping over the new bruises on Lin Ye and his weary face. It's nothing. Her voice remained cold, but Lin Ye caught a faint hint of impatience. It seemed she did not want to say more. Energy crystal. Bai Li suddenly spoke, tossing Lin Ye a cold little bag. Use it. Lin Ye opened it to find several high-quality ice blue energy crystals inside, emanating pure, rich cold energy far exceeding the ordinary goods on the market. These were special resources approved by the Longyuan base due to her SSS level talent. For me? Lin Ye was startled. Resonance. Bai Li stated concisely, closing her eyes again, efficiency. Lin Ye understood. She wanted to use the slight energy resonance between the two of them. Let Lin Ye absorb the power of these high-quality ice elements, elevating himself while efficiently nourishing her core injuries through resonant feedback. This is much more efficient and safer than her directly absorbing it, or Lin Ye absorbing ordinary elemental power to nourish her in return. Lin Ye no longer hesitated, immediately sitting cross-legged and taking out a piece of icy blue elemental crystal to hold in his palm. A bone-piercing chill instantly spread up his arm. He hurriedly activated the guiding technique, carefully directing this pure and domineering icy elemental power into his body. Hiss. Like an ice knife scraping bone. Severe pain surged in instantly. This power is too strong, too domineering. His F+ level meridians could hardly endure. At this moment, a gentle yet resilient thought came through the contract link, carrying a clear guiding trajectory. It was Bai Li. She split off a thread of her spiritual power, guiding Lin Ye's turbulent icy elemental power to operate and refine along a mysterious path. At the same time, Lin Ye actively stimulated the weak elemental resonance. Golden elemental power and the icy blue torrent intertwined and circulated in the link. Lin Ye painfully discovered that his refined golden elemental power appeared so fragile and impure before the power of this high-quality ice elemental crystal, like impurities being washed away, purified, and even forcibly transformed. His elemental power attributes were slowly being stained and assimilated by this pure icy force. The process is excruciating, like being immersed inch by inch into icy water, then inch by inch shattered and reshaped. But the effect is astonishing. He could feel his elemental power becoming more condensed and pure at a visible speed, even taking on a hint of icy characteristic. The meridians were broadened and reinforced through the intense pain. The spiritual power was also tempered through extreme control and resonance. Absorbing high-quality ice attribute elemental crystal. Elemental power refinement greatly increases. Elemental power limit +1. Contract link, deep elemental resonance. Host's elemental power attribute undergoes slight deviation, ice. Contract star beast Bai Li receives pure resonance feedback, core injury repair efficiency plus 0.15%. Contract strength, level 2.0 level 2.2. Unlock ability, elemental resonance effect enhancement. Slightly improve contract star beast's elemental absorption efficiency, moderately improve contract star beast's elemental absorption efficiency. Affinity degree, 55/160/100. When the last trace of icy elemental power was refined and absorbed, Lin Ye was covered in a thin layer of white frost, his face pale, lips purple, but his eyes shone with astounding brightness. F+ level peak. He could feel that he was only one step away from the threshold of E level. Moreover, his elemental power property experienced subtle changes, carrying a hint of icy sharpness as it circulated. Bai Li also finished her adjustment, and the chill around her seemed to subdue a bit. Her icy blue eyes looked at Lin Ye, carrying a hint of scrutiny, barely qualified. Lin Ye grinned, exposing his frostbitten teeth. Thanks. At that moment, a shrill alarm suddenly rang throughout the S7 living area. Warning! B3 energy pipeline area detected an unusually high energy reaction and mental pollution spread. Threat level, B+. All non-combat personnel in the vicinity evacuate immediately. Combat teams number 7 and 11. Gather at the B3 area entrance immediately. Execute emergency clearance task. Repeat. Lin Ye and Bai Li sprang up suddenly. They exchanged a glance, both seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. Did the Dark Abyss's claws reach into the depths of the Lon Yuan base? Chapter 18, The Corrupted Shadow in the Depths of the Pipeline. The alarm's red light flashed wildly in the cold, metallic corridor, like flowing blood. Lin Ye and Bai Li met up with other members of Team 7, racing towards the entrance of the B3 energy pipeline area led by the base guards. Shirley carried his iconic tower shield, his face serious. B+ level threat? Mental pollution? Damn, coming in with such a big play? Yiling, light on her feet, followed closely beside him, a short blade already gripped in her hand, her gaze sharp. Don't waste time. Be careful. The pollution zone is the most disgusting. Chen Mo adjusted his glasses, and the device on his wrist displayed a rapid stream of data. Pollution concentration is rising quickly. The source is deep in the pipeline area. There is a strong reaction of life distortion. Lin Ye was fully focused, the spiritual vision was activated to its limit. In his sight, the air was filled with threads of murky energy, like black oil stains, carrying the nauseating aura of decay, which was the unique spiritual pollution of the abyss. The closer they got to the entrance of Area B3, the higher the pollution concentration became. They could even hear the painful it sounds from deep within the pipes, like countless arthropods crawling, along with low, mournful howls filled with agony. Team 11 had also arrived, led by a stern-faced young man carrying a long sword, emanating an intense aura. There was no communication between the two teams, just a nod to each other, the atmosphere heavy with tension. The thick alloy isolation door slowly lifted, and a strong, mixed stench of blood, decay, and rust hit their faces. Behind the door was a complex network of giant energy pipes, like a forest of steel. The walls of the pipes, which should have been flowing with pure primordial power light, were now covered with a layer of thick, writhing dark red fungal carpet. On the fungal carpet, countless twisted growths like blood vessels and tumors throbbed rhythmically, emitting a heavy pollution aura and a chillingly strange life force. On the ground, there were broken pieces of base maintenance uniforms and, dark red, still fresh bloodstains. Ugh! Yiling couldn't help but gag. Stand guard. The source of the pollution is inside. The guard captain barked sharply, his pulse rifle charged and ready. Team 7. Advance on the left flank. Team 11. Right flank. Eliminate all corrupted nodes. Find the source and destroy it. The Team 11 leader ordered coldly and charged in first. The battle exploded instantly. Puff. 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 The tumors on the walls and pipes seemed to come alive, suddenly bursting open, spraying thick, foul-smelling dark red acidic liquid. Like a hail of shells. Barrier. Shirley roared, slamming the tower shield down. A yellow light surged and formed a huge energy barrier in front of Team 7. Hiss hiss hiss. The acidic liquid splashed onto the barrier, making a loud corrosive sound. The yellow light fluctuated violently. Shirley's face turned white, clearly under immense pressure. Yi Ling. Clear the jets. Shenmo's voice rang out amidst the chaos, his mind's interference creating ripples that caused several nearby tumors to momentarily slow their spraying actions. Understood. Yi Ling's figure morphed into an afterimage, her short blade carrying a sharp cold light, accurately piercing the cores of those writhing tumors. Puff. Green pus exploded, and the tumors quickly withered. Lin Ye's spiritual vision was working wonders at this moment. He could clearly see the nodes where the pollution energy flowed most densely, and the positions of hidden tumors deep within the fungal carpet, about to launch an attack. To the right, above the pipeline. 3 lurking tumors. Left below, the fungal carpet is abnormal. Something is about to burrow out. Watch your heads. Corrosive acid blobs. His urgent voice echoed like the most precise radar. Team 7's advancement was highly efficient. Shirley held the shield in defense, Yi Ling ghosting through to eliminate threats, and Shen Mo providing control and information support, working in perfect harmony. Bai Li walked behind the team, like an ice queen surveying her territory. She didn't strike easily, her ice blue eyes scanning the filthy pipe area, seemingly in search of something. Occasionally, acid blobs from tricky angles or suddenly emerging tentacles with sharp mandibles would pop out from the fungal carpet. Before they could come within 3 meters of her, they were instantly frozen and shattered by conjured frost. Her presence provided absolute support for Team 7 from the rear. The 11th team was advancing quickly as sword lights flickered, fierce and unmatched. Soon, the 2 teams gathered in front of a huge energy conversion hub deep in the pipeline area. The pollution here was the most severe. The entire hub was wrapped in a thick dark red fungal blanket, like a giant, pulsating heart. In the center of the fungal blanket, a massive tumor over 3 meters in diameter was pulsing wildly, its numerous thick tentacles, resembling blood vessels, connected to the surrounding pipelines, greedily siphoning energy while emitting intense waves of spiritual pollution. A B+ level of sinister aura rushed toward them. This is it. The corruption core. The captain of the 11th team's eyes were sharp. All together. Destroy it. Shirley shouted. The 2 teams immediately launched an attack. Sword lights, energy pulses, Yi Ling's flying blades, and Shenmo's mental shock bombarded the massive tumor core like a torrential storm. However, a thick dark red energy shield appeared on the surface of the tumor, absorbing most of the attacks. At the same time, the tumor suddenly trembled. Buzz. A visible wave of spiritual pollution erupted, sweeping through the entire area like a black tide. Be careful of the mental impact. Shenmo's complexion changed drastically as he activated his mental power to build a defense. Thud. Shirley and 2 members of the 11th team were at the forefront, grunting in pain, holding their heads and crouching down, their eyes vacant, clearly affected by the pollution shock. Yi Ling dodged the direct hit with agility, but her face turned pale, her movements slowed. The mental barrier Chen Mo constructed vibrated violently, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Only Bai Li and Lin Ye remained unaffected. A thin ice blue halo suddenly surrounded Bai Li, and the terrifying pollution shockwave collided with it, retreating silently as if lost in the sea, frozen and purified. She didn't even take a step back. As for Lin Ye, at the moment the shockwave erupted, the ancient shadow of the Book of All Spirits contract in his mind suddenly shone brightly with golden light. A gentle yet resilient power automatically shielded his mental core. Simultaneously, in the vision of spiritual sight, the trajectory of the shockwave and the core's weakness were instantly marked. Under the core. The energy node is the weakest. Attack there. Lin Ye shouted hoarsely in the fight. Bai Li's eyes sparkled with a cold glint. She had been waiting for this moment. As soon as Lin Ye's voice fell, she pointed like a sword towards an inconspicuous connection point covered by the fungal blanket beneath the massive tumor, dotting into the air. A point of ice blue flame, more refined and reserved than the frozen fireball before, shot out silently. The speed was incredibly fast. Puff. The flame precisely penetrated the weakness pointed out by Lin Ye. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The wildly pulsating massive tumor suddenly froze. Following that, eye-catching ice blue cracks spread like a web from the struck point throughout the tumor. The thick dark red fungal blanket rapidly lost its vitality, turning gray and desiccated. Boom! The entire massive corruption core, along with the fungal blanket wrapped around the hub, collapsed like a sandcastle drained of all life, turning into a frozen ground of foul-smelling black ice shards. Source of pollution destroyed. The murky aura and the nauseating howls lingering in the pipeline area suddenly stopped. Survivors looked at the scene of devastation and stood amidst the black ice shards. Like a snow goddess, Bai Li and Lin Ye, who pointed out the fatal weakness at the critical moment, were filled with shock and gratitude. Ding! Emergency task: exterminate the corruption core completed. Task evaluation: excellent, precise weakness identification, coordinated destruction of the target. Task reward: mental power +2. Spiritual sight: beginner, proficiency has risen to mastery, great accomplishment. Affinity +5. Acquired special item: Purification Ice Core Fragment *1, contains a faint purifying ice flame aura, can slowly purify low-level spiritual pollution. Lin Ye gasped for breath, looking at the tiny crystal fragment in his hand, the size of a fingernail, emitting a faint ice blue purifying aura, and then turned his gaze to Bai Li, who remained cool and calm beside him. This time, they truly fought side by side, winning not only the battle but also the unwavering trust of their teammates. The refining at Longyuan base had only just begun. Yet, the shadow of the dark abyss was already clearly visible. Chapter 19, Ice Flame Tempering and the Sealed Scroll. The extermination mission against the corrupted core stirred up quite a ripple inside Longyuan base, like a stone thrown into a deep pond. A newly arrived F-class student could maintain consciousness and accurately identify the core's weaknesses under the impact of AB+ level mental contamination? This was simply against reason. Combined with his mysterious connection to the SSS class Bai Li, the name Lin Ye quietly took on an air of mystery among the base's students. The status of Team 7 rose with the tide. Shirley patted Lin Ye on the shoulder, shouting that he would treat him to the base's special energy meal. Yiling looked at Lin Ye with eyes full of curiosity and a hint of admiration. Even the gloomy Chin Mo would actively ask for Lin Ye's opinion during tactical discussions. The team's atmosphere became unprecedentedly harmonious after the trial by blood and fire. However, for Lin Ye and Bai Li, the real challenge had just begun. The high-level officials of the base would obviously not waste the rare gem that was Bai Li, and the intensity of her special training suddenly increased. Lin Ye was permitted to observe Bai Li's special training in the extreme cold spirit domain, a special training ground simulating absolute zero environments. He wore a heavy insulated suit and looked through a specially designed observation window at the ice blue figure in the arena. No longer was there elegant evasion and precise strikes. Bai Li was roaring. In battle. Her opponent was a polar ice demon simulated by high-density cold energy and cutting-edge technology of the base, each exuding terrifying cold air close to A level. The enormous body of the ice demon waved its giant claws, each strike shaking the entire training ground and stirring up a terrifying icy storm. The frozen air emitted sharp howls. Bai Li's figure darted and dodged among them, fast enough that only traces of shadows remained. She was no longer limited to ice flames from her fingertips but rather utilized the power of ice to its fullest. The ground instantly froze into a smooth ice surface, unbalancing the ice demon, while countless sharp ice cones formed in the air, shooting down like a torrential rain, even instantaneously creating a huge ice crystal shield in front of her to block heavy blows. Her fighting style became furious and direct. A palm struck out, carrying the freezing chill that could instantly turn an ice demon's arm into ice powder. A foot stomp sent a terrifying ice ring exploding, sending the attacking ice demon flying backward. Roar! One ice demon seized the opportunity and slammed its giant claw down with a chilling force that seemed to tear through space. Bai Li did not dodge or evade. She suddenly looked up, her ice blue eyes seemingly ablaze with flames. An even more terrifying, primal aura burst forth from her. Behind her, a huge, hazy shadow, as if formed by eternal ice and brilliant starlight, flashed by a gigantic, fluffy foxtail shadow made of 9 tails. Although it was only a flash, the pressure from the bloodline of the ancient divine beast made Lin Ye's soul tremble even from behind the observation window. Annihilate! Bai Li's cool command carried supreme majesty. She pointed her fingers like a sword at the descending giant claw, and with a flick in the air, a light between ice blue and pure white, seemingly able to freeze the very essence of time and space, instantly shot out. Puff! There was no loud bang, no explosion. The ice demon's giant claw, powerful enough to withstand energy cannon fire, along with a small part of its body, vanished as if thrown into a point of total annihilation. In an instant, it transformed into a dazzling ice blue dust sparkling with dreamlike starlight, silently drifting away. Instant kill. The remaining 2 ice demons let out terrified roars and actually retreated. Lin Ye felt his heart race, his blood boiling. This is the true power of the SSS level 9-tailed fox. Fierce. Elegant. Destroying everything. But soon, his heart tightened again. When the training ended, the simulated enemies vanished, and Bai Li's raging aura receded like a tide. She stood still, her body swaying slightly, stabilizing herself with the nearby frozen pillar. Her face was pale to the point of transparency, her breath rapid, and her smooth forehead was covered in fine cold sweat. A strand of silver hair was stuck to her cheek by sweat, making her look somewhat fragile. What shocked Lin Ye even more was that through status sharing, he could clearly sense the black crack in the core of Bai Li. It became unusually active due to the extreme activation of her source power, like a waking venomous snake, exuding faint strands of black aura, eroding the surrounding ice-blue starfire. Her body trembled slightly, a painful shudder from overdrawn power and backlash from her injuries. Lin Ye immediately rushed into the training ground and supported her swaying body. Her skin was cold and biting. "How are you?" His voice was urgent. Bai Li did not push him away, only closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling as if she was trying hard to suppress something. After a long time, she slowly opened her eyes, her ice-blue gaze filled with deep exhaustion and a hint of suppressed pain. "I'm fine, just consumed too much." Her voice was somewhat hoarse. Seeing her forcing herself, a deep emotion struck Lin Ye's heart. He helped her sit on a resting bench by the side, took out a water flask, and handed it to her. Bai Li took small sips of water, her cold fingertips trembling slightly. Watching Bai Li like this, Lin Ye asked out of nowhere, his voice very soft, "Did you train like this before? Alone?" Bai Li's drinking motion paused. She raised her head, her ice-blue eyes looking at Lin Ye, no longer cold or exhausted, but filled with a deep solitude and confusion that Lin Ye had never seen before. There was a long silence. Just when Lin Ye thought she wouldn't answer, Bai Li's voice echoed softly, like a wind passing through 10,000 years of ice. When the starship crashed, it was very big, very cold, only the sound of thunder, and endless fragments. Her gaze seemed to lose focus, staring into the void, as if looking into the distant past. "The ice heart falling is the last barrier left for me by my teacher. Power is the only thing that can make me survive." Her voice was intermittent, carrying an exhaustion and sorrow that reached deep into her bones. This was the first time she actively mentioned such a specific segment of her past. Lin Ye listened quietly, not interrupting. He could imagine the scene, the cold universe, a gigantic starship disintegrating amidst destruction and thunder, a silver-haired girl falling amidst the shattered wreckage. Only a single ice-blue pendant around her neck emitted a weak glow, protecting her as she fell into this strange world. Power, for her, had never been about glory, but a necessity for survival, an instinct deep in her bones. He reached out his hand, this time without hesitation, gently and carefully covering her cold, trembling hand. Bai Li's body suddenly froze, but she didn't pull away immediately. Lin Ye's hand was warm, carrying the roughness and strength unique to a youth. This warmth traveled through her cold skin, like a faint current, reaching her heart filled with pain and solitude. Under the cold light of the training ground, the boy's warm palm covered the girl's cold hand. There were no words, only the heavy past and unspoken understanding flowing between them. The long-sealed scroll beneath 10,000 years of cold seemed to quietly reveal a corner under the warmth of this palm. Chapter 20, Undercurrents and Silent Guardians. The aftershocks of the corruption core incident have not calmed with time, instead, they have spread like ripples from a giant stone thrown into a still lake. The internal inspections at the base have grown increasingly strict, with an invisible tension lingering in the air at all times. Although the official conclusion points to a single corrupted internal personnel, a B+ level corruption core has quietly appeared in the heavily secured Long Yuan, serving as a cold mockery, hinting at deeper loopholes and threats. Team 7 received 3 days of rest and a generous resource reward. However, the proposal for a celebration banquet did not proceed as Shirley had hoped. This was not due to a bad atmosphere, but because of Bai Li's state. Since returning from the mission in Area B3, she has fallen into an unusual silence. No longer engaged in her usual training or cold vigilance, she now exhibited a deeper, nearly exhausted restraint. Most of the time, she stayed in the practice quiet room of her dormitory, with the door tightly closed. Even when she did occasionally come out, her face was pale to the point of transparency, and the cold air around her was weak yet extremely unstable, with a hint of undeniable fatigue, even pain, lurking deep within her icy blue eyes. Lin Ye could clearly sense through the status sharing that a black crack at her core had seemingly been further activated during the previous battle. At this moment, it was like a greedy black hole, wildly devouring her already incomplete power and emitting streams of cold, stinging sensations, making it difficult for her to concentrate. Even to maintain basic elemental power circulation became extraordinarily challenging. Status sharing, core injury fluctuations worsening, energy loss accelerating, persistent low-intensity pain, mental fatigue. Your injury. Lin Ye looked at Bai Li, who once again came out from the quiet room, leaning against the wall and slightly panting, unable to help but speak, his voice filled with concern. He offered her a cup of warm water, in which a small piece of the base's soothing agent had melted. Bai Li did not immediately take it, her icy blue eyes swept over him, and her gaze no longer pierced as sharply as before, instead carrying a hint of disorientation and subtle fragility from the torment. After a few seconds of silence, she slowly accepted the cup, her fingertips cold, even trembling slightly. "It's nothing." Her voice was lower than usual, clearly marked by a sense of weakness. She took small sips of water, but her brow furrowed slightly due to the pain continuing within her. This was certainly not nothing. Lin Ye's heart tightened. He recalled how, in the pipeline area, she had unleashed an icy flame power far beyond her normal limits to precisely destroy the core. That was certainly not without cost. Is it because of earlier? It has nothing to do with you. Bai Li interrupted him, her tone carrying a habitual chill, but the end of her words leaked a hint of helplessness. It seemed she was reluctant to talk more, turning to go back to the quiet room. But the moment she turned, her body suddenly swayed, and the cup of water nearly slipped from her hand. Lin Ye reacted quickly, catching her arm. The touch was icy cold, and he could feel her arm muscles slightly twitching from enduring pain. Exclamation point. Bai Li's body abruptly tensed, instinctively wanting to break free. But the dizziness and weakness at that moment caused her to lose balance, and she leaned back slightly, her back gently bumping against Lin Ye's chest. For an instant, both of them froze. An extremely brief moment of physical contact. Lin Ye could smell the faint, ice-like fresh scent from her hair and felt her body's subtle shivers and cold temperature more clearly. Bai Li's body stiffened like a block of ice, her icy blue pupils slightly constricted, seemingly unaccustomed to this degree of closeness. Intimacy, 65/166/100. Lin Ye immediately let go, taking a step back, slightly embarrassed. I'm sorry, Bai Li did not look at him, only taking a deep breath to steady her body. A fleeting blush seemed to cross her pale cheeks, as if marked by the faintest. The red glow that was almost invisible, quickly covered by a deeper cold. No need. Her voice regained a bit of coldness, but her breath remained unstable. I need quiet. After saying this, she no longer stayed, quickly walked back to the quiet room and closed the door. Lin Ye stood in place, looking at the tightly closed quiet room door, his brows furrowed. He realized that Bai Li's injuries were far more troublesome than he had imagined. The previous recovery was merely surface stability, that battle had created a gap in a fragile dam, and the internal turmoil was already surging wildly. Yet she chose to bear it alone, isolating herself with cold silence. This realization left Lin Ye feeling powerless and inexplicably anxious. He was no longer that F-level waste who could only passively accept protection, he was her contractor, and they were one. He returned to his bedside but had no mood to train. His mind sank into the sea of consciousness, looking at the book Contract of All Spirits that was quietly floating. On the panel, Bai Li's status clearly displayed severe injury, not healed. System, is there any way to help her? Lin Ye urgently asked in his mind. Analyzing the core injury of Contract Star Beast Bai Li is a rule-based fracture, accompanied by high-intensity energy erosion and residual spiritual pollution. Conventional treatment methods have very low effectiveness. Plan 1, find a high-grade ice or life-type treasure of the same source for original repair. Required item rarity, legendary grade or above. Plan 2, enhance contract intensity and host strength, strengthen the passive effect of the contract maintenance, and attempt to activate deeper contract abilities. Current efficiency, weak. Plan 3, the host masters advanced healing/purification skills for targeted assistance. Current host does not meet the conditions. Legendary grade treasures? High-level skills? A hint of bitterness appeared at the corner of Lin Ye's mouth. These were all too far away for him right now. Only Plan 2 seemed to offer a glimmer of hope. Enhance contract intensity, enhance strength. His gaze became resolute. This can't go on. He had to do something. In the next 2 days, Lin Ye seemed to return to the crazy training period he experienced right after awakening, even more desperately. He no longer satisfied himself with absorbing the floating elemental energy in the room but invested most of the awarded elemental crystals into training. Crystal after crystal turned to dust in his hands, as pure elemental energy was wildly refined by basic elemental guiding technique, pouring into his dantian. His meridians ached with each filling and compressing, but he didn't care. More importantly, he began deeply exploring spirit vision. He no longer merely used it to observe energy flow and weaknesses, instead, he tried to combine it with the contract link. He directed his sight into the soul channel connecting them, aiming to sense the condition of the fracture at Bai Li's core more finely, to understand the nature of the black energy, and to grasp the patterns of her painful fluctuations. This process consumed a lot of mental energy and often yielded nothing, and he was even bitten back by the cold, lifeless aura emitted from that fracture, making his head throb painfully. Yet he persisted, trying again and again, failing repeatedly, and starting over again each time. Mental power, 20/119/100. The proficiency of basic elemental guiding technique has improved. The proficiency of spirit vision, beginner, has improved. Insight into the essence of energy is weakly enhanced. Occasionally, when Bai Li's condition stabilized slightly, he would try again for that faint resonance of elemental energy. This time, he no longer pursued how much power to deliver but focused all his mind on guiding and soothing. He summoned the elemental energy that carried a hint of coldness from the ice elemental crystal, carefully. Like sewing the most delicate wound with the thinnest thread, he tried to calm the chaotic energy flow around her core, even if it would only lessen her pain by a tiny fraction. This process was equally difficult, yielding little effect, and was extremely exhausting to the mind. But he could faintly sense through status sharing that when he succeeded, her ongoing, cold pain seemed to briefly lighten just a bit. Bai Li was still silent, still spending most of her time in the silent room, but she seemed no longer to completely reject his attempts as she did at first. Sometimes, when she felt that clumsy yet incredibly focused guiding thought, her tense body would slightly relax. Sometimes, the warm water mixed with soothing medicine that Lin Ye left outside her door would quietly disappear. Intimacy, 66/167/100. Contract strength, level 2.3 level 2.31. This was a silent communication, a weak trust slowly built on survival instinct in a cold, desperate situation. Lin Ye didn't know how much this meant, but he knew he couldn't stop. He crazily pushed himself, practicing, honing his spirit vision, trying to resonate every day. He pushed himself to the limit, until his mental strength was exhausted, collapsing in fatigue. He had only one thought in his mind. Get stronger. Find a way to truly help her before she is completely consumed by that pain. However, the undercurrents at the Longyuan base had not given them much time to breathe. On the evening of the third day, just as Lin Ye finished a mentally exhausting session of spirit vision practice and was rubbing his temples due to a splitting headache, there was a knock at the dormitory door. Outside the door stood Chen Mo. His face was still pale, but his eyes were exceptionally serious. Lin Ye. He pushed up his glasses and whispered, I analyzed the residual pollution data from Area B3 and some information from other channels. That corrupt core, its energy explosion pattern, has a high temporal correlation and weak energy resonance with a certain anomaly access point in the base's internal network. Lin Ye's heart sank suddenly. What does that mean? It means... Chen Mo's gaze became sharp. That attack may not be as simple as just a controlled low-level maintenance worker. The base's internal network may have also been infiltrated. And the level is not low. A chilling dread instantly crawled up Lin Ye's spine. Chapter 21, Threads of Clue and Frozen Echoes. The news Chen Mo brought was like a cold dagger, shattering the brief, false calm. The internal network has been infiltrated? This meant that the dark abyss's tentacles could be deeper and more hidden than imagined. That corrupt core may not just be a destruction, but rather a test, a probing of the Longyuan defense system, or to cover up deeper purposes? Lin Ye immediately grasped the severity of the situation. Do you have evidence? Have you reported it to Instructor Lei Lai? Chen Mo shook his head. The gaze behind his glasses flickered with cool yet cautious light. There are only indirect data correlations and probability models, which cannot be considered solid evidence. Reporting hastily may alert the snake before it strikes. And he paused. I am not certain which communications within the base are absolutely safe. Internal communications could even be monitored? Lin Ye felt a chill in his heart. The Longyuan base, this seemingly impregnable place, had become so riddled with holes? You tell me this. Lin Ye looked at Chen Mo. We need to be more careful. Chen Mo said quietly, the 7th team has performed exceptionally, especially Bai Li and you, may have already become key targets for certain entities. Next mission, or at any time, they could face more precise strikes. His gaze swept over the tightly closed door to Bai Li's silent room, the meaning unspoken. Bai Li's current state was utterly incapable of coping with any emergencies. I understand. Lin Ye took a deep breath, suppressing the tremor in his heart. Thank you. Chen Mo nodded, saying no more, and quietly turned to leave. The dormitory fell silent again, but Lin Ye's heart could no longer be calm. The sense of crisis loomed over him like a tangible shadow. He walked to the outside of Bai Li's silent room, feeling faintly through the door the extremely unstable, sometimes weak, sometimes restless icy aura within. She was struggling hard against the pain inside her body, almost completely unprepared for the dark currents of the outside world. He had to do something. Not just to improve himself, but to quickly understand the intentions of the abyss and find the potential threat. How should he start? Chen Mo's data analysis ability far surpassed his, but he lacked direct evidence. What about himself? Spiritual sight? Could it reveal some things that ordinary logic cannot perceive? A thought crossed his mind. He immediately sat cross-legged, ignoring the fatigue of his mental energy, and activated spiritual sight again. This time, he was not observing the flow of energy or Bai Li's injuries, but the dormitory itself. The view switched, and the world before him turned into a complex map made up of countless tiny energy streams. The protective runes inside the walls flowed steadily with faint golden energy, and the particles of primordial force in the air floated slowly like colorful dust. Everything seemed normal. Lin Ye held his breath and concentrated. He narrowed the focus of spiritual sight, pushing the precision to the limit. He carefully scanned every corner of the room, walls, floors, ceilings, even those inconspicuous interfaces and gaps. Time passed second by second, and the throbbing pain in his temples grew more intense, his mental energy depleting rapidly. Just when he was about to give up, in his spiritual sight, at the corner of the ceiling, there was an extremely inconspicuous, nano-level filter interface used for ventilation. A faint and almost background-integrated abnormal fluctuation was sharply captured by him. That fluctuation was very peculiar. It was not pure dark energy but carried a subtle, artificially implanted listening and energy-sensing characteristic. It was like a transparent venomous snake, quietly lurking, occasionally waking up for a brief moment to gather sound and energy fluctuation data from the room, then falling silent again, leaving almost no trace. If it weren't for Lin Ye's spiritual sight, having gained a slight improvement in insight into the essence of energy through repeated extreme usage and covenant connection, he absolutely would not have discovered it. Someone was monitoring them. Monitoring this room. Lin Ye's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. He forced himself to stay calm, not immediately looking up at that corner, but slowly retracting, spiritual sight, pretending everything was normal, though his heart was racing wildly. Who was it? Someone from the abyss? A traitor within the base? What was the purpose? Monitoring Bai Li's condition? Or listening to their conversation? Countless questions churned in his mind. He did not dare to act lightly. The consequences of alarming the snake were unimaginable. His opponent was capable of implanting surveillance so secretly, their power and technical level were absolutely beyond imagination. He took a few deep breaths, suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and looked again at Bai Li's quiet room. He must tell her. But how to tell her? If he said it directly, he would definitely be eavesdropped. Got it. Lin Ye walked to his desk, picked up an electronic board and a sensing pen, pretending to organize his training notes. At the same time, he split a portion of his mind and sank into the covenant link. This time, he no longer transmitted energy, nor was it a vague emotion, but he tried to condense an extremely clear and firm idea image, as if drawing a picture in his heart, then transmitting it through the link to Bai Li. It was a clear image, a close-up of the filter interface at the corner of the ceiling, and that transparent energy thread with the listening mark flickering with indistinctness. Next to it was a huge, bright red danger warning symbol. This process was more difficult than guiding energy, requiring a high degree of mental concentration and control. Lin Ye felt as if his head might explode, but he gritted his teeth and repeated and strengthened this mental warning image over and over in the link. In the quiet room, Bai Li was sitting cross-legged in the center. A fine cold sweat seeped from her temples, and her body trembled slightly. The crack at her core was like a red-hot iron, constantly burning her soul, the pain almost making it impossible for her to stay awake. She was fully mobilizing her remaining power, trying to suppress the restless black energy. At that moment, a faint yet exceptionally clear thought image, filled with urgency and warning, forcefully pierced through the fog of pain, entering her sea of consciousness. It was from Lin Ye. The content of the image made her ice-blue eyes widen suddenly. Though it was just a fleeting transmission of thought, she clearly understood its meaning, being monitored. Danger. Almost as soon as she understood, her powerful instincts were instantly triggered. The cold energy, which had been chaotic due to pain, suddenly retracted inward. Like a precision instrument switching modes, all leaking energy fluctuations, even the mental ripples caused by pain, were forcibly suppressed and gathered by a deeper, concealed instinct originating from SSS level. She seemed to have transformed into a true block of eternal ice, no longer leaking any signs of life or energy fluctuations. Even the intense pain seemed to be temporarily frozen by this extreme freezing will. Outside the room, Lin Ye, through status sharing, clearly sensed the instant change in Bai Li's aura, from painful agitation to extreme coldness and silence. He understood. And reacted perfectly. Intimacy, 67/169/100. Contract intensity, level 2.31 level 2.33. Mental strength, 19/118/100. It worked. Lin Ye let out a sigh of relief, then was hit by a wave of intense fatigue. But he couldn't afford to relax, since the other side could monitor. What about the previous conversation, Chen Mo's arrival? He immediately tried to send a shorter thought through the contract link again. Chen Mo safe? After a moment, a very faint feedback thought, as light as ice crystals colliding, returned from the other end, indicating approval. Bai Li clearly concluded that Chen Mo was not the observer. Somewhat reassured, but the crisis was far from over. Monitoring hung over them like the sword of Damocles, their every move could be exposed to the enemy's eyes. What to do? Pretend not to know? Or? A bold thought rose in Lin Ye's mind. Since they were in the dark, why not play into their hands? He concentrated his mental strength again, enduring the excruciating pain, and transmitted the next thought image to Bai Li in the quiet room. In the image, he simulated himself walking anxiously around the room, then finally couldn't help but directed his voice towards the quiet room door. With a deliberately lowered voice, yet loud enough to be overheard, he worriedly said, "Bai Li, your injury, this won't do. I must go to the medical center and ask if there is a stronger stabilizing agent." At the same time, the image included a symbol for plan. In the quiet room, Bai Li immediately grasped his intention. A few seconds later, Lin Ye sensed through status sharing that she deliberately simulated a slight loss of control and energy fluctuations, her aura becoming even more chaotic and weak, even accompanied by a suppressed yet still detectable muffled groan of pain. Her acting was convincing. Lin Ye silently praised in his heart, while his face expressed an even more anxious expression. He suddenly stood up, as if having made up his mind, quickly walked towards the dormitory door, intentionally making some noise, then opened the door and walked out. He was going to the medical center, but the true purpose was to pass this false signal of Bai Li's condition greatly worsening, Lin Ye in complete chaos, to the monitor. At the same time, he also needed to take this opportunity to get some air, calm down, and think about the next plan. Walking in the cold alloy corridor, Lin Ye could feel an invisible gaze from some corner, cold and scrutinizing. The roles of hunter and prey were quietly shifting. And he and she, in this den of dragons and tigers, were relying on a fragile contract link. A dangerous duet dance begins. Chapter 22, Using Strategy to Catch the Turtle in the Jar. The corridor of Longyuan Base is filled with an inorganic coldness and silence. Every footfall lands like a lonely stone thrown into a deep pool, echoing in the emptiness and clearly striking the nerves. On Lin Ye's face, anxiety and confusion blend precisely, his brow slightly furrowed, and his eyes flickering with unease. His hurried steps carry a barely noticeable sense of lightness. It is as if an invisible heavy burden is pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe, fully portraying a boy thrown into chaos by the sudden misfortune of his contract partner. That sense of being watched, like a lurking snake ready to strike, is cold and slimy, ever entwining him. His spiritual vision ability is difficult to maintain due to nearly exhausted mental energy, but the intuition of being locked onto by malicious eyes grows sharper, painfully pricking his awareness. He stumbles his way into the base's medical center. He almost crashes into the front desk, breath unsteady as he urgently tells the duty nurse, Bai Li is in very bad condition. The energy is completely out of control, she's extremely weak, and seems to be in a lot of pain. His voice is not very loud, but it's clear enough, each key phrase is like bait unintentionally leaked, precisely thrown to hidden listeners. The duty nurse is startled by his appearance, not daring to hesitate, quickly registering on the screen while pressing the emergency call button. Lin Ye is asked to wait aside, restless as he sits, gazing vacantly at the wall, as if exhausted to the core. In the dark, he is trying hard to sense the energy fluctuations around him. Sure enough, there is a very subtle thread of mental power with a faint dark aura. Like a tentacle, it quietly explores, circling him for a moment, seemingly confirming his status and the truth of his words, then silently retracts. The fish has taken the bait. Lin Ye smirks coldly in his heart, but his face squeezes out a deeper fatigue and despair. Moments later, a doctor arrives. Lin Ye repeats the condition and pleads desperately for stronger energy-stabilizing medication or for a more experienced beast master healer to take a look. The doctor says an application is needed and asks him to go back and wait for news. Lin Ye leaves the medical center disheartened, each step feeling incredibly heavy, fully playing his part. On the way back to Area A7, the feeling of being monitored still exists, but it seems to have less probing and more cold anticipation. Back at the dorm, the door remains tightly closed. Through the contract link, Lin Ye can sense Bai Li still maintaining the extreme icy hidden state, the internal core injuries still terrible, but the chaos forcibly suppressed. He returns to his bed, collapsing down as if all energy has been drained from him. His consciousness sinks into the link, trying to convey information. Signal has been released. Waiting. A faint and barely perceptible wave comes from the other end of the link, indicating awareness. A long wait begins. Time passes second by second, the dormitory silent to the point of horror. Lin Ye silently runs the guiding technique to recover nearly exhausted mental energy, while shrinking the range of spiritual vision to the area around him, like a precise radar, capturing any anomalies. As night deepens, the base's lighting dims, entering simulated night mode. Just as Lin Ye begins to doubt whether the other side will act tonight. Buzz. A very faint, almost undetectable energy wave comes, like a droplet falling into a calm lake, from outside the dormitory door. Not the door lock, but the gap between the door and the doorframe. It's coming. Lin Ye's heart suddenly tightens, instantly retracting his breath to the lowest level, breathing long and light, as if trapped in deep sleep. Spiritual vision is activated to the limit. Fixated on the door. Suddenly, an extremely thin, almost transparent black liquid, like a living shadow, began to slowly flow in from under the door. After entering, it did not immediately spread, instead, it gathered like slime, trembling slightly, with two delicate sensory points growing on top, scanning the room. Its energy aura was compressed to an extremely low level. If Lin Ye had not been prepared in his spiritual vision, was extremely sensitive to dark energy, he would have never noticed it. This was no ordinary method of infiltration, it was some kind of high-tech combined with dark energy. The head of the shadow-like form first swept towards Lin Ye's direction, paused for a moment, and after confirming he was asleep, turned towards the quiet room door of Bai Li. It seemed satisfied with the deathly stillness inside the quiet room, slowly wriggling towards the crack of the door. Its goal was clear, to confirm Bai Li's weak state, and it might even deliver a finishing blow, or implant deeper control. Just as the black liquid was about to touch the crack of the quiet room door, a sudden change occurred. Crack! The quiet room door did not open inwards or outwards. Instead, the entire door, along with the surrounding wall, was instantly sealed by a thick layer of ice, half a meter thick, crystal clear, radiating a chilling cold of absolute zero. At the same time, the ground and ceiling sprouted countless sharp icicles like a blooming forest of ice crystals, forming a massive ice prison that trapped the black liquid in the center. The trap was triggered without warning, as fast as lightning. The black liquid trembled violently, clearly unprepared for this sudden change, instantly reacting and trying to escape as a shadow. But it was too late. The extreme cold not only froze the physical space but seemed to freeze even the flow of energy. Its vaporization speed suddenly slowed, and fine ice crystals began to form on its surface. "I've been waiting for you." Lin Ye had already jumped up from the bed, his eyes shining with brilliance, showing no sign of sleepiness. He pressed his hands against the ground, and his mental power erupted with an unprecedented intensity. Spiritual vision, lock source. The spiritual vision ability was pushed to the limit by him. It was no longer just observation, it transformed into invisible spiritual chains, locking onto the core of that liquid mass, or a flickering dark energy core was desperately trying to change frequencies. That was its true body. Being locked twice, the black liquid emitted a sharp yet silent mental shriek, struggling wildly, banging against the ice cage, ice shards flying, but for the moment it could not break through this prison built from SSS-level source power. The quiet room door slid open silently. Bai Li stepped out. Her face was still pale, but the ice-blue flames burned in her cold eyes, emanating a chilling murderous intent. She extended her delicate fingers towards the trapped black liquid and clenched the air. Soul search. It was not a true soul-searching technique but a forced invasion of her powerful spiritual force into the opponent's core consciousness, plundering information. The black liquid trembled violently, its core dark energy flickering madly, trying to self-destruct. But Bai Li's power was faster, more dominant. The chilling spiritual power instantly penetrated, forcibly reading fragmented information. However, just as she was reading the critical information, puff! At the core of that black liquid, an extremely complex dark rune suddenly lit up, exploding fiercely. Not an energy explosion, but a malicious annihilation program targeting information structures. Boom! The ice cage shook violently, black smoke filled the air. Bai Li emitted a muffled groan, her mental power being pushed back by the annihilation program, her body swaying slightly, and her face turned a few shades whiter. Lin Ye hurriedly went forward to support her. As the black smoke dissipated, only a small pile of ashes remained in the ice cage, along with a few strange fragments that could not be completely annihilated, glimmering with a metallic sheen. "How is it?" Lin Ye asked urgently. Bai Li closed her eyes to rest for a moment. Suppressing the wave of spiritual power, he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze as cold as ice. The core information is destroyed, but fragments have been captured. Seat 7 of the Abyss. Bait. Outside the city, west suburbs, abandoned number 7 mine. Although the clues are fragmented, they are vital. Seat 7 of the Abyss. Most likely the commander of this operation. Bait? Does it refer to Bai Li's condition as bait? Or is there another plan? Abandoned number 7 mine. A clear location. The opponent has indeed fallen for it. Their actions have exposed the next possible target or stronghold. We must notify Bai Li immediately. Lin Ye said in a deep voice. This time, they caught the opponent's tail. Chapter 23, Thunderstorm Clearance and Mind Fog. Within 3 minutes of receiving Lin Ye's urgent communication, Bai Li led a team of Dragon Abyss Special Forces members, exuding a fierce aura and well-equipped, to the A7 district dormitory. Seeing the traces of cold ice in the room, the strange fragments, and the descriptions from Lin Ye and Bai Li, the commander's expression was as dark as a storm cloud. Abyss. Seat 7, good, very good. Bai Li's voice scraped like ice shards, filled with suppressed anger. How dare they reach into the Dragon Abyss and use shadow worms? What blatant audacity! He carefully collected those fragments. These are remains of the shadow worm, advanced spy equipment combined with biotechnology and dark energy, worth a fortune. It seems you caught a big fish. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately issued a series of commands. Immediately seal off A7 district. Highest alert. The information department will comprehensively screen the intranet, focusing on tracking all abnormal data flows and energy fluctuations in the last 3 hours. The security department will thoroughly investigate all recent personnel movement records. Special Team 1 and 2. Follow me. Target, abandoned number 7 mine in the west suburbs. Lin Ye, Bai Li, you two also prepare and join the team. You are the involved parties and the ones who understand the enemy's methods best. Bai Li's decision was decisive and swift. Lin Ye and Bai Li exchanged glances and nodded. They needed to personally end this crisis they had drawn out. 10 minutes later, several disguised armored hover vehicles, like ghosts in the dark night, silently drove out of the Dragon Abyss base, speeding towards the western suburbs of Starsea City. On the vehicle, the atmosphere was heavy. Lei Li was giving a pre-battle briefing. Abandoned Number 7 mine, a relic of the old era's crystal mines, abandoned for over 20 years, with a complex underground structure and intersecting tunnels, making it easy to ambush. According to the fragment information Lin Ye and them obtained, it is very likely a temporary outpost or experimental site for the Abyss. Our mission is, eliminate all discovered members of the Abyss, gather intelligence, and if necessary, lethal force may be employed. Priority is to ensure personal safety. Lin Ye, Bai Li, you will stay in the middle of the team, responsible for sensing and supporting, do not engage in direct attacks unless necessary. Understood? Understood. Lin Ye replied in a deep voice. Bai Li nodded slightly. The vehicle stopped silently several kilometers away from the mine entrance, and the members silently got out, using the night and rugged terrain as cover, like ghosts pouncing towards the mine entrance. The desolate mine was silent, with only the sound of the wind blowing through the rusted metal frames creating a wailing sound. The huge mine tunnel was like the monstrous mouth of a beast, unfathomably deep, emanating an air of chill and foreboding. Spiritual vision, activated. In Lin Ye's vision, the mine entrance was filled with faint, not yet dissipated remnants of dark energy, like foul footprints leading deep inside. There is residual energy, the direction is correct. Lin Ye said softly. With a wave of Lei Li's hand, two team members silently slipped into the cave like leopards and quickly signaled safety. The team entered one by one. Inside the mine tunnel was dark and damp, with a heavy smell of rust and a certain, faint scent of blood in the air. Occasionally, scattered footprints and dragging marks could be seen on the ground. The deeper they went, the stronger the aura of dark energy became, even mixed with a familiar scent of decay. Lin Ye's heart surged. Could there be a core of corruption here too? The team stopped at a fork in the road. 3 alleys appeared ahead, leading in different directions. The energy traces are scattered. Lin Ye frowned. In his spiritual sight, dark energy flowed through all 3 alleys, making it hard to determine which was the main one. Lei Li's eyes sharpened as he looked at Chen Mo. Chen Mo immediately crouched down, his wrist device close to the ground, the screen data scrolling rapidly. The left alley has the most stable energy fluctuations, with a continuous low-frequency signal, likely a command or energy center. The middle alley has the most chaotic life responses, possibly controlled creatures or experimental subjects. The right alley has the most bizarre energy fluctuations, with a strong sense of spatial distortion and a response to the source of corruption. Chen Mo reported quickly. Splitting into 3 groups? The risk is too high. Lei Li pondered briefly and decisively said, Team 1 follows me to the left, strike straight into the core. Team 2 goes down the middle, clear out the minor enemies and control the experimental subjects. Lin Ye, Bai Li, you take 2 people to the right. Investigate the situation of the corruption source. If controllable, control it, if not, destroy it immediately. Keep communication open. Understood. The team immediately split up. Lin Ye and Bai Li, leading 2 special forces soldiers, cautiously made their way toward the right alley. This alley grew increasingly narrow and rugged, with familiar, nauseating dark red fungal carpets beginning to appear on the walls. The air grew more polluted, the stench of corruption enveloping them. Be careful, it resembles Area B3. Lin Ye whispered, fully activating his spiritual sight, wary of any attacks that might come. Suddenly. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. From the darkness ahead, countless black vines covered in slime, like octopus tentacles, suddenly shot out, wildly whipping and entangling the 4. The tips of the vines split open, revealing rows of gnarled teeth dripping with drool. Open fire. One special forces soldier roared, a pulse rifle spraying out beams of scorching energy. Another soldier threw 2 high-explosive grenades. Boom. Boom. The explosive flames temporarily drove back the vines, but more vines surged from the depths of the alley. Bai Li's eyes turned cold as she stepped forward, her fingertips flashing with icy blue light, ready to strike. But Lin Ye grabbed her, whispering, save your strength for the source. Let me handle this. He took a deep breath, locking onto the energy nodes of the vines with his spiritual sight. They weren't complete entities but more like a defensive mechanism, with clear nodes. He suddenly raised his hand, gathering his mental energy, mimicking a hint of Bai Li's ice flame's cold properties, mixing it with his own faint golden elemental energy, turning into several extremely condensed energy beams, striking those energy nodes with precision. Puff. 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 The struck vines instantly stiffened, then drooped as if their bones were pulled out, quickly withering. This was a simplified version of weak point breaking he had developed based on many observations of Bai Li's attacks and elemental resonance. Although its power was vastly different, it was significantly effective against these minor foes. The two special forces soldiers looked at Lin Ye in surprise, not expecting this F-rank boy to have such skills. The four quickly broke through the vine area, and before them, a vast underground cavity appeared. In the center of the cavity stood not an energy hub, but a massive altar made from countless twisted flesh, metal, and dark energy. Above the altar floated a dark red tumor, pulsating continuously, about a meter in diameter. It was the source of corruption. Beneath the tumor, surrounding the altar, knelt a dozen or so people dressed in black robes, their eyes hollow and numb. They seemed drained of life force, like batteries sending weak energy to the altar, maintaining the tumor's pulsation. And right in front of the altar stood a man in a researcher's white coat, exuding a dense aura of darkness, his back to them, fervently recording something. Sensing someone intruding, he suddenly turned around, revealing a twisted and excited face. "Ha ha ha! You've come! Finally come! The perfect bait has indeed attracted the perfect catalyst. Lord Seven's plan is truly impeccable." His greedy gaze swept over Bai Li and Lin Ye, finally settling on Bai Li. SSS class Star Beast origin. Although heavily injured, it is still an excellent sacrifice. As long as you merge with this corrupted core, we can open a stable passage to the dark abyss. Welcome the arrival of our Lord. He suddenly pressed a button on the altar. Buzz. The entire altar shook violently. The dark red tumor throbbed madly, unleashing a terrifying sucking force. The black-robed figures kneeling on the ground instantly dehydrated at a visible speed, turning to dust. And a powerful pulling force, targeting the Star Beast origin, immediately acted on Bai Li. At the same time, in the shadows surrounding the hollow, several strong presences, at least B-class peak, suddenly erupted, locking onto Lin Ye and the two Special Forces team members. This is a trap. A trap aimed at Bai Li. The bait refers to Bai Li, while the catalyst likely refers to Lin Ye, the contractee. Their target has always been Bai Li. Protect Bai Li. Lin Ye roared, instantly pushing his spiritual sight and his own element power to the limit, standing in front of Bai Li. The two Special Forces team members also opened fire without hesitation, trying to repel the enemies rushing from the shadows. Bai Li's eyes burned with icy flames, forcefully resisting the terrifying suction, while the coldness surrounding her surged uncontrollably. The black cracks at the core let out unbearable groans from the external dark pulling force and her own forced operation. The crisis exploded in an instant. Chapter 24, Death Struggle and Shattered Ice Marks. Within the hollow, killing intent overflowed. The terrifying sucking force from the corrupted altar gripped Bai Li like an invisible giant hand, trying to drag her toward the throbbing dark red tumor. Four figures emerged from the shadows, their fierce auras all being B-class peak experts, targeting Lin Ye and the two Special Forces team members. The assault was fierce, aiming to eliminate interference in an instant. Hold the formation. Protect the target. One Special Forces team member shouted angrily, his pulse rifle spitting fire, weaving into a dense barrage, trying to block the incoming enemies. The other team member quickly threw smoke bombs and stun grenades to disrupt the enemy's vision and perception. However, the attackers from the dark abyss were clearly well prepared. Two of them twisted their bodies strangely, actually slipping through the gaps of the barrage, their arms turning into dark blades, slashing toward the necks of the Special Forces members with a sharp whizzing sound. The other two had clear targets, one rushed directly at Lin Ye, while the other circled behind, trying to cut off their escape route. Get away! Lin Ye's eyes turned red, with spiritual sight pushed to the limit. The attacker's fluid and deadly energy flow trajectory was crystal clear in his eyes. Knowing his strength was far inferior, he dared not confront directly, his body rolled to the left as if foreseeing danger. Swoosh! The dark blade brushed closely past his back, leaving a deep scar on the ground. At the same time, the faint golden element power he had gathered, containing a hint of coldness, erupted suddenly. It was not meant to attack the enemy's body, but precisely aimed at the ground beneath the attacking enemy coming towards the Special Forces member. There lay a spot of loose rock slightly eroded by corrupted energy. Bang! The element power collided, and the rock layer instantly shattered and collapsed. The attacker, about to strike with lethal force, was caught off guard, losing balance underfoot, and suddenly hesitated. Good opportunity. Another Special Forces team member, experienced in battle, seized this fleeting moment to fire accurately with his pulse rifle. Put! The energy beam instantly pierced through the attacker's shoulder, spraying a splash of black blood. The attacker let out a muffled grunt, their assault thwarted. However, Lin Ye was also exposed to another attacker's range of attack. The attacker grinned fiercely, the sharp blade aimed directly at Lin Ye's heart. The speed was too fast, there was no way to dodge. The shadow of death loomed again. In this critical moment. Congeal. Bai Li's cold voice echoed like a celestial mantra, filled with extreme pain and undeniable authority. She forcibly resisted the terrifying pull of the altar, pointing a finger at the assailant charging toward Lin Ye, a single motion in the air. It wasn't a powerful ice flame obliteration, but a highly condensed ice blue ring shot out in an instant, arriving first and accurately ensnaring the attacker. Talent World Binding Heavenly Charm, active release extreme cold confinement. The attacker's movements instantly froze, a thick layer of frost covering his body like an insect trapped in amber, holding the posture of a forward thrust, unable to move. His eyes filled with terror. Though just a brief confinement, for Lin Ye, it was a chance for life. Thanks! Lin Ye roared, without a hint of hesitation, his body leaping forward like a cheetah, not retreating but charging ahead. Once again, he gathered his energy, aiming directly at the dark blade in the confined attacker's hand. He snatched the blade. It was cold and heavy to the touch, emanating a dark aura, and with all his strength, hurled it fiercely at the crazed researcher in the white coat on the altar. Catch the thief by capturing the king. The blade transformed into a black lightning bolt, targeting the researcher's back. The researcher, fervently maintaining the altar's operation, seemed not to anticipate this sudden attack, letting out a frightful scream, activating a talisman on his body instinctively. Buzz! A layer of dark energy shield appeared instantly. Clang! The black blade struck the shield, sparks flying, failing to penetrate, but the immense impact knocked the researcher off balance, interrupting his operation on the altar. Now's the chance. The altar's pull showed a momentary disturbance. Bai Li's eyes sparkled with cold light. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, she no longer resisted the pull but stepped forward forcefully. At the same time, deep within her ice-blue eyes, the phantom of the nine-tailed celestial fox flickered again. An even older, more vast force, seemingly from the depths of the stars, was forcibly invoked by her. She formed a complex and mysterious hand seal, an unprecedented brilliant ice-blue radiance erupting around her. Ice retrace. Origin. Her clear voice carried an ancient rhythm akin to a chant. Boom. Centered around her, a terrifying cold wave surged outwards like a tsunami. The ground was instantly covered in thick, solid ice. The walls of the chamber became adorned with countless massive ice spikes. The four attackers, including the one who was confined, were the first to be completely frozen, turning into four ice statues with terrified expressions. Even the roaring corrupted core tumor suddenly slowed, its surface enveloped in an icy shell. Two Special Forces members were also pushed back repeatedly by this indiscriminate terrifying cold wave, staring in shock at this miraculous power. However, Bai Li, who executed this blow, wavered violently, abruptly spitting out a mouthful of blood laced with black mist. Her complexion instantly turned ashen, her breath like a flickering candle in the wind, rapidly fading. Status sharing, core cracks are rapidly deteriorating. Origin being overdrawn. Life force draining swiftly. Danger. Bai Li. Lin Ye's heart stopped, recklessly rushing over, supporting her softening body. Her touch was icy and bone-chilling, and he could feel her life force vanishing quickly. Though the altar's pull was temporarily suppressed, it didn't stop but rather became more deadly due to Bai Li's drastic energy consumption and the core's deterioration. It even began to actively drain her life force. Must destroy core. Lin Ye looked up at the still pulsing, struggling to break free from the ice, rotting core, and then glanced at the fading Bai Li in his arms. An unprecedented rage and determination surged in his heart. He gently placed Bai Li down and stood up. His gaze swept over the few ice sculptures, over the panicked researcher, and finally locked onto the corrupt core. Under the spirit vision, the energy structure of the core, especially the tiny cracks appearing due to Bai Li's extreme cold, appeared incredibly clear. The weakness. Right there. He picked up a dark weapon similar to a military dagger that another attacker had dropped and poured the only remaining trace of his power, which had been stained and assimilated by the ice crystal, into it without reservation. A faint blue gold light surfaced on the military dagger. Then, like a moth flying into a flame, he charged towards the enormous, ominous, and destructive corrupt core for one final attack. Stop him, the researcher shouted in terror, trying to retake control of the altar. But the two Special Forces members who had regained their senses immediately opened fire, suppressing him fiercely. Break for me, shatter! Lin Ye roared, pouring all his will, all his strength, and all his concerns for Bai Li into this thrust. His body soared into the air, becoming one with the dagger. With unwavering resolve, he struck accurately at the most vulnerable point of the corrupt core captured by spirit vision, the deepest point of Bai Li's cold. Pfff. A muffled sound, as if tearing some living tissue, rang out. The military dagger was driven deep. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Then. A sharp howl that was not transmitted through the air, but directly affected the soul, filled with endless pain and resentment, erupted from the depths of the corrupt core. That enormous mass twisted and expanded wildly. The icy shell shattered in an instant. Dark red filthy blood and thick black energy gushed out from the wound like a geyser. The horrifying wave of dark energy exploded like substance. Boom! Lin Ye was caught off guard, as if he had been hit head-on by a speeding spaceship, spewing blood as he was thrown back, crashing heavily against the distant icy wall, bones breaking beyond count, his vision blackening, and he lost consciousness instantly. The entire chamber shook violently, the altar's light flickered wildly, and then it completely dimmed. The corrupt core, expanded to its limit, finally exploded with a violent convulsion of unwillingness. Countless pieces of flesh and dark energy splattered, turning the entire chamber into a filthy place. In the aftermath of the explosion, the researcher let out a desperate scream, swallowed by the backlash of dark energy, turning to ashes. Inside the chamber, only the deathly silence after the explosion remained, filled with a terrible stench, and the scattered ice sculptures and ruins. The two Special Forces members barely protected themselves through their equipment and experience, but they were also gravely injured. They looked around the devastated chamber, at the unconscious Lin Ye, and at the almost extinguished Bai Li, their faces filled with shock and fear. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the passageway. Lin Ye, accompanied by a team of Special Forces members, finally arrived. He saw the scene before him, especially the state of Bai Li and Lin Ye, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Immediate rescue. Highest standard. Notify the base, prepare the highest level medical cabin. Quickly. Chapter 25, The Spark in the Depths of Longyuan. Longyuan Base, Underground Level 7, Advanced Medical Center. Pure white gentle light filled the sterile isolation chamber, the air fragrant with the faint scent of life energy, starkly contrasting with the lingering blood and decay from outside. Lin Ye lay in the medical chamber, his body connected to dozens of fine energy conduits and life-monitoring probes. Advanced repairing liquid enveloped his body, gently and continuously repairing the broken bones, torn veins, and trembling organs. His consciousness floated in the dark abyss. At times, he could feel a subtle itch and warm flow of energy from his body, while at other times, the terrifying explosions and screams from the mine's hollow pulled him back into nightmares. Bai Li's situation was worse than his. She was placed in the highest specification medical chamber next door. The entire chamber was enveloped in a faint icy blue energy barrier, made from rare ice attribute crystals the base had stored, used to stabilize her collapsing essence. Her face was so pale that there was not a trace of blood, and her breath was so weak it was almost undetectable, like a delicate yet fragile ice sculpture. The life signs displayed on the medical instruments were alarmingly low, with chaotic and weak energy fluctuations at the core, the black crack resembling a hideous centipede, continuously emitting an ominous aura. Lin Ye stood outside the observation window, his face grave as water. Several high-ranking doctors and elemental mechanics from the base were nervously analyzing data and discussing treatment plans. Systematic injury, mixed with extremely high concentrations of abyssal corrosive energy and mental pollution, is itself very difficult to handle. Student Bai Li forcibly activated her essence beyond her body's limits, causing her injuries to fully erupt, nearly touching the core of her soul. The chief physician's voice was filled with a sense of helplessness. Our repair fluid and life energy can barely maintain her life, but for that crack, the effect is minimal. The ice crystal vitality field can only slow the rate of deterioration, it cannot reverse it. An elemental mechanic added, unless we can find legendary treasures like eternal ice essence or fountain of life, there might be a glimmer of hope, but those things are hard to come by, and distant water can't quench immediate thirst. Lin Ye was silent, his fists tightly clenched. A world-class SSS genius, the hope of Dragon Nation, was she really going to fall like this in her own base? At that moment, Lin Ye in the medical chamber fluttered his eyelashes a few times and slowly opened his eyes. The glaring medical lights made him feel somewhat uncomfortable, and the sharp pain and weakness in his body surged like a tide. It took him some time to focus his vision and see his surroundings clearly. You're awake. Lin Ye's voice came through the communicator, holding a hint of barely noticeable fatigue. Lin Ye turned his stiff neck to look at Lin Ye outside the observation window, hoarsely asking, "Commander, Bai Li, how is she?" His first question was about her. Lin Ye was silent for a moment, then truthfully informed him of the situation, without concealing anything. Lin Ye's heart sank with each of Lin Ye's words, eventually sinking into an icy abyss. Even Longyuan Base was at a loss. Despair coiled around his heart like a cold vine, nearly suffocating him. He subconsciously turned inward, looking at the Book of All Spirits contract. On the host panel, his condition was equally terrible: multiple fractures, internal turmoil, damaged veins, and exhausted mental strength. On the contract Star Beast panel, Bai Li's condition was even more alarming, marked in blood red, near death, essence collapse, systematic injury deterioration. Affinity, 69/100. Contract strength, level 2.33. Looking at the still existing contract link, at the faint yet still burning affinity number, a crazy thought flashed through Lin Ye's nearly drowned consciousness like lightning. Contract. Book of All Spirits contract. The system had said that enhancing contract strength and host power could strengthen the effect of contract maintenance. Contract maintenance: the power of the contract will continuously suppress and purify the violent elemental energy erosion within the contracted Star Beast, preventing its demonic transformation. Although it mainly prevents demonic transformation, since it can purify erosion, could it also be effective against the dark energy remnants in that crack? Even if it has only a trace of effect. And now, he and Bai Li were both in an extremely weak state. The medical pod was full of energy. Was this an opportunity to try deep resonance again, even using external power to activate the deeper abilities of the contract? A very risky plan quickly formed in his mind. Commander! Lin Ye's voice was sharp with urgency. I have a way. Perhaps I can save her. But I need your authorization and help. Li Li's sharp gaze instantly locked onto Lin Ye. What method? He did not believe an F-level student could have any earth-shattering means, but Lin Ye's previous performance made him unable to regard him as an ordinary student. The contract. The sole contract between me and Bai Li. Lin Ye explained urgently. It has the power to purify and maintain. I need to enter Bai Li's medical pod and resonate with her at the deepest level of vitality and spirit, trying to guide the energy of the medical pod through the contract link to purify her core's dark energy. This may require the base's energy system support, and there may be risks. Bai Li furrowed his brows tightly. Deep resonance? Guiding external energy? Do you know how dangerous this is? If you are not careful, not only will you be unable to save her, but you may also be torn apart by the raging energy. It could even cause an energy backflow, leading to an explosion. I know. Lin Ye's eyes were firm, even with a hint of crazy stubbornness, but this is the only chance. Commander, please believe me. And also believe in the contract between me and her. Bai Li stared hard into Lin Ye's eyes. In those eyes, there was fear, there was weakness, but more was an undeniable determination and a kind of faith-like firmness. He then looked at Bai Li, who was on the brink of death in the medical pod. There was not much time left. After a long moment, Bai Li gritted his teeth and said solemnly, "All right. I will trust you this once. The base will fully support. What do we need to do? Connect our medical pod's energy output interface in parallel. Adjust the energy output mode, change it to a gentle life vitality and attribute-less vitality mixed output, and set the frequency to this band." Lin Ye reported a series of complex parameters based on the faint sensing from the contract link and the operational pattern of basic vitality guidance technique. Also, I need the highest quality of calming flower powder and clear heart grass extract, injected into my medical pod immediately. Stabilize my spirit and enhance perception accuracy. This was the only medicine he could think of that would help him control the situation. Bai Li didn't hesitate at all and immediately ordered, "Do as he says." Immediately. Highest priority. The entire advanced medical center sprang into efficient operation. Engineers quickly modified the medical pod interface, physicians prepared the medicines, energy workers adjusted the output parameters. Soon, everything was ready. The medical pod Lin Ye was in was moved by mechanical arms, connecting side by side with Bai Li's medical pod, and the top cover opened. With the infusion of the calming flower and clear heart grass's medicinal power, Lin Ye felt as if his originally agonizing and throbbing brain was cleansed by a spring, becoming exceptionally clear and calm. Although his body was still weak, his spiritual perception had been amplified to the limit. He took a deep breath, looking at Bai Li, who was lifeless in the adjacent cabin, and softly said, "Don't be afraid, this time, let me help you." He closed his eyes, and his consciousness completely sank into the sea of consciousness, into that book of the contract of all spirits. This time, he held nothing back, pouring all his will and all his hope into the soul contract that connected them. Link, deep resonance, guide. He carefully, as if holding the finest scalpel, inserted his spiritual thread through the contract link, bit by bit, delving into Bai Li's nearly lifeless, darkly cracked core of consciousness. Pain. Cold. Deathly silence. Despair. Negative emotions and energy crashed against his consciousness like an icy storm, but he held his mind tightly. With the power of medicine and a strong will, he struggled to explore forward. At the same time, he guided the gentle yet mighty life force and attribute-less energy delivered from the medical pod, flowing through the contract link, like opening a small river, slowly flowing towards Bai Li. This process was 100 times more difficult than ever before. Bai Li's origin was nearly exhausted, instinctively repelling foreign power, while that dark crack madly devoured all energy. Lin Ye felt like he was steering a small boat, sailing on a violent sea filled with reefs and whirlpools. At any moment, the boat could be destroyed and lives lost. But he did not give up. He recalled the feeling of resonance with energy before, remembered the unique frequency of Bai Li's power, and desperately adjusted the fluctuations of his own energy and the external energy, trying to simulate and get closer. 1 failure, 2 failures. His mental strength swiftly consumed, his body suffering again from tearing pain due to excessive overload. Just as he was about to faint again. Buzz. A very faint yet incredibly clear resonance sound finally came from the deepest part of the contract link. Success. He successfully injected a thread of extremely pure and gentle life energy, bypassing the most violent area of the dark crack, into the almost extinguished ice blue star fire at the very core of Bai Li. Like a long-awaited rain falling on a drought-stricken land. That weak starfire suddenly flickered, as if grasping a straw for survival, starting to slowly and greedily absorb this thread of power. Contract link, deep life resonance established. Contract maintenance effect weakly activated. Starting to purify rule path residual corrupt energy. Efficiency, 0.001%. The system's prompt sounded like a celestial melody. Though the efficiency was infuriatingly low, it was effective. Really effective. What made Lin Ye even more excited was that with the injection of this life energy and the weak activation of contract maintenance, he felt that deep in Bai Li's core, that vast and ancient origin belonging to the nine-tailed celestial fox seemed to be slightly touched, beginning an extremely slow self-awakening, trying to cooperate with his guidance to repair itself. There is hope. Lin Ye felt wild joy in his heart and focused even more on maintaining this fragile resonance and guidance. Outside, the energy readings of the medical pod began to show subtle changes. Bai Li's vital signs remained weak, but the heartbeat curve, which had almost turned into a straight line, appeared extremely subtle, regular fluctuations. It worked, the chief physician observing exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Ye's tightly clenched fist slightly relaxed, his eyes bursting with brilliance. Increase energy output. Stabilize frequency. Support him with all our strength. Mighty yet gentle energy continued to surge in. Lin Ye, as the transfer station, finally controlled all of this, his body bearing immense pressure, blood once again oozing from the corners of his mouth, but his gaze grew brighter. Contract strength, level 2.33, level 2.35. Intimacy, 69/171/100. The starfire finally rekindled a thread of faint hope in the endless dark winter. Chapter 26, Silent Transformation and the Name of Underflow. Time quietly passed in the precise flow of energy and silent persistence. In the Dragon Abyss Base's advanced medical center, the atmosphere remained tense, but there was a slight glimmer of hope. Lin Ye was like a precise human energy regulator, completely immersed in guidance and resonance. His mental strength was highly concentrated, every small adjustment of energy consumed tremendous spirit. The burden on his body grew heavier, with pain and tearing sensations in his meridians due to the continuous transmission of energy far beyond his level, but he forcibly suppressed it. Bai Li's condition was still not optimistic, but the most dangerous trend toward collapse had been halted. That thread of life energy, which Lin Ye had painstakingly infused and amplified and purified through contract maintenance. Like the toughest seed. In the core of her nearly barren mind, a root took hold. The vast primal power of the nine-tailed fox, stimulated by this seed, finally began to repair itself, albeit at an incredibly slow and instinctive pace. The ice-blue starfire no longer flickered randomly, instead, it sustained a faint but stable burn, fiercely resisting the corrosion of the black cracks. Rule path damage residual corruption purification efficiency, 0.001%, 0.003%, slowly increasing. The numbers were tiny, yet they represented a true reversal. Outside the medical pod, Lin Ye and the medical team dared not relax for a moment, closely monitoring all data and adjusting energy distribution and auxiliary medications to provide Lin Ye with the utmost support. This process lasted a full day and night. When Lin Ye finally fell into a coma again due to complete exhaustion of his mental power, his face was as pale as paper, his breath weak, but the corners of his mouth carried a slight, weary, yet comforting curve. He had done all he could do to the limit. Inside Bai Li's medical pod, her vital signs had stabilized at a lower but safe level. Though still unconscious, the edges of the black crack seemed to have incredibly subtle, hardly visible ice crystals slowly congealing, attempting to seal the terrifying wound. Contract strength, 2.35, 2.4. Intimacy, 71/175/100. When Lin Ye woke up again, he found himself still in the medical pod, but the connected tubes had decreased by more than half. The severe pain in his body had eased considerably, replaced by a deep sense of weakness and emptiness, as if he had been completely drained. He immediately looked to the side. Bai Li's medical pod was still enveloped in an ice-blue force field, but the data displayed on the instruments had stabilized significantly. She is temporarily out of danger. Lin Ye's voice came, carrying a hint of relief. Kid, you've created a miracle. Lin Ye breathed a sigh of relief, only to feel an indescribable fatigue wash over him. Thank you, Commander, and everyone supporting me. It's what you fought for yourself. Lin Ye looked at him, his eyes complicated. Rest well. The base will spare no effort to help you recover. In the following days, they entered a relatively stable recovery phase. Lin Ye's body slowly recovered with the help of high-level healing liquid and his own training. Having experienced this life and death resonance, he found unexpected benefits. The operation of the fundamental elemental power induction technique became smoother and more fluid, and his control over elemental power had improved a notch, with the icy characteristics becoming increasingly apparent. More importantly, it seemed that his mental power limit had expanded under extreme pressure. Although the total amount was still depleted, he would inevitably recover stronger than before. Though his spiritual vision ability could not be used due to his mental power limitations, he felt a deeper understanding of it. Bai Li's recovery was much slower. Several days later, she transitioned from deep coma to light coma. Sometimes there would be slight tremors of her eyelashes, but she still did not awaken. The base deployed all high-grade ice-type resources in storage to continuously stabilize her condition. They also attempted to further purify the dark energy, but the effects were minimal. That rule path damage was, after all, something that ordinary means could not resolve. During this time, Shirley, Yi Ling, and Shen Mo came to visit them. Shirley, this foolish guy, saw Lin Ye and gave him a bear hug, but was sternly stopped by the nurse, his eyes red. Yi Gu. Awesome. I heard you guys pulled off something huge. You scared us to death. Yi Ling brought her precious high-energy fruit. Looking at the two medical pods side by side, her expression was complex, and in the end, she only softly told Lin Ye, "Get better soon." Shen Mo remained as few words as ever but left behind a data chip. This is all the related information I compiled about the 7th seat of the Abyss and the abandoned mining area, including several suspicious nodes filtered from the base intranet. It might be useful for you. Lin Ye accepted it seriously. Lei Lai also brought investigation results, traps in the western suburbs mining area. It is confirmed that this is a conspiracy against Bai Li. The researcher was an internal agent who had been secretly lurking and was seduced long ago. The identities of several attackers have been confirmed to be assassins trained by An Yuan. The 7th seat of An Yuan has a mysterious whereabouts and could not be captured. The internal investigation of the base is still ongoing. A few small shrimp have been unearthed, but whether the core hidden dangers have been eliminated remains unknown. An Yuan Lin Ye chewed on this name, feeling an overwhelming pressure. 10 days later, Lin Ye basically recovered and was discharged from the hospital, but his strength still needed consolidation. Bai Li was also transferred to a special care ward to continue treatment. Although she had not awakened, her condition was stable. Lin Ye spent almost every day in her ward, practicing his own skills while trying to engage in light passive resonance that did not consume too much of his energy, nurturing her essence continuously. Affinity, 75/176/100. This companionship was silent yet persistent. Sometimes he would talk to her in her coma, sharing stories about the base's training, recounting funny incidents involving Shirley and others, and discussing his own cultivation insights, as if she could hear him. He didn't know if this was effective, but he just wanted her to know he wasn't alone. Another 5 days passed. When Lin Ye finished a round of cultivation and opened his eyes, he met a pair of slightly opened, bewildered and weak ice-blue eyes. Bai Li had awakened. Her gaze remained dull, losing its usual cold sharpness. She appeared somewhat fragile, staring blankly at the ceiling as if she hadn't fully grasped the situation. "You're awake?" Lin Ye's voice carried surprise and a trace of subtle caution, fearing to startle her. Bai Li's eyes slowly moved, focusing on his face. She was silent for a few seconds, seemingly aligning the person in front of her with her memories. She moved her lips just slightly, uttering almost in a breathy voice, "Water." Lin Ye immediately dipped a cotton swab in warm water and moistened her cracked lips. After drinking a little water, Bai Li seemed to regain some strength, and her gaze became a bit clearer. She felt her physiological state and furrowed her brow slightly, clearly realizing her terrible condition and the still stubborn crack within her. "I'm not dead." Her voice was hoarse, carrying a flatness of someone who had survived a disaster, as if stating a matter that was unrelated to her. "Yes, you're not dead." Lin Ye nodded, a huge weight finally lifting from his heart. "We both survived." Bai Li fell silent again, her ice-blue eyes moving slightly to look at Lin Ye. Through that invisible bond, she could clearly sense the relief and lingering deep worry radiating from him. And, a bond that felt even closer after surviving life and death together. During her coma, that gentle and continuous weak energy that nourished her core, that clumsy yet persistent intention accompanying her, she was not completely unaware of it. But all of this was too unfamiliar to her. She was used to coldness, used to bearing things alone. After a long while, she spoke again, her voice still weak but much clearer. "Thank you." Affinity, 76/178/100. Lin Ye smiled, "Likewise. In the mine area, if it weren't for you, I would have died long ago." At that moment, the ward door was pushed open, and Lei Lai entered with a physician. Seeing Bai Li awake, a hint of a smile appeared on Lei Lai's serious face. "It's good you're awake. How do you feel?" Bai Li nodded slightly, a simple acknowledgement, concise, "I'm okay." The physician stepped forward to conduct a detailed check, and after a moment, said to Lei Lai, "Vital signs are stable, the trend of core collapse has stopped, but long-term rest and a remedy are needed. Currently, it is not advisable to use any power." Lei Lai nodded, looking at Lin Ye and Bai Li, his expression turning serious. "This incident is extremely severe. And Yuan has openly targeted the Long Yuan base and SSS class geniuses. The headquarters is taking this very seriously." He paused and continued, "The base will continue to provide you with the best medical care and resources. Regarding the investigation into the Abyss, and the subsequent actions, you don't need to participate for now. Your primary task is to recover, especially Bai Li." But Lin Ye couldn't help but speak up. "No buts. Lin Ye interrupted him, his tone leaving no room for doubt. This is an order. Surviving and becoming stronger is the best response to the enemy. Moreover, he looked deeply at the two of them. The contract between you may be key to facing future crises. Master it completely, unlock its potential, that's equally important. Before leaving, Lin Ye left behind an encrypted file. This is known information about the Abyss, with high-level clearance. You can take a look. Know yourself and know your enemy. The ward was left with just the two of them again. Lin Ye opened the file and browsed through it with Bai Li. The more they looked, the heavier their hearts became. The Abyss, also known as Abyssal Sanctum, is an ancient, tightly structured extremist organization that believes in the so-called Lord of the Abyss. Their traces are found all over the world, infiltrating various countries, dedicated to creating chaos, spreading corruption, and searching for and controlling or destroying powerful star beasts and beast masters, their actions wild and unpredictable. The organization is divided into ranks known as seats. There are at least 13 known seats, and the 7th seat has already demonstrated the power to plan an attack on the Longyuan base. The strength of higher seats is unimaginable. Their seemingly goal is to open the so-called Abyssal Passage to welcome the arrival of God O. At the end of the document, there are several extremely blurry images, depicting murals and records in ancient ruins related to the Abyss and horrifying existences, filled with ominous and destructive vibes. Closing the file, a long silence fell over the ward. The enemy is larger, more terrifying, and more insane than imagined. We must become stronger more quickly. Bai Li's voice broke the silence, the familiar coldness and determination slowly returning to her ice-blue eyes. Lin Ye nodded heavily, exactly. The road ahead is bound to be fraught with thorns, but the bond forged through a life and death trial has grown even tougher. Rest and hiding are for a stronger outburst next time. Chapter 27, Calm Heart and Invisible Barriers. After waking up, Bai Li's recovery speed far exceeded the doctor's most optimistic estimates. The SSS-grade bloodline heritage of the nine-tailed celestial fox began to truly manifest. Although her injuries still clung to her like an affliction that couldn't be removed, her bodily functions and mental strength were recovering at an astonishing speed. A few days later, she was able to sit up independently, engage in simple meditation, and absorb the concentrated elemental energy in the ward. But each time she meditated, her brows furrowed slightly. Most of the absorbed elemental energy was greedily devoured by that black crack to sustain its existence. Only a tiny portion could flow into her depleted origins, and the repair speed was frustratingly slow. She tried to summon a trace of origin power. As soon as her fingertips began to gather a faint ice-blue glow, the core crack trembled like a disturbed poisonous snake, emitting a chilling sting that turned her face pale in an instant, forcing her to dissipate the power immediately. An invisible shackle firmly restrained this heavily injured colossal beast of the starry sky. Lin Ye watched all this helplessly, feeling anxious but powerless. All he could do was train harder, while maintaining the faint resonance of element energy, hoping to provide her with even a bit of help. Intimacy, 78/179/100. Bai Li had approved their access to the base's advanced training room, but strictly limited the intensity and requested that medical staff monitor Bai Li's condition at all times. In the training room, the scene was starkly contrasting. Lin Ye was sweating profusely among various equipment, solidifying his F+ grade peak strength, honing his combat skills, and repeatedly crashing against the E grade barrier. His basic elemental energy guidance technique became increasingly refined, and his application of the icy attributes was more adept than ever. His spiritual vision ability became more precise and detailed with the recovery of his mental strength and insights gained from that deep application. And Bai Li? Most of the time, she sat quietly beside him. She was not idle, but used her powerful mental perception and fundamental understanding to observe Lin Ye's training, occasionally issuing a few cold yet precise words. Use your waist and abdomen, not your shoulders or arms. The energy should circulate back to 3 inches from your fingertips, wasting it. Anticipate from the left. Her guidance often hit the nail on the head, directing Lin Ye right to the critical points, helping him avoid many detours and greatly increasing his efficiency. Sometimes, she would slowly demonstrate seemingly simple movements, subtle finger motions, slight shifts and steps, and the frequency of mental focus and release. These movements contained a rhythm that was hard to put into words, a mere glimpse of the nine-tailed skyfox's understanding of the essence of power. Lin Ye watched intently, striving to remember and imitate. Though he only grasped the form and not the essence, he still gained immense benefits. He could feel his understanding of energy and combat gradually improving in subtle ways. This teaching was not one-sided. When Lin Ye tried to share some subtle changes in energy flow that he observed with spirit vision, a flicker of surprise and contemplation sometimes flashed in Bai Li's ice-blue eyes. This insight, stemming from the system and exceeding the ordinary, could sometimes provide her with another perspective to examine her own power in that crack within. The communication between the two remained few, yet a unique, unspoken understanding formed. Besides training, Lin Ye spent most of his time immersed in the base's library and database. He frantically researched everything about rule-based injuries, abyss energy, ancient star beasts, soul contracts, and rare healing materials. A flood of information poured into his mind. Although most of it was obscure or out of reach, he still absorbed it desperately like a hungry person. He knew that depending on the base to find eternal ice marrow or fountain of life would take ages. He had to seek clues and methods on his own. The data chip given by Chen Mo also provided him with tremendous help. By reverse tracking and pattern analysis of those suspicious nodes, combined with database information, Lin Ye gained a deeper understanding of the abyss's operational style, possible activity areas, and energy characteristics. He even attempted to use spirit vision's microscopic observation to analyze the energy residues on the metal fragments brought back from the mining area, hoping to find more clues. Days flew by in intense training and study. Longyuan Base seemed to have restored its former order, the internal investigations appeared to have concluded, and training and missions proceeded as usual. But Lin Ye could sense that the undercurrents beneath the calm surface had never ceased. That feeling of being watched occasionally returned, though it was exceedingly faint and fleeting, proving that the abyss's reach had not been entirely severed. The base's security level remained at the highest tier. During this time, Lei and Yiling successfully broke through the A-level threshold, greatly enhancing their strength, and were assigned to more advanced action teams. Chen Mo, on the other hand, seemed more interested in information analysis and behind-the-scenes work, spending all day in the information processing center. Their visits to see Lin Ye and Bai Li became less frequent, but each time they came, they brought news from the outside world and were always astonished by Bai Li's recovery speed. A month later, Lin Ye sat cross-legged in the center of the training room, circulating energy around him, his breaths reaching the F+ level limit, just a hair's breadth from E level. He tried to guide the energy to break through that barrier, but each time ended in failure, always feeling as though he was missing that one crucial element. It wasn't that he lacked energy accumulation, but rather his understanding and control of power seemed to still miss a touch of refinement. Bai Li sat not far away, quietly watching him, suddenly speaking, strength is not just destruction, it also needs to condense. Will is not just dispersion, it also needs to gather. Lin Ye was taken aback, pondering her words. He closed his eyes again. No longer blindly pursuing the violent impact of elemental power, but attempting to concentrate the spiritual power to a high degree. With thoughts highly focused, he meticulously controlled every strand of elemental power, transforming them from scattered forces into a formidable, concentrated momentum directed by his will. He recalled Bai Li's seemingly understated yet devastating ice flames, which were not merely an overflow of pure energy but a combination of extreme concentration of intention and force. Gradually, the restless elemental power around him calmed down, converging inward, resembling the stillness before a storm. In the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, pointing like a sword, gently thrusting forward. There was no earth-shattering momentum, only an extremely refined and almost invisible pale golden-blue current shooting out, silently penetrating the specially made target ahead. Hiss! The target paused slightly, a minuscule deep hole appearing at its center, the edges smooth, with no energy leaking out at all. An E-grade barrier, under this ultimate concentrated strike, was violently breached. Gushing elemental power instantly flowed into the broader world, circulating around him, nourishing every inch of his meridians. Level up, E-grade. Elemental power cap +10. Spiritual power cap +5. Skill proficiency of basic elemental guidance technique significantly heightened. Current realm, mastery, great success. Control over elemental power notably enhanced. It worked. Lin Ye felt the powerful energy surging within him, an unstoppable excitement swelling in his heart. At this moment, the long-awaited system prompt sounded once again. Ding. Host strength has reached E-grade, contract intensity exceeds 2.4, conditions met. New feature unlocked, contract skill sharing, beginner. Contract skill sharing, beginner. The host can attempt to sense and borrow certain non-original skills from the contracted star beast through deep resonance, requires affinity and contract intensity support. Success rate and effects are influenced by the states of both parties. Chapter 28, Initial Trial of Ice Shadow and the Wind from the Outside World. Contract skill sharing, beginner. Lin Ye looked at the golden words appearing in his consciousness, his heart racing. What does this mean? It means he might borrow Bai Li's mysterious abilities? Even if it's just a fraction, it would significantly alter his combat power. He immediately looked at Bai Li, excitement shimmering in his eyes. Bai Li. The contract seems to have unlocked a new ability. I can try, sharing your skills? A hint of surprise flickered through Bai Li's ice-blue eyes. She sensed the contract link slightly, nodding, you can give it a try. But, my power is very domineering, your body may find it hard to withstand. Her meaning was clear, her power level was too high, and Lin Ye's freshly E-grade body might struggle to endure it, potentially facing backlash. I understand. Lin Ye suppressed his excitement, cautiously speaking. Shall we start with the basics? For example, subtle control over ice energy? Or, that kind of extreme cold confinement? He clearly remembered that in the underground mine, Bai Li had easily confined a peak B-grade attacker with an ice ring. Bai Li pondered for a moment, then said, "Confinement requires the support of original cold intent, you might find it hard to manage. We can try. Ice Shadow Step. It has very high requirements for elemental control, but the backlash is smaller, it's a low-level phantom movement technique." Ice Shadow Step? Sounds like a movement skill? Lin Ye immediately nodded, "Alright. Let's try this." The two sat opposite each other in a meditative position. Lin Ye took a deep breath and entered a deep meditative state again, fully immersing his mind into the contract link. This time, he was no longer simply transmitting energy or guiding, but letting his will. Like the finest probe, cautiously probing into the vast icy blue nebula deep within Bai Li. To actively sense and capture the skill runes or energy operation trajectories belonging to Ice Shadow Step. This process was even more challenging than deep resonance. Like a blind person trying to touch an elephant, it required extremely high mental precision and delicate control over the contract link. Bai Li also actively relaxed a portion of the original shielding around this skill. The operation secret and energy frequency of Ice Shadow Step were slowly and vaguely transmitted through the contract link. Cold, mysterious, containing enchanting and swift meanings, fragments of information surged into Lin Ye's consciousness. He struggled to understand, memorize, and imitate. One failure, two failures. Mental strength was rapidly consumed again. But he did not give up. His E-level mental strength and stronger control over elemental energy gave him more capital to try. He recalled Bai Li's ghostly figure during the fight, remembering the rhythm of her fingers' movements. He didn't know how long had passed when he felt his mental strength about to run out. Buzz. A marvelous sense of connection was established. He successfully captured that unique energy frequency belonging to Ice Shadow Step. Now is the time. Lin Ye whispered to himself, suddenly urging the elemental energy with a hint of coldness while highly concentrating his thoughts, simulating the essence of that ghostly method. Swish. His body trembled slightly, leaving a faint, almost transparent ice blue phantom at the spot, which dissipated in less than 1/10 of a second. His true body then staggered and shifted to the left, less than half a meter. The speed was even slower than his full speed running. And just like that, it nearly exhausted the little elemental energy he had just recovered, making his head dizzy. Contract skill sharing, beginner, used successfully. Mastered temporary skill, Ice Shadow Step, incomplete. Proficiency, initial understanding, entry. Skill effect, instantaneously consumes a large amount of elemental energy to create a fleeting deceptive phantom, allowing the true body to shift slightly over a short distance. Current effect is influenced by the host's elemental energy attributes, strength, and proficiency. Lin Ye. This effect is a bit too moving, right? It is simply worlds apart from Bai Li's instantaneous movements that leave a clear phantom. Bai Li looked at his clumsy yet concerning first attempt, and a hint of something like amusement seemed to flicker in her ice blue eyes. It was as fleeting as an illusion. Not bad. She commented faintly, initial attempt, looks similar is enough. With diligent practice, as elemental energy increases, the effect will improve. Lin Ye's face turned red. He knew not to be greedy. After all, this was an SSS-level expert's skill, and for him to be able to barely use it was already a miracle. I will practice hard. With a goal in mind, Lin Ye's training became even more intense. Practicing the basics during the day, and immersing himself in the practice of Ice Shadow Step and exploring spirit vision deeply at night. Although the initial effect of Ice Shadow Step was not impressive, it required extremely fine control over elemental energy, making each attempt an excellent exercise in mastery. And with E-level mental strength supporting it, spirit vision's range and precision also improved significantly. He could even start to vaguely observe the more subtle properties and flow patterns of elemental energy particles in the world. Bai Li's body was slowly recovering. She could now walk slowly in the ward, though still unable to use her original powers. Her complexion had improved a lot. She would occasionally watch Lin Ye practice Ice Shadow Step, pointing out a thing or two when he made obvious mistakes. The relationship between the two seemed to become more natural through this daily, mundane interaction and mutual teaching. Although Bai Li remained cold and spoke little, the icy aura that kept people at a distance had diminished considerably. Intimacy, 79/181/100. During this time, Shirley and Yi Ling returned from their mission, eagerly running over to share outside news with them. Brother Yi. Sister Bai Li. Guess what? Recently, a legend of Ice Shadow Hero has emerged in Shanghai City. Shirley exclaimed loudly. Ice Shadow Hero? Lin Ye was taken aback. Yes. Yi Ling chimed in, her eyes sparkling with gossip. They say it's a mysterious beast master with incredible speed, moving like an ice blue shadow, only appearing at night, teaching lessons to street bullies and low-level mutated creatures, striking cleanly and decisively. Many people saw it, but no one saw the face. It's gone viral online. Lin Ye's mouth twitched slightly. The icy blue shadow, this description, how does it resemble the residual shadow left when I failed practicing the icy shadow step? A few nights ago, he indeed sneaked out of the base to test the effects and tried it a few times in the suburbs of Shanghai City, conveniently taking care of a few little thugs. Bai Li's gaze also swept over, carrying a hint of meaning. Lin Ye suddenly felt a pang of guilt and quickly cleared his throat twice. Cough cough, it might be some kind of expert. Sure, Lei and Yiling didn't think much of it and chatted about other interesting stories. After they left, Lin Ye looked at Bai Li, awkwardly touching his nose. I seem to have accidentally created an urban legend. Bai Li glanced at him coldly, clumsy. Lin Ye. Although he was looked down upon, Lin Ye felt a little proud inside. After all, this proved his practice had some effect. However, the relaxed atmosphere was soon broken. Chen Mo came back again, his face more serious than usual. He brought bad news. The base had made discoveries in the follow-up exploration of the western suburbs mining area. That altar is not an isolated case. According to the residual energy signals and structural analysis, it has a high similarity with the energy patterns of several other suspected abyss activity points within Longwa, seemingly belonging to a larger network. Chen Mo pulled up a light screen, displaying a map of Longwa, marked with several flashing red dots, one of which is the western suburbs mining area. More importantly, the information department intercepted an extremely secret, heavily encrypted external communication residue, suspected to originate from a deep node within the base that has not yet been cleared. The difficulty of decryption is very high, but one frequently occurring term has been stripped out. He took a deep breath and slowly revealed two words. Star Pivot. Chapter 29, Suspicion of Star Pivot and the Stillness of Extreme Thought. Star Pivot? Lin Ye and Bai Li's eyes instantly focused on the term displayed by Chen Mo. This word carried an ancient and mysterious aura, seeming different from the style of Abyss, yet appearing in encrypted communications, making it particularly abrupt and critical. Can you decrypt more content? Lin Ye asked eagerly. Chen Mo shook his head. The cold light reflected on the lens. The encryption level is extremely high, using some ancient cryptography mixed with mental marking. Forcing decryption could likely trigger a self-destruction program, even reverse tracing. Currently, we only know that this term appears very frequently, seemingly being a place name, or the core of some plan. He pointed at the several red dots on the map. Combined with these similar energy pattern points, we speculate that Star Pivot could be a key transfer station, energy center, or even the execution site of an important Abyss plan. The altar in the western suburbs mining area might just be a branch node of this vast network. A Abyss base larger and more critical than the western suburbs mining area? Lin Ye's heart sank. The enemy's vastness and secrecy exceeded imagination. Bai Li, with icy blue eyes, stared at the map and suddenly spoke, her voice chilling. Can the energy flow be traced? Chen Mo looked at Bai Li in surprise. We tried. But after several jumps and disguises, the final area it pointed to was very vague. Roughly at the southwestern border of Longwa, in the primitive area where the Kangmang Mountains meet the dark forest. The terrain there is complex, the energy field chaotic, covered in mist all year round, satellite reconnaissance is quite ineffective, and it's the nest of many highly dangerous mutated creatures. He paused before adding. The military and the Explorer Association have had very limited exploration there and regard it as a C+ level danger zone. If Star Pivot is really hidden there, it wouldn't be surprising. The southwestern border? Vast mountain range? Dark forest? Lin Ye quickly retrieved relevant data from the base database. The image showed a vast, seemingly forgotten primitive land. Towering ancient trees blocked the sky and sun, the terrain was rugged and steep, miasma from swamps spread all around, and energy disturbances occurred from time to time. The recorded dangerous demonic creatures were of various kinds, with even vague sightings reported of horrifying presences above level A. It was indeed an excellent hiding place for secrets. Does the base have any action plans? Lin Ye looked at Chen Mo. Chen Mo pushed his glasses up. The intelligence level is too high, the risk is too great. The command center is still evaluating, it is very likely that they will not hastily organize a large-scale operation in the short term. They may first send elite reconnaissance teams for preliminary groundwork. But he did not finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. With Lin Ye and Bai Li's current state and strength, even if there was a chance, they would definitely not be able to participate. Bai Li was a key protected object, and Lin Ye's E-level strength was absolutely insufficient in such a place. The room fell into silence. The enemy hid behind the fog while they were trapped in the base. This sense of helplessness was suffocating. Lin Ye instinctively looked at Bai Li. Bai Li was also looking at him, her ice blue eyes, which had just calmed down due to recovery, were gradually gathering that coldness and sharpness once again. She needed to recover, need strength, needed to heal her injuries completely. And all of this could not be obtained by sitting idle in the base and waiting. Those ancient books. Bai Li suddenly said softly. Lin Ye was taken aback but quickly reacted. Yes. He had seen some broken records in the ancient books section of the base library, which seemed to mention ancient legends of the southwestern border, involving certain lost civilization ruins and special wonders of the world. He hadn't paid much attention at the time, but now that he thought about it, perhaps there were clues related to Star Pivot or healing injuries hidden among them. I need to go to the library again. Lin Ye suddenly stood up. In the following days, Lin Ye spent almost all his time in the ancient books section of the base library. He frantically flipped through bamboo slips, animal skin rolls, and stone carvings recorded in ancient scripts about the southwestern border of Long Country. The ability of spiritual vision was used to assist in deciphering those fuzzy characters and ancient patterns that contain weak spiritual fluctuations. Although Bai Li could not be there in person, through their bond, Lin Ye shared key information he saw with her. With her SSS level Star Beast ancient bloodline heritage and knowledge, she could often provide unexpected interpretive angles. Intimacy, 81/182/100. Hard work pays off for those who are determined. In an extremely fragmented piece, said to be from a long-extinct jungle tribe sacrificial mural, they found a clue. A part of the mural depicted ancestors worshipping a giant, crystal-like object that emitted star-like brilliance deep in the mountains. In another part, it depicted a lotus-like plant, as if formed from ice crystals, growing in a deep cold spring. The ancestors called it cold ice lotus, revered it as a sacred object, believing it had the miraculous effect of purifying dirt and nourishing the soul. Cold ice lotus. Lin Ye murmured, his heart racing faster. This name matched a rare spiritual plant he had previously found, which might have a slight relieving effect on the injuries caused by rules. What drew their attention even more was the area of the mural depicting the cold ice lotus and the star-like crystal. The background of this area faintly showed mountain outlines that were incredibly similar to the vague area that Chun Mo had indicated the energy signal ultimately pointed to. Star Pivot Star-like Crystal Cold Ice Lotus. Lin Ye's eyes brightened more and more. Could it be that the core of the Star Pivot is this star-like crystal? And the cold ice lotus grows nearby? Bai Li stared at the mural depiction, especially at the star-like crystal. A hint of an extremely subtle wave flickered in her ice-blue eyes, as if that thing resonated with some kind of connection? The possibility is very great. She slowly spoke. The most and cold thing, born with the ashes of the star core. Its power may be able to delay the erosion of the crack. Although it was only delay, this was tremendous news for them, who were currently at their wits' end. Moreover, if the Star Pivot was indeed related to that star crystal, then finding the frozen lotus might lead them to this crucial stronghold of the deep abyss. A plan gradually took shape in Lin Ye's mind. After leaving the library, he directly found Lei Lai. You want to apply to go to the southwestern border to search for the frozen lotus? Lei Lai looked at Lin Ye's submitted report and neural analysis, frowning tightly. Do you know what that place is? A C+ level danger zone. Even without the deep abyss, it's not somewhere you, an E level, can venture alone. I understand the risks, Commander. Lin Ye's eyes were firm, but Bai Li's injuries cannot wait. The frozen lotus is currently our only hope. Moreover, this might relate to clues about the Star Pivot. I am willing to bear all consequences. No. It's too risky. Lei Lai categorically rejected. The base will find a way to search for treatment resources, but it's not to make you go die. How long will we have to wait for the base's plan? Lin Ye argued back. Will the deep abyss give us that time? Commander, this is something I must do as her contractor. I am not going to die, I will prepare thoroughly. And... He paused, lowering his voice. I believe that the base may not be completely clean. Large-scale actions easily disturb the snake. One person, or a few absolutely trustworthy companions, the smaller the target, the safer it is. Lei Lai fell silent. He knew that Lin Ye spoke the truth. Although the internal inspection of the base had caught some people, no one could guarantee that there were no deeper spies. Moreover, the headquarters placed a high value on the intelligence regarding the Star Pivot, and indeed needed preliminary reconnaissance. He looked at the resolute and believing eyes of Lin Ye and thought of that equally stubborn SSS-level girl in the hospital room, and finally let out a long sigh. All right. You've convinced me. Lei Lai rubbed his forehead. But you can't go alone. Shirley and Yiling have just completed their rest. Their team is strong enough and absolutely trustworthy. I will let them use a regular border patrol mission as a cover to escort you to the edge of the target area. But once you enter the core area, you will have to rely on yourselves. Remember, your primary mission is to find the frozen lotus, confirming the clues about the Star Pivot is secondary. Once danger is discovered, retreat immediately. I will grant you the highest level of emergency rescue channel. Thank you, Commander. Lin Ye was overjoyed. Don't be too happy too soon. Lei Lai glared at him. Go back and prepare well. I will handle the mission report. Depart in 3 days. Chapter 30, Team Assembly and Departure to the Southwest. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these 3 days, Lin Ye spent nearly all his time in the base's equipment store and supply point. The limited things he could exchange with E-level permissions were few, but he still counted his resources carefully and used the quota approved by Lei to exchange for a basic protective suit, a high-frequency dagger, several bottles of high-efficiency energy supplements and healing medicine, and a high-level environmental detector. Most importantly, he exchanged a small piece of sunshine jade, said to be able to weakly resist the chill air, which might come in handy when searching for the frozen lotus. As for Bai Li, the base's medical department prepared her a special suppressor, which could maximize the concealment of her star beast essence fluctuations, avoiding unnecessary trouble or aggravating her injuries. She also changed into a gray combat suit that was convenient for movement, her silver hair tied back, reducing some of the frail delicacy, adding a touch of sharpness, though her complexion remained pale. On the morning of the departure day, the base's small aircraft takeoff and landing pad. Shirley and Yiling were already waiting there. Shirley had put on a heavier-looking tower shield, smiling widely. Brother Yi. Sister Bai Li. This time we brothers act together, it's guaranteed to be a sure win. Yiling was checking her dual blades at her waist and the light armor on her body, her eyes full of excitement. The southwest border, huh? I heard there are many strange and bizarre mutated creatures there, just right to practice. Chen Mo also arrived, not in combat uniform but still dressed like a technician. He handed Lin Ye a mini data terminal. This is the known map of the target area, marked energy anomaly points, and information about possible mutated creatures, offline version. Maintain communication silence, but every 12 hours, if conditions allow, try to use this encrypted frequency to send a secure signal. Thanks, Brother Mo. Lin Ye accepted the terminal and solemnly put it away. Lei Li arrived last, scanning the 4 of them. The task details are clear. Arrive at Post 7 under the pretense of border patrol, after that, you'll go your own way. Remember, safety first, intelligence second. If you encounter danger that you cannot handle, retreat immediately, and distress signals are the highest priority. Understood? Understood. The 4 answered in unison. The small transport aircraft's engine let out a low rumble, carrying the 4 into the sky, rushing toward the southwest direction of the Dragon Kingdom. Inside the cabin, Shirley and Yiling were still excitedly discussing possible encounters. Lin Ye unfolded the map that Chen Mo had given him, and studied the target area again with Bai Li. It was a vast area marked as Mist Hills, located on the outskirts of the Kangmang Mountains. Deeper inside was the core area of the Dark Forest, where the energy field was chaotic and the data was scarce. According to the mural rubbings in Chen Mo's energy flow tracing, the suspected area of the star pivot signal and the possible existence of the cold ice lotus was near a valley marked as abnormally low temperature deep within the Mist Hills. This place looks like it's not easy to handle. Shirley leaned over to take a look at the map, clicking his tongue. The map of the Mist Hills area was filled with markers representing danger and the unknown. Yiling, on the other hand, was eager to try. The harder it is to deal with, the more interesting it is. Bai Li's gaze fell on the marker of the abnormally low temperature valley, her ice blue eyes flickering slightly, as if sensing something. After several hours of flying, the scenery outside the window gradually changed from the bustling city to the desolate wilderness, and finally to rolling mountains shrouded in a faint mist. Prepare to land, Post 7 has arrived, the pilot's voice came. The aircraft landed smoothly on a small post platform built on a cliff. The post commander was a dark-skinned veteran. Upon receiving the order, he asked no further questions, only replenishing them with some fresh water and standard rations, pointing to the hills below covered in dense fog. Below is the Mist Hills. The signal is sometimes good and sometimes bad, so be careful. Recently, the energy fluctuations below have been a bit unusual, and mutated creatures are more active than usual. After bidding farewell to the post, the 4 descended along a steep path, officially entering the territory of the Mist Hills. The air suddenly turned damp and chilly, visibility dropped sharply, and the surroundings fell silent, leaving only the sound of the wind and their own breathing. The thick fog not only obstructed vision, but seemed to interfere with perception. Lin Ye felt that his spirit vision range had been significantly compressed. Maintain formation. Lin Ye said softly, Shirley in the front, Yiling on the left to scout, I will support in the middle, Bai Li, you stay by my side. He was worried about Bai Li's condition. Bai Li glanced at him, said nothing, and silently walked to his side. Shirley raised his tower shield, with a light yellow glow blooming, cautiously leading the way in front. Yiling's figure flitted, silently disappearing into the fog on the left side, responsible for alerting. Lin Ye held the detector in his hand, the data on the screen continuously jumping, showing the surrounding energy concentration and biological signals. Bai Li slightly closed her eyes, as if she were sensing her surroundings in her unique way. The terrain in the hilly area was complex, with strange rocks and twisted dead trees, and underfoot was slippery moss and thick decayed leaves. After walking for about half a day, they encountered no dangers despite the oppressive environment. Looks like it's not that scary after all. Shirley relaxed his guard a little. Just then, Yiling's urgent voice came through the team's encrypted communication. To the right. 3 o'clock. Something is approaching quickly. Energy response. C-class. Quantity, 3. They are fast. Almost simultaneously, the detector in Lin Ye's hand emitted a sharp alarm sound. Shirley immediately growled, slamming down the tower shield to enter a defensive stance. Lin Ye quickly activated spirit vision and saw through the mist 3 gray shadows rushing like lightning, bringing with them a strong smell of blood and chaotic mutated energy. They were 3 mutated creatures resembling leopards, with their bodies covered in bone spikes and their eyes a bright red spine-clawed leopards. Using the fog and the complex terrain as cover, they launched a surprise attack. Looking for death. Shirley roared, the tower shield glowing fiercely, ready to withstand the impact. Yiling's figure also flashed from the mist, her dual blades aiming directly for one leopard's neck. Lin Ye remained calm, spirit vision instantly locking onto the energy cores of the 3 spine-clawed leopards. He raised his hand sharply, a icy energy surged within him, and his fingers pointed like a sword. Whoosh! 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 3 concentrated beams of light blue-gold energy shot out accurately, not attacking their bodies but targeting the ground rocks in their path. Boom! 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 The rocks exploded, and debris flew everywhere. The attack paths of the 3 spine-clawed leopards were instantly disrupted, and one was even hit in the eye by flying stones, letting out a painful roar and misaligning its movements. Good opportunity! Yiling exclaimed, her short blade gleaming coldly, precisely slashing the throat of the wounded spine-clawed leopard. Shirley also seized the chance, smashing the tower shield forward to violently knock another spine-clawed leopard away, crashing it against the rocks with a clear sound of bones cracking. Seeing this, the third one displayed a flicker of fear in its bloody eyes, let out a low growl, and turned to flee into the dense fog. Ice bind! Bai Li's cold voice rang out. She didn't even make a big move, just gently waved her hand toward the fleeing spine-clawed leopard. A blast of extremely cold air swept past, and the fog around that spine-clawed leopard suddenly crystallized into fine ice, covering its limbs, slowing it down drastically. Though this ice bind effect lasted less than a second before the spine-clawed leopard broke free, that brief delay was already enough. Lin Ye, having prepared the second wave of energy beams, struck swiftly, hitting its hind leg joint accurately. The spine-clawed leopard let out a miserable howl and rolled on the ground. Yiling shadowed it, landing the final blow. The battle started and ended in an instant. The 3 C-class mutated creatures, under the cooperation of the 4, posed almost no threat. Shirley chuckled, good teamwork. Yiling flicked the blood off her short blade. Brother Yi, your eyes are really sharp, your interruption was perfectly timed. Big sister Bai Li, your control is impressive. Lin Ye let out a sigh of relief, glancing at Bai Li, seeing her calm breath, finally felt at ease. Bai Li only nodded slightly, but her gaze turned toward the depths of the hills, her brow furrowing slightly. The magical creatures here are more restless than expected. Lin Ye sensed it too, the detector showed the surrounding energy fields seemed even more unstable. He crouched down to examine the corpse of the spine-clawed leopard and found a very tiny, now depleted dark energy mark remaining just beneath its neck skin. Looks like the influence of the abyss is seeping deeper than we thought, Lin Ye said in a deep voice. After cleaning up the battlefield, the 4 became even more alert, continuing toward their target valley. The thick fog seemed never-ending, and the crisis-laden journey in the southwestern border was just beginning. In the depths of the mist, strange shadows and traces of ice lotuses linger. The further they ventured into the misty hills, the more bizarre the environment became. The thick fog not only obstructed their vision but also seemed to carry a faint mental disturbance, making them easily fatigued and prone to auditory hallucinations. The road beneath their feet had long disappeared, and they relied solely on Shenmo's map and Lin Ye's detector to guide their way. The frequency of energy turbulence was increasing, sometimes even triggering small-scale elemental storms that forced them to seek cover and hide. During this time, they encountered several waves of attacks from mutated creatures. There were giant decaying toads that could spit corrosive slime, thorn devils that hid underground and launched sudden attacks, and hordes of shark-toothed ghost bats. These mutated creatures were generally more ferocious than their counterparts in the outside world, displaying extreme aggression, and most bore tiny dark marks, as if driven by some unseen force. Fortunately, the 4 of them worked together more seamlessly. Shirley's defense was as solid as a rock, Yiling's attacks were unpredictable and difficult to defend, Lin Ye's spirit sight could always detect dangers and weaknesses in advance, and Bai Li, despite her inability to use large-scale destructive capabilities, often delivered precise control that could change the tide of battle. Lin Ye also attempted to use Ice Shadow Step multiple times, although the distance of displacement was still pitifully short and the shadows faded quickly, it performed surprisingly well for evading fatal attacks or creating instant confusion at critical moments. This won't work. After repelling a group of ghost bats, Shirley panted, these ghostly creatures are endless, and our consumption is too great. Yiling wiped the sweat from her forehead, and the fog is getting thicker, we can barely tell which way is which. Lin Ye looked at the almost off-the-charts energy interference readings on the detector and then glanced at the offline map given by Chin Mo, his brows tightly furrowed. They should be close to their target valley, but the environment was indeed too harsh. Bai Li suddenly crouched down, her fingers gently touching an inconspicuous patch of moss emitting a faint blue light on the ground. The cold is intensifying. She looked up, pointing in a direction. The source is over there. Lin Ye perked up. The detector's readings for the energy source were severely disrupted, but Bai Li's perception of the icy energy seemed unaffected. Change direction, follow Bai Li's feelings. Lin Ye immediately ordered. Sure enough, as guided by Bai Li, the temperature around them began to drop noticeably. Flecks of ice crystals began to mix in the fog, and the ground beneath them gradually transitioned from muddy to frozen earth. After trudging forward for more than an hour, a huge entrance to a canyon appeared before them, as if split by a giant axe. Chilling white air spilled out of the canyon like a solid, and the cliff walls on both sides were thickly hung with ice stalactites. This is it. Lin Ye compared the map to the environment, confirming that this was the valley marked with abnormal low temperature. The detector had almost completely malfunctioned here, with the screen showing a flurry of snowflakes. It's so cold. Yiling rubbed her hands together, the white mist she breathed out instantly condensed. Shirley shivered, channeling his energy to resist the cold. Lin Ye took out the warm sun jade he had exchanged for and held it in his hand, a faint warmth spreading, making him feel slightly better. He looked at Bai Li, only to find that she seemed not to mind the extreme cold, but instead, her face appeared to be a little flushed. The cracks in her core seemed to stabilize slightly in such an environment. Be careful, there's something inside. Bai Li suddenly warned in a low voice, her ice-blue eyes sharply fixed on the depths of the canyon. Lin Ye immediately focused his mind, spirit sight, struggled to pierce through the dense cold fog, faintly revealing that deep in the canyon, there seemed to be enormous, slowly moving shadows emitting powerful energy waves, at least B-class. And not just one. B-class mutated creatures. Countless. Lin Ye said in a deep voice, it seems that this frozen lotus is not so easy to take. What are you afraid of? Just do it. Shirley said loudly, slapping his shield. Yiling also licked her lips, it's just B rank, we've fought before. We can't rush in. Lin Ye shook his head, our goal is the lotus, not to eliminate the monsters. Bai Li, can you sense the exact location of the lotus? Bai Li closed her eyes and focused for a moment, then pointed to a steep ice wall on the left side of the valley. Over there, the cold is strongest, there is a pure life energy fluctuation. Good. Lin Ye observed the terrain. Shirley, Yiling, create some noise here to attract those big guys' attention. Bai Li and I will sneak around from the side and try to pick the lotus. Once we succeed, signal immediately, and then we retreat according to plan. Understood. Shirley and Yiling nodded. With the plan set, Shirley and Yiling immediately began to act. Shirley let out a loud roar, and the tower shield slammed onto the ground, making a huge rumble. The earthy-colored energy halo was especially eye-catching in the cold mist. Yiling darted like a spirit butterfly, her dagger slicing through the ice wall, creating a piercing scraping sound and scattered ice shards. The shadows deep within the valley were immediately disturbed, letting out a deep roar, shaking the ground as it rushed towards Shirley and Yiling. Now! Lin Ye whispered, and he and Bai Li shot forward like two arrows, quickly flanking towards the left ice wall along the shadowy edge of the valley. The closer they got to the ice wall, the stronger the cold became. Even holding the sunstone, Lin Ye felt as if his blood was about to freeze solid. However, Bai Li seemed to thrive in the cold, moving even faster than him. Soon, they arrived under the ice wall Bai Li had pointed out. Looking up, they saw a lotus flower, like a fine ice sculpture, quietly blooming in a crack several dozen meters above the ground. It was completely transparent, the petals emitting a gentle blue glow, while the center was like countless stars, radiating pure and cold life energy. This was the frozen lotus. However, next to the lotus coiled a giant snake, its body completely white, with a single horn on its head. It seemed not to have been attracted by Shirley and the others, its cold snake eyes were warily scanning below, exuding a powerful B-rank peak aura. The ice horn python. Lin Ye recognized this ice-type demonic creature, clearly considering the frozen lotus as its possession. I'll distract it. Bai Li suddenly spoke. That's too dangerous. Lin Ye immediately opposed, she couldn't use her powers. It's all right. Bai Li said calmly, just a distraction. Its energy is similar to mine, it won't immediately fight. After saying this, without waiting for Lin Ye to respond, she moved and appeared in the icehorn python's line of sight, releasing a trace of an extremely faint nine-tailed fox's essence. Sure enough, the icehorn python was attracted, a glimmer of doubt and greed flashed in its cold snake eyes, seeming very interested in that trace of essence. It hesitated for a moment, but then slowly slithered down from the ice wall, pursuing Bai Li. Bai Li immediately darted in another direction, her figure flickering in the chilly mist. An opportunity. Lin Ye wasted no time, immediately unleashing his ice shadow step. Swish. His body left a faint phantom at the spot, while his real form instantly shifted upwards, 5 meters. He was still far from the lotus on the ice wall. But this time, the effect was much better. It seemed the extreme cold environment enhanced his ice-type skills. He didn't dare to delay, immediately using his hands and feet, digging into the ice wall with his dagger, struggling to climb upwards. The ice horn python realized it had been tricked, letting out an angry hiss and trying to counter, but Bai Li cleverly used the terrain and missed to block it, preventing it from escaping for the moment. Lin Ye climbed with all his might, finally getting closer to the lotus. The nearer he got, the more he could feel that pure cold life energy, lifting his spirits. He carefully used a specially made jade knife to excavate the lotus along with a small piece of eternal cold ice from the roots. Put it into the already prepared insulated jade box. Success! He immediately sent a short signal through the communicator. Below, Bai Li, who was entangled with the ice abyss python, received the signal and immediately broke free, retreating toward the meeting point. Lin Ye also descended quickly. However, just as he was about to land, an unexpected change occurred. The ice layer beneath him suddenly cracked without warning. A huge, pale tentacle covered in suction cup suddenly shot up from the crack in the ice, bringing bone-chilling coldness and powerful suction, wrapping around his ankle. Under this ice layer, there was actually another B-level mutated creature lying in wait. Chapter 32, The Surprise Attack from Below the Ice and Difficult Reunion. The speed of the tentacle was like lightning, accompanied by an irresistible force and piercing coldness. Lin Ye had no time to react before the slippery, cold tentacle tightly wrapped around his ankle. The terrifying suction not only pulled at his body but also began to devour his yuan force and life energy. Not good. Lin Ye was horrified, and he forcefully kicked against the ice wall with his other foot, trying to break free, while fiercely striking the tentacle with his high-frequency dagger. Sizzle! The dagger sliced through, only leaving a shallow white mark on the tentacle, emitting an annoying grinding sound. The defensive power of this tentacle was shockingly high. And during this delay, more tentacles surged from the crack in the ice like a chaotic dance, rolling toward him. The ice layer beneath them also emitted a cracking sound under the unbearable weight, as a huge, pale, twisted figure slowly floated up from the icy abyss. Lin Ye. Shirley and Yiling, who had just arrived near the meeting point, saw the peril and shouted in horror. Shirley wanted to rush over to rescue him, but the B-level icefield giant bears and the ice abyss python they had drawn away before were roaring toward him, holding him tightly. Yiling was also entangled by several extremely fast ice specters and couldn't break free. Bai Li, being the closest, saw Lin Ye in danger, and a chilling light surged in her ice-blue eyes. Without any hesitation, she forcibly squeezed her slightly stabilized essence due to the environment and pointed her fingers like a sword, aiming at the tentacle that had grabbed Lin Ye. A highly condensed ice-blue flame that seemed capable of freezing souls instantly shot out. Puff! The flame hit the tentacle accurately. That incredibly tough tentacle was instantly frozen and became brittle, then shattered like fragile glass. Lin Ye felt his ankle loosen, and the terrifying suction suddenly vanished. Seizing the opportunity, he exerted force, breaking free from the remaining severed tendrils, rolling back to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Roar! The monster beneath the ice let out a silent roar of pain and anger, mental shock, shaking the entire canyon. More tentacles crazily whipped out, slamming against the ice surface, creating a storm of ice shards. Bai Li, having forced herself to attack, turned pale as a sheet, her body swayed, a drop of blood overflowed from the corner of her mouth, and the crack at her core throbbed again. Go! Lin Ye rushed to Bai Li's side, supporting her, and retreated without hesitation. Shirley and Yiling also fought and withdrew, racing toward the planned retreat route. The canyon behind them exploded with chaos, the icefield giant bears, ice abyss python, and that unknown monster beneath the ice all went wild, crazily chasing after them. The cold air rampaged, ice spikes rained down, and the ground continuously cracked. The four of them pushed their speed to the limit, desperately fleeing over the rough, frozen terrain. Lin Ye occasionally looked back, using energy rays to disrupt their pursuers, while Yiling set simple traps to slow down the enemies, and Shirley covered the rear with his tower shield, absorbing the attacks. Bai Li was half supported by Lin Ye, desperately suppressing her internal injuries, occasionally raising a hand to release faint ice mist to hinder the closest pursuers. After finally breaking out of the canyon and into the misty hills outside, those furious ice-type monsters seemed to be wary of the outside environment. The chasing speed slowed down, and finally, with a roar of unwillingness, gradually retreated back into the canyon. The four ran until they could no longer hear any movement behind them, before daring to stop, collapsing onto the ground, gasping heavily, each one injured and in a disheveled state. Damn it, that was too close. Shirley's shield was covered in frost and claw marks. Yiling had a cut on her arm from an ice spike, bleeding. Lin Ye checked Bai Li's condition, her breath was very unstable, clearly, forcing herself to act earlier had worsened her burden. He immediately took out some medicine to distribute to everyone, then took out the jade box containing the chilling ice lotus. As the jade box opened, a pure and cold life aura spread out, lifting everyone's spirits. The ice lotus was intact, emitting a dreamlike blue light. Finally we got it. Lin Ye sighed in relief, such a heavy cost was worth it. He carefully put away the jade box and looked at Bai Li. How do you feel? Can you absorb it? Bai Li slightly shook her head. This place is not suitable for long stay. Let's leave first. The commotion earlier was too large and could have alarmed other things, or the people from the abyss. The four took a moment to rest, treated their wounds, and immediately got up, quickly moving along the planned retreat route. On the way, everyone fell silent. The danger level in the southwestern border far exceeded their expectations. However, they did not notice that behind a rocky outcrop in the thick fog, a blurry shadow, almost blending into the mist, was recording something in the direction they had left, especially focused on Bai Li and Lin Ye. The corners of the shadow's mouth seemed to curl into a cold arc. Chapter 33, The Abyss's Tale and Lin Ye's Decision. The retreat route was no easier than the way in. Having gone through the fierce battle in the canyon, everyone was heavily drained, injured, and their speed significantly slowed. The thick fog and chaotic energy flows persisted, and they had to remain vigilant against the potential appearance of corrupted creatures. The detector in Lin Ye's hand occasionally picked up a fleeting, non-corrupted creature's energy signal. It was very weak but sent alarms ringing in his mind. It seems like we are being targeted. Lin Ye whispered to his teammates. Shirley immediately looked around nervously. Where? Did those ice monsters come after us again? Yiling also gripped her dual blades tightly, sensing everything around her. Bai Li's ice blue eyes swept through the surrounding fog, slightly frowning, very concealed. The energy fluctuations are different from corrupted creatures. Lin Ye recalled Chen Mo's warning and the dark marks discovered earlier. It could be the people from the abyss. He said in a deep voice, now that we have the ice lotus, we might have been detected by them. What should we do? Fight them? Shirley stared wide-eyed. No. Lin Ye shook his head. The enemy is in the dark, we are in the light, and we are not in good shape. First, we need to shake them off and quickly reach the evacuation point. The four quickened their pace, trying to use the complex terrain and thick fog to lose their pursuers. Lin Ye maximized his spirit vision, striving to catch that almost imperceptible tail. The enemy was very cunning, always maintaining a distance, lingering behind like a ghost, neither approaching nor distancing. After advancing for a while, passing through an area filled with bizarre black stone forests, Lin Ye suddenly felt an extremely faint, familiar mental fluctuation coming from the front side. This fluctuation resembled the dark energy aura he sensed in Bai Li's cracks during his previous attempt to investigate her injury. But it was more active, as if it was sending out signals? Over there. Lin Ye immediately pointed in the direction of the fluctuation. There might be a temporary stronghold of the abyss, or they are conducting some kind of activity. Bai Li also sensed it, her gaze becoming focused. That nauseating aura can't be mistaken. Should they bypass it or go take a look? Bypassing it might miss crucial information. Going to take a look is extremely risky. They were in bad shape, and there was still a tail behind them. Lin Ye hesitated for less than 3 seconds. Shirley, Yiling, you take Binglian and continue along the predetermined route to evacuation point 3 to wait for rescue. Lin Ye quickly made a decision. Bai Li and I will go scout a bit. If we don't arrive at the evacuation point within an hour or signal for help, you must immediately evacuate and take Binglian and the intel back. No. That's too dangerous. Yiling immediately opposed. If we go together. Shirley also stubbornly raised his chin. Exactly. Brother Yi, do you look down on us? This is an order. Lin Ye's tone became stern. Binglian is the most important. We must ensure it gets back. Plus, with more people, we become a bigger target. We are only scouting, not fighting. Don't worry, with Bai Li here, if we can't fight, we can still escape, right? Shirley and Yiling looked at Lin Ye's determined gaze, then at Bai Li's pale face, and finally gritted their teeth. All right. You must be careful. 1 hour. Just 1 hour. Yiling shoved a small signal transmitter into Lin Ye's hands. Shirley patted Lin Ye's shoulder firmly. Come back alive. With their roles set, Shirley and Yiling took the jade box containing Binglian and quickly disappeared into the fog. Lin Ye and Bai Li then concealed their presence and cautiously made their way toward the direction of the mental fluctuations. The closer they got to the black stone forest, the more intense the uncomfortable dark aura became. The arrangement of the stones seemed to follow a certain pattern, like they were setting up a formation. Lin Ye's spiritual vision saw wisps of black energy flowing through the air, converging toward the center of the stone forest. The two used the shadows of the stones for cover, quietly approaching the center. Finally, they witnessed a shocking scene. In a clearing at the center of the stone forest, there stood a simple altar built with black stones. The altar was somewhat similar to the one in the western suburb mine but was much smaller. Several figures in black robes were busily moving around the altar, apparently performing some kind of ritual. In the center of the altar floated a dark crystal the size of a fist, pulsating continuously. It was emitting that strange mental fluctuation and suction, drawing an energy converging from the surrounding stone forest. And beside the altar, there were actually several recently killed mutated creature corpses, their life force greedily absorbed by the altar. What made Lin Ye's pupils constrict even more was that he spotted an extremely minute interface mark, similar to the standard equipment of Longyuan base, on one of the black-robed person's sleeves. A traitor within the base. Actually meeting with the forces of the Dark Abyss here? Or perhaps this person was originally a sleeper agent of the Dark Abyss. They are using this small altar to extract energy from the ground and living beings, as if they are feeding something? Or transmitting energy? Lin Ye instantly understood the energy flow problem that Chen Mo had discovered. It turned out there was not just one large stronghold but so many small energy nodes. At that moment, the black-robed person with the unusual sleeve seemed to have completed his task. He nodded to his companions, then walked alone toward the edge of the stone forest, seemingly heading back to the base. An opportunity. Hypothetically, catching this traitor could reveal deeper rats within the base. Lin Ye and Bai Li exchanged glances, instantly understanding each other's thoughts. Follow him. The two immediately stealthily trailed the departing black-robed person. The black-robed person was very cautious, deliberately choosing hard-to-navigate paths and occasionally stopping to observe behind him. But under Lin Ye's spiritual vision and Bai Li's powerful perception, his movements could not hide. After trailing him for about 10 minutes, they arrived at a relatively remote chasm. Just as Lin Ye was about to find an opportunity to subdue him, a sudden change. A shadow suddenly shot out from the fog to the side like a ghost, moving at an incredible speed. The target was the black-robed person. Puff! A muffled sound echoed, like a sharp blade piercing flesh. The man in the black robe didn't have time to react before a pitch-black dagger pierced his heart. He looked down at the blade in disbelief, making a gasping sound from his throat as he slowly fell to the ground. The dark figure struck successfully, immediately pulling out the dagger and trying to escape into the fog. Stop! Lin Ye shouted in shock and anger, not expecting that someone was lurking behind. He instantly activated Ice Shadow Step, leaving a shadow of himself to block the dark figure while several energy rays aimed at blocking its retreat. Bai Li also acted at the same time, a wave of cold air spreading out to slow down the dark figure's speed. The dark figure clearly didn't expect that there were others ambushed nearby and momentarily hesitated. Though it was just a brief moment, it was already enough. Lin Ye's spirit vision instantly captured the opponent's energy signature exactly the same as the faint signal that had been following them earlier. Moreover, in that brief pause, he saw that the figure wore a familiar black mask with a poisonous snake design, the standard gear of the Abyss Assassin. This assassin had been tracking them, killing this insider ahead of them to silence him. It's you! Lin Ye growled, his attacks becoming even fiercer. The masked assassin's gaze was cold, his movements incredibly strange, slipping away from Lin Ye's attacks like an eel, and then striking back with a blade aimed at Lin Ye's throat, ruthlessly. The blade was wrapped in pitch-black energy, exuding the aura of corrosion and death. Lin Ye dared not take it head-on and once again used Ice Shadow Step to narrowly avoid it. Bai Li's cold air continuously restricted the assassin's movements. The assassin seemed to realize that he couldn't take care of Lin Ye and Bai Li in a short time, and that delaying would be unfavorable to him. He suddenly threw out several small black balls, which landed and exploded into thick, perception-interfering black smoke. At the same time, he flickered, as if blending into the black smoke, instantly fleeing at unbelievable speed. Lin Ye and Bai Li were blocked by the black smoke and could not pursue. When the black smoke dissipated, the assassin's shadow was nowhere to be found. Only the gradually cooling corpse of the black-robed insider remained on the ground. Lin Ye's face darkened as he examined the body. Aside from the deadly dagger, there was nothing to prove the identity. Silencing such ruthless means. Lin Ye gritted his teeth. The Abyss's style was indeed meticulous and vicious. Bai Li looked in the direction the assassin had vanished, her ice-blue eyes flashing with a cold light. He is strong. Peak B level, good at stealth assassination. The clues were once again cut off. But it wasn't completely without gain. At least they confirmed the existence of an insider in the base, and learned that the Abyss was using this small altar node to extract energy, and it seemed they were very afraid of the insider being exposed. And that assassin, why had he been following them? Was it just to silence them? Or was there another purpose? This place is not safe to stay. Lin Ye suppressed his thoughts. We need to hurry to meet with Shirley and the others. He and Bai Li immediately turned and rushed toward the evacuation point. They had to quickly deliver the intel and the Ice Lotus back. The shadow of the Abyss had already firmly locked onto them. Chapter 34, The Trap at the Evacuation Point and the Power of the Ice Lotus. On the way to Evacuation Point 3, Lin Ye and Bai Li were extremely vigilant. That mysterious Abyss assassin hung over them like the sword of Damocles, and they didn't know if he would appear again. Both of them were in poor shape. Lin Ye had exhausted most of his energy, and Bai Li, having forcefully attacked, looked even paler than before, needing Lin Ye's support from time to time. Hang in there, we're almost at the evacuation point. Lin Ye encouraged, also encouraging himself. Bai Li nodded slightly, gritting her teeth, desperately suppressing the injuries writhing within her. Finally, after passing through the last stretch of dense forest, a small, relatively flat clearing appeared ahead. That was the agreed evacuation point 3. However, as Lin Ye and Bai Li approached, their hearts sank. There were traces of a struggle on the clearing. Several trees were cut down at the waist, with charred pits and scattered ice shards on the ground, clearly the traces left by Yiling's double blades. The tower shield on Shirley's side even had a large cut, tilted and fallen to one side. The scene was a mess, but Shirley and Yiling were nowhere to be seen. Shirley! Yiling! Lin Ye called out in a low voice, but all he received were echoes in the empty valley and the whimper of the wind through the trees. There were no life signals on the detector's screen. Something went wrong. Lin Ye's heart instantly jumped to his throat. He forced himself to calm down and carefully check the scene. The signs of fighting were very fresh, it had just happened not long ago. From the traces, it seemed that the number of opponents was small but extremely powerful, striking ruthlessly. Shirley and Yiling had put up a fierce resistance, but it appeared they were quickly subdued. There was no large amount of blood at the scene, which was a small blessing, indicating they were likely just captured. Who did this? The assassin from the Dark Abyss. Could one person really have the ability to quickly subdue the well-coordinated Shirley and Yiling? Or was there someone else? Lin Ye's spiritual sight carefully scanned the remaining energy traces at the scene. In addition to Shirley's earth element power, Yiling's wind element power, and the aura of ice blades, there were two other unfamiliar energy residues. One was hot and violent, like fire, but carried an evil burning sensation. The other was cold and sticky, making one extremely uncomfortable, matching the energy characteristics of the Dark Abyss. There were at least two enemies. One fire element, one darkness element. Their strength was probably above B level. They lay in ambush here, waiting for an opportunity. The targets, were they the Ice Lotus? Or all of them? Just then, Lin Ye's gaze was drawn to a small, inconspicuous fragment on the ground. That was part of Yiling's signal transmitter. It seemed to have a small arrow carved with a sharp object pointing forward, along with a vague trace that looked like the number 3. It was a clue left by Yiling. Had they been taken deeper to the third evacuation point? Did the enemy intend to use them as bait? There's a clue. Lin Ye picked up the fragment and showed it to Bai Li. Bai Li glanced at the direction of the arrow, which pointed deeper into the hills, where the mist was thicker. Trap, she said coldly. Knowing it was a trap, should they go or not? If they didn't go, Shirley and Yiling would probably be in grave danger. If they did go, they might fall right into the net. Lin Ye hesitated for almost no time at all. We must go, he said firmly, we can't leave them behind. Bai Li looked at him, her ice blue eyes showing no surprise. She simply said softly, then, let's recover quickly. She took the jade box from Lin Ye and opened it. The cold ice lotus emitted a gentle and pure light. Bai Li stretched out her delicate fingers and gently touched one of the petals of the ice lotus. A stream of extremely pure icy life energy flowed into her body through her fingertips. She let out an extremely faint sigh, almost like a comfortable one. Her pale cheeks visibly regained a touch of color, and the weak and chaotic aura around her quickly stabilized. The restless black crack at her core seemed to be soothed by this vital energy, and the stinging sensation was significantly reduced. Though it was far from being healed, her condition improved a lot in an instant. She plucked two of the smallest petals, swallowed one herself, and handed the other to Lin Ye. It can quickly restore elemental power and resist negative energy. Lin Ye took the crystal clear petal, which felt icy to the touch but contained tremendous energy. Without hesitation, he swallowed it. The petal melted in his mouth, turning into a flow of coolness that surged into his limbs. The elemental power that had been nearly exhausted was instantly replenished by more than half, and even became more refined, while the mental fatigue was swept away. Even some previous hidden injuries seemed to be repairing. It truly was a good thing. The two, with their states restored, had sharper gazes. Go! Lin Ye gripped the dagger tightly, following the direction of the arrows left by Yiling, charging into the deeper fog without hesitation. Bai Li closely followed, a fierce cold light in her ice blue eyes. No matter who the enemy is, no matter what traps await, they must push through. Rescue their comrades, shatter the conspiracy. Chapter 35, Breaking the Game and the Watch from Deep Space. Following the faint clues left by Yiling, Lin Ye and Bai Li quickly navigated through the thick fog. The deeper they went, the denser the fog became, nearly to a point where they could not see their own hands. Even spiritual vision was greatly suppressed. The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet, only the soft sound of their footsteps and breaths remained. In the air, a faint, nauseating smell mingled with blood and dark energy hung heavily. Suddenly. Whoosh! 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 Several arrows entwined with pitch-black energy suddenly shot out from the fog on the left, angled sharply, targeting Lin Ye and Bai Li's vital points. At the same time, a furious roar came from the right, and a huge stone ignited with black flames smashed through the fog, carrying a sense of destruction. An ambush. Indeed, there are traps. Be careful. Lin Ye shouted softly, activating Ice Shadow Step in an instant, leaving behind a shimmering afterimage as he narrowly avoided the deadly arrows. Bai Li's form floated like a feather, effortlessly dodging the black flame arrows while pointing her fingers like swords, aiming at the flying black flame giant stone in midair. Congeal. A blast of extremely cold ice flame struck first, hitting the giant stone accurately. There was no explosion. Instead, the surface of the giant stone, burning with black flames, was instantly covered by a thick layer of blue ice, extinguishing the flames, causing its momentum to suddenly halt, and then it crashed heavily to the ground, shattering into pieces. Ha! A somewhat surprised, cold voice came from the fog. Clearly, the opponent had not expected Bai Li to easily neutralize such a furious attack. Seizing the opportunity from the opponent's attack, Lin Ye unleashed spiritual vision to its full extent, instantly locking onto three figures in the left fog-wielding black crossbows, and a tall, muscular man burning with black flames on the right. It's them. The energy signature matches the one left at the evacuation point. 3 ranged, 1 melee. I'll take the fire type. You handle the ranged ones. Lin Ye spoke rapidly to Bai Li as his body pounced toward the muscular man engulfed in black fire, like a leopard. He could see that Bai Li's condition was only temporarily stabilized, a prolonged battle was inadvisable, they must end it quickly. Seeking death. The muscular man engulfed in black flames sneered at Lin Ye, who dared to charge at him as an E-level, his fists igniting with even fiercer black flames, and he threw a punch. The air twisted under the intense heat. Lin Ye did not evade, a flash of brilliance appeared in his eyes as spiritual vision pinpointed a tiny flaw in the opponent's energy flow the moment he swung his fist. He suddenly crouched low for a slide, perfectly avoiding the punch's wind while his high-frequency dagger, carrying a glimmer of icy energy, accurately aimed for the energy node at the opponent's ankle. The black flame giant man didn't think much of an E-level attack, his protective black flames even showed no interest in defending that position. Thump! The dagger easily pierced in. However, the scene of blood and flesh flying that he anticipated did not unfold. The dagger felt as though it had struck hard rock, sinking only a little before getting stuck. But Lin Ye's goal had already been achieved. That icy energy surged through the dagger and instantly injected into the giant man's body. Ugh! The black flame giant man let out a painful roar, feeling a cold energy slithering through his veins like a venomous snake, wildly clashing with his raging fire energy. His entire leg went numb in an instant, his movements distorted, nearly collapsing to the ground. How is this possible? He was both shocked and angry. In that frozen moment, Lin Ye had already withdrawn his dagger, darting like a fish behind him, the dagger again aimed at another energy node at his lower back. At the same time, he shouted into the communicator, Bai Li. No more words are needed, our understanding has already formed. Under the chilling pressure, the 3 crossbowmen couldn't lift their heads, as white glass suddenly projected a wisp of mental power, piercing towards the black fire giant's brain like an ice spear. The black fire giant's mind was already shaken from the clash of energies, and upon receiving this mental attack, his vision darkened, and his consciousness blanked for an instant. Put! Lin Ye's dagger precisely stabbed into the energy node. This time, the icy power erupted completely. The black fire on the giant's body flickered violently, then suddenly extinguished as if it had been doused with water. His massive body crashed to the ground, convulsing, temporarily losing his fighting capability. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The 3 crossbowmen hadn't even reacted before their main melee force was already incapacitated. Retreat! One of the crossbowmen shouted as he sensed the situation turning bad, and the 3 immediately turned to flee into the mist. Too late! White Glass's cold voice rang out. She formed seals with her hands, and the cold air around her surged. Ice ceiling. Domain. Centered around her, the icy aura spread out like a tidal wave. The mist around them froze into countless ice crystals that fell to the ground, covering it in a thick layer of ice. The movements of the 3 crossbowmen slowed to an excruciating crawl, like a slow-motion replay. Lin Ye would not miss this opportunity. Energy rays, like precise surgical knives, instantly incapacitated their wrists and ankles, rendering them completely unable to move or resist. Lin Ye gasped for breath as he approached the incapacitated black fire giant, pressing the dagger against his throat. Speak! Where are my companions? The black fire giant gritted his teeth and glared at Lin Ye, refusing to say a word, his eyes filled with madness. The other 3 crossbowmen were equally silent, a look of defiance on their faces. Lin Ye's gaze turned cold, he was about to use some means. But White Glass approached, her ice-blue eyes locked on the leading crossbowman. In her eyes, it seemed as if whirlpools were spinning, and her voice carried a strange, magnetic power. Look into my eyes. Tell me, where are they? Talent World Bewitching Charm, active release heart capture. The crossbowman's eyes suddenly became vacant, and he instinctively spoke, in the black stone cave, ahead. After finishing, he suddenly jolted awake, a look of terror on his face. Having gotten the information they wanted, Lin Ye unhesitatingly knocked them all unconscious with the hilt of his dagger. Let's go! Black Stone Cave. The two quickly found the concealed Black Stone Cave. At the entrance, two people in similar gear were guarding, but their strength was only sea level, easily dealt with by Lin Ye and White Glass. Rushing into the cave, they indeed saw the injured Shirley and Yi Ling, locked up in special metallic shackles, covered in wounds. A person dressed in a white lab coat, appearing to be a researcher, was adjusting some equipment nearby. Seeing Lin Ye and White Glass rush in, the researcher was startled and turned to flee. Lin Ye shot an energy ray that shattered the instrument in his hands and subdued him. White Glass waved her hand to form ice blades, cutting off the shackles from Shirley and Yi Ling. Brother Yi. Big sister. You're finally here. Shirley exclaimed, almost in tears from excitement. Yi Ling smiled weakly. I knew you would come. It turned out that they were ambushed as soon as they reached the evacuation point. The enemy's strength was formidable, and their coordination was seamless. Despite their desperate resistance, they were still captured. These people seemed particularly interested in the Ice Lotus, constantly interrogating them about its whereabouts and even trying to use them as bait. The researcher was a technician from the Abyss, preparing to inject them with some control agent. It's okay now. Lin Ye checked the injuries of both. They mainly suffered from excessive energy depletion and superficial wounds, with no life-threatening danger. He took out the remaining energy supplements and made them take it. These people are not ordinary Abyss members. White Glass examined the instruments and data in the cave, her brow furrowed. They seem to be conducting some kind of life energy extraction and transformation experiments. The goal seems to be a beast master or star beast with a special bloodline. She picked up a document, on which were some complex energy formulas and an analysis diagram of star beast bloodlines. Lin Ye's heart trembled, recalling Dark Abyss's covetousness towards Bai Li. Could it be that they captured Shirley and Yi Ling, not just as bait? At that moment, a strange spatial fluctuation suddenly came from outside the cave. A vast, cold, and oppressive aura descended from the sky like a tidal wave. Everyone felt a jolt in their hearts, as if being watched by some extremely terrifying existence. That aura was far beyond B grade, even at A grade. It carried an inhuman, cold majesty. What is that? Shirley exclaimed in horror. Bai Li suddenly raised her head, her ice-blue eyes showing an unprecedented seriousness, even a hint of terror. She looked towards the sky outside the cave, as if she could see through the rocks and mist, her voice trembling slightly. A starship's reconnaissance wave. Lin Ye felt his scalp tingle. A starship? Could it be the one that injured Bai Li, causing her to fall into this world? They have tracked her down? Or is it the so-called power of the Lord of the Abyss behind the Dark Abyss? That terrifying aura came quickly and faded just as fast. In a few seconds, it disappeared as if it had never been there. But the atmosphere inside the cave dropped to freezing point. Unknown fear loomed over everyone's hearts. We can't stay here. Lin Ye decided immediately, we must leave at once. Contact the base for emergency help, highest priority. He took out the signal transmitter Yi Ling had given him and pressed the red button representing the highest level of danger without hesitation. The signal pierced through the mist, shooting into the sky. From then on, they could only stay put and wait for rescue, praying that the base's reinforcements would arrive before the next crisis hit. And the gaze from deep space meant a bigger storm might be coming soon. Chapter 36, Ice Lotus enters the body and breakthrough. Lin Ye watched as Bai Li swallowed the icy cold Ice Lotus. His heart was in his throat. As soon as the Ice Lotus entered, it transformed into an extremely pure stream of icy energy, rushing straight towards Bai Li's core. The energy was so strong that even from a distance, Lin Ye could feel the bone-chilling cold. Bai Li let out a muffled groan, her body shaking violently, her face instantly lost all color, and even her eyebrows and hair were covered with a thin layer of white frost. She gritted her teeth, her hands clenched tightly, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. Through the contract link, Lin Ye could clearly feel a fierce battle happening inside Bai Li. The gentle yet powerful life energy of the Ice Lotus was like a clear spring, trying to repair the black crack. But the dark energy inside the crack fiercely resisted, like maggots clinging to bones, even trying to swallow the power of the Ice Lotus. The two forces collided within Bai Li's fragile meridians, bringing unimaginable pain. One moment, Bai Li's body was as cold as ice, and the next moment, due to the energy clash, it was slightly heating up. Blood with black threads continuously seeped from the corners of her mouth, her breath becoming extremely chaotic. Lin Ye was anxious and restless, but he knew he couldn't help right now. Rushing in would only make things worse. All he could do was stand by, fully engaging the guiding technique to keep his own condition better. At the same time, he sent bits of encouragement and support through the contract link, hoping she could feel it. Time passed little by little, each second feeling like a year. Just when Lin Ye was about to lose hope, the situation finally changed. The energy of the Ice Lotus seemed to be slowly gaining the upper hand. That pure icy aura began to envelop the black crack, gradually erasing the agitated dark energy. Though the crack itself didn't shrink much, its edges seemed a little clearer, no longer constantly exuding black gas. The surrounding erosion. Bai Li's trembling gradually ceased, her breath, though still faint, became a bit steadier. The frost on her face slowly melted away, although still pale, the sense of lifelessness faded. Most noticeably, the bone-chilling cold that had been radiating from her due to the loss of control was now much more subdued, as if it had been tamed. Lin Ye let out a long sigh of relief and plopped down onto the ground, only to realize that his back was already soaked with cold sweat. Status sharing, received new information, core injury rule path injury deterioration status disappeared, changing to rule path injury, stable. Energy loss stopped, and the original activity slightly increased. It worked. The cold ice lotus really had an effect. Although it hadn't fully healed her injury, at least it had stopped the worsening trend and stabilized Bai Li's condition. This one precious time. Lin Ye felt so happy he almost jumped up. He looked at Bai Li and found that she was also looking at him. Her ice blue eyes still showed exhaustion but held a hint of relief. "How do you feel?" Lin Ye quickly asked. "Much better." Bai Li's voice was still soft but stronger than before. The cracks have been temporarily suppressed, the corruption from the dark energy has stopped. This ice lotus is very useful. She tried to move her fingers, and a faint ice blue light flashed at her fingertips. Although it extinguished quickly, this time she didn't show any signs of pain. "That's great." Lin Ye genuinely felt happy. "Now we have more time to find a way to heal you completely." Bai Li nodded, said no more, and closed her eyes to begin guiding the residual energy from the ice lotus in her body, solidifying this hard-won stable state. Lin Ye also felt relieved and prepared to continue cultivating to recover. He had just been in a state of high mental tension, consuming a lot of energy. But as soon as he closed his eyes, he realized that something was wrong with the energy within him. Earlier, to help share the resonance pressure with Bai Li, he had infused a trace of her icy characteristics into his energy. Now, having absorbed the entire ice lotus, Bai Li had recovered a small portion of her strength, and that pure ice-type original power naturally flowed back to Lin Ye through their contract link. The returning power was not strong but very pure. Lin Ye felt a refreshing breath flow through his limbs along the bond of the contract. His E-level energy met this breath and began to greedily absorb and assimilate it like parched land welcomes rain. The spinning of the energy vortex in his dantian suddenly accelerated. The originally vague pale golden vortex seemed to become more solid, the edges now carrying a distinct ice-blue glow. His meridians, nourished by this pure power, faintly felt a throbbing pain, but mostly it was a refreshing sensation of being whitened and strengthened. Stuck at the bottleneck of initial E-level, he found it beginning to loosen under the push of this foreign force. Lin Ye was first startled, then overjoyed, and immediately focused his mind, fully operating the basic energy guidance technique, guiding this power to break through the barrier. This time, the impact became exceptionally smooth. That previously indestructible barrier seemed to weaken in the face of this ice-cold energy infused with SSS-level star beast origins. Boom! It sounded as if something inside him shattered. Lin Ye felt his body lighten, and the energy vortex in his dantian suddenly expanded, spinning faster and almost doubling the total energy capacity. The surging energy flowed joyfully through the now whiter and more resilient meridians, bringing an unprecedented sense of strength. Mid-E-level. He broke through. And he could feel that the nature of his energy had significantly changed, the icy characteristics were more pronounced, and it flowed smoothly with his thoughts. Level up, mid-E-level. The limit of primordial power plus 15. Spiritual power limit plus 8. The primordial power attribute deviation, ice, is enhanced. Affinity for ice energy is increased. Proficiency in basic primordial power guidance technique has improved. Contract strength, 2.42.5. Affinity, 82/185/100. The system's prompts rang continuously. Lin Ye opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within him, and could not help but tightly clench his fists. Now, he had more confidence in rescuing Shirley and Yi Ling. He looked at Bai Li and found her also looking at him, her eyes seemingly holding a trace of imperceptible approval. "Have you broken through?" she asked. "Yes." Lin Ye nodded vigorously, E-grade mid-level. "I feel the power of ice energy has become stronger. The remaining energy of the ice lotus will be very helpful to you," Bai Li said faintly. "Hurry to familiarize yourself with the new power. The matter of saving people cannot be delayed." "Understood." Lin Ye felt invigorated. Bai Li's condition stabilized, and his strength improved. This was definitely the best news before they set off. He wasted no time and immediately began to familiarize himself with his newly acquired power after the breakthrough. He tried to integrate more ice attributes into energy rays and the ice shadow step in preparation for the upcoming tough battles. After resting for several hours, when the sky brightened again, both of their conditions had returned to their best. Although Bai Li was still unable to engage in high-intensity battles, simple actions and using some control or support talents were no problem. Most importantly, her core injury had stabilized, and he did not need to worry about her collapsing at any moment. Let's go. Lin Ye stood up, his gaze sharp as he looked in the direction where Shirley and Yi Ling might have been taken. It's time to find our teammates. Bai Li slightly nodded, stood up, her silver hair fluttering gently in the morning breeze, the cold sharpness once again condensing in her ice-blue eyes. The two no longer hesitated. As their figures moved, they vanished like two wisps of smoke into the misty depths of the hills. Chapter 37, Tracking in Nest. Lin Ye and Bai Li followed the traces they had previously discovered, tracking along the way. On the journey, Lin Ye maximized his spiritual vision, leaving no detail overlooked. The other party had clearly tampered with the traces, but under the sharp perception of spiritual vision to energy residue, a broken line of clues was still left behind. That hot and wild, yet cold and sticky energy residue was like a guiding light, pointing the way. The further they went, the thicker the demonic aura in the air became, and occasionally they could see some low-level demonic creatures wandering about. But they seemed very afraid of the lingering abyss aura, not daring to approach. It seems the abyss has been working in this area for a long time, even the demons here fear them, Lin Ye said in a deep voice. Bai Li sensed the surrounding energy field, her brow slightly furrowed. They are utilizing the chaotic energy here to conceal themselves. Ahead, the energy is very concentrated. After tracking for about half an hour, the two crossed a hillside, and the sight ahead made them stop in their tracks. In front of them was a massive valley with a hidden entrance. The sky above the valley was shrouded by a layer of faint, abnormal black-red mist. At the mouth of the valley, they could vaguely see artificially constructed defenses and the patrolling shadows of people in black. A nauseating smell, mixed with blood, decay, and dark energy, wafted out from the valley. It seems this is the place, Lin Ye lowered his voice. A stronghold of the abyss, not small in scale. He observed carefully, the defenses at the valley entrance were not particularly tight, with about 4 or 5 black-clothed figures patrolling, their strength roughly between D grade and C grade. The abyss people probably didn't expect that someone would be able to track them here so quickly. How do we get in? Lin Ye looked at Bai Li. Charging in recklessly is definitely not an option, it will alert the snake. Bai Li's gaze swept over the steep rock walls on both sides of the valley, and then at the patrolling guards at the valley entrance. She whispered, I can use illusions to temporarily confuse them. You are fast, so take the opportunity to sneak in. Lin Ye thought for a moment and found it feasible. Bai Li's talent's seductive world could indeed be used against these small fry. Good. You control them, I'll slip in. Once I find the people, I'll signal, and we'll work together. After the plan was settled, the two quietly sneaked behind a huge rock near the valley entrance. Bai Li closed her eyes, and a faint, almost imperceptible wave of mental energy gathered at her fingertips. She gently flicked her fingers towards the patrolling guards at the valley entrance. There was no visible light or shadow effect, but the movements of the guards froze simultaneously, their eyes became confused and hollow, as if they had lost their souls, standing still and ceasing their conversations. Now! Lin Ye whispered sharply, his figure darting out like a leopard. He pushed the ice shadow step to the limit, leaving a faint afterimage in place while his true body slipped like a ghost through the stiff guards, silently entering the valley. Once in the valley, the scene inside was even more shocking. The space within the valley was much larger than it appeared outside, filled with simple stone houses and tents. Many members of the dark abyss, dressed in black robes, were busy, seemingly transporting supplies or operating something on the ground engraved with runes. In the center of the valley stood an enormous altar, resembling the one in the previous black stone forest, but at least 10 times larger. Dark gas swirled above it, emitting powerful energy fluctuations as if it were in operation. Lin Ye even saw several black-robed figures escorting a few chained, barely alive, corrupted creatures towards the altar. It seemed these guys were using the monsters as fuel. Suppressing his rising anger, he used spirit vision to avoid patrols, cautiously weaving among the stone houses and tents, searching for the place where Shirley and Yi Ling were held. Spirit vision could not only see energy but was also sensitive to the aura of life. He focused his mind, filtering out the auras of the Dark Abyss members and corrupted monsters, specifically looking for the heavy earth-based life wave of Shirley and the lively wind-based wave of Yi Ling. After searching for about 10 minutes, just when he was about to lose patience, he finally caught a familiar aura in a nondescript cave in the corner of the valley, guarded by 2 people. Shirley and Yi Ling. They were inside. Their aura was faint, but there was no danger to their lives. Lin Ye felt a surge of determination and carefully observed the surroundings. The cave was relatively secluded, with only 2 C-class guards. There were no other patrols around for the moment. He quietly circled to the back of the cave and discovered that the cave was not completely sealed, there were some ventilation gaps above. He leaned closer to the gap and whispered, Fatty. Yi Ling. Can you hear me? Immediately, there was a faint rustling sound from inside, followed by Shirley's voice, suppressing his excitement. Brother Ye? Is that you, Brother Ye? I knew you would come to save us. Yi Ling's voice followed, weak and urgent. Lin Ye. We're okay, just locked up, and our energy has been sealed. What's the situation outside? Bai Li is outside waiting for us. You guys hang on a little longer, and I'll find a way to unlock you. Lin Ye replied quickly. Do you know why they captured you? Besides the Ice Lotus, do they have any other goals? Shirley answered eagerly. They are forcing us to reveal the whereabouts of the Ice Lotus. We didn't say a word. There's a leader who asked a lot about Sister Bai Li, asking how injured she was and how much power she has recovered. Seems especially interested in her. Lin Ye's heart sank. Sure enough, the target of the Dark Abyss was not only the Ice Lotus but even more importantly, Bai Li. At this moment, the sound of footsteps and talking approached from a distance. Go check on those two Dragon Abyss kids, don't let them die. Lord Seat 7 might still have use for them. A hoarse voice said. Yes, Captain. Another voice responded. Lin Ye secretly cursed himself, immediately holding his breath and retreating into the shadows. He saw a small leader wearing a more exquisite black robe than the others, with a scar on his face, accompanied by two subordinates, walking towards the stone cave. The opportunity has come. If I can instantly subdue these three people, I can get the key and save Shirley and Yi Ling. Lin Ye gripped the high-frequency dagger tightly, his eyes sharpening. He sent a brief pulse signal through the communicator to prepare for action. Outside the valley, Bai Li, maintaining the illusion, received the signal, and a cold light flashed in her ice-blue eyes. The good show was about to begin. Chapter 38, Inside and Outside Cooperation in the 7th Seat. Outside the cave, the scar-faced small leader and his two subordinates reached the cave entrance. Open the door. The scar-faced leader ordered impatiently. One subordinate took out the key, walking toward the heavy iron lock on the stone door. Just as the key was about to be inserted into the lock, a sudden change occurred. A faint blue figure shot out from the shadows like a ghost, moving so fast that it only left a blur behind. It was Lin Ye. He had been preparing for a long time, combining E-level mid-stage energy with the ice shadow step to the extreme, targeting the subordinate with the key. The subordinate only felt a flash in front of his eyes, a sharp pain in his wrist, and the key had changed hands. Before he could react, Lin Ye's other hand with the high-frequency dagger was already cutting toward his neck with cold light. At the same time, inside the stone cave, Shirley and Yi Ling, although their powers were sealed, still had their physical abilities. Hearing the commotion outside, they knew Lin Ye had made his move, and both used all their strength to slam forcefully against the stone door. Bang! With a dull thud, the stone door shook violently. This sudden internal and external attack stunned the three at the entrance. It was this moment of distraction that decided their fate. Lin Ye's dagger sliced through, and the subordinate clutched his bleeding neck, collapsing in disbelief. He grabbed the key, not looking back, and threw it toward the lock hole of the stone door, inserting it precisely. At the same time, his body used ice shadow step for a slight shift, narrowly avoiding the scar-faced leader's furious palm strike. The palm wind was scorching, carrying a wave of evil fire, brushing past Lin Ye's cheek and leaving a burning pain. You little brat, seeking death. The scar-faced leader was both shocked and angry, his body bursting forth B-level initial stage fire energy, rising dramatically in temperature like a small furnace. He shook his arms, his palms turning red, generating a wave of scorching heat as he fiercely struck toward Lin Ye. Another subordinate also reacted, drawing his curved blade and attacking Lin Ye from the side. Faced with two powerful enemies attacking together, Lin Ye remained completely calm. With spirit vision running at full power, the trajectories of both their movements and energy flows were crystal clear. He leaned back as if lacking bones, dodging the scar-faced leader's dual palms while springing off the ground with a sliding maneuver beneath the leader's legs. This action was extremely awkward but very effective, not only dodging the frontal attack but also instantly moving behind the other knife-wielding subordinate. That subordinate swung his blade but struck nothing. Just as he was about to change his move, he felt a chill in his back. Lin Ye's high-frequency dagger had pierced in from behind, precisely shredding his heart. Instantly, two of them were down. The scar-faced leader was almost driven mad, roaring as he turned, his palms engulfed in blazing flames, lunging again. This time he learned his lesson, using energy to seal off the surrounding space, not allowing Lin Ye to use that strange body technique to dodge again. Burn into ashes. Lin Ye looked at the raging flames rushing toward him, his eyes turning cold. In a test of strength, he knew he was definitely no match for a B-level opponent. But he was not alone now. He not only did not retreat but charged into the flames, pouring the ice-cold energy carrying the breath of the Ice Lotus furiously into the dagger. Just as the flames were about to engulf Lin Ye in the split second, a wave of extreme cold swept in like a tide from the valley entrance. Crack! The flames burning on the scarred face were suddenly doused as if a bucket of ice water had been thrown on them, instantly dimming, even forming a layer of ice on the surface. His forward charge abruptly froze, as if he had sunk into a swamp, his speed drastically reduced. It was Bai Li. After receiving Lin Ye's signal, she immediately abandoned the illusion at the valley entrance and rushed over, timely casting a freezing confinement. Although the confinement's strength was not enough to completely freeze the B-rank scarred face due to her injuries, it was sufficient to significantly slow his movements and energy operation. For Lin Ye, this was enough. A glimmer of shock flashed in the scarred face's eyes as he watched the boy, seemingly unaffected by the flames and holding a dagger radiating cold light, charge towards him, wanting to dodge, but his body felt rusted and slow. No! Puff! Lin Ye's dagger, infused with concentrated icy energy, precisely pierced through the scarred face's mouth, which had slightly opened in horror, emerging from the back of his skull. The intense clash between the fiery energy and the cold energy surged violently within the scarred face's head before explosively bursting forth. The scarred face's head exploded like a rotten watermelon, red and white matter splattering everywhere, and the headless corpse swayed before crashing heavily to the ground. The battle began in a flash and ended in an instant. Lin Ye panted heavily, pulled out his dagger, and before he could calm his surging blood, immediately used a key to open the stone door. Brother Yi! As soon as the stone door opened, Shirlei and Yiling rushed out. Although pale and injured, they seemed to be in fair spirits. Hurry, there's no time to talk, follow me. Lin Ye tossed a small vial he searched from the scarred face to them, see if this is a potion to unseal energy. Yiling caught it and sniffed, nodding. It should be. She immediately poured out 2 pellets, taking one each with Shirlei. The effects of the potion quickly took hold, and the sealed energy within the 2 slowly began to recover. Just then, a sharp and piercing alarm suddenly echoed throughout the entire valley. Clearly, the guards at the valley entrance had broken free from the illusion, or the commotion from the battle was already discovered. Not good. We've been found. Shirlei's face changed. Go! Lin Ye decisively led the 2 towards the exit. However, it was already too late. A massive, cold, and oppressive aura suddenly rose from the direction of the altar in the valley center, instantly locking onto the 4 of them. A figure dressed in a black robe with dark golden edges, wearing a pale metallic mask, appeared like a ghost atop a nearby stone house. From a high vantage point, he looked down at the 4, his cold, merciless gaze beneath the mask resembling that of a butcher looking at sheep ready for slaughter. You killed our men and still want to leave? His voice was hoarse and deep, carrying a metallic scratch that made one's scalp tingle. As he appeared, dark-robed figures surged in like a tide from all directions. They encircled them completely. At a rough glance, there were at least 20 to 30 people, many of whom were peak C ranks. Lin Ye's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. This masked man's aura was many times stronger than the scarred face. He was clearly a peak B rank, perhaps even touching the threshold of A rank. Moreover, the dark energy around him was pure and cold, carrying a pressure of superiority. 7th seat. Bai Li's voice echoed in Lin Ye's ear, carrying unprecedented gravity. He is strong, be careful. The 7th seat of the Dark Abyss. The highest leader of this stronghold had finally appeared. The 7th seat's gaze swept over Lin Ye, eventually landing on Bai Li, and a glimmer of greed and fanaticism seemed to flash in that cold gaze. 9-tailed fox. SSS-level bloodline, though injured, still a perfect vessel and key, he murmured. Then he looked at Lin Ye. And you, this variable, interesting contractor. Take them all down, alive. At his command, the black-robed figures around them let out a chorus of shouts. Various dark attacks, corrosive black orbs, shadow arrows, mental shocks, fell upon the 4 at the center like a rainstorm. Shirlei. Hold on. Lin Ye shouted. Leave it to me. Shirlei roared, though his energy was not fully restored. But he still exerted all his strength to lift the damaged tower shield, a yellowish light glowing once again, forming a shaky barrier to protect the 4 of them in the middle. Yiling drew her dual blades, her figure swirling like a whirlwind, cutting down the attacks that circled around the barrier. Lin Ye continuously shot out energy beams, accurately eliminating those enemies trying to approach. Bai Li stood in the center, her expression serious. She could not use large-scale destructive skills, but her mental energy was highly focused, and the talent of enchanting world and bewitching heaven silently spread out. Those black-robed figures charging in the front often froze up at critical moments or missed their attacks, giving Lin Ye and Yiling opportunities to strike. For a time, the 4 of them struggled to hold their ground under the heavy siege. 7th seat stood on the rooftop, coldly watching the battle below, seemingly in no hurry to act. He was observing, especially the cooperation between Bai Li and Lin Ye, and that invisible contractual link. Indeed, a marvelous connection, full of possibilities. The corner of his mouth beneath the mask seemed to curl into a strange smile. He knew he couldn't delay for long. Reinforcements from Long Yuan could arrive at any time. He slowly raised his hand, a purer and more terrifying dark energy gathered in his palm, making the surrounding air feel thick. He was going to strike himself. Chapter 39, Bitter Struggle and Reinforcement. In the palm raised by 7th seat, the dark energy coalesced into a constantly rotating black sphere. The sphere was small but emitted a horrifying aura of destruction, as if it could swallow the surrounding light. Lin Ye and the others felt that terrible aura locking onto them, their faces changing. Be careful. He's about to attack. Lin Ye shouted, activating spiritual vision to the limit, keeping a close eye on 7th seat's energy movements, trying to find a weakness in this strike. Shirley gritted his teeth, pouring his remaining energy into the tower shield without reservation, the yellowish barrier's light surging, trying to make a final stand. Yiling also retracted her dual blades, preparing to assist in defense. A trace of determination flashed in Bai Li's icy blue eyes as she stepped forward, standing in front of Lin Ye. Though she couldn't use her source power to clash head-on, she was ready to use her mental energy to construct the strongest illusionary barrier to disrupt the opponent's lock-on. Just as the black sphere in 7th seat's hand was about to be launched with great force. Whoosh! A piercing sound that cut through the air, like the wailing of death, came from outside the valley. A highly condensed, deeply purple energy beam, radiating a sense of destruction, shot toward 7th seat in an instant as if it had crossed through space. The speed was beyond the limit of the naked eye to catch. 7th seat's pupils suddenly contracted. He had not expected an attack from outside the valley, and such a fierce one at that. In a hurry, he could only sharply turn the black sphere intended for Lin Ye and the others to meet the deeply purple beam. Boom! The black sphere collided violently with the deeply purple beam in mid-air. There was no imagined explosion, the two extremely condensed energies eroded and annihilated each other, emitting a sickening hissing sound, ultimately forming a briefly existing, twisted, small black hole-like energy singularity that tore the surrounding light and air into it, before suddenly collapsing and disappearing. All that remained was a void and chaotic energy currents. The 7th seat was shaken by the aftermath of the collision, sliding back more than 10 meters before barely stabilizing his form, his face under the mask turning extremely ugly. At the entrance of the valley, an unknown figure had appeared at some point. The person was dressed in a crisp Longyuan Special Operations uniform, the badge representing an officer on their shoulder still striking under the dim light. In his hands, he held an exaggeratedly designed, luminescent heavy-pulse sniper rifle, with faint blue smoke curling up from the barrel. His expression was cold, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, sweeping through the scene in the valley, finally landing on the 7th seat. Rats of the Dark Abyss, you have some guts to touch my Longyuan personnel. His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority and a murderous intent. Instructor Lei. Shirley and Yiling exclaimed in surprise at the sight of the newcomer. Lin Ye also let out a sigh of relief, his tense nerves finally able to relax somewhat. The one who came was none other than their chief instructor, Lei Lai. It seemed that some urgent tracking device on Shirley and Yiling had been triggered, or Chin Mo had detected something unusual, prompting Lei Lai to come in person to provide assistance. Behind Lei Lai, dozens of fully armed, fierce Longyuan Special Operations team members surged into the valley like a tide. They quickly formed a combat formation to confront those in black robes. In terms of both numbers and momentum, the situation instantly reversed. The 7th seat looked at Lei Lai, then at the elite special ops behind him, knowing that there was no hope left. With only Lei Lai alone, the situation was already difficult. Now with so many elite members from Longyuan, he wouldn't even dare to think about capturing Bai Li, let alone escaping safely himself. Lei Lai. The 7th seat's hoarse voice carried a hint of unwillingness and resentment. You're ruining my good plans again. Lei Lai snorted coldly, throwing the sniper rifle behind him, stretching his wrist with a crackling sound. Less talk. Either get lost, or lose your life. Before his words fell, he had already charged toward the 7th seat like a cannonball. The speed was so fast that it left an afterimage in place. He intended to personally capture the 7th seat of the Dark Abyss. Block them. The 7th seat shouted fiercely to his subordinates, while he himself retreated violently. At the same time, he quickly formed hand seals, rich dark energy gathering in front of him to form thick shields, attempting to stop Lei Lai. He knew he was not a match for Lei Lai in his prime and had to buy time to find an opportunity to escape. Those in black robes, receiving the order, charged toward the Longyuan Special Ops team fearlessly, trying to buy time for the 7th seat. Instantly, a full-on brawl erupted in the valley. The Longyuan Special Ops team, well-trained and coordinated, formed groups of 3 or 5. The glow of elemental power shone brightly as various combat skills emerged, quickly suppressing those black-robed individuals who fought independently. Lei Lai was even more unstoppable and didn't even need to use weapons. His iron fists, wrapped in violent lightning elemental power, shattered the hastily formed dark shields of the 7th seat with every thunderous punch. The 7th seat was beaten back step by step, barely managing to stall for time using his elusive movements and continuous dark techniques, facing numerous dangers. Lin Ye and the others were not idle either. Shirley and Yiling had recovered quite a bit of their elemental power and immediately joined the fight, striking hard against the black-robed individuals like they were drowning rats. Settling scores for grievances. Lin Ye protected Bai Li's side, using energy beams to accurately pick off enemies, assisting the special ops team to quickly clear the hornet's nest. Bai Li, with her powerful mental force, occasionally interfered with the 7th seat, making him even more flustered. The scale of victory had completely tipped in Lin Ye's favor. Seeing his subordinates suffer heavy casualties, and himself firmly entangled by Lin Ye with no hope of escape, a ruthless glint flashed in the 7th seat's eyes. He bit his tongue sharply, spilling blood. He spat out a mouthful of vital blood onto the pale mask. The mask instantly lit up with a strange red glow, and the dark energy around him surged like boiling water. Let's die together. The abyss has descended. He let out a mad roar, his whole body swelling up like an inflating balloon. Countless twisted dark runes appeared on the surface of his body, and a destructive wave of energy radiated from within him. He was going to self-destruct. A self-destruct from a peak B-grade powerhouse could flatten a good part of the valley. Be careful. He's going to self-destruct. Lin Ye's face changed, and he shouted loudly, quickly retreating, his fists flashing with lightning, ready to withstand the explosion's impact. Lin Ye also felt the soul-chilling breath of destruction, and without thinking, he grabbed Bai Li, while shouting at Shirley and Yiling. Get behind me! Shirley! Shield! Shirley reacted quickly, roaring as he plunged the damaged tower shield heavily in front of him, bracing his body firmly against it. Yiling also immediately ducked behind the shield. Lin Ye poured all the energy in his body, including the chill from the ice lotus, unreservedly into his arms. In front of Shirley's shield, he constructed another layer of faint blue-golden energy barrier. Bai Li also rallied her spirit, and a denser wave of cold air spread out, covering the energy barrier with a thin layer of ice crystals. Just as the 7th seat's body swelled to the limit, about to explode, a faster and sharper deep purple beam shot in from outside the valley again. This time, the target was not the energy of the 7th seat, but the pale mask on his face that radiated a strange red light. PFF. The beam precisely pierced through the core of the mask. Ah! The 7th seat let out an incredibly shrill scream, as if struck by a fatal blow. The violent energy within him, which was about to explode, instantly dissipated like a punctured balloon. His swollen body rapidly shriveled. The mask on his face shattered, revealing a twisted, pale, unfamiliar face covered with black veins. He cast a resentful glance in the direction outside the valley, then looked at Lin Ye and Lin Ye and the others. His body suddenly transformed into a cloud of black smoke, vanishing into the depths of the valley as if teleporting. Want to run? Lin Ye roared and transformed into lightning to chase after him. But the black smoke moved incredibly fast and seemed to ignore the terrain. After a few flashes, it disappeared into the shadows deep within the valley, leaving no trace of its presence. When Lin Ye chased to the depths of the valley, he only saw a chaotic altar and empty stone walls. He slammed his fist against the rock wall, leaving a charred fist imprint. Let that slippery rat get away again. As the 7th seat escaped and the leader was defeated, the battle within the valley quickly calmed down. The remaining black-robed people either died or fled amidst the chaos. The members of the Lin Ye Special Operations Team began to clean up the battlefield, clearing the remnants and collecting evidence. Lin Ye and his 3 companions collapsed on the ground, panting heavily, exchanging glances, all feeling a sense of surviving a disaster. Finally, they were alive. Chapter 40, The Journey Home and a New Beginning. After the battle, the valley was in ruins. The Lin Ye Special Operations Team was highly efficient and quickly brought the situation under control. They began to gather spoils, collecting the identity information of the black-robed individuals and the data within their stronghold. Lin Ye walked back from the depths of the valley, his face not looking good. Letting the 7th seat escape was quite a regret. He approached Lin Ye and the others, his gaze sweeping over them, seeing that they were all still alive. Although they were all injured, their spirits were still somewhat high, and his expression softened slightly. Are you all okay? Lin Ye asked, his tone still stiff, but carrying a hint of unnoticeable concern. Report, Instructor. I'm fine. Shirley stood tall, his voice loud, causing his wounds to sting, making him wince. Yiling nodded as well, indicating that she was fine. Lin Ye helped Bai Li stand up. We are fine, Bai Li's injuries are temporarily stabilized. Lin Ye's gaze fell on Bai Li, sensing carefully, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He could feel that the terrifying power within Bai Li, once restless and unstable, had indeed calmed down a lot now. Although still severely injured, she no longer seemed on the verge of collapse at any moment. The effect of the cold ice lotus? Lin Ye looked at Lin Ye. Lin Ye nodded. Yes, luckily we made it in time. But this only temporarily suppresses it, a real cure will require other methods. Bai Li grunted, did not ask further, and said instead. You all did well this time. You found an important stronghold, obtained the ice lotus, and kept the 7th seat in check. Although we let someone escape, the gains outweigh the losses. He paused, his tone becoming serious. However, acting without permission and venturing into dangerous areas, we will settle this account later. Shirley and Yi Ling shrank their necks. Lin Ye also nodded honestly. Yes, instructor. Pack up and prepare to retreat. Bai Li commanded, it's not safe to stay here, reinforcements from the Dark Abyss could arrive at any time. Soon, the team gathered together. The Special Forces members, with the gathered data and a small amount of valuable spoils, quickly left this valley filled with blood and darkness while protecting Lin Ye and his 3 companions. The way back was much smoother. With Bai Li and so many elite warriors around, ordinary demonic creatures did not dare to approach at all. Sitting in the aircraft returning to the base, Lin Ye watched the clouds rushing by outside and felt somewhat complex. This trip to the southwest border was indeed a life and death experience. But the rewards were also enormous. Bai Li's injuries stabilized, he himself broke through to mid-E level, and he confronted the 7th seat of the Dark Abyss directly. Although it was mainly Bai Li fighting, he gained a more intuitive understanding of the strength and style of the Dark Abyss. More importantly, he felt the contractual link between him and Bai Li had become more closely intertwined. Going through life and death together, protecting each other, that trust and bond cannot be fully measured by intimacy levels. He looked at Bai Li, who was sitting next to him, resting with her eyes closed. Her profile appeared calm and beautiful in the cabin's light. As if sensing his gaze, Bai Li's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she opened her eyes. Her ice blue eyes looked at him, lacking some of the usual coldness, and gaining a hint of something indescribable. Peace? What are you looking at? She asked softly. Lin Ye smiled. It's nothing, just thinking, it's really good that we are still alive. Bai Li was silent for a moment, slightly nodded, and closed her eyes again. But Lin Ye noticed that her mouth seemed to curl up ever so faintly. Intimacy, 85/187/100. A few hours later, the aircraft landed steadily at Longyuan Base. The medical team, already informed, immediately approached to take the injured Shirley and Yi Ling away for detailed examination and treatment. Lin Ye and Bai Li also indicated they needed to be checked again. The information department of the base eagerly took over the large amount of data and data chips brought back from the stronghold from Bai Li. They hoped to find more clues about the Star Hub and the Dark Abyss plan from it. Chen Mo also arrived. Upon seeing Lin Ye and Bai Li safe and sound, he pushed up his glasses and rarely showed a smile. Well done. I have received the data. Preliminary analysis shows that the stronghold is indeed an important energy relay station, directly related to the Star Hub. This is a great harvest. Lin Ye sighed in relief. Finally, it wasn't a waste of effort. In the following days, Lin Ye and Bai Li underwent comprehensive checks at the medical center. It was confirmed that Lin Ye only had excessive fatigue, and his realm after the breakthrough was very stable, with no hidden dangers. Bai Li's situation astounded the doctors. The rules of injury still existed, but they were firmly locked by a powerful icy life energy, no longer worsening. Her origin was even healing itself at an extremely slow pace. This is nothing short of a miracle. Bai Li kept his word. For the balance of merits and faults, he did not impose severe punishment on Lin Ye and the others for acting without permission, only giving them a verbal warning and asking them to write a detailed action report. After recovering, Shirley and Yi Ling gained strength from their misfortune, making significant progress. When the team gathered again, the atmosphere was even more harmonious. Based on the intelligence brought back, the Longyuan base intensified its internal checks and monitoring of the southwest border area, and for a time, the activities of the Dark Abyss seemed to have somewhat subsided. But Lin Ye knew this was merely the calm before the storm. The 7th seat had fled, the secret of Star Pivot remained unveiled, and the Dark Abyss's covetousness for Bai Li would never cease. One day, Lin Ye was practicing Ice Shadow Step in the training room. He could now stably displace about 10 meters, and the phantoms left behind were a bit more solid. The communicator rang. It was Bai Li. Lin Ye, come to my office. Upon arriving at Bai Li's office, Lin Ye found Bai Li there as well. Bai Li looked at them, his expression serious as he handed over a confidential document. Headquarters has made new discoveries based on the intelligence you brought back, combined with other clues. Bai Li said in a deep voice, regarding Star Pivot, regarding the true purpose of the Dark Abyss, and possible clues to completely heal the wounds of the rule path. Lin Ye and Bai Li exchanged glances, and both saw the light in each other's eyes. Where? Lin Ye took a deep breath and asked. Bai Li pointed to the document. Top secret mission. You have 2 choices, rest on standby or continue deep into the tiger's den. Lin Ye hesitated not at all, took the document, and looked at Bai Li. Bai Li's ice blue eyes showed no retreat, only unwavering determination and calmness. The answer was self-evident. A new journey had already unfolded beneath their feet. Chapter 41, Northland Train. 3 days later, Lin Ye, Bai Li, Shirley, and Yi Ling stood on the special takeoff and landing area of the Longyuan base. A medium-sized transport aircraft was ready. Its appearance was heavier than any flying vehicle they had previously boarded. The fuselage had sharper lines, gleaming with a special coating that adapted to extreme environments. Instructor Bai Li stood before them, giving the final mission briefing. This time, the destination is the northern border of Long Kingdom, near the polar ice fields in the permafrost peak area. According to deciphered intelligence and cross-validated information, it is an important node of Star Pivot, or rather, a certain ancient ruin closely related to Star Pivot. It is very likely hidden beneath that layer of eternal frozen soil. He brought up an electronic map, marking the approximate range of their destination, an extensive area covered in white, with treacherous terrain and extreme climate. Your identity is that of an elite academy team going to the northern frontier outpost Snowblade Fortress for a rotation. This is the surface cover. Upon reaching Snowblade Fortress, someone will assist you, providing more specific location information and necessary polar gear. Remember, the northern border has a harsh environment, temperatures below zero are the norm, along with terrifying ice storms and elusive polar mutated creatures. The traces of Dark Abyss's activities there are far more secretive and powerful than those at the southwest border. They seem to have operated there for longer. Bai Li's gaze swept across the four of them, finally resting on Lin Ye and Bai Li. Lin Ye, Bai Li, you are the core of this mission. While searching for healing methods, also try to uncover the truth of Star Pivot. But safety comes first. If things turn dire, retreat immediately to conserve your strength. Understood. The four replied in unison. Board the aircraft. I wish you good luck. The engine of the transport aircraft roared heavily, breaking through the clouds and speeding northward. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was not as relaxed as during their previous trip to the southwest. Everyone understood that this mission was more arduous, the environment more dangerous. Shirley checked his new shield, one better suited for combat on ice surfaces. An alloy-heavy shield with an ice-piercing tip. Yiling was maintaining her double blades, the edges glinting coldly under the cabin lights. Lin Ye closed his eyes to relax, but in reality, he was repeatedly recalling the information Bai Li had given him. And using spirit vision to look within himself, becoming familiar with the E-level mid-tier power and the enhanced ice-cold elemental force. In this extreme cold environment, this might become an advantage. Bai Li sat next to him, gazing out the porthole at the rapidly passing, increasingly desolate land, her ice-blue eyes betraying no emotion. The extreme cold of the northern realm felt more like a return to her, but the hidden dangers within made her instinctively wary. After flying for over 10 hours, they had made several high-altitude refuels. When the broadcast announced they were about to land at the transfer station, the outside world was already dressed in a silver-white coat. They weren't flying directly to Snowblade Fortress, as that would be too obvious a target. The transport plane landed at a secret military airport located on the edge of the northern realm. Next, they would switch to the heavy rail train unique to the northern region, capable of operating in extreme cold and complex terrains, heading to Snowblade Fortress. Stepping onto the cement ground of the transfer station, a biting chill instantly pierced through the specially made warm combat suit, making Lin Ye shiver uncontrollably. The white breath coming from his mouth was clearly visible, as if the moisture in the air was about to freeze. Oh my goodness, it's so cold. Shirley tightened his clothes, his chubby cheeks quickly turning bright red from the cold. Yiling also shrunk her neck. It feels like my elemental power is moving slower. Only Bai Li seemed unaffected by the cold. She took a deep breath of the icy air, and her pale complexion appeared somewhat rosier. The ice-blue star fire within her core seemed to become more active and stable in such an environment. The group boarded a heavy rail train that looked like a steel beast. The train was covered with thick antifreeze armor, and its wheels were huge, designed for the snow-covered tracks. Inside the carriage was warm as spring, but thick frost quickly formed on the windows, obscuring the outside view. The train slowly started, making a heavy metallic grinding sound as it moved along the winding tracks between the snowy mountains and icy valleys, heading deeper into the cold. The journey was long and boring. Aside from occasionally stopping to refuel or yield, the train spent most of its time traveling across endless snowfields. Lin Ye dared not relax. He practiced while trying to extend spirit vision outward. But in this extreme environment, the range of spirit vision was greatly restricted. Moreover, outside there was almost nothing but monotonous ice and snow energy, making it hard to discern anything unusual. Days later, the train's broadcast rang out again. Attention passengers, we are about to pass through Wind Howl Canyon, an area known for strong electromagnetic interference and ice winds. Please fasten your seatbelts and refrain from moving around. As the announcement finished, the train suddenly jolted, the previously calm wind and snow outside turning violent. The howling wind whipped ice particles against the armored carriage, making a loud crackling sound, as if countless vengeful spirits were wailing. The lights inside the carriage began to flicker wildly, emitting a hissing sound of electric currents. What's happening? Shirley nervously grabbed the handrail. We must have entered the area of strong interference. Yiling looked out at the white expanse. This cursed place is really spooky. Lin Ye's brows were tightly locked. At that moment, his spirit vision seemed to catch a hint of something extremely subtle. It was different from the natural wind and snow's dark energy fluctuation, but it vanished in an instant, making it impossible to determine. Bai Li also opened her eyes, looking out the window with a serious expression. There's something in the wind and snow. Just then, the train jolted violently again, noticeably slowing down and producing an abnormal, ear-piercing grinding noise, as if the brakes were overloaded. Clang! A loud bang, the whole carriage lurched forward, and everyone was thrown from their seats by inertia. Emergency brake. The train came to a brutal stop in the raging wind and snow. What the hell? Shirley rubbed his sore arm and cursed. The lights in the carriage went completely out, leaving only the faint glow of the emergency backup power. A piercing alarm blared. Attention all crew and armed personnel. The train is under attack by an unidentified external force. The tracks ahead appear to be damaged. Repeat, the train is under attack. The voice on the broadcast was filled with urgency. Lin Ye was startled and exchanged a glance with Bai Li. Trouble, it came so quickly? Prepare for battle. Lin Ye commanded, instantly entering a state of alert. Shirley quickly raised his shield, standing at the door of the carriage. Yi Ling drew her dual blades, her figure melting into the shadows at the connection of the carriages. Bai Li stood up, a chill enveloping her body. Although she couldn't use full power, basic control and defense were still possible. Outside the carriage, amidst the howling wind, there was a faint mix of some low, inhuman growls, and the nauseating sound of claws scraping against the carriage armor. Chapter 42, Attack of the Icefield Wolves. Outside the carriage, the nauseating scraping and low growling sounds grew closer and more intense. Through the frost-covered window, some huge shadowy figures could be vaguely seen moving quickly in the wind and snow. It's mutated creatures. There are a lot of them. Yi Ling retreated from the carriage's connection point, her tone serious. They've surrounded the train. Damn it, I knew this cursed place wasn't peaceful. Shirley cursed, pushing the shield hard against the door. Lin Ye focused his spiritual vision on the door, penetrating through the thick armor and snow, finally seeing the outside clearly. What he saw were giant wolves, 2 or 3 times larger than ordinary wild wolves, their bodies covered in snow-white fur. But beneath the fur, dark, magical patterns faintly shimmered, and their eyes were blood red. The white vapor they exhaled smelled foul and carried a whiff of dark energy. It's the mutated Icefield wolves. Their average level ranges from D to C, but the Wolf King could be B level. They usually act in groups and are very cunning. Lin Ye quickly shared what he saw with his teammates. Why did the train stop? Can it be fixed? Lin Ye contacted the train conductor via intercom. The conductor's anxious voice came through. No. It's not just the tracks that are damaged. Something interfered with the train's core energy furnace. The power system is down. The engineering team is rushing to repair it, but it will take time. The power system is down? Lin Ye's heart sank. In this icy cold, a train without power is just a huge iron coffin. At that moment. Bang! 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 Heavy banging sounds came from all the doors. It was those Icefield wolves trying to smash open the doors. They want to come in. Shirley felt the force against the shield growing stronger, making him slip a little. We can't let them in. There are ordinary passengers in the carriage. Yi Ling urged. Lin Ye's gaze sharpened as he looked at Bai Li. Can you freeze the door? Temporarily seal them off. Bai Li nodded, moving to the door that had been hit the hardest, placing her hands against the cold metal door. A wave of pure cold energy spread from her palms, quickly engulfing the entire door and the surrounding frame. Thick ice formed at an observable speed, firmly freezing the door against the carriage wall. The crashing sounds from outside suddenly diminished, turning into dull scraping noises. It worked. Shirley sighed in relief. But Lin Ye's spiritual vision saw that those Icefield wolves hadn't given up. They started madly clawing and biting at the ice layer, sending ice shards flying. Worse, some Icefield wolves began to try to climb the carriage, attacking the windows. The windows won't hold for long. Lin Ye shouted, we must take the initiative. Clean them up, or at least hold out until the train is repaired. How do we strike? It's below freezing out there with a storm, opening the door is like seeking death. Yi Ling opposed. Lin Ye looked at the ventilation hatches and maintenance passages on the top of the car. We'll go from the top. The train's roof is relatively flat, and we can use the carriages as cover to clear the wolves trying to climb up and attack the door. This was a daring plan, but under the current circumstances, it seemed the best option. I will go up with Yi Ling. Shirley, you guard the lower door to prevent any stragglers from breaking through. Bai Li, you're in charge of support and control, make sure to conserve energy. Lin Ye quickly assigned tasks. Bai Li nodded. Yi Ling had no objections, her agility would shine on the top of the car. Shirley wanted to go up as well, but he also knew his defense was more effective below. You two, be careful. Lin Ye and Yi Ling quickly opened the maintenance hatch on the top of the carriage, and a blast of freezing wind rushed in, making it almost hard to breathe. The two braved the fierce wind and climbed onto the roof of the train. As soon as their heads appeared, several white shadows lunged at them almost at the same time. A stench of blood hit their faces. Watch out! Lin Ye shouted, instantly activating Ice Shadow Step, sliding sideways as several energy rays with icy characteristics shot out. They hit two ice wolves in the eyes with precision. Awah! The two wolves howled in agony as they rolled off the roof. Yi Ling, like a nimble cat, lowered her body, her twin blades dancing as a cold light flashed, directly gutting an ice wolf trying to bite her ankle. The situation on the roof was worse than imagined. The wind was strong, making it hard to stand, the ice was slippery. Looking around, at least 2 or 3 dozen large ice wolves were prowling on the roof and sides. Scarlet eyes stared intently at the two sudden human appearances. More wolves were leaping up from the snow, trying to jump onto the roof. Too many. Can't kill them all. Yi Ling shouted while blocking the wolf claws with her blade. Lin Ye also felt immense pressure. Although his energy rays were precise, they consumed a lot. And these wolves were fast and tough, unless hitting vital spots, it was hard to kill them with one blow. If this continued, they would eventually be worn out here. Catch the thief, first catch the king. Lin Ye's gaze swept over the wolf pack, using spirit sight to search for the strongest energy source, find the wolf king. Soon, he locked onto an enormous wolf, nearly twice the size of an ordinary ice wolf, on a small snow slope about 100 meters from the train. It did not participate in the attack but stood quietly, its blood-red eyes coldly observing the battlefield. Exuding a powerful aura close to the B-class peak. It was it. Yi Ling. Cover me. I'm going to take down that wolf king. Lin Ye shouted. Too far. How will you get there? Yi Ling exclaimed. Lin Ye did not answer, taking a deep breath, infusing his energy into his legs, and activated Ice Shadow Step again. This time, he wasn't using it for short distance movement but was putting all his power into a straight sprint and maintaining balance. His body drew a faint blue shadow on the smooth, icy roof, like ice skating, rushing towards the rear of the train. He wanted to jump off the train and get close to the Wolf King. This action was extremely risky. Leaving the train's protection, facing countless demon wolves and a B-class Wolf King in snow up to his knees. But Lin Ye had no choice. Madman. Yi Ling cursed, but her movements became faster, her twin blades dancing like the wind. She intercepted the wolves trying to pursue Lin Ye. The commotion on the roof also attracted the Wolf King's attention. It looked at the tiny human rushing over alone, a hint of disdain and cruelty flashing in its blood-red eyes. It raised its head and let out a long and loud wolf howl. Immediately, a large portion of the wolves surrounding the train divided and surged like a white tide towards the direction Lin Ye was rushing towards. Chapter 43, Decapitation and Doubts. Lin Ye had just leaped down from the rear of the vehicle, his feet sinking deep into the snow, and before he could steady himself, he saw dozens of ice wolves, their eyes blood-red, rushing towards him like a white wave of death. The stench of blood hit him in the face, and the sharp fangs and claws glimmered with a chilling light in the snowstorm. Come on! Lin Ye let out a low roar, not retreating but charging straight into the pack of wolves. He knew he must not be surrounded, he had to go for the Wolf King. With his spirit vision fully activated, the flow of energy and movements of creatures around him seemed to slow down. He moved like a slippery loach, weaving through the gaps in the wolves' attacks. He dodged a wolf's lunge, shooting back an energy ray that pierced its throat. He crouched to avoid a sweeping claw, his high-frequency dagger slicing open another wolf's belly in response. Using Ice Shadow Step, he left behind a deceptive shadow while his true self slipped out of the encirclement of 3 wolves, continuing to push forward. His movements were fluid as water, showcasing the pinnacle of his E-level mid-tier power and the agility of Ice Shadow Step. The adaptability of his icy energy to the polar environment revealed itself, making his movements smoother than those of these magic wolves, who lived in the frozen plains all year. Every energy ray was precise and ruthless, targeting weaknesses like the eyes, throat, and joints. The high-frequency dagger in his hand was like the Reaper's scythe, each swing creating a spray of blood. He sliced through the white tide of wolves like a red-hot spear, leaving corpses in his wake, blood staining the pure white snow. But there were simply too many wolves. Moreover, they were extremely fierce and fearless, those that fell were immediately replaced by others that rushed in to tear and bite. Lin Ye's energy was rapidly depleting, and he had several new wounds on his body. Luckily, the wounds were not deep and were quickly sealed temporarily by his icy energy, preventing excessive blood loss. 100 meters away on the snow slope, the Wolf King watched the human, who continued to advance steadily even under the assault of its kin. The contempt in its eyes gradually turned into seriousness and a hint of rage. It felt provoked. Awah! The Wolf King howled again, this time filled with murderous intent. The pack attacking Lin Ye grew even more frenzied, even beginning to adopt a strategy of trading injuries in an attempt to delay him. Pressure mounted on Lin Ye, and his speed began to slow down. At that moment, a sharp blade of wind shot from behind him, precisely slicing off the head of an ice wolf that was about to pounce on his back. It was Yi Ling. She had jumped off the train at some point, her dual blades spinning, like a whirlwind, clearing the wolves on Lin Ye's flank and sharing the burden. Don't lose focus. The Wolf King is yours. I'll take care of these small fries. Yi Ling shouted, weaving through the pack, steadying her stance despite the dangers around her. Lin Ye felt warmth in his heart, knowing that this was his teammate creating opportunities for him with her life. He no longer paid attention to the disturbances around him, his gaze locked tightly on the Wolf King on the snow slope. He channeled most of his remaining energy into his legs and unleashed his final, and farthest, ice shadow step sprint. Swish! His body transformed into a blue arrow skimming the ground, instantly covering the last few dozen meters to arrive at the foot of the snow slope. The Wolf King's eyes burst with ferocity. It hadn't expected this human to truly reach its front. It hesitated no longer, its massive body bringing a gust of blood-scented wind. It leaped down the slope, opening its blood-dripping jaws, revealing dagger-like fangs, and lunged at Lin Ye's head with astounding speed. The terrifying pressure from its B-level peak bore down on him. Facing this thunderous attack, Lin Ye did not take it head-on nor did he dodge again. He knew this was the only opportunity. In the instant before the Wolf King would pounce on him, Lin Ye suddenly unleashed all the icy energy left in his body. All of his mental strength was concentrated on the high-frequency dagger in his right hand. The dagger erupted with a blinding ice-blue light, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze. He did not look at the path of the Wolf King's charge, but relied on his spiritual sight for absolute insight into energy weaknesses. As he targeted the Wolf King with a strike, he threw the dagger fiercely at the small exposed area on its chest, which lacked thick fur protection due to its movement. This throw contained all his strength, will, and perfect timing. Poof! The dagger wrapped in ice-blue light accurately pierced the Wolf King's heart like a hot knife through butter. Ow-whoa! The Wolf King let out a terrifying howl that resounded through the valley, and its attack suddenly froze. The immense inertia caused its heavy body to crash down into the snow before Lin Ye, sending powdery snow flying everywhere. It struggled to get back up, but the heart, instantly frozen and shattered by the extreme cold contained within the vital energy, was swiftly losing its life force. Its blood-red eyes stared intensely at Lin Ye, filled with unwillingness and disbelief, before finally dimming and becoming completely still. The Wolf King perished. The iceborne wolves that had been frantically attacking Yi Ling and the train. At that very moment, they all froze in their tracks, the blood red in their eyes rapidly fading to reveal confusion and fear. They looked at the Wolf King's corpse, then at the human standing beside it, panting but with icy cold eyes. They emitted a nervous low howl, and then retreated like a tide, quickly disappearing into the vast snowstorm. The crisis was temporarily lifted. Lin Ye knelt weakly in the snow, breathing heavily, the cold air entering his lungs like a blade. That last attack had nearly drained all of his strength. Yi Ling, also exhausted and injured, came over to support him. Are you okay? I'm fine, just consumed too much energy. Lin Ye shook his head, glancing at the Wolf King's corpse, still feeling a haunting fear. If he hadn't targeted the weak spot for that one powerful strike, he would have been the one to die. The crashing and scraping sounds from the train had also stopped. Shirley and Bai Li should be safe now. At that moment, Lin Ye's spiritual sight habitually scanned the Wolf King's corpse, and suddenly, his gaze froze. At the heart position where the dagger had pierced, aside from the frozen wound in dark energy, he vaguely sensed an extremely weak, but oddly familiar, energy fluctuation of an artificial creation. That feeling was very much like the corrupt core in the west suburb mining area and the black stone forest altar he had sensed before. It belonged to a special energy mark of the abyss, but it was somewhat different, more subtle. He forced himself to stand up and walk to the Wolf King's corpse, carefully using his still-functioning hand to peel away the frozen flesh and fur around the wound. Deep within the shattered heart tissue, he touched a hard object. When he dug it out, it was a black thin piece, the size of a fingernail, neither metal nor stone, with extremely complex patterns slightly glowing faintly. The style of the patterns was somewhat similar to the symbols of the abyss, but more ancient and intricate. What is this? Yi Ling also saw it and asked in confusion. Lin Ye frowned tightly at the cold black thin piece in his hand. The abyss could already control peak B-class corrupted creatures with such means? Or could it be that this object was not the work of the abyss at all? He thought of what the train conductor had said, that the core energy furnace was interfered with. Could it be that the attack on the train was not entirely by wild corrupted creatures? Was there another hidden story behind this wolf attack? A chill, colder than the ice and snow of the northern region, quietly crawled up Lin Ye's spine. Chapter 44, Snowblade Fortress. Shortly after the wolf pack retreated, the train's engineering team finally resolved the interference with the energy furnace, and the power system restored. accompanied by a long sound of metal friction and the hissing of steam discharging. The heavy train slowly started again, pushing against the still furious wind and snow, continuing northward. Lin Ye and Yi Ling returned to the carriage. Shirley sighed with relief when he saw them return safely. Bai Li silently handed over 2 tubes of high-efficiency energy supplements. Thanks. Lin Ye took them, drank them down in one go, a warm current spreading out, slightly dispelling the cold and emptiness in his body. He took out the black thin piece found from the heart of the Wolf King and showed it to Bai Li. Found in the Wolf King's heart. It feels, not quite like the style of the Dark Abyss, but the energy properties are somewhat similar. Bai Li took the thin piece, her ice blue eyes carefully examining the patterns on it, a faint trace of mental power swirling at her fingertips for probing. After a moment, she frowned slightly. Very ancient, the power contained in the patterns leans towards guiding and amplifying the wildness, rather than complete control. The creator's understanding of life and energy is profound. Her conclusion was close to Lin Ye's guess. This thing might not be something the Dark Abyss can create at this stage. Could there be other forces hidden in the northern wilderness? Or, could the legacy obtained by the Dark Abyss here be far more astonishing than they imagined? Keep it safe for now. When we get to Snowblade Fortress, we might find more clues. Lin Ye carefully put away the thin piece. This unexpected discovery cast a deeper shadow over their journey to the northern wilderness. The journey ahead was relatively calm. Perhaps it was the intimidation from Lin Ye's fierce kill of the Wolf King, no more reckless corrupted creatures came to disturb them. A few days later, the train finally penetrated the endless wind and snow, and a towering outline appeared on the horizon. It was a huge fortress built against steep ice mountains. The whole structure was made of enormous ice blocks and black rocks, with tall city walls above. Dragon flags and battle flags representing the Beastmaster Association fluttered in the biting cold wind. Surrounding the fortress were dense energy towers and defenses, with faint figures of patrolling soldiers visible. This was the outpost of the northern wilderness, Snowblade Fortress. The train slowly entered the platform outside the fortress. The platform was also covered in heavy ice and snow but was kept clean. A team of soldiers dressed in heavy white winter combat uniforms had already been waiting there, their eyes sharp, their aura tough, clearly seasoned veterans. The leading officer stepped forward, verified the identities of Lin Ye and the others, and offered a salute. Welcome to Snowblade Fortress, I am Captain Han Bing of the Station 3rd Squadron. Commander Lei Lai has already notified us in advance. Please follow me, the Fortress Lord is waiting for you. Captain Han Bing spoke little, directly leading the 4 away from the platform and into the depths of Snowblade Fortress. The interior of the fortress appeared even more magnificent and complex than it looked from the outside. The passage was wide, with heating lights on the walls to prevent ice formation, and the air was filled with the mixed scents of steel, oil, and faint disinfectant. Occasionally, fully armed teams rushed by, the atmosphere serious and tense. They took an elevator to the command center located on the upper level of the fortress. Inside the command center, various advanced instruments flickered on the screens, and staff were busy at work. A tall, rugged middle-aged man stood before a massive holographic map of the northern wilderness, his brow furrowed, with a fierce frostbite scar on his left cheek. He was dressed in a neat military officer's uniform, with the star on his shoulder showing he was the highest commander of Snowblade Fortress, Lord Huojinshan. Lord, the elite team from Longyuan Academy has arrived. Han Bing reported. Huojinshan turned around, his gaze sweeping over Lin Ye and the others like an eagle, making the air feel heavier under his stare. His aura was deep as the sea, giving Lin Ye the impression that he was even stronger than Instructor Lei Lai. Fortress Lord. Lin Ye and the others stood at attention and saluted. Huojinshan nodded, acknowledging the gesture, his voice booming and straightforward. Did you encounter trouble on the way? Lin Ye briefly reported the attack by the corrupted ice wolves and discovering the black shard within the Wolf King's body, producing the shard. Huojinshan took the shard, glanced at it, and his expression darkened. As expected, it's this kind of thing again. His tone was grave. In recent months, the activities of corrupted creatures in the northern region have been unusually frequent and organized. We have made multiple cleanups, but similar control or enhancement devices can always be found. The manufacturing process of this thing is extremely sophisticated, our base technicians cannot fully analyze it. He walked to the holographic map, pointing at a flashing red dot in the ever-frozen peak area. Your target area is near the Silent Valley at the foot of the ever-frozen peak. According to our recent reconnaissance, energy fluctuations are most intense there, and traces of Abyss members' activities have been found more than once. However, I must warn you. Huojinshan stared seriously at them. The area of Silent Valley is very sinister. It's not just the environment and the corrupted creatures. There are signs of temporal and spatial disturbances. Temporal and spatial disturbances? Lin Ye was taken aback. That's right. Huojinshan nodded. Those who enter that area sometimes inexplicably lose their sense of direction and even see phantoms that do not belong to this era. Several reconnaissance teams we sent out had members suffer mental trauma or simply go missing. We suspect that there may be a huge, unstable entrance to an ancient relic hidden there, or it connects to an unknown time and space. The Abyss's objective is very likely related to this. Temporal and spatial disturbances, ancient relics. This information was even more shocking than expected. So, your mission this time is extremely dangerous. Not only do you have to face the Abyss and corrupted creatures, but you also need to guard against that bizarre environment itself. Huo Jinshan said in a deep voice. I will equip you with the best polar gear and a guide who is familiar with the local terrain. But whether you can find what you want and come back alive depends on your own abilities and fortune. He clapped his hands. A young female soldier, small in stature but with eyes as lively as a snow fox, wearing white snow camouflage, walked in. This is the scout, Ling Shuang. She is well acquainted with the outskirts of the ever-frozen peak, including the edges of the Silent Valley. She will take you to the entrance of the valley, and from there, you will need to find your own way. Ling Shuang saluted the four, her voice crisp. Officers, please guide me well. Lin Ye looked at Huo Jinshan, then at Ling Shuang, and the marked red dot on the holographic map, taking a deep breath of the cold air. We understand, Huo Fortress Master. We will definitely complete the mission and come back alive. The real challenge was just beginning. Chapter 45, Deep into Silent Valley. After resting for a day at Snowblade Fortress, replenished all supplies, and familiarized themselves with the top-notch polar gear provided by Huo Fortress Master. The next morning, Lin Ye's team, under Ling Shuang's lead, boarded a snow caterpillar vehicle. They left Snowblade Fortress, heading towards the Silent Valley at the foot of the ever-frozen peak. The closer they got to the ever-frozen peak, the harsher the environment became. Wild winds swept ice particles, visibility was extremely low, and the temperature had already dropped below 50 degrees below zero. Even the specially made thermal gear could barely maintain their body temperature. The caterpillar vehicle trudged through the deep snow and ice crevices, its engine roaring dully. Ling Shuang was indeed one of the best scouts in Snowblade Fortress. Her driving skills were superb, always finding relatively safe routes and avoiding hidden ice cracks and avalanche zones. In another 20 kilometers, we will reach the entrance to Silent Valley. Ling Shuang said while steering. From there, the journey will begin. Electronic devices will be strongly interfered with, communication will basically be interrupted, and the compass will also fail. Moreover, that feeling of time and space disorder will begin to appear. Everyone must stay close to me and keep their minds focused. Everyone nodded, their expressions serious. Sure enough, as they continued to delve deeper, Lin Ye felt the environment detector and communicator in his hand starting to show a lot of snowflakes and garbled code on the screen, eventually going completely black. His external spiritual vision perception range was also compressed to less than 50 meters, beyond that was a chaotic energy turbulence. A strange sense of oppression enveloped his heart, as if something was invisibly influencing their spirits. Do you feel it? Yi Ling rubbed her arms. It seems a bit dizzy. Shirley also shook his head. It feels like someone is beating a gong in my ear. Ling Shuang explained. This is the precursor to time and space disorder, everyone experiences it differently. Try not to dwell on those strange thoughts and hallucinations, hold on to your own consciousness. Bai Li seemed to be the least affected, her ice blue eyes vigilantly scanned the surrounding white world. Suddenly, she whispered. Stop. Ling Shuang immediately stepped on the brake, and the tracked vehicle stopped. What's wrong? Lin Ye asked. Bai Li didn't answer, she simply pointed to a grove of ice pillars to the right. Lin Ye followed her direction and looked, spiritual vision struggling to penetrate the wind and snow and energy turbulence. Vaguely, he saw several shadowy figures moving among the distorted ice pillars. Moreover, they were dressed in very ancient attire, unlike modern people. That is? Yi Ling also saw and was taken aback. It is a time-space projection. Ling Shuang's tone was calm, clearly not the first time she had seen this. It is an image left behind and manifested from a fragment of time in the past due to energy disorder. There is no physical body, it cannot be touched, but sometimes it carries a faint mental influence, just ignore them. Indeed, those ancient figures seemed completely unaware of them. They were only repeating some ritual-like actions among the ice pillars, then slowly dissipated like smoke. Everyone let out a sigh of relief, but their mood became heavier. This place was indeed eerie. Continuing forward for less than 10 minutes, Ling Shuang stopped the vehicle again, her face unusually serious. Ahead is the entrance to the Silent Valley. I can only take you here. Everyone got out of the car and looked ahead. It was a narrow canyon entrance squeezed between two massive ice cliffs. A thick, unfading gray mist permeated the canyon mouth. Even from a distance, one could feel the chilling cold and dead silence emanating from that mist, as if inside was another world. According to Lord Hua's orders, I will set up a temporary observation point here and wait for you for 72 hours. If you do not come out after 72 hours or send a distress signal, I will immediately return to Snowblade Fortress for help. After Ling Shuang finished speaking, she handed Lin Ye a special signal launcher, similar to a firework tube. This is a powerful signal flare, it can soar high even in an energy interference zone, but there is only one, so use it carefully. Thank you. Lin Ye took the signal flare, storing it away solemnly. Take care. Ling Shuang looked at them, her eyes carrying a sense of admiration and worry. Lin Ye and the others exchanged glances and nodded. Let's go. Without hesitation, the four stepped forward, treading through knee-deep snow, firmly walking toward the gray valley entrance that seemed to swallow everything. As soon as they stepped into the range of the gray mist at the canyon mouth, everyone shuddered. Cold. A piercing cold that penetrated to the marrow, as if even the soul was about to freeze. It was several times more terrifying than the extreme cold outside. Not only that, the surrounding scenery changed instantly. No longer just simple wind and snow, but turned bizarre. The snow beneath their feet sometimes turned into hard frozen ground. Sometimes it turns into soft quicksand. The nearby ice cliffs are sometimes clear and sometimes twisted and blurred, as if they could disappear at any moment. Various chaotic sounds come to my ears, some ancient beast roars, the clash of weapons, whispers of an incomprehensible ancient language. The effect of space-time chaos reaches its peak here. Hold your mind. Don't be disturbed by the illusions. Lin Ye loudly reminds, while using all his strength to operate his elemental energy to resist the coldness and confusion that erode his consciousness. Shirlei and Yiling's faces turned pale, clearly also struggling to resist. A thin layer of ice blue halo automatically spreads around Bai Li, isolating the chaotic spatial energy outside. She seems to have a stronger adaptability to this environment. Follow me. Bai Li says softly, her perception here seems to be more effective than Lin Ye's spiritual sight. She follows some kind of vague feeling, leading the three of them, struggling through the twisted and changing spacetime, deeper into the valley. Along the way, they see more unbelievable scenes. Great, long-extinct ice giant skeletons half buried in the snow. Ghosts of ancient warriors marching in formation through the fog. Even once, the ground beneath their feet suddenly turned into a transparent layer of ice, and below that ice layer was rolling magma. Every step they took filled them with fear. After walking for about half a day, the surrounding gray mist seems to have faded somewhat, and in front of them appears an open area filled with jagged boulders. And in the center of this rocky area, they see a shocking scene. A huge palace ruin completely constructed of black ice blocks, styled differently from any modern architecture. Quietly standing there. Most of the palace has collapsed, but the remaining parts still show its past grandeur and strangeness. Countless complex and twisted runes are carved on the palace walls. The patterns on the black sheet that Lin Ye found in the heart of the Wolf King originate from the same source. And in front of the palace ruins, on a broken altar, a crystal the size of a human head, radiating a soft starlight, is floating in midair, slowly rotating. Starlight crystal. And below the crystal, standing around the altar are more than a dozen figures dressed in black robes. It is the people of Dark Abyss. They are indeed here. And it seems, they are trying to collect that starlight crystal. The two sides suddenly encounter each other in this silent valley. The air instantly solidifies. Chapter 46, Activation of the Star Hub. After a brief shock, the killing intent explodes instantly. The black-robed people of Dark Abyss also discover Lin Ye and the others, and the leader's eyes sharpen, hissing a command. Stop them. We cannot let them disrupt the ritual. More than a dozen black-robed people immediately split off a large half and swoop down like black vultures. Various dark attacks, corrosive black balls, shadow arrows, mental shrieks instantly envelop Lin Ye and the others. Shirlei. Hold on. Lin Ye yells. Leave it to me. Shirlei roars, and the newly changed ice-breaking heavy shield slams onto the ground. The yellow-brown elemental light bursts forth, forming a solid barrier that blocks most of the ranged attacks. Yiling's figure moves like the wind, her dual blades drawn, turning into a streak of blue light to meet the black-robed people charging in the front. Her speed seems to be affected somewhat by the extreme cold, but her blade techniques remain vicious and shrewd, targeting vital points. Lin Ye does not pay attention to these minions, his gaze is locked firmly onto the direction of the altar. There, aside from a few black-robed mages trying to collect the starlight crystal, there is another figure that catches his attention, dressed in a dark gold-trimmed black robe, with an aura clearly stronger than the others. Though not wearing a mask, the cold energy fluctuations instantly remind him of the seventh seat who had escaped. It's him. He's actually here. And it looks like he's the one leading this action. Bai Li. That might be seat 7. I'm going to stop them from collecting the crystals. Lin Ye spoke rapidly. Bai Li nodded, a cold light flashed in her ice blue eyes. Leave the cannon fodder to me. She stepped forward, not making any large movements, her mental power spreading like an invisible ripple. Talent World Bewitching Charm activated. Those black-robed figures rushing towards Shirley's shield and entangled with Yi Ling instantly showed varying degrees of delay and confusion. Some seemed to perceive terrifying illusions, attacking wildly in panic. Others stood dazed, their eyes vacant. And some even turned their weapons against their own companions. In an instant, the formation of the Dark Abyss was in chaos. This is the terrifying power of SSS-level mental illusions. Even if Bai Li couldn't use her primal power, just her control of mental energy was enough to turn the tide of battle. Good opportunity. Yi Ling shouted, her blades light like a storm, swiftly claiming the lives of two confused black-robed figures. Shirley also seized the moment, charging with his shield and crashing into a black-robed mage who tried to cast a spell, breaking bones. Lin Ye caught this precious chance. The icy primal energy within him exploded with full power, casting Ice Shadow Step, his figure flickering like a ghost. He bypassed the chaotic battle and headed straight for the central altar. Block him. The Seat 7 by the altar clearly noticed the quickly approaching threat, yelling sharply. Two black-robed guards at the edge of the altar, both at sea-level peak energy, immediately moved to intercept. One swung a long knife engulfed in black flames, while the other formed a pitch-black energy whip with both hands. They blocked Lin Ye's path, one on the left and one on the right. Get out of the way. Lin Ye's eyes were icy. Facing the pincer attack, he didn't dodge but raised both hands. His left hand, fingers together like a sword, shot forth a concentrated ice-blue energy ray, not aimed at the guard with the knife. Instead, it targeted a seemingly smooth piece of ice beneath his feet. Crack! The ice shattered instantly, creating a slippery depression. The knife-wielding guard was caught off guard, losing his balance as he lunged forward. His right hand grasped the air, drawing on his primal energy to mimic Bai Li's cold characteristic, an extremely icy airflow sweeping towards the guard wielding the energy whip. That guard felt his arm stiffen, the speed of the black energy whip slowing suddenly. In that electric moment, Lin Ye's body slipped through the tiny gap between their attacks, as if he had no bones. The essence of Ice Shadow Step was fully unleashed. You're asking for death. Seeing his subordinate so easily bypassed, Seat 7's eyes flashed with anger, finally taking action himself. He abandoned the ritual to collect the crystals, his sickly thin hand emerging from his black robe. His fingers turned into claws, radiating a bone-chilling, cold suction that reached for Lin Ye's throat from a distance. This grab seemed slow, but it locked the surrounding space, making Lin Ye feel an unavoidable sense of suffocation. The enraged strike of a B-level peak powerhouse held terrifying power. Lin Ye's pupils contracted, his entire body's primal energy in a frenzy, trying to break free from that suction, while he crossed his high-frequency dagger in front of him, ready to take the hit. Just as Seat 7's claw was about to reach him. Buzz! A powerful mental shock came first like an invisible hammer, crashing hard into Seat 7's mental sea. It was Bai Li. She launched her mental attack from a distance once again. Seat 7 let out a muffled grunt, his grab towards Lin Ye inevitably showed a moment of stagnation and deviation. It was this trivial moment of deviation that gave Lin Ye the chance. He fiercely bit his tongue, the sharp pain forcing him to unleash all his potential, twisting his body forcibly to the side. Shoo! Seat 7's claws brushed past Lin Ye's neck. He tore a few slits in the collar of his battlesuit, and the cold wind sliced through his skin, leaving behind some bloody marks that burned with pain. That was close. Lin Ye broke out in a cold sweat, but his feet kept moving, seizing the moment when the 7th seat was distracted by Bai Li's mental attack. With a sudden lunge and roll, he dove directly past the side of the 7th seat, aiming straight for the floating star crystal on the altar. You brat! Do you dare? The 7th seat was both shocked and furious, turning to pursue. But Bai Li's mental interference was like a relentless ailment, striking again. Though it could not seriously injure him, it greatly delayed his movements and the operation of his energy. Lin Ye rushed to the edge of the altar without a second thought. He looked at the crystal, so close, radiating soft starlight and massive energy. He could feel the slight vibrations of the Book of All Souls contracts inside him and the desire coming from Bai Li's core. How to break it? Attack the crystal directly? Would that trigger an energy explosion? Just as he hesitated, an unexpected change unfolded. It seemed to be stimulated by the fierce battle energy from the outside, or perhaps the Dark Abyss's collection ritual had reached a critical stage. The star crystal suddenly erupted with an unprecedented brilliant light. Buzz! A massive beam of light, entirely made of starlight, shot up into the sky from the crystal. It instantly pierced through the dome of the relics, merging into the gray, hazy sky outside. The entire relic, no, the entire Silent Valley, began to shake violently. The ancient runes surrounding the altar lit up one by one, emitting a dim black light, entangling and opposing the light from the star crystal. A chaotic and extreme time-space turbulence erupted violently from the altar, spreading outward. Not good. The time-space disorder is intensifying. Yi Ling, who was fighting against the man in black, exclaimed. She felt the surrounding scenery twisting even more severely and even saw multiple overlapping fragments of space. Shirley also felt the power from his shield becoming erratic, as if attacks were coming from different directions. Lin Ye was the first to bear the brunt. It felt like being thrown into a washing machine spinning at high speed, everything swirling around, and the scenery flashing crazily. One moment it was an ancient palace, the next a frozen expanse, and even burning starry skies. He held tightly onto the edge of the altar, preventing himself from being thrown away by the turbulence. He saw the seventh seed also affected, his figure swaying with uncertainty on his face. The black-robed mages maintaining the ritual fared worse. They were directly swept away by the time-space turbulence, disappearing with screams, not knowing where they were thrown to in some corner of time and space. The light of the star crystal grew ever more intense, as if it had been fully activated. Ding! High concentration, high purity of star origin energy detected. It shares the same source as the contract star beast Bai Li. There is a potential resonance with the host's cultivation technique. The system's prompt echoed urgently in Lin Ye's mind. Bai Li! Lin Ye shouted amidst the chaos. Can you absorb this crystal? Bai Li resisted the time-space turbulence, her gaze fixed passionately on the dazzling crystal. In her ice-blue eyes shone unprecedented desire and a glimmer of familiarity. I can try. But I need to get close. Her voice came through intermittently in the turbulence. Get close? If he rushed over now, he might be torn apart by the time-space turbulence or, like those mages, vanished. Just then, Lin Ye noticed the ancient runes emitting black light on the altar. It seemed they were desperately suppressing and contaminating the energy of the star crystal, the two powers clashing fiercely. This was also the main reason for the intensified time-space disorder. If he could destroy these black runes? Sure lay. Yi Ling. Cover me. I'm going to destroy those black runes on the altar. Lin Ye shouted loudly, pouring all his remaining energy into the high-frequency dagger in his hand. The dagger glowed with an ice-blue light again. Understood. Although Shirley and Yi Ling were struggling to protect themselves, they still desperately moved towards Lin Ye, blocking the sporadic dark attacks and fragments of time and space. The seventh seat realized Lin Ye's intention and roared to stop him, "You will not destroy my master's holy seal." But he was slowed down by Bai Li's mental power and the chaotic flow of time and space. Lin Ye took a deep breath, ignoring the bizarre sights around him and the tearing pain. He concentrated all his will on the few black runes at the altar that had the core energy fluctuations. He suddenly threw the dagger in his hand like a javelin, hurling it fiercely. The target was not the star crystal, but the black runes below the crystal that formed the core of some binding array. The dagger wrapped in ice-blue light pierced through the chaotic time and space, accurately striking one of the most critical rune centers. Crack! A clear shattering sound echoed, as if something had been broken. The black rune that was struck dimmed instantly, shattering like broken glass, piece by piece. It was like knocking down the first domino. The other black runes on the altar flickered violently, becoming extremely unstable, and their suppression of the star crystal suddenly weakened. Buzz! The star crystal seemed to break free from some bondage, erupting with an even purer and more dazzling starlight. That light was warm and vast, instantly dispelling the dark energy and some fragments of time and space around it. The soaring beam of light became more solid and enormous. No! The seventh seat let out a furious roar of unwillingness. And Bai Li, under the radiance of this pure starlight, seemed to be summoned by something. She involuntarily walked step by step towards the altar, towards the star crystal. She automatically emitted an ice-blue halo around her, blending beautifully with the starlight. Lin Ye saw that the black crack at her core, which had been silent, began to glow slightly under the starlight, and strands of black impurities were being slowly and steadily purified and peeled away. Chapter 47, Star Dome Legacy. The light of the star crystal enveloped Bai Li like a warm ocean. She stepped closer to the altar, towards the floating crystal. Her movements were no longer greatly affected by the chaotic flow of time and space, as if it was meant to be this way. Lin Ye, Shirley, and Yi Ling. Even the seventh seed held his breath, watching this scene. When Bai Li's hand finally touched the star crystal, boom! It was as if the light of the universe's creation exploded. But it was also incredibly soft, not blinding at all. A massive, imaginary array composed of countless stars and ice-blue veins appeared out of thin air, slowly rotating around the crystal and Bai Li. A vast, ancient, and majestic aura spread out, overwhelming all chaos and noise. Bai Li floated into the air, her silver hair stirring without wind. She closed her eyes, a look of unprecedented peace and a comfort as if returning to the womb was on her face. Purest starlight energy flowed into her body like rivers converging into the sea, continuously surging in. The hideous black crack at her core was being filled and repaired at a visible speed by the starlight. Strands of black impurities were forcibly driven out, vanishing in the starlight. It was not just healing the wounds. Lin Ye could clearly feel through the contract link. Bai Li's SSS-level origin, originally silent due to injury, was being awakened, nourished, and strengthened by this source starlight energy. Her aura was rising steadily, growing deeper and more terrifying. Contract Star Beast Bai Li is absorbing the source star core. Rule damage recovery in process, 10%, 25%, 50%. Origin power is awakening. Talent ability unlocking/strengthening. The system's prompt sounded like a barrage of notifications. So, this is the true key to healing her wounds. Lin Ye murmured to himself, his heart filled with shock and joy. The cold and icy lotus was merely a stabilizer. But this starlight crystal was the real cure that would restore her power. Seventh Seed watched the scene, his eyes filled with jealousy, greed, and mad killing intent. Beast Star Inheritance, the complete Star Vault inheritance. It should belong to my master. Belongs to the Dark Abyss. You thieves. He suddenly pulled out a pitch-black statue that seemed to squirm as if it were alive. A frenzied and grim expression appeared on his face. With my blood and soul, I welcome a wisp of my master's will to descend. Destroy the thieves. Take back the inheritance. He spurted a mouthful of blood at the statue, which instantly exploded with thick, ink-like darkness. A terrifying will, far more powerful than Seventh Seed himself, filled with endless chaos, corruption, and a breath of destruction, spread out from that statue. Like an awakened ancient beast, it radiated from the statue. Although it was only a tiny wisp of a will projection, the pressure made the air in the entire relic freeze. Time and space seemed to be suppressed by this pure darkness. Lin Ye, Shirley, and Yiling felt as if they had fallen into an icy cave, their bodies stiff, and even moving a finger became immensely difficult. It was an absolute crushing at the level of life. Ants, dare to covet the stars. A cold, grand, emotionless voice resounded as if from the depths of hell. It directly echoed in everyone's souls. That wisp of dark will condensed into a vague and massive claw, carrying the aura of annihilation. It slowly reached towards Bai Li, who was receiving the inheritance, completely unguarded. No! Lin Ye's eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to rush forward, but his body was firmly fixed in place by that terrifying pressure, unable to move at all. Shirley and Yiling were the same, watching helplessly as the claw of destruction came down. At this critical moment, suspended in the beam of inheritance, Bai Li suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were no longer a pure icy blue, but transformed into a brilliant silver as if containing endless galaxies. An air far older, vaster, and more majestic than before erupted from her petite body. Behind her, 9 enormous, fox tails made of starlight and ice crystal manifested for the first time with such clarity and completeness. With a gentle sway, it seemed to stir the galaxy. She looked at the approaching dark claw, her gaze cold and indifferent, like a deity looking down on ants. She merely raised her hand and, with a grasp at the void, spoke softly. Disperse. Her chilling voice sounded like the pronouncement of cosmic laws. With her words, the law followed. That claw, filled with terrifying dark will, did not even struggle. It melted and dissolved instantly under the sunlight, disintegrating into the most basic energy particles and dissipating into the air. No! My master! Seventh Seed let out a desperate scream, and the black statue in his hand became cracked, then poof, into a puddle of black ash. That wisp of descending dark will seemed to let out a very faint, surprised, and enraged cold huff, then completely vanished without a trace. Crushing. Absolute crushing. Bai Li, who had just revived a portion of her power, effortlessly disintegrated a wisp of the Dark Abyss Lord's will projection with a single word. Seventh Seed's face turned ashen as he stared at Bai Li, whose aura was as unfathomable as the starry sky. He glanced at Lin Ye and the others, who regained their ability to move due to the Dark Will's disappearance, and knew that the situation was hopeless. He cast a resentful glance at Lin Ye, as if to engrave his image in his soul. Then, without hesitation, he turned and exploded into a cloud of black mist, preparing to cast a secret technique to escape. Want to run? Yiling was the first to react, her figure flashing as she prepared to chase. No need. Bai Li said lightly, not even glancing at the direction where the seventh seat was escaping. She simply extended her delicate jade finger, gently pointing at the burst of black mist. A barely noticeable starlight instantly crossed the space, merging into the black mist. A short and piercing scream came from within the black mist, belonging to the seventh seat. Then the black mist dispersed, leaving behind only a frozen figure, which then turned to powder from the internal star power. Not a trace of blood was left behind. The seventh seat of the Dark Abyss had fallen. The entire interior of the relic fell into a deadly silence. Only the star crystal continued to emit a soft glow, while the vast star power around Bai Li slowly retracted. Shirley and Yiling stared, their mouths agape, gazing at Bai Li, who descended like a goddess, unable to speak for a long time. Lin Ye also breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Bai Li, whose aura had changed dramatically, yet her gaze remained familiar, filled with indescribable excitement. She had finally recovered. No, she had become stronger than ever. Bai Li slowly descended from the air. The light of the star crystal gradually retracted. Eventually, it transformed into a gem the size of a fist, crystal clear, falling into her hand. The towering beam of light also vanished, and the space-time chaos within the relic significantly lessened. Although it still existed, it no longer posed a threat. She walked in front of Lin Ye, her dazzling silver eyes looking at him. Her gaze was complex, filled with gratitude, gentleness, and a hint of barely perceivable dependence. "Thank you," she said softly, her voice ethereal and pleasant. "Without you, I wouldn't have obtained this legacy." Intimacy, 87/195/100. Contract strength, 2.53.0. Lin Ye scratched his head, smiling. "Is there even a need to say this between us?" Bai Li also slightly curled her lips, and in that moment, the charm she radiated seemed to brighten the entire cold relic. Chapter 48, Deep in the Relic. With the 7th seat destroyed and the star crystal collected by Bai Li, the crisis in the relic was temporarily resolved. The chaos of space and time had weakened. But it had not completely vanished, the surrounding light and shadow still appeared somewhat distorted, as if looking at the world through frosted glass. That was really scary. Yiling patted her chest, still feeling lingering fear. "Sister Bai Li, what you did just now was amazing." Shirley nodded vigorously. Yeah. With just one word, you made that ghost thing disappear." "Incredible." Bai Li shook her head slightly, looking at the docile star crystal in her hand. It was just utilizing the power of the legacy to temporarily dispel the trace of tainted will. "My strength has not fully recovered." Lin Ye could sense that Bai Li's aura had suddenly become vast. But it seemed unstable, fluctuating strong and weak, clearly indicating that the legacy she had just received needed time to digest and integrate. And even though the black crack had been repaired, the damage to her origin could not be replenished in a short time. "It's not suitable to stay here for long." Lin Ye looked deeper into the relic. "The dark abyss is operating here, their target is probably more than just this crystal. The source of space-time chaos mentioned by Lord Hua, and those black sheets controlling the corrupted creatures, may all point to something deeper." His gaze fell on the area behind the altar. There was a frozen staircase leading down, previously hidden by the altar's energy, now revealed. From deep within the passage came faint, ancient, and obscure energy fluctuations. "Should we go down to take a look?" Yiling asked. "It feels quite eerie down there." Shirley picked up his shield. "Since we're here, who knows, there might be treasures below." Bai Li sensed the energy deeper in the passage and nodded. "Below, there is a faint aura that is similar to mine, but older and more silent. Perhaps, it is related to the origin of this relic." With opinions aligned, the four took a brief rest. After addressing their injuries, they were led by Shirley, cautiously making their way down the frozen staircase to explore the lower levels of the relic. The stairs were long, spiraling downwards, with thick layers of ice covering the surrounding walls. Occasionally, some frozen, oddly shaped ancient plants or small animal fossils could be seen within the ice layers. The further down they went, the colder it became, and the sensation of time and space being chaotic seemed to intensify once again. But it seemed to be restrained by some kind of power within a certain range, not as violent as the upper levels. After walking for about 10 minutes, the path suddenly opened up ahead. They arrived at a vast underground space. The sight here made everyone gasp in cold shock. In the center of the space, instead of the imagined treasure or more ruins, there was a huge, pulsating black tumor, like a heart. The tumor was over 10 meters in diameter, its surface covered with thick, vessel-like veins. Those veins extended outward, connecting to the walls of the space, as if drawing nutrients from the entire ruins, even from the land itself. The tumor emitted an intense aura of darkness and decay, in stark contrast to the pure starlight energy of the starlight crystal. Surrounding the tumor, on the ground, was an incredibly complex and vast dark magic circle covering the entire space. At various nodes of the magic circle, dozens of those familiar black pieces were embedded. The pieces flickered with a ghostly light, pulsing in sync with the tumor. What was even more alarming was, directly above the tumor, at the dome of the space, floated a swirling gray vortex of energy, resembling an eye. The dense power of time and space chaos was emanating from this vortex. What the hell is this thing?" Shirley's voice trembled slightly. Yiling's face also turned pale. "It feels so disgusting, so evil." Lin Ye's spiritual vision saw that the huge black tumor, in essence, was a highly condensed dark energy aggregate, and it seemed to be alive. It was breathing, it was growing. It was constantly combining some chaotic time and space power with dark energy. And through those black pieces and the ground's magic circle, it was spreading outward, affecting all the magical creatures in the northern region. And those black pieces were actually the derivatives of this tumor. "I understand now." Lin Ye's voice was dry. "The Abyss is not here to seek relics, they are cultivating this thing. This tumor is their true target." The starlight crystal might just be one of the keys or energy sources they use to stabilize or activate this tumor. The previous ritual was perhaps intended to use the power of the crystal to accelerate its growth. Bai Li looked at the enormous dark tumor and the vortex of time and space above, her brilliant silver eyes filled with disgust and coldness. It distorts the laws of this land, devouring life and spreading chaos. It must be destroyed. How to destroy it? This thing looks tough to handle. Shirley looked at the pulsating tumor, feeling as if his shield was just a toy in front of it. Lin Ye observed carefully. The energy of the tumor was strong, definitely reaching A level, or even higher. Direct confrontation was impossible. His spiritual vision swept across the entire space again, ultimately landing on the huge dark magic circle on the ground. Especially on those black pieces serving as nodes. The magic circle. Destroy the magic circle nodes. This tumor seems to rely on the magic circle to maintain itself and draw energy. As long as we destroy enough nodes, the magic circle will fail, and it might collapse on its own, or at least allow us to attack. Lin Ye spoke quickly. Good idea. Yiling's eyes shone, those pieces don't look that sturdy. I'll go to the left. After saying that, Yiling's figure flickered, rushing towards the few magic circle nodes on the left. I'm going right. Shirley also charged towards the right with his shield. Lin Ye then looked straight ahead, at the several core nodes below the tumor. Be careful, the magic circle might have a defense mechanism. At the same time, she raised her hand, the power of the stars gathering in her palm, ready to assist at any moment. Sure enough, when Yiling's dual blades were about to strike the first piece of black film, the dark energy around that film suddenly condensed into several sharp tentacles, lunging towards her. Yiling was already prepared, her form drifting like willow catkins, narrowly avoiding the tentacles, her dual blades maintaining their speed, savage slashing down on the film. Bang! A crisp sound, sparks flew everywhere. That film was harder than imagined, Yiling's full-powered strike only left a white mark on it. So hard. Yiling was taken aback. At the same time, Shirley on the other side encountered a similar situation. Dark tentacle attacks, the film unbelievably tough, his shield's impact proving minimal. On Lin Ye's side, even more, 7 or 8 thick dark tentacles attacked at the same time, accompanied by a howling wind. I'll handle the tentacles. You all continue to attack the film. Bai Li's cold voice rang out. She pointed her fingers like a sword, several rays of refined starlight shot out like silver lightning, precisely smashing the dark tentacles attacking the three. The starlight seemed to have an extra restraining effect on dark energy. With Bai Li's support, Yiling and Shirley felt revitalized, redoubling their efforts to attack the film. Yiling concentrated the wind-type elemental force at the tip of her blade, striking from a point to shatter the surface. Shirley roared, using his shield like a heavy hammer, smashing down fiercely again and again. Lin Ye used Ice Shadow Step to dodge the remaining tentacles. Gathering the icy elemental force onto his high-frequency dagger, he plunged it fiercely into the connection between the film and the ground. Crack! 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 Finally, after the three of them's persistent attacks, cracks began to appear on the pieces of black film, and they shattered. With every piece that shattered, the light of the dark magic circle on the ground dimmed a little, and the pulsing of the central tumor showed a moment of chaos. Effective! Speed up! Lin Ye shouted. The three of them, like a demolition crew, frantically destroyed the magic circle's nodes under the cover of Bai Li's starlight. When more than half of the black film pieces were destroyed, the glow of the entire dark magic circle had become extremely faint. The huge black tumor seemed to sense a threat. Its pulsing became intense and frantic, emitting a low, chaotic, and painfully raspy sound. More dark tentacles grew madly from the tumor itself, furiously lashing out towards the four. The swirling vortex of time and space above also became unstable, projecting chaotic fragments that interfered with their movements. Last wave. Hold on. Lin Ye bellowed, disregarding the consumption of elemental force, pouring his last strength into the dagger, fiercely stabbing at the last few core nodes. Shirley braced against the lashes of the tentacles with his shield, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, still standing firm in front. Yiling moved like a ghost, weaving between the tentacles and the time-space fragments, her dual blades forming a curtain of light. Bai Li stood behind everyone. Her brilliant silver eyes locked onto the core of the tumor, her hands forming seals, gathering the immense power of the stars before her, preparing for the final blow. Finally! With Lin Ye's dagger piercing the last core film and shattering it completely, the entire dark magic circle went out. Buzz! Without the energy supply and stability of the magic circle, the huge black tumor suddenly stiffened. Then, like a deflating balloon, it began to violently shrink and expand, its surface appearing filled with numerous cracks. Thick, black goo gushed out from the cracks. The swirling vortex in the air also began to twist and collapse. Now's the time. Bai Li! Lin Ye shouted hoarsely. Bai Li's eyes sparkled with starlight, gathering the star power she had collected for a long time, transforming into a brilliant galaxy that spanned across space. With the supreme power to purify all darkness and chaos, it violently washed over the struggling black tumor. Purifying star stream. No explosion, no roaring sounds. Under the wash of that pure, vast galaxy, that enormous, evil black tumor. Like ice and snow thrown into the blazing. Dissolving and collapsing at a visibly rapid pace, it finally became completely nothingness, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. As the flesh tumor disappeared, the time-space vortex above emitted a reluctant hum, completely breaking apart and dissipating. The entire underground space, the suffocating darkness and chaotic atmosphere, was instantly swept away. Although it was still cold and silent, it restored a certain normal tranquility. It's over. Lin Ye and the other three slumped down on the ground, gasping for breath. Looking at the empty space in the center, there was a sense of exhaustion and weakness. Finally, the source of this evil has been pulled out. Chapter 49, The Return and Report. After resting in the underground space for a sufficient amount of time, until their stamina and spiritual power had recovered to more than half, Lin Ye and the others started their return along the same path. They passed through the frozen stairs and returned to the upper-level ruins hall. The altar still stood tall, but without the star crystal and dark runes, it looked ordinary and dilapidated. Though the phenomenon of time-space disorder still existed, it had weakened to a point that was almost negligible. It merely made distant objects look slightly distorted, no longer posing a threat. The bodies of the Dark Abyss members were scattered everywhere, with the seventh seat turned into powder, leaving only some tattered black robes and items behind. Clean up the battlefield and look for any valuable intelligence, Lin Ye said. The four split up, quickly collecting their spoils. From the bodies of these black-robed men, they found some scattered pieces of parchment documenting the northern map and energy node markings. A few spare, unactivated black plates, as well as some encrypted communication devices used within the Dark Abyss. From the place where the seventh seat turned to powder, Lin Ye found a dark golden ring made of special material that had not been completely destroyed. It was engraved with a twisted symbol, seemingly a sign of some sort of identity. The most important find was a scroll made of special beast skin, discovered in a hidden compartment beneath the altar. The characters on the scroll were ancient and obscure, but it came with simple illustrations. Bai Li recognized it and believed it recorded how to use the star crystal in specific formations to cultivate and control the dark flesh tumor. And it contained some fragments of the Star Wheel plan. The Star Wheel seems to be a massive, ancient device network aimed at locating and connecting to a specific coordinate deep within the starry sky. The Dark Abyss wants to control and distort this network to pave the way for their so-called Lord of the Abyss to descend. Bai Li interpreted the information on the scroll with a serious expression. The relics and abyssal seeds from the northern region are just one node of this network. Lin Ye was shocked in his heart. The Star Wheel plan was even more enormous and terrifying than they imagined. The ambition of the Dark Abyss was actually to summon foreign gods? This information is too important, it must be brought back to Long Yuan immediately. Lin Ye carefully stored the scroll and other valuable items. After confirming that nothing was left behind, the four left this ancient ruin filled with oddities and dangers. Exiting the valley entrance, the outside was still a world of ice and snow. But the oppressive feeling and sense of time-space distortion that lingered in their hearts had disappeared. Though the sky was still gray, it appeared much more normal. Ling Shuang was indeed waiting at the agreed spot, and upon seeing the four come out safely, she visibly sighed in relief. You finally made it out. You exceeded the agreed time by several hours. I was about to launch a flare for help. Ling Shuang approached. What was the situation inside? I just saw a strong energy beam erupting in the valley. Lin Ye briefly recounted what happened inside the ruins to Ling Shuang. He omitted the specific details of Bai Li obtaining the inheritance, only saying that she used the power of the ruins to recover from her injuries and destroyed the Dark Abyss's plot. Ling Shuang listened, dumbfounded. Especially when hearing about the downfall of the seventh seat of the Abyss and the destruction of that terrifying seat of the Abyss, they were even more shocked. Great! Now, even if the source of the chaotic magical creature's uprising in the north is not completely eradicated, it must have been severely damaged. Ling Shuang said excitedly, Lord Ho must be very happy to hear this. The group boarded the armored vehicle and set off on their way back to Snowblade Fortress. The journey back seemed much smoother, and they no longer encountered large-scale magical creature attacks. A few days later, the towering outline of Snowblade Fortress reappeared on the horizon. Upon returning to Snowblade Fortress, Lord Huajinshan personally welcomed them. When Lin Ye presented the details of the mission, the information obtained, the seventh seat's ring, and that crucial scroll, this well-informed Lord of the North also showed an expression of shock and seriousness. He carefully examined the scroll and the ring, remaining silent for a long time. Star Pivot. Seed of the Abyss. Summoning other gods. Huajinshan took a deep breath of the cold air, his gaze sharp like a knife. This group of lunatics from the abyss. They're playing with fire. No, they're dragging the entire world down with them. He looked at Lin Ye and the others, especially the unfathomable Bai Li, his eyes filled with admiration. You all did very well. Very well. Not only did you find a way to heal Bai Li, but you also destroyed the abyss stronghold in the north and killed the 7th seat. More importantly, you brought back classified information about the Star Pivot plan. This achievement will be reported truthfully to Longyuan headquarters and the Supreme Council. Lord, you praise us too highly, this is what we should do. Lin Ye said humbly. No, this is a tremendous achievement. Huo Jinshan waved his hand. I will apply for the highest level of honors and resource rewards for you. You can rest well here for a few days before returning to Longyuan. There will surely be new arrangements from headquarters regarding the Star Pivot plan. During their rest period at Snowblade Fortress, Lin Ye and the others were treated like heroes. The soldiers in the fortress looked at them with eyes full of respect. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Ye consolidated his E-level mid-tier cultivation and tried to strengthen his bond with Bai Li. Bai Li silently absorbed the Starry Sky inheritance, her power steadily recovering and increasing. Though she was still far from her peak, she had already surpassed an ordinary A-level beast master. Shirley and Yiling also received the best treatment and resources in the fort, their injuries healed, and their strength improved. A few days later, a special aircraft from Longyuan headquarters arrived at Snowblade Fortress to take Lin Ye and the others away. On the plane, looking down at the increasingly distant, snow-covered northern territory, Lin Ye felt a rush of emotions. This journey to the north had been fraught with danger, but the rewards were immense. Bai Li's injuries healed, her strength restored and greatly increased. He himself broke through to E-level mid-tier, deepening his understanding of power. They obtained critical intelligence regarding the Star Pivot plan. They defeated the 7th seat, delivering a heavy blow to the Abyss's forces in the north. More importantly, the bond between him and Bai Li, having survived life and death tests, became even more unbreakable. Relationship, 95 out of 100. Contract strength, 3.0. Looking at Bai Li beside him, who was meditating peacefully, Lin Ye smiled faintly. The road ahead might become even more difficult, and the threat of the abyss still lingered. The secret of the Star Pivot awaited revelation, but as long as they were together, they had nothing to fear. The plane soared through the clouds, racing toward Longyuan base, heading for new challenges in the future. Chapter 50, A New Prologue. Upon returning to Longyuan base, Lin Ye's team received an unprecedentedly high-level reception. Instructor Bai Li personally welcomed them at the landing area. Looking at the 4 who were safe and sound, and whose auras had significantly improved. Especially feeling Bai Li's unfathomable power waves, which even made him somewhat uneasy. A rare expression of joy appeared on the chief instructor's face. A smile that showed no reservations. Well done. Boys, and you too, Bai Li. Li slapped Lin Ye's shoulder hard and nodded at Bai Li. Old man Huo Jinshan has already reported the situation. The headquarters has rated your mission completion as perfect. As they arrived at the command center, Li handed Lin Ye a commendation letter stamped with the highest council seal. In recognition of the outstanding contributions of Lin Ye, Bai Li, Shirley, and Yiling during this Star Pivot sabotage mission in the northern borders. You are hereby awarded the first-class Dragon Abyss Guardian Medal, a personal point reward of 100,000 points, and access to exchange privileges in the A-grade resource library. Moreover, Lin Ye and Bai Li are granted the title of Special Operations Advisors, allowing them to participate directly in high-level meetings at the headquarters regarding the Dark Abyss and Star Pivot plans. First-class medal. 100,000 points. A-grade resource library access. Special advisor title. Each reward was enough to make any elite student in the base green with envy. Especially the last two, which meant Lin Ye and Bai Li's status had undergone a tremendous change. They were no longer just students. Although Shirley and Yiling's main rewards were not as substantial as Lin Ye and Bai Li's, they still received second-class medals and a lot of points and resources, enough for them to cultivate to A grade. Thank you, headquarters. Thank you, instructors. The 4 stood at attention and saluted. This is what you deserve. Li's expression turned serious. However, with honor comes greater responsibility. The information you brought back regarding the Star Pivot and the Seat of the Abyss has attracted the highest council's great attention. He called up a massive holographic map of the Dragon Nation, marked with several flashing points of light. Based on the Intelligence Department's comprehensive analysis combining historical archives and energy monitoring, we initially judged that there are at least 3 more Star Pivot nodes within the Dragon Nation, like the one in the northern borders. They are located in the Sea of Death in the western Gobi, the Ancient Altar in the southern jungle, and the ruins of the Returning Void beyond the eastern sea. 3 new node locations. Each one sounds like a dangerous place. Activities of the Dark Abyss have thus become even more rampant and secretive. The highest council has ordered the establishment of a Star Pivot Special Operations Team. I will serve as the commander, responsible for coordinating all forces to investigate and destroy these nodes, thwarting the Dark Abyss's conspiracy. Lei Li's gaze fell on Lin Ye and Bai Li. You two, as special advisors and the only team who have personally contacted and destroyed a node, will be core members of this operations team. Of course, you have the right to refuse, as this means great danger. Lin Ye and Bai Li exchanged glances, seeing determination in each other's eyes. We'll join. Lin Ye said decisively. This was not only for the Dragon Nation but also for themselves. The Dark Abyss would not spare Bai Li, they had to take initiative. Good. Lei Li nodded in satisfaction. The operations team is still in the stage of formation and intelligence gathering, so you have some time to rest for now. Make good use of the rewards to quickly enhance your strength. What lies ahead will only be more dangerous than the northern borders. Leaving the command center, the four returned to the long-awaited dormitory area. Shirley and Yiling excitedly went to the resource library to exchange for the gear and training materials they had long desired. Lin Ye and Bai Li returned to their shared dorm room. They closed the door, isolating themselves from the noise outside. Only the two of them remained in the room. Having gone through life and death together in the northern borders, returning to this relatively safe and familiar environment stirred an indescribable calm and understanding between them. Lin Ye looked at Bai Li, who was standing by the window, gazing at the scenery outside the base. Her profile appeared soft and serene in the light. After obtaining the Starry Sky inheritance, her cold demeanor seemed to have faded a bit, replaced by a deep and tranquil aura like that of the Starry Sky. How do you feel? Is the inheritance integration going smoothly? Lin Ye walked over and asked her. Bai Li turned her head. The brilliant silver eyes looked at him and nodded. It's going smoothly. The power is slowly restoring, and my sensitivity to the stars is becoming clearer. That crack has completely disappeared. She gently raised her hand, palm up, and a pure starry spark jumped at her fingertips, like a living sprite. This time I really owe it all to you. Bai Li's voice was soft but carried sincere emotion. Without you, I could never have gained this inheritance, I might have long ago. Lin Ye interrupted her with a smile. Let's not talk about that between us. Don't forget, we signed a contract, we are one. Bai Li paused for a moment, then her lips curled into a breathtaking arc, softly responding with an mm. Familiarity, 95/196/100. The atmosphere became momentarily quiet, but it was not awkward. Lin Ye suddenly remembered something and took out the dark golden ring he found from the seventh seat. By the way, do you recognize this ring? Bai Li took the ring, carefully sensing the aura and the twisted symbol on it, and shook her head. I don't recognize it. But this material is very special, it contains a faint space fluctuation, it might not just be a symbol of identity. She tried to infuse a little star power into the ring. Buzz. The surface of the ring flashed a glimmer, and the twisted symbol seemed to come alive. It twisted slightly but showed no other reaction. It may need specific dark elemental power or incantations to activate. Bai Li handed the ring back to Lin Ye. Keep it safe, it might be useful later. Lin Ye put away the ring and then thought of the scroll. What do you think about the star array plan? The coordinates connecting to the depths of the starry sky. Bai Li's expression grew serious. The star array, if the scroll is accurate, it's an incredibly ancient and powerful device. Its true purpose may not be to summon but rather to locate and protect. For the Abyss to distort it, it would undoubtedly require unimaginable massive energy and sacrifices. She gazed out at the endless night sky, her silver eyes reflecting the stars. I have a feeling our decisive battle with the Abyss may ultimately relate to the final fate of this star array. Lin Ye also felt the heavy pressure. The Lord of the Abyss, the Star Array Network, the descent of the alien gods behind these words was a colossal storm sweeping across the entire world. And he, once an F-grade useless guy, now unknowingly stood at the center of this storm. He looked at Bai Li beside him, filled with determination. No matter how tough the future would be, he would not back down. To protect the people around him, for the peace of this world, he must become stronger. Get some good rest. Lin Ye said to Bai Li. We still have a long road ahead. Bai Li nodded. A new journey had already begun. And their story was far from over. Chapter 51 Rest and Improvement. It had already been several days since they returned to the Longyuan base. The reward points and privileges had been allocated, and each member of Lin Ye's team received a hefty sum. Shirley and Yiling almost spent every day in the resource vault and training ground, desperately improving themselves with the newly exchanged resources and equipment. The experience in the northern border made them realize that being weak could cost them their lives. Lin Ye was not idle either. He first went to the resource vault to exchange points for potions specifically used to stabilize realms and improve elemental purity. He needed to fully master the E-ranked mid-level strength as soon as possible. He also made a special visit to the technical department to ask Chen Mo to help analyze the dark golden ring found on the 7th seat. Chen Mo scanned the ring with various instruments for half a day, and finally pushed up his glasses, telling Lin Ye. The material of the ring is very special, it is an unknown alloy mixed with space attribute conduction metal. The symbols on it are an extremely ancient mental encryption lock. If you forcibly crack it, it will. The small space inside might collapse, and everything would be lost. Currently, there is no safe way to open it, unless a corresponding key is found or someone possesses mental strength far beyond that of the maker to forcibly erase the imprint. Lin Ye had no choice but to put away the ring. It seemed this thing couldn't be used for now. More of Lin Ye's time was spent on training with Bai Li. In the training room, Lin Ye's figure moved quickly, leaving faint afterimages with his frost shadow step. He shot out faint blue-golden energy rays from both hands, accurately hitting the fast-moving target in the distance. Each ray carried a clear chill, and upon hitting, frost rapidly formed on the target, slowing its movements. Bai Li stood quietly in the center of the field, occasionally raising her hand, letting out a wave of cold air. The entire training room temperature suddenly dropped, and a thin layer of ice formed on the ground, greatly affecting the movement speed of the simulated enemies. She didn't even need to use her powerful star force, just the subtle control of ice-type energy created a strong area control effect. Stop for a moment. Lin Ye breathed heavily and walked up to Bai Li. How do you feel? Your control over power seems much more refined. Bai Li nodded, with a wisp of ice-blue starlight swirling around her fingertips. The inheritance is slowly merging, making the perception and control of power much smoother than before. However, a full recovery still requires time. The current power is roughly equivalent to a mid-level A rank defined by humans. Mid-level A rank. Lin Ye couldn't help but be amazed. This was already the level of many instructors in the Longyuan base. But he also noticed that after Bai Li used slightly stronger power, her face still paled a little. Clearly, the damage from her source wasn't so easy to completely make up for, it needed nurturing. Your progress is also very fast. Bai Li looked at Lin Ye. The ice attribute in your essence power is getting stronger, and it resonates more clearly with my power. Lin Ye smiled, he could feel that through the contract link, Bai Li's vast star power was subtly nourishing his body and essence power. Although the speed was slow, it was indeed making him continuously stronger. This kind of enhancement was much faster than simple self-cultivation, and the foundation was solid. Now he could even borrow a trace of Bai Li's star power, though the amount was very small. But when attached to energy rays or daggers, the power would greatly increase. The tacit understanding between the two was also growing stronger, often just a glance could convey each other's intent. The affinity steadily increased, though slowly, reaching 97 out of 100. The contract strength had also risen to 3.2. One day, the four of them were having a meal together, discussing the next training plan. A call from Lei Lai came in. Lin Ye, Bai Li, come to my office. Sure Lei, Yiling, you come too. The four exchanged glances, knowing there might be a new task coming. Upon arriving at Lei Lai's office, they found Chen Mo was also there. Lei Lai got straight to the point. You all have rested enough, right? A new task has arrived. He pointed to the area of the Western Gobi on the holographic map. Based on the information you brought back in our previous checks, the Sea of Death region in the west has shown unusually active energy fluctuations recently. We suspect that the Star Hub node there may soon be activated by the Dark Abyss, or it has already entered the initial activation stage. Chen Mo brought up some data and analysis charts. The environment in the Sea of Death is harsh, with extreme temperature differences between day and night, scarce water sources, and strong essence power interference fields. Our satellites and remote sensing equipment don't work well there. Recently, we've also monitored multiple unidentified teams entering that area. Suspected members of the Dark Abyss and some other mercenaries or adventurers who have picked up the scent. Your task is to head to the Sea of Death, confirm the exact location and status of the Star Hub node. If possible, disrupt the Dark Abyss's actions. Collect relevant information. If the node is activated, assess the risk, try to shut it down or bring back key data. Lei Lai's expression was serious. This mission is complex. We must face the abyss and deal with the harsh natural environment as well as other forces that may covet the power of the Star Nexus. I will send an experienced logistics support team to accompany you, responsible for supplies and peripheral support. But the exploration and actions in the core area still have to rely on you. Understood. The four of them answered in unison. This is the known information about the Sea of Death and the suspected node area, take it back and study it carefully. Chen Mo handed Lin Ye a data chip. In addition, the base has prepared some equipment suitable for desert and Gobi environments, which has already been delivered to your equipment storage. Go take a look, make adjustments if anything is unsuitable. Yes. After leaving the office, the four went directly to the equipment storage. The new gear was neatly arranged. Each person had a set of high-grade desert camouflage combat uniforms that were breathable, sun-resistant, and equipped with basic temperature regulation functions. The helmets were equipped with augmented reality displays and short-range laser communication modules, allowing team communication in a strongly interfered environment. In terms of weaponry, Lin Ye received a new high-frequency particle vibration dagger, said to be very effective against energy shields and hard shells. Shirley switched to a composite armor shield more suited for desert terrain, which was lighter and had a larger defensive area. Yi Ling's double blades were also painted for the desert and had anti-slip, sweat-absorbing handles added. Bai Li had a special white robe with a hood that effectively blocked sand and harsh sunlight. In addition to personal gear, there were team supplies, large water bladders, efficient water purification tablets, durable rations, a desert first aid kit, signal flares, and several mechanical camels for carrying supplies. Good stuff. Shirley caressed his new shield, unable to put it down. Yi Ling examined the balance of her double blades and nodded. The base was generous this time. Lin Ye looked at the gear, feeling a bit heavy-hearted. The more prepared they were, the more dangerous the mission was. The Sea of Death, just hearing the name was ominous. In the days that followed, the four devoted themselves fully to preparations before departure. Familiarizing themselves with the new gear, studying maps and environmental data of the Sea of Death, and conducting adaptive training in simulated desert conditions. Lin Ye also specially consulted veterans who had been to the Western Gobi about survival and combat experiences in the desert. Bai Li mostly spent her time in quiet meditation, stabilizing her recently recovered strength. She knew that in the next battle, she needed to play a more crucial role. On the night before departure, Lin Ye stood by the window of the dormitory, looking at the lights outside the base. Bai Li walked up to him. "Are you nervous?" she asked softly. Lin Ye shook his head, then nodded. "A little. After all, it's a completely unfamiliar environment. I heard there are many strange mutated creatures and natural traps in the Sea of Death." "You have me." Bai Li's voice was calm but had a reassuring strength. Lin Ye smiled. Yes, he was not alone now. He had reliable teammates and powerful contract partners. He looked at the night sky, to the west, the stars seemed to carry a hint of heat. No matter what, just charge through. Chapter 52, Entering the Sea of Death. The large transport plane flew steadily above the clouds. Inside the cabin, Lin Ye's team sat together with 10 members of the logistics support team. The leader of the logistics team was a dark-skinned, veteran named Zhang Hao, and everyone called him Hao Gu. He led the team in a final check of the supplies and equipment list they were carrying. "There is an abandoned outpost of our dragon abyss at the edge of the Sea of Death. It can barely serve as a temporary foothold." Hao Gu pointed to a spot on the electronic map. "We will establish a forward base there to store most of the supplies. After that, we will rely on mechanical camels and each of you." He paused and added. "The most terrifying thing in the Sea of Death is not the mutated creatures, but the environment. During the day, the temperature can fry an egg, and at night, it can freeze stones. Sandstorms can come at any time, and quicksand is unpredictable. Most importantly, the elemental energy field there is very chaotic, staying inside for a long time. It will erode the mental strength of beast masters and star beasts, making people irritable and even causing hallucinations. Everyone must stay alert. If you feel restless, report immediately." A few hours later, the transport plane began to descend. Through the window, the vast golden sea of sand below was already visible. The rolling dunes looked like frozen waves, with not a hint of green. The air was filled with dryness and heat. The plane landed on a temporary flat area cleared next to an abandoned outpost. As soon as the hatch opened, a wave of heat rushed in, making it hard to breathe. The sunlight was blinding, and the sand beneath was scorching. The outpost was very dilapidated, with most facilities buried under yellow sand. Only a few main structures were barely usable. The logistics team immediately got busy, clearing the area, setting up communication antennas and solar panels, and establishing defense perimeters. Lin Ye and his 3 companions helped unload supplies. After settling down, Lin Ye tried to activate his spiritual eyes to sense his surroundings. Sure enough, the energy field here was very chaotic, with various elemental energies intertwining and colliding. It formed an invisible quagmire, compressing his sensing range to less than 100 meters. Moreover, there seemed to be a faint, irritating aura in the air. He immediately channeled his elemental energy to protect his mind, which slightly eased that discomfort. He looked at Bai Li. She frowned slightly, clearly feeling it too. However, a faint starlight flowed around her, isolating those chaotic energies. Shirley and Yi Ling also channeled their elemental energy to adapt to the environment. After resting for a night, the exploration team set off the next morning while the weather wasn't too hot yet. Lin Ye, Bai Li, Shirley, Yi Ling, along with Hao Gu and 2 logistics team members responsible for operating the detection equipment and caring for the mechanical camels. A total of 7 people, leading 5 mechanical camels, walked into the vast sea of sand. Hao Gu and his team wore standard desert combat suits and goggles. With rich experience, they walked ahead to scout the path. The mechanical camels had strong carrying capacity and walked steadily, making it much easier on the sand than humans. At first, all around were just sand dunes, the scene monotonous enough to make one anxious. There was only the sound of the wind blowing over the dunes. Following the coordinates provided by Chin Mo and the direction indicated by the detector, the team moved forward in silence. Lin Ye kept his spiritual eyes activated at all times. Although the range was limited, he could always spot some dangers hidden beneath the sand ahead. For example, a nest of fist-sized, highly poisonous sand scorpions, or an area that appeared flat but actually concealed quicksand. With his warnings, the team safely avoided these troubles. Hao Gu couldn't help giving Lin Ye a thumbs up. Advisor Lin, your sensing ability is amazing. Yi Ling and Shirlei also secretly admired. With Lin Ye around, they felt much safer. Bai Li spoke little, mostly just followed silently. But sometimes she would stop, scoop up a handful of sand to feel it, or look up toward a direction. The sand here retains very weak dark energy. She suddenly spoke, pointing to the left front. Lin Ye immediately scanned with the detector. Sure enough, in the energy background of that direction, a trace of nearly imperceptible dark energy residue was detected. Follow this trace, Lin Ye decisively said. This could very well be the mark left by people from the dark abyss. With a clear direction, the team's pace quickened a bit. As they advanced, the scorching heat in the air seemed to lessen slightly. But that chaotic energy that was so unsettling seemed to strengthen subtly. At noon, the sun hung high, and the temperature of the sandy ground was terrifyingly high. The team found a shady spot at the foot of a sand dune to rest, replenishing their water and energy. Just then, the logistics team member on guard suddenly whispered, "There's a situation." Everyone immediately became alert and picked up their weapons. Not far away on top of a sand dune, a few dark shadows appeared. They were lizard-like creatures, but as big as calves, covered with sandy yellow scales. At the end of their tails was a bone mace of a mutated creature. They flicked their forked tongues, their crimson eyes fixed on the resting team. It's the sand mace lizards, Class C mutated creatures, usually active in groups. Be careful of their tails and the acid they spit. Hao Gu immediately reported the information. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen sand mace lizards emerged from behind the dune, partially surrounding the team. They let out deep growls and began to slowly close in. Prepare for battle, Lin Ye said in a low voice. Shirlei immediately stepped forward, raising his shield. Yi Ling vanished in a flash, disappearing into the shadow of the dune. Bai Li stood still, her expression calm. Lin Ye raised his hand, energy beams gathering at his fingertips. He noticed that the eyes of these sand mace lizards were bloodier than usual, filled with a frenzied aura. There seemed to be faint black mist swirling in the gaps of their scales. Are they again affected by dark energy? Lin Ye pondered. In an instant, battle erupted. The sand mace lizards charged forward, their thick limbs running swiftly across the sand. At the same time, they opened their mouths, spitting out balls of green acid. Shirlei roared, and a sandy yellow glow lit up on his shield, blocking most of the acid balls. They hissed, making corrosive sounds. Yi Ling appeared like a phantom beside one of the sand mace lizards. Her dual blades moved like lightning, directly severing one of its hind legs. The lizard screamed in agony and rolled on the ground. Lin Ye's energy beam struck accurately, specifically targeting the eyes and relatively weak throat of the lizards. Each hit caused a lizard to lose its fighting power. Bai Li didn't use star power, she simply released frost. The air temperature around them sharply dropped, and white frost formed on the sandy ground. The movements of the sand mace lizards clearly slowed down, as if they were caught in quicksand. Hao Gu and two logistics team members also fired their assault rifles, providing cover for the front lines. Though these sand mace lizards had become frenzied from dark energy, their strength was still only Class C. With the tacit cooperation of Lin Ye and his companions, they were quickly dispatched. The sand was left with over a dozen lizard corpses. It's done. Shirlei flicked the acid and sand off his shield. Something's not right. Lin Ye walked over to a lizard corpse and crouched down to examine it. He used his dagger to cut through the lizard's scales and indeed found a tiny black thin piece near its heart. It looked almost identical to the one in the heart of the northern border wolf king. This thing again. Yi Ling leaned over to take a look, her brows furrowed. Bai Li sensed the energy of the thin piece and nodded. The same source of energy, and the manufacturing method is similar. The abyss is more deeply involved here than we imagined. Hao Ji's expression turned serious. It seems we've found the right place. The people from the abyss must be just ahead. Lin Ye stood up, gazing into the depths of the desert. Pack up and move on. Everyone be extra careful, we may have already entered the abyss's warning range. The team set off again, the atmosphere even more tense than before. The recent battle felt like a signal, indicating that this sea of death was far more dangerous than it appeared. And the target they were searching for seemed to lie just ahead, in that even hotter region. In the deeper, more silent desert sea. Chapter 53, Ruins of the Desert Sea. As they continued deeper, the surrounding scenery began to change. No longer monotonous sand dunes, but huge, weathered rocks started to appear. Like the bones of ancient beasts scattered in the desert sea. The chaotic energy in the air was growing stronger and more irritating. Even the mechanical camels looked a bit restless, needing the logistics team to constantly soothe them. Lin Ye had to divide more of his attention to operate the elemental force, resisting mental erosion. The faint starlight around Bai Li grew brighter, enveloping both her and Lin Ye, isolating them from most negative impacts. The detector has responded, a logistics team member operating the detection equipment suddenly shouted. At 3 o'clock ahead, about 5 kilometers away, there's a strong, stable energy source signal. Energy characteristics show 65% similarity to the energy characteristics of the star node recorded in the database. They had finally found it. Everyone's spirits lifted. Can you detect any life signals? Lin Ye asked. The logistics team member adjusted the device. The energy interference is too strong, unable to scan accurately. But there are multiple weak, unnatural energy fluctuations near the energy source, suspected to be protective formations or man-made. With an energy source and artificial structures, the likelihood of reaching their goal was high. The team quickened their pace, advancing toward the signal source. After climbing over a huge sand dune, the sight before them left everyone stupefied. Ahead was no longer an endless desert sea, but a vast, sunken basin. In the center of the basin stood a dilapidated ancient architectural complex made of dark yellow giant stones. These buildings were distinctly different from modern styles and unlike the ice palaces of the Northern Territory. Filled with a rugged, ancient, and mysterious atmosphere. Most of the structures had already collapsed, buried halfway in yellow sand. But in the center of the architectural complex, there was a massive trapezoidal altar, resembling a pyramid, that was relatively intact. At the top of the altar, one could vaguely see an object emitting a faint white light. That stable energy source signal was coming from there. It's a ruin. There really are ancient ruins in the Sea of Death. Hao exclaimed excitedly. Lin Ye squinted, using spirit vision to extend towards the ruins. Although affected by interference, he could barely see the scene at the top of the altar. It was a floating disc carved from some kind of white jade. The surface of the disc was covered with complex star patterns, slowly rotating and emitting a gentle white light. Surrounding the disc, at various points around the altar, stood 8 figures dressed in black robes. They formed a circle, seemingly maintaining some kind of ritual. Beneath the altar, in the ruins of the site, more black-robed figures were patrolling and standing guard. It's the Dark Abyss people. They're already inside. Lin Ye said in a deep voice. What are they doing? Activating that disc? Yiling asked. It doesn't seem like it. Bai Li gazed at the white jade disc, a hint of confusion flashing in her silver eyes. That disc emits very pure energy, pure star power. It's resisting something. Lin Ye also noticed, in spirit vision, that the light emitted by the white disc was battling against a faint dark energy seeping up from deep within the ground. That dark energy was like tendrils, trying to wrap around and contaminate the jade disc. And those around, the Dark Abyss members, seemed to be reinforcing those dark tendrils? Or guiding the underground dark energy to contaminate the disc? They are polluting the star node. Lin Ye instantly understood. In the Northern Territory, they cultivated abyss seeds. Here, they were directly corrupting the existing nodes. They must be stopped. How good, you all stay here to establish an observation point, ready to assist us at any moment. Sure Lei. Yiling, Bai Li, let's sneak over and find a chance to disrupt their ritual. Lin Ye quickly gave the order. Understood. Hao immediately led the logistics team to find a hidden spot, setting up observation equipment and remote communication antennas. The 4 of them used the cover of rocks and sand dunes, silently moving toward the edge of the basin. As they got closer to the edge of the basin, they realized the terrain was steeper than it appeared from a distance. The sandy slope was almost vertical, and quicksand was everywhere, making it hard to descend directly. Go that way. Bai Li pointed to one side, where there was a narrow rock crevice shaped by the wind, leading down to the ruins. The 4 of them carefully climbed down along the crevice. Inside the crevice, it was dark and damp, in stark contrast to the scorching desert outside. Moss that emitted a faint glow grew on the stone walls, providing some light. Just as they were about to reach the bottom, they heard voices coming from outside. The 4 instantly held their breaths and pressed against the stone wall. 2 patrolling black-robed figures had approached the crevice. The 7th Seed Lord died in the Northern Territory. I heard it was because of a few little devils from Long Yuan. One voice complained. Humph, that was his own carelessness. This time the 5th seat lord is personally overseeing, it will be foolproof. Once we fully corrupt the core of this star pivot and open the passage to the abyss corridor, our master's power can descend deeper into this world. The other voice said with fervor.
5th seat. Lin Ye's heart sank.
The higher the rank in the dark abyss, the stronger the power. The 5th seat would certainly be harder to deal with than the 7th seat.
He quietly leaned out to observe the two black-robed figures with spirit vision.
The energy fluctuations were roughly at the peak of C grade, which counted as a little leader level. Once the two black-robed figures moved away, the four finally emerged from the crevice, hiding in the shadows of the ruins. The interior of the ruins was even more massive than it appeared from above, its crumbling walls formed a complex maze. A strange scent mixed with ancient and dark energy filled the air. That 5th seat must be at the altar. We'll first clear the perimeter, create chaos, and then find a chance to rush to the altar.
Lin Ye whispered. Yi Ling nodded.
I'll distract some of the patrols. Her figure seemed to blend into the shadows, disappearing in an instant. Soon, a short scream and sound of fighting came from the other end of the ruins.
Enemy attack. The shouts of the black-robed figures rang out. A portion of the patrolling black-robed figures were immediately drawn away. Now is the time. Shirley, break through. Bai Li, control the situation.
We rushed directly to the altar.
Lin Ye shouted lowly.
Shirley roared, charging out from hiding with his shield like a heavy battle vehicle. He rushed along a relatively wide stone path toward the central altar. Lin Ye and Bai Li closely followed behind.
Stop them.
At the altar, a leading black-robed figure yelled sharply. The black-robed figures guarding the altar immediately surged forward, unleashing various dark attacks toward Shirley's shield. Shirley slammed down his shield heavily, a yellow-brown light forming a protective barrier, firmly withstanding the attacks. Bai Li raised her hand, an extreme cold aura spreading out that slowed the movements of several charging black-robed figures. Lin Ye then dashed out from Shirley's side like a leopard, shooting energy rays with precision.
In an instant, he took down two black-robed figures trying to flank them.
The three worked in perfect harmony, forcefully breaking through the black-robed figures' interception and charging at the foot of the altar. The altar stood several dozen meters high, constructed from massive stone steps. At the top of the altar, the 8 black-robed mages maintaining the ritual seemed to be at a crucial moment. They paid no attention to the chaos below, desperately injecting their own dark elemental force into the array beneath their feet. The glow of the array grew ever stronger, and the dark tendrils emerging from the ground had also become thicker. They tightly entwined around the white jade plate, which had started to dim in its radiance.
And at the very top of the altar,
a tall and thin figure dressed in a dark golden-edged black robe, wearing a pale, expressionless mask. He stood with his back to them, looking down at the jade plate entwined with dark tendrils. A chilling, powerful aura radiated from him, far surpassing that of the previous 7th seat. The 5th seat of the abyss.
He seemed to sense the approach of Lin Ye and the other two, slowly turning around.
His cold gaze swept over them beneath the mask, finally landing on Bai Li.
Nine-tailed celestial fox, you really have come.
It seems the starry sky inheritance from the Northern Territory has restored quite a bit in you. Just right, use your celestial origin as the final sacrifice to thoroughly corrupt the Star Hub core. His voice was hoarse and deep, carrying a metallic scraping quality. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly waved his hand.
A tremendous wave of dark elemental power surged toward Lin Ye and the others like a tide.
It carried with it the destructive aura that devoured everything.
Peak B class. And it was stronger than the 7th seat.
Chapter 54, Bitter Fight Against the 5th Seat. Facing the furious strike from the 5th seat, Shirley roared as he pressed his shield firmly in front of him. The earthy yellow protective shield's light surged high. Bai Li also took a step forward, ice blue starlight condensing in front of her into a sparkling ice shield. Lin Ye instantly activated the ice shadow step to its extreme, retreating hurriedly to the side and back. At the same time, several energy beams shot toward the dark tide, attempting to weaken its power.
Boom!
The dark tide slammed violently against Shirley's shield and Bai Li's ice shield. Shirley let out a muffled groan, being sent sliding 7 or 8 meters backward along with his shield. The earthy yellow light on the shield dimmed instantly, and a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth.
Bai Li's ice shield was also covered in cracks, ultimately shattering.
Her body swayed slightly, and her face turned pale. Although they blocked the blow, both clearly suffered.
The 5th seat's strength was indeed terrifying.
Oh? To be able to block one of my strikes, how interesting. The gaze beneath the 5th seat's mask seemed to flash with surprise, but it quickly grew colder.
However, ants are ultimately ants.
His figure moved, vanishing like a phantom from the spot. The next moment, he had appeared in front of Shirley, his bony hand, infused with thick dark energy, coming down directly on the shield.
Be careful! Lin Ye shouted. Shirley gritted his teeth, injecting the remaining elemental power into the shield, bracing himself again. Bang! With a loud sound, Shirley was sent flying along with the shield, crashing heavily against a distant stone wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood, temporarily losing his fighting strength. Fatty! Yiling's voice came from afar. She had just dealt with the black-robed man she had led away. Seeing Shirley injured, she was anxious and wanted to rush over, but was entangled by several other responding black-robed figures. The fifth seat did not even glance at Shirley, turning his gaze toward Bai Li and Lin Ye. I will take you down first, beast of the stars. He struck again, his fingers forming claws, dark lightning swirling at his fingertips, clawing at Bai Li. This claw moved at an incredible speed, as if it could tear apart space. Bai Li's expression sharpened. She knew she could not take it head-on. She subtly shifted her feet, her body floating backward as if weightless, while her hands formed seals. Brilliant starlight gathered in front of her, transforming into several sharp star arrows shooting toward the fifth seat. A trivial skill. The fifth seat did not dodge or evade, casually waving his other hand, forming a dark whirlwind that entirely shredded the star arrows. But his clawing motion toward Bai Li was thus delayed for a moment. In that instant, Lin Ye, who had been waiting for the opportunity, moved. All of his energy poured into the newly developed high-frequency particle vibrating dagger in his hand. The dagger emitted a piercing hum, its surface covered with a layer of ice-blue light interwoven with starlight. He unleashed the ice shadow step, his figure appearing as if teleporting behind the fifth seat. With an unstoppable momentum, the dagger stabbed fiercely toward the fifth seat side. This was a relatively weak point in the flow of energy he had observed in the fifth seat. The fifth seat clearly did not expect this little E-class guy he had always overlooked. How could such speed and precision explode forth in a single strike? He couldn't block in time, only forcing his body to twist, trying to avoid the vital points. Puff! The dagger successfully pierced under the ribs of the fifth seat. But it only entered an inch before being stopped by an incredibly tough dark energy armor. High-frequency particle vibrations and frigid star power crazily collided with that layer of armor, producing a sound that made teeth grind. Seeking death. The fifth seat was both startled and furious, slamming a palm toward Lin Ye's chest. If that palm hit, Lin Ye would surely die. Ice condensation. Bai Li's cold voice rang out. She exhausted herself, instantly releasing powerful cold air. The fifth seat's palm and the surrounding space were instantly frozen by the extreme cold. His movements suddenly stalled. Although this freezing only lasted for a fraction of a second before the fifth seat shattered it forcefully. But it had already bought precious time for Lin Ye to retreat. Without hesitation, Lin Ye immediately released the dagger and rapidly retreated with the ice shadow step. The fifth seat shattered the ice, slamming into empty air, roaring in anger. He looked down at his side, where Lin Ye's dagger was still embedded. The frigid star power was continuously eroding his dark armor and body, sending waves of sharp pain and numbness. He violently pulled out the dagger, bringing with it a stream of black blood. The wound was quickly covered by dark energy, stopping the blood, but it was clear it had a certain effect on him. Good. Very good. The fifth seat's voice was filled with killing intent. I haven't been injured in a long time. You have successfully enraged me. The dark energy on his body burned like flames, his aura becoming even more terrifying and brutal. He no longer held back, preparing to attack with all his might, aiming to kill these two bothersome individuals first. At this moment, at the top of the altar, an anomaly suddenly arose. That white jade plate tightly wrapped by dark tentacles seemed to sense the pure star power on Bai Li. It suddenly erupted with one last surge of intense light. Buzz! The star patterns on the surface of the jade plate lit up one by one, and a vast power that resisted darkness and purified filth suddenly spread out. The dark tentacles entangling it were instantly broken away in large numbers. The 8 black-robed mages maintaining the ritual simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood, their figures swaying. The entire altar trembled violently. What's going on? The fifth seat was shocked, not caring about Lin Ye and Bai Li anymore, turning to look at the altar. He saw that the white jade plate, after unleashing its last wave of brilliance, had become extremely dim. It seemed to have exhausted its power, and the speed of its rotation slowed down. But it had successfully broken free from most of the dark tentacle's restraints, at least for now. The core is resisting. We can't let it break free. Everyone, increase energy output. The fifth seat roared at the black-robed mages on the altar. He didn't care about Lin Ye and Bai Li anymore, his figure flashing back to the top of the altar. His hands pressed onto the magic formation, an immense dark elemental power poured in frantically, trying to stabilize and strengthen the pollution ritual again. Opportunity. Lin Ye and Bai Li exchanged glances. Stop him. Lin Ye shouted. Bai Li nodded, taking a deep breath. Brilliant silver star light erupted from her body. She floated up, her silver hair dancing, behind her reappearing 9 huge spectral tails of starlight. Though not as solid as wind in the northern region, the might remained astonishing. She crossed her hands in front of her chest to form a complex seal, aiming at the fifth seat and the white jade plate at the top of the altar. Star River. Purification. A river of stars even thicker and more condensed than before soared forth. Like a waterfall descending from the heavens, carrying the will to purify everything, crashing toward the top of the altar. She aimed to purify both the fifth seat and the pollution ritual together. The fifth seat felt the immense star power behind him, his expression changing dramatically. He abruptly turned around, both hands outstretched, layering dark barriers in front of him. Abyss barrier. Boom! The starry river fiercely collided with the dark barrier. A blinding light burst forth, and the entire ruin shook violently. The energy shockwave spread outwards, sending all the dark-robed figures near the altar flying. Lin Ye was also pushed back by this force, barely managing to stand firm. He anxiously watched the center of the collision. Before his eyes, the white starry river and the black barrier eroded and obliterated each other. In the end, the power of the starry river seemed to prevail, breaking through the dark barrier. The remaining purifying star power washed over the fifth seat and that white jade plate. Ah! The fifth seat let out a painful groan, with large scorched marks burned into his black robe by the star power. Cracks also appeared on his mask. But he was strong, able to withstand this residual purifying force. And that white jade plate, after being washed by the purifying star power. The dull surface was completely swept away, radiating a soft and pure light once more. It seemed to be infused with new vitality, spinning faster. It actively emitted streams of starlight, shattering and purifying the remaining dark tendrils completely. The pollution ritual was forcibly interrupted. No! The fifth seat roared in resentment as he looked at the clear jade plate. He cast a venomous glance at the white glass floating in the air, with a somewhat chaotic aura. Then he glanced down at Lin Ye. The strike from white glass had interrupted the ritual, but it came at a huge cost. However, the jade plate seemed to have recognized the starlight power of white glass and was actively establishing a connection with her. If they dragged this out, the situation would only become more unfavorable for him. Retreat! The fifth seat decisively shouted, his voice raspy. He grabbed a wounded black-robed mage beside him, and his figure transformed into a wisp of black smoke. Like a ghost, he slipped away into the depths of the ruins. The other surviving dark-robed figures saw this and fled in panic, quickly disappearing into the rubble. Yiling wanted to chase but was called back by Lin Ye. Don't chase. Be careful of ambushes. Let's first check the situation of Shirley and the altar. The battle was temporarily over. They had successfully repelled the Abyss fifth seat and interrupted the pollution ritual. But everyone was greatly exhausted, and Shirley had sustained serious injuries. Lin Ye walked to Shirley's side to check his injuries. He had mainly suffered internal injuries from the shock and needed rest. He took out medicine and administered it to Shirley. Yiling also ran over to help treat the wounds. Bai Li slowly descended from the sky, her face somewhat pale. The last use of starry river purification had also drained a lot from her. She walked to the altar and looked at the white jade plate that was glowing once again. The jade plate seemed to sense her approach, emitting a joyful hum. It gently floated down before her. Bai Li reached out her hand, and the jade plate lightly settled in her palm. A pure and gentle power of stars flowed from the jade plate into her body. It replenished her energy and nurtured her essence. It is helping me, Bai Li said softly, with a hint of gentleness in her eyes. Lin Ye also walked over, looking at the jade plate in Bai Li's hand. Is this the star hub core of the Sea of Death? Bai Li nodded. The star power it contains is very ancient and very pure. If it hadn't actively resisted just now, in conjunction with my purification, we wouldn't have interrupted the ritual so easily. She handed the jade plate to Lin Ye. You try it, hold it. Lin Ye took the jade plate with curiosity. It felt warm to the touch, and a cool energy flowed into his body along his arm. He felt his elemental power becoming more active and pure. Even his mental exhaustion vanished completely. Ding! Contact with pure star core, remnant, the resonance degree of Book of All Spirits Pact increases. Host's elemental power receives slight purification. Mental power receives slight enhancement. The system's notification sound rang. Good stuff! Lin Ye exclaimed in delight. This jade plate was not only useful for Bai Li but benefited him as well. It seems to have recognized us. Bai Li said. We can take it away for now. Stay here, the abyss may return. Lin Ye nodded and carefully stored the jade plate. This is an important trophy and source of information. The four met up with Hao Gu and the others who had rushed over. The logistics team sighed in relief as the battle ended and the ruins regained peace. Hao Gu immediately arranged for team members to treat the wounded and clean up the battlefield. Amidst the items left by the black-robed man, they found some scattered information about the Star Hub and Abyss plans. Mission accomplished, we should head back. Lin Ye looked at his tired teammates and the injured Shirley, and made the decision. Though it was a bit regrettable to let the 5th seed escape. But they successfully protected the Star Hub node and obtained the core Jade Plate. They also killed many Abyss members and severely weakened their power in the Sea of Death. This was already a significant victory. The team started their journey back to the temporary outpost with their harvest and wounded. The sunset lengthened their shadows on the sandy sea. The crisis in the Sea of Death was temporarily lifted, but everyone knew that the struggle with the Abyss was far from over. That 5th seed who escaped would never give up easily. Chapter 55, Ambush on the Return Trip. The return journey seemed longer than the trip there. Although Shirley took medicine for his injuries, the inner turmoil was not so easy to heal. He needed to sit on the mechanical camel, cared for by the logistics team. Yi Ling and Bai Li were also exhausted and looked unwell. Lin Ye walked while channeling his energy, absorbing the faint stellar power emitted by the white jade plate in his palm. This helped him recover faster and slightly purify his energy. The jade plate was quiet, seemingly approving of their carrying it. Hauke led a team member ahead to scout, still looking vigilant. Everyone stay alert, we haven't completely left the danger zone. The Abyss people suffered a great loss, they may seek revenge. His concern was not unwarranted. Just as the team passed through an area full of jagged rocks, a sudden change occurred. Whoosh! 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 Sharp sounds of bullets slicing through the air came from high points in the stone forest on both sides. It was sniper rifles. And the bullets were imbued with powerful energy. The target was directly aimed at Bai Li and Lin Ye in the middle of the team. Enemy attack! Take cover! Hauke shouted as he suddenly dove to the side, seeking cover behind a rock. Puff! 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 Bullets struck the sandy ground, blowing deep craters. A logistics team member reacted slowly, getting grazed on the shoulder by a bullet. Blood poured out, and he fell to the ground with a scream. Be careful! It's armor-piercing energy bullets! Hauke yelled while looking for cover. Lin Ye had already activated the ice shadow step in advance, led by Bai Li to hide behind a massive rock. Bullets hit the rock, sending shards flying. Shirley was also desperately dragged to cover by Yi Ling and another logistics team member. Damn it! There's an ambush! Shirley gritted his teeth, enduring the pain and cursed. Lin Ye activated spiritual sight, struggling to see through the interference of the stone forest. He vaguely spotted 4 or 5 snipers in camouflage clothing holding heavy sniper rifles at high vantage points about 100 meters away. Their energy fluctuations were around level C, clearly skilled long-range assassins. In addition to the snipers, a dozen figures were rapidly approaching from deep within the stone forest. They wore mismatched gear, unlike the black-robed people of the Abyss. But they all emitted strong energy fluctuations and dense killing intent. Leading them was a muscular man with a scarred face, carrying a serrated large knife. His aura was clearly at the initial stage of level B. Not people from the Abyss. Lin Ye furrowed his brows. These individuals looked more like mercenaries or desert bandits. Friends up ahead. We are from Long Yuan base. Are you attacking us because you want to be enemies with Long Yuan? Hauke shouted loudly from behind cover, trying to understand their intentions. The scarred strong man grinned savagely. Long Yuan? Heh, who are you trying to scare? In this Sea of Death, the name Long Yuan holds no weight. Hand over the things you took from the ruins. Especially that glowing plate. And that silver-haired girl. Lord 5th Seat said, catch her alive for a heavy reward. Lord 5th Seat? Lin Ye's heart stirred, it was indeed the 5th Seat's doing. He probably couldn't chase them personally due to injury or other reasons. Instead, he hired or commanded these local thugs to ambush them. These desperate men didn't care whether their target was from Long Yuan or not, as long as there was profit. Dream on. Brother Hao shouted angrily, prepare for battle. The enemy outnumbered them, and with snipers suppressing them, the situation was dire. Leave the snipers to me. Yi Ling's voice came through the communicator. She had somehow separated from the group, darting through the shadows of the stone forest like a raccoon. Her agility and stealth in this complex terrain would serve her well. Okay. Be careful. Lin Ye replied. Shirley, can you move? Protect the logistics team and the camels. Shirley gritted his teeth, barely lifting his shield. Don't worry. I won't die. Bai Li looked at Lin Ye. I'll handle that B-class. Though her energy wasn't fully recovered, taking on a low-level B-class should be manageable. Lin Ye nodded. I'll help you clear the minions and find a chance to disrupt that leader. With clear roles assigned, the battle reignited. Yi Ling was the first to strike. Like a ghost, she sneaked up on one of the snipers from the side.
Taking advantage of the sniper's focus on aiming at the team below, her dual blades struck like venomous snakes. In an instant, she cut through the sniper's throat. The sniper fell without a sound. The other snipers, witnessing their comrade's death, immediately turned their guns. They fired wildly towards the area where Yiling might be hiding, but she had already changed positions. From the front, the scarred strongman charged forward with a dozen subordinates. Various colored energy lights flared, with swords, gauntlets, and even tamed demonized sandwolves. They surged toward Lin Ye and their cover all at once. "Come on! You bastards!" Shirley roared, despite being injured. He held his shield firm, blocking the foremost attacks. The shield was battered with loud thuds, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, but he did not retreat. Brother Hao and another uninjured logistics team member unleashed a barrage with their assault rifles. They suppressed the oncoming enemies. Lin Ye kept darting out from behind rocks, energy rays striking like death's calling. He accurately hit those mercenaries trying to bypass Shirley. His rays had a chilling characteristic: upon hitting, they not only caused damage but also slowed the opponents down. Bai Li confronted the scarred strongman. She didn't use large area star power but relied on her exquisite movements and powerful mind to engage him. The scarred strongman's serrated dagger struck heavily, each swing screamed as it tore through the air. But Bai Li's figure was like a mirage. Her fingers occasionally flicked, with the gathered star power piercing like needles. She always found the weak spots in the man's protective energy, causing him to flounder and roar in frustration. Though she couldn't take him down quickly, she clearly had the upper hand. The battle entered a stalemate. The mercenaries were numerous and reckless. They worked together seamlessly, obviously accustomed to such ruthless deeds. On Lin Ye's side, Shirley was severely injured, Bai Li and Yiling were not fully recovered. Brother Hao and the others had limited firepower and were gradually struggling to hold on. This couldn't continue. Lin Ye's eyes hardened as he looked at the mechanical camels protected by Shirley and the formation in the middle. Especially those carrying supplies. He conceived a daring plan in his heart. "Brother Hao! Detonate the high-explosive energy blocks on the camels. Create chaos!" Lin Ye shouted through the communicator. Brother Hao was taken aback, but quickly understood Lin Ye's intention. Those mechanical camels were carrying supplies. High-explosive energy blocks for creating obstacles in emergencies or dealing with large magical beasts. "Everyone! Find cover! Prepare for detonation!" Hao Gu shouted loudly. Hearing the command, Shirley rolled back sharply, hiding behind a massive rock. Bai Li also fainted, pushing back the scarred strongman, her figure floating and retreating. Lin Ye continuously fired several energy rays, pushing back the approaching mercenaries. The scarred strongman and those mercenaries had not yet realized what was happening. Suddenly, Hao Gu took out a remote control and fiercely pressed the button. Boom! 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 With a series of loud explosions, chaos erupted among the mercenary crowd. The power of the high-explosive energy blocks was immense, instantly tearing apart 5 or 6 mercenaries. Raging energy turbulence and shockwaves swept through. The remaining mercenaries were sent tumbling, their formation in complete disarray. Dust and sand filled the air, obstructing visibility. Now's the time. Counterattack. Lin Ye seized the opportunity and charged out from behind cover. Energy rays shot towards the stunned mercenaries like a barrage. Yiling also emerged from the shadows, her dual blades swinging, reaping lives. Bai Li faced off against the scarred strong man again. The strong man had been slightly injured by the previous explosion, his movement slowed. Bai Li seized the chance, a concentrated star-like energy point struck his wrist. Crack! The bone in his wrist shattered. The strong man let out a terrible scream, his jagged dagger flying out of his grasp. Without mercy, Bai Li struck again, the star energy piercing straight through his brow. The scarred strong man's eyes widened in disbelief as he fell to the ground dead. With the boss dead, the rest of the mercenaries' morale collapsed. With a shout, they scattered in panic. The few snipers, sensing the danger, had already slipped away. The battle finally came to an end. The scene was devastated, with mercenaries' bodies lying in all directions. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and blood. Lin Ye breathed heavily, watching the fleeing mercenaries, choosing not to order a pursuit. Never pursue a desperate enemy, plus they were already in poor condition. Hao Gu counted the number of people. The logistics team member with the injured shoulder needed urgent attention. Shirley's injuries also needed to be stabilized quickly. Yiling and Bai Li were exhausted. "Let's leave here as soon as possible." Lin Ye spoke. "Who knows if the 5th seat has any more traps?" The team tidied up, taking the injured and important supplies. They abandoned the destroyed mechanical camels, traveling light and quickly heading towards the outpost. On the way, they encountered no further interception. A few days later, the weary team finally saw the outline of the outpost.
The logistics personnel waiting there immediately rushed up to assist them. Back in a relatively safe environment, everyone let out a sigh of relief. This Death Sea mission was filled with peril. But in the end, they completed the mission, returning alive with significant spoils and intelligence. Next, they would report everything here back to Longyuan headquarters. And the fifth seat of the Dark Abyss, as well as the mysterious star pivot network. And the even greater storm that was about to come, all awaited them. Chapter 56, Awards and Clues. Upon returning to Longyuan base, Lin Ye's team was again greeted by Instructor Bai Li and a grand commendation. The completion of the Death Sea mission was of great significance. Not only did they successfully prevent the Dark Abyss from contaminating another star pivot node, but they also confiscated the node's core, the White Disk, and killed a large number of Dark Abyss members, forcing back the fifth seat. This achievement surpassed even that of the Northern Expedition. The commendation order was once again upgraded. Lin Ye and Bai Li's title of Special Operation Consultant now had the word Senior added, granting higher authority. They could even limitlessly mobilize local Beastmaster Association resources. Personal point rewards were again added, and resource exchange permissions were raised to a plus level. Shirley and Yiling also received a large number of points and resources. Enough for them to reach a higher realm. The best medical team at the base conducted a comprehensive examination and treatment for Shirley. Although his injuries were severe, they did not harm his foundation, thanks to the adjustment of advanced medicine and the strong recovery ability of his earth-based elemental power. His injuries stabilized and began to enter a recovery phase. Yiling and Bai Li quickly replenished their energy with the abundant resources supplied by the base. Most importantly, it was the white jade plate brought back from the Sea of Death. The jade plate was named the Star Hub Plate, Sand, and was handed over to the Technology Department in Chen Mo for in-depth research. Chen Mo was extremely excited about this, almost living in the laboratory. A few days later, he brought the preliminary analysis report to Lin Ye and Bai Li. Incredible! Absolutely incredible! Chen Mo pushed up his glasses, his face full of passion. This jade plate is not only a pure source of star energy but also a vast information storage device. We decrypted a small part of the non-encrypted information, which recorded some scattered data about the Star Hub network. He brought up a holographic projection, displaying some incomplete star charts and energy flow maps. According to this information, the Star Hub network indeed has multiple nodes within the borders of the Dragon Nation, forming a huge energy cycle and some kind of protective array. The node in the northern region belongs to cold, while the node in the Sea of Death belongs to dust. The next one, based on energy flow in ancient records, is likely located in the southern jungle, with attributes of life or wood. The target of the Abyss is to pollute or control these nodes, distorting the entire network, opening a stable passageway for their so-called Lord of the Abyss. Chen Mo pointed to a blurry marked point in the southern area. Here, known as the area of the ancient altar, the energy signals have recently become abnormally active, highly matching the recorded location of the wood attribute node. The next target of the Abyss is very likely right there. New clues pointed to the south. At the same time, the intelligence department of the base intercepted some scattered information. The Abyss suffered setbacks in the northern region and the Sea of Death, especially with the fall of the 7th seat and the injury and retreat of the 5th seat, which seemed to have created some turmoil within them. However, their actions did not stop, instead, they became more secretive and urgent. There were signs indicating that the Abyss gathered more forces and was infiltrating the southern jungle area. It seems our next battlefield with the Abyss will be this ancient altar. Lin Ye looked at the green-covered area on the map and spoke solemnly. Bai Li quickly issued new orders. Lin Ye, Bai Li, the headquarters orders your team to be the advance party and head to the southern provinces immediately. Investigate the ancient altar area, confirm Abyss activity, and protect the Star Hub nodes as much as possible. He glanced at Shirley, who was still lying in the medical room. Team member Shirley needs to rest, he cannot join this mission. The headquarters will provide you with a temporary team member responsible for intelligence support and jungle guidance. Yiling, your agility will play a significant role in the jungle, you are still an important asset for this mission. Understood. Lin Ye, Bai Li, and Yiling responded. Everyone felt some regret that Shirley couldn't go with them, but they all knew it was for his own good. The next day, the special plane prepared for them by the base was about to take off. At the takeoff and landing area, Lin Ye and the two others met the temporary team member sent by headquarters. It was a girl who looked young, wearing a fitted combat uniform and carrying a large tactical backpack. She wore a pair of smart glasses on her nose, her eyes lively and full of curiosity. Hello? I am Su Xiao, a support staff sent by the headquarters Information Analysis Department. The girl introduced herself with a smile, her voice crisp. I am good at information processing, electronic reconnaissance, and wilderness survival, and I have some research on the environment and legends of the southern jungle. She looked at Lin Ye and Bai Li, her eyes filled with unhidden admiration. Advisor Lin Ye, Advisor Bai Li, and Sister Yiling, I've heard about your achievements in the northern region and the Sea of Death. It's amazing. It's such an honor to be on a mission with you this time. Lin Ye looked at the energetic girl and nodded. Welcome aboard, Su Xiaoxiao. For this mission, I'll leave the intelligence work to you. He could tell that even though Su Xiaoxiao was young, being sent by headquarters for such dangerous tasks at her age showed she had exceptional skills. Bai Li only nodded lightly. Yiling smiled at Su Xiaoxiao. Don't be nervous, just follow us. The airplane's engine roared, carrying the four towards the blue sky, flying to the warm and humid south. Inside the cabin, Su Xiaoxiao excitedly operated her various portable devices, bringing up information about the southern jungle and ancient altars, talking non-stop. The area where the ancient altar is located is deep within the southern jungle. It's filled with poisonous mists year-round, has a complex terrain, and many ancient plants and animals that have gone extinct in the outside world. Of course, there are also many dangerous mutated creatures. According to ancient texts and energy monitoring, the star hub node there is likely related to life force. So, if the Abyss wants to successfully corrupt it, the difficulties they face may be greater than in the previous two encounters. However, since they dare to come, they must be fully prepared and have a plan. Lin Ye listened intently, his brow furrowed, clearly deep in thought over this information. Meanwhile, Bai Li quietly sat to the side, her eyes closed, as if entering a meditative state. She seemed to be using some special ability to sense the aura coming from the south. Her breathing was calm and deep, and the air around her seemed to tremble slightly because of her presence. Yiling, on the other hand, was busily checking her dual blades. She carefully wiped the blades to ensure they were extremely sharp. Then she checked the sheath to ensure there would be no surprises during the mission. After doing all this, she nodded in satisfaction, seemingly completely confident in her equipment. A new task, a new environment, new teammates. What awaited them in the southern jungle? Chapter 57, The Rainforest Begins to Show. The plane landed at the airport of the southern province's capital. Long Yuan had a branch here, and the person in charge welcomed them. They provided several off-road vehicles suitable for jungle terrain and some supplies. Without much delay, the four members of the team drove the off-road vehicles towards the vast and endless southern jungle. The deeper they went, the more rugged the road became. The towering ancient trees blocked the sunlight, and vines dangled down like giant pythons. The air became hot, humid, and thick, with heavy moisture in every breath. Various strange insect sounds and bird calls echoed from deep within the dense forest, never ceasing. The scenery outside the window slowly changed from sparse woodlands to a real tropical rainforest. The elemental energy field here, it's so unique. Bai Li suddenly spoke. She looked at the lush green outside, and a glimmer of unusual color flashed in her ice-blue eyes. It's full of vitality, but it also hides chaos and danger. Lin Ye felt it too. The energy field here was not cold and lifeless like the northern region, nor was it hot and chaotic like the Sea of Death. It was vibrant like the jungle itself, full of life, yet harbored deadly threats. His spiritual vision was somewhat disturbed here, the dense life energy seemed to form a natural barrier. Su Xiaoxiao was operating the vehicle's detector while saying, "That's right, the energy field here is very active, but that also makes it hard to detect accurately. Moreover, there are many special plants and creatures in the jungle, they can interfere with both elemental and electronic signals." She pointed at the screen where the data was jumping continuously. "We are still some distance from the target area. But we can already detect faint traces of dark energy remains, and the direction is consistent." It seemed that the people from the Abyss had indeed entered the depths of the jungle ahead of them. The off-road vehicle bounced along the muddy road, ultimately unable to go any further. Ahead was a denser, primal jungle where vehicles simply couldn't pass. "We can only proceed on foot." Lin Ye stopped, and the others began to unload their gear. Everyone changed into jungle combat suits. They applied insect repellent and carried necessary weapons, supplies, and antidotes. Su Xiaoxiao took out a few small drones from her huge backpack. "Let my little bees scout the way first." The drones buzzed into the air, diving into the dense forest, transmitting real-time images back to Su Xiaoxiao's portable terminal. With the drone's guidance, the team's efficiency in moving forward greatly improved, avoiding several dangerous swamps and territories of large predatory mutated creatures. Even so, the jungle environment itself was a significant test for everyone. Beneath their feet was a thick layer of humus, slick and muddy from years of accumulation. The ubiquitous mosquito bites were irritating, although the combat suits offered some protection, exposed skin on their hands and necks still suffered. The hot and humid climate rapidly drained their stamina, with sweat hardly ever ceasing. "This hellhole is worse than the desert." Yiling wiped her sweat and couldn't help but complain. At least the desert was dry and hot, this place felt like a steamer. If Shirley were here, his build would probably struggle even more. Su Xiaoxiao adapted quickly, operating the terminal while also identifying some edible wild fruits and water sources.
Everyone be careful, there's a plant called paralyzing bind nearby. If you touch it, your whole body will stiffen for several hours.
She reminded them.
Lin Ye nodded secretly. It was indeed necessary for headquarters to send Su Xiaoxiao. Her knowledge and skills could play a crucial role in this unfamiliar environment. Following Su Xiaoxiao's guidance, the team moved forward along a faintly discernible path that seemed to be made by wild animals. After walking for half a day, they reached a rushing river. The water was murky, making it hard to see how deep it was. The drone shows that the energy fluctuations on the other side are more distinct. Su Xiaoxiao said while looking at her terminal. Find a place to cross the river. Lin Ye observed the river's surface. At that moment, Bai Li suddenly grabbed him, her gaze sharp as she looked towards a spot on the river.
There's something in the water.
Almost simultaneously with her words, the river suddenly erupted. A giant python, as thick as a barrel and covered in black scales with a horn on its head, shot out. It opened its massive mouth, bringing a stench of blood, charging straight at Lin Ye, who stood at the front. Its speed was like lightning, its breath unmistakably at the Class C peak. Watch out! Yi Ling exclaimed, and her double blades were drawn in an instant. Lin Ye reacted swiftly, activating ice shadow steps to retreat quickly. At the same time, several energy beams shot towards the giant python's open mouth. Puff! The energy beam struck the soft flesh inside the python's mouth, provoking a painful hiss from it, slowing its movements for a moment. However, at that moment, the python's tail suddenly whipped like a steel whip. With a sharp whistling sound, it swept towards Yi Ling and Su Xiaoxiao at an astonishing speed. Quick, dodge! A white figure appeared before Su Xiaoxiao like a flash of lightning. This white figure moved incredibly fast, like a ghost, making it impossible to see her face. But from her flowing long hair and slender figure, it was clear that she was a woman. It's Bai Li!
Lin Ye exclaimed.
She didn't even use star power, she simply reached out her delicate hand and lightly slapped the incoming snake tail. It looked like a light slap, but when it hit the snake tail, it made a loud thud. The C-grade peak black python was actually sent tilting to one side, and its tail slammed down hard into the muddy riverbank, splashing a large amount of mud and water. In pain, the python looked at Bai Li with fear in its crimson eyes. Seemingly sensing the overwhelming pressure of its natural enemy, it turned without hesitation and dove back into the murky river, disappearing from view. From the moment the giant python appeared to being chased away, it was just a few short seconds. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Su Xiaoxiao's face turned pale, her heart racing, she patted her chest. Thank you, Advisor Bai Li. Bai Li simply glanced at her lightly and said nothing. Lin Ye came over to check on Su Xiaoxiao's condition. Are you okay?
I am fine.
Su Xiaoxiao shook her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. I was just scared silly. It's normal to feel that way in your first encounter with such a situation.
Lin Ye comforted her.
Stay close to us and stay alert. He looked at Bai Li, her casual hand movement had controlled her power to perfection. Not only did she repel the python, but she also did it without causing too much commotion, avoiding the risk of drawing in other dangers.
The power of A grade was indeed extraordinary.
This little incident made the team more vigilant. In the jungle, any oversight could be deadly. They found a section of the river where the current was relatively calm, working together carefully to cross the water. The jungle on the other side was even older and deeper, and the faint dark energy presence seemed even clearer.
Chapter 58, The Altar Mist.
After crossing the river, the terrain of the jungle began to rise slowly. The surrounding trees grew taller and thicker, needing several people to wrap around one. The dense treetops almost completely blocked the sunlight, casting the forest in a twilight gloom. In the air, there lingered a faint, sweet, and fishy smell like rotting plants, a sign that the miasma was beginning to appear.
Put on the filtering masks.
Su Xiaoxiao reminded them, having already donned a special mask herself.
The miasma here has mild toxicity, long-term inhalation can numb the nerves.
Everyone followed her instructions and put on their masks, continuing forward. Lin Ye's spiritual vision was more heavily suppressed here, the rich life energy and swirling miasma severely interfered with his perception. He could only compress his sensing range to around several dozen meters around his body. Bai Li seemed less affected, she would occasionally stop to touch some ancient trees or unusual plants, as if sensing something through them.
This land is very sad.
She spoke softly, a glimmer of pity flashing in her silver eyes. The ancient balance is being broken, and life is crying out in agony. Lin Ye understood that this was definitely the start of the dark abyss's pollution actions affecting the land. After 2 days of trekking through the dense forest, they encountered several waves of mutated creatures. There were massive flowers that could shoot poisonous spikes, snakes that lurked under the fallen leaves and were as fast as lightning, and swarms of sharp-toothed fire ants. With careful responses and their strong teamwork, they made it through unscathed. Su Xiaoxiao gradually adapted to the jungle environment and was no longer as nervous as at first. Her drone and detection equipment were a great help, providing early warnings multiple times, avoiding unnecessary battles.
That afternoon, the team arrived at a relatively open clearing in the forest.
In the center of the clearing stood several massive, towering, the weathered stone pillars. The pillars are carved with ancient patterns that have long since become blurred, seemingly depicting scenes of ancestral worship.
This should be the outer area of the ancient altar,
Su Xiaoxiao said while looking at the map and energy readings on her terminal. The detector shows that the energy fluctuations ahead are very strong, and quite chaotic, with life energy intertwined with dark energy. Lin Ye glanced into the depths of the clearing, where a denser fog obscured visibility, and the specifics were unclear. But his spiritual sight could vaguely sense a massive source of life energy, heart-pounding and being entangled and eroded by a filthy dark power.
The people from the abyss must be inside,
Lin Ye said in a deep voice.
How do we get in? Do we just rush in?
Yi Ling tightened her grip on her dual blades. Bai Li shook her head and pointed to the fog at the edge of the clearing. The fog is strange, it's not just miasma but mixed with dark energy, creating an illusion. If we force our way in, we might lose our direction or fall into an illusion. Su Xiaoxiao operated the drone, attempting to fly into the fog, but soon the signal was severely disrupted, and the image turned to static, losing contact with the drone.
The signal is completely blocked,
she said helplessly. As everyone pondered how to deal with the situation, suddenly, a series of oo-edit sounds came from the nearby bushes.
Who?
Yi Ling immediately turned alert in that direction. The bushes parted, and a young indigenous boy emerged, dressed in simple animal skins, his face painted with colorful pigments, and holding a wooden spear. He looked only about 15 or 16, his eyes wary and filled with hostility as he glared at Lin Ye and the others, shouting in broken universal language, outsiders.
Leave. This is a holy place. You are not welcome.
Everyone was taken aback, not expecting to encounter a local native here. From his attire and speech, it seemed he was a member of the tribe guarding this altar. Lin Ye took a step forward, trying to keep his tone calm. We mean no harm.
We are here to stop those wearing black robes who want to destroy your holy land.
Upon hearing black robes, the indigenous boy's expression changed, and hostility filled his gaze even more.
You are one of them. All bad people want to steal the power of the holy relic.
He raised his spear, aiming it at Lin Ye. Although his movements were somewhat clumsy, his attitude was very determined. Just as the communication seemed on the brink of failure, Bai Li suddenly stepped forward. She said nothing but quietly gazed at the indigenous boy, exuding an extremely weak yet pure aura of stellar power. This aura subtly resonated with the massive life energy deep in this land, bringing a sense of comfort and closeness. The indigenous boy felt this aura, and the hostility and vigilance on his face gradually turned into surprise and confusion. He looked at Bai Li, then at Lin Ye and the others, hesitated for a moment, and lowered his spear. Your scent is somewhat similar to the holy relic, different from those black-robed bad people,
he stammered.
Lin Ye's heart stirred. He realized that Bai Li's stellar power had played a role. It seemed that the holy relic guarded by this tribe for generations was likely the stellar nexus node, and its power was of the same origin as Bai Li's.
We are really not the bad people.
Lin Ye tried to communicate again. Those black-robed people are hurting your holy land. We want to stop them.
Can you take us in? Or tell us about the situation inside?
The indigenous boy struggled for a while, looking at Bai Li, then back at the fog-shrouded holy place, and finally nodded.
My name is Amu. I can take you to meet the elder. But you must swear not to harm the holy relic and not to hurt my tribesmen.
We swear,
Lin Ye promised solemnly.
Under the guidance of the indigenous boy Amu, the four individuals bypassed the fog-filled area full of illusions,
following a very concealed, detailed path.
The path, covered in vines and shrubs, led deep toward the altar. Amu was extremely familiar with the terrain here, as if walking in his own backyard. He told Lin Ye that the black-robed figures had suddenly appeared a few days ago, forcefully invading the sacred place. They used a black, wriggling filthy thing to pollute the sacred objects, and the light emitted by the objects grew weaker. The tribe's warriors tried to stop them. But those black-robed figures were powerful, with many terrifying monsters as helpers, causing heavy losses to the tribe, which could only retreat to the outer area of the sacred place's core.
The elder says the sacred object is crying.
Amu's voice was filled with sadness and anger. Lin Ye patted his shoulder and comforted him, saying, "Don't worry, we will help." With Amu as a guide, the team's speed increased significantly, avoiding many natural traps and danger zones. The closer they got to the core, the stronger the chaotic energy of life and darkness intertwined. Finally, after passing through a dense thicket of ferns, the scene before them opened up. It was a huge, bowl-shaped valley. In the center of the valley stood an ancient pyramid-shaped altar, completely constructed of enormous green stones and covered in moss. At the top of the altar grew a gigantic ancient tree, emitting a soft green glow.
The branches and leaves of the ancient tree arched like a canopy, with vibrant green halos cascading down from the treetop. However, at this moment, the roots of this ancient tree of life were tightly wrapped by countless thick, pulsating black vines like blood vessels. These black vines were constantly draining the life force of the ancient tree and exuding a strong dark aura. The glow of the ancient tree had become very dim, and its branches and leaves began to wither. Surrounding the altar stood dozens of black-robed figures, maintaining a massive dark magical formation that enveloped the entire altar. The light of the formation was connected to those black vines, continuously strengthening the pollution. Below the altar, some indigenous warriors wearing animal skins were fiercely fighting against some corrupted creatures controlled by dark energy, trying to break through the defenses of the black-robed figures to get closer to the altar, but they were clearly at a disadvantage. At the forefront, a black-robed figure stood at the bottom of the altar, looking up at the polluted ancient tree of life. He wore a dark purple-trimmed black robe, and his figure was not tall, even a bit slender, with a mask bearing twisted tree patterns on his face. He held a pitch-black wooden staff in his hand, the top of the staff embedded with a constantly wriggling black gem. A presence more obscure than the fifth seat, yet equally powerful, emanated from him. "It is the fourth seat," Bai Li said softly, her expression serious. "The staff in his hand contains very strong rules of death and decay. It is the nemesis of that ancient tree of life. The fourth seat of the abyss has personally intervened. And their target was clearly the ancient tree of life at the top of the altar, serving as the star hub node." Chapter 59, The Tree of Life. The scene before Lin Ye made his heart sink. With the fourth seat of the abyss personally stationed and so many black-robed figures setting up the formation, the pollution had reached a critical moment. The aura of the ancient tree of life was continuously weakening. "AMU, where is your elder?" Lin Ye asked softly. AMU pointed to a group of indigenous warriors struggling in battle below the altar, where an old man with a bone staff and white hair was fighting. "That is our tribe's great elder." The great elder seemed to have also seen AMU and Lin Ye. As he waved the staff to release a vibrant green light to resist the attack from the corrupted creatures, he shouted something to AMU, his tone anxious. AMU's expression changed, and he said to Lin Ye, "The elder says we must leave quickly. It is too dangerous here. The fourth seat is too strong. We are not opponents." Lin Ye shook his head. "It's too late to leave now. If we don't stop them, not only will your sacred objects be destroyed, but the entire jungle, and even a larger area, will suffer." He looked at Bai Li and Yi Ling. "We must interrupt their ritual." Su Xiao quickly operated the terminal. "I am analyzing the energy nodes of that dark formation. Finding a weak point may disrupt it." Just then, the fourth seat under the altar seemed to sense their arrival. He slowly turned around, his cold gaze from under the mask swept over Lin Ye and the others, lingering on Bai Li for a moment. "A few more annoying bugs have come." His voice was hoarse and slow, carrying a texture like the rubbing of trees. "It seems the fifth one, that fool, has spoiled you all." He raised the black staff in his hand, gently striking it down. Buzz! An invisible wave spread out. From the ground around the altar, dozens of thick, spiked black vines suddenly burrowed up, wrapping around Lin Ye and the others like venomous snakes. These vines moved fast, were numerous, and covered all surrounding space. "Be careful!" Yi Ling cried out, her double blades danced, and azure wind blades howled out, slashing at the incoming vines. Sizzle! 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 The wind blades struck the vines, only leaving shallow marks. The toughness of the vines exceeded imagination. Lin Ye's energy rays hit the vines, with little effect, merely slowing them down a bit. Bai Li stepped forward, her fingers like a sword, and a point of ice blue star flame shot out, hitting a vine. That vine was instantly frozen, then shattered. But more and more vines rushed in continuously. The fourth seat's power was indeed stronger than the fifth seat. His casual strike was so hard to deal with. These vines have been enhanced by his dark staff, making them very hard. Ordinary attacks have little effect. Bai Li spoke quickly. Su Xiao hid behind everyone, anxiously watching the terminal. The nodes of the formation are at the east, west, south, and north corners of the altar. Each node is maintained by 3 black-robed people. The strongest energy is at the north corner. Yi Ling, Su Xiao, you go disturb the other nodes and divert their attention. Bai Li, we will focus on the north corner node. Lin Ye made a decisive decision. Got it. Yi Ling's figure flashed and, like green smoke, rushed toward the west node, her double blades shining coldly as she aimed at the black-robed people maintaining the formation. Su Xiao also took out several small sound-like grenades from her backpack and threw them with force toward the southeast directions. The grenades exploded, emitting ear-piercing noise and strong light. Although they couldn't injure anyone, they successfully disrupted the casting rhythm of those black-robed individuals. The glow of the dark formation showed a flicker of instability. The fourth seat snorted coldly. Little tricks. He struck down with the wooden staff again, and more black vines drilled out of the ground, some pursuing Yi Ling and Su Xiao, while most continued to entangle Lin Ye and Bai Li. Meanwhile, some of the black-robed individuals maintaining the ritual at the altar also split off and surrounded Jiling and Su Xiao. The battle erupted instantly. Lin Ye activated the Ice Shadow Step to its limit, weaving through the densely packed vine attacks, shooting energy rays continuously, trying to find a weakness in the vines. Bai Li formed hand seals, and more ice blue star flames shot out like meteors, accurately exploding a vine, clearing the path for Lin Ye. The two cooperated seamlessly, struggling to approach the north corner node. At the north corner node, the three black-robed individuals were noticeably stronger than those at other nodes, all at the peak of C grade. Seeing Lin Ye and Bai Li charging over, two of them immediately split to meet them, while one continued to maintain the formation. "Get out of the way!" Lin Ye roared, his internal energy surged, and energy rays shot out like a barrage to block the opponent's route. Bai Li directly used her mental power, sending an invisible shockwave toward the minds of those two black-robed individuals. The two people's actions froze in an instant. Lin Ye seized the opportunity, suddenly lunging forward, his high-frequency particle vibrating dagger, carrying icy star power, stabbing directly at one person's throat. Poof! Hiss! The dagger successfully pierced in, that person's eyes widened, collapsing to the ground and dying. The other person had just regained their senses from the mental shock when Bai Li's ice blue star flames had already arrived, instantly turning him into an ice sculpture. After dealing with the two guards, Lin Ye and Bai Li rushed straight toward the black-robed man who maintained the formation. The black-robed man showed a look of terror, wanting to interrupt the spell and escape. Bai Li lightly flicked her finger, and a strand of star power restrained his movements. Lin Ye hesitated not, the dagger slashing through, ending his life. The formation's light at the north corner node instantly dimmed. The dark formation shrouding the altar vibrated violently, the pollution on the life ancient tree significantly weakened. The life ancient tree seemed to sense the reduced pressure, its green glow suddenly intensified a bit, struggling to break free from the black vines at its roots. "We did it!" Lin Ye felt a surge of joy in his heart. "Be careful!" Bai Li suddenly pushed Lin Ye aside. A pitch-black beam, containing a rich aura of death, almost grazed Lin Ye's body, corroding a large pit in the ground where he had just stood. It was the fourth seat. Seeing the north corner node broken, he finally made a move himself. His figure was like a ghost, instantly appearing before Lin Ye and Bai Li from below the altar. The black wooden staff in his hand carried a breath of destruction, pointing directly at Bai Li's forehead. "Star Beast, your essence will perfectly serve as nourishment for this staff of decay." This strike seemed slow but seemed to lock down space, leaving no place to hide. Bai Li's eyes sharpened, the dazzling star power erupted, condensing into a heavy starlight shield in front of her. At the same time, her fingers pointed like a sword, a tightly focused star ray shot towards the fourth seat's heart, attacking to save. Lin Ye also reacted, using all his strength to activate the Ice Shadow Step, to attack from the side, energy rays aimed at the fourth seat's wrist holding the staff. The fourth seat faced the counterattack from the two, snorting coldly, the staff's momentum unchanged, only slightly turning. The tip of the staff pointed at the starlight shield. Hiss! Like a burning iron branding into ice, the starlight shield vibrated violently, quickly dimming. Meanwhile, the star ray shot by Bai Li and Lin Ye's energy ray, when approaching the fourth seat's body, were blocked by an invisible dark barrier covered with twisted patterns, unable to advance an inch. The difference in realms was too great. The fourth seat's power had undoubtedly reached A level, perhaps even higher. The starlight shield finally couldn't hold on, shattering. The black wooden staff, carrying remnant power, continued to point at Bai Li. Although its power was greatly reduced, if it struck true, Bai Li would definitely be hurt. At that critical moment. At the top of the altar, the life ancient tree seemed to be stirred by Bai Li's pure star power and desperate resistance, making its final counterattack. Its massive crown erupted with an unprecedented emerald green light. A vast and boundless life torrent, filled with infinite vitality, rushed down like a bursting dam. The target was directly aimed at those black vines entwined around its roots and the fourth seat. What? The color of the fourth seat's face beneath the mask finally changed. He could no longer afford to attack Bai Li, hurriedly retracting the staff, positioning it across his front, fully activating dark elemental power to resist this pure life torrent. Boom! The life torrent collided violently with dark energy. Green light and black death energy intertwined, annihilating each other. The entire valley shook violently, as if experiencing an earthquake. The fourth seat was pushed back repeatedly by this sudden life torrent, his black robe burnt with charred marks, his breath momentarily disordered. And those black vines entangled around the roots of the ancient tree, under the washing of the life torrent, shriveled at a visible speed. Break, turned to ashes. The pollution ritual was forcefully interrupted by the spontaneous counterattack of the ancient life tree. Bastard! The fourth seat steadied himself, looking at the now clear ancient life tree, letting out an angry growl. He had planned for so long, and success was just within reach, only to be interrupted by this sudden change. He glared fiercely at Bai Li and Lin Ye, then looked at the ancient life tree, whose aura was weakened yet still formidable, knowing that retreat was inevitable. "We go." Without hesitation, he issued the order to retreat. The remaining black-robed individuals, hearing the command, immediately shook off their opponents and withdrew like a tide toward the valley's exit. The fourth seat himself transformed into a wisp of black smoke, merging into the dense forest, disappearing without a trace. The people of the abyss retreated once more. In the valley, only the fatigued four of Lin Ye remained, along with the surviving native warriors who were cheering in joy. At the top of the altar, the ancient life tree emitted a soft green light, the radiance seemingly more pure and bright than before. It gently swayed its branches and leaves, as if thanking those who had helped it. Chapter 60, Nature's Gift. As the people of the abyss retreated, the valley returned to a temporary peace. The native warriors cheered in victory, surrounding the great elder and Amu, looking at Lin Ye and the others with curious and grateful eyes. With Amu's support, the great elder walked up to Lin Ye and Bai Li, bowing deeply, and spoke in a rough but sincere common language. "Distant friends, thank you. You are the guardians of the sacred object, the eternal friends of our wood spirit tribe." If Lin Ye and the others hadn't disturbed the ritual's nodes, relieving the fourth seat's pressure, the ancient life tree might not have been able to gather strength for that final counterattack. Lin Ye quickly helped the great elder up. "Elder, there is no need for formalities, stopping the abyss is our shared responsibility." He looked at the ancient life tree at the altar's peak and asked, "Elder, the sacred tree. Is it okay?" The great elder also looked at the ancient tree, his face showing relief and fear. The sacred tree has exhausted part of its life essence and will need a long time to recover. But its roots are unharmed, and the evil pollution has been cleared. This is already the best outcome. With the warm invitation from the wood spirit tribe, Lin Ye and the others temporarily stayed in the valley. The wood spirit tribe brought out their precious fruit brews and food to treat their guests. These foods contained faint life energy. After eating, Lin Ye felt all his battle fatigue vanish, and even his energy recovery speed increased a bit. Yi Ling and Su Xiaoxiao also felt surprised by this peculiar experience. The next day, the great elder sought out Lin Ye and Bai Li again. In his hands, he held 3 vibrant green leaves, dripping as if carved from emerald. The leaves naturally bore mysterious patterns, exuding a rich life aura. "Distant friends, this is the sacred object of our wood spirit tribe, the leaves of life condensed from the ancient life tree." The great elder handed a leaf to Lin Ye. "It contains pure life energy, which can heal severe injuries, replenish vitality, and even slightly enhance one's life source. This one is for this warrior, in gratitude for her courage." He then handed another leaf to Yi Ling. Yi Ling accepted it with delight, feeling the immense energy contained within the leaf. "This one is for this wise girl, in gratitude for her help." Su Xiaoxiao also received a leaf, nearly jumping with joy. Finally, the great elder looked at Bai Li, his eyes filled with respect and gratitude. He held the last leaf, the most radiant of all, and reverently offered it to Bai Li. "Noble daughter of the stars, your power is of the same origin as the sacred tree. It was you who stirred the tree's power to dispel the darkness. This leaf of life contains the purest energy, perhaps it will aid you in restoring your essence." Bai Li looked at the leaf of life, her ice blue eyes shimmering slightly. She could feel the pure life force resonating faintly with her own star power. She did not refuse and accepted it, softly saying, "Thank you." Ding! Contract star beast Bai Li has obtained a treasure containing pure life source, enhancing the recovery speed of injuries and increasing the activity of the source. The system's prompt confirmed the value of this leaf. Lin Ye was also happy for himself and his teammates. This leaf of life was definitely a rare treasure that could save lives at a critical moment. After resting for 3 days in the wood spirit tribe, everyone's condition had returned to peak, even slightly improved. Lin Ye felt that his original strength had become more refined, and the use of ice shadow step had become more skilled. Bai Li's aura was growing deeper under the nourishment of the leaf of life and the rich life energy of the local area. Yi Ling and Su Xiaoxiao also benefited greatly. During this time, Su Xiaoxiao used her equipment to help the wood spirit tribe improve some outer warning traps and left behind some communication devices for future contact. The great elder also shared with Lin Ye the ancient legends and records handed down through generations about the ancient tree of life and the star hub. Although this information was fragmented, it corroborated with Chen Mo's analysis and the information in the star hub disk, Sand. This deepened Lin Ye's understanding of the star hub network. He became increasingly convinced that this network was an extremely ancient and powerful guardian system, and the Dark Abyss's goal was to completely destroy it. The mission was complete, and it was time to return. On the day of departure, the wood spirit tribe sent them all the way to the edge of the jungle. Amu reluctantly held Lin Ye's hand. "Brother Lin Ye, will you all come to see us again?" Lin Ye smiled and patted his head. "We will. Once we deal with those evil men in black robes, we will definitely come back to see you and the elder." After bidding farewell to the wood spirit tribe, the 4 of them set off on the journey back to the southern branch. the way back seemed much easier. This time the mission was finally a smooth one. Yi Ling said with relief. Thanks to Sister Bai Li activating the power of the ancient tree of life, otherwise, we would have had a hard time dealing with the fourth seat. Su Xiaoxiao felt anxious. Lin Ye nodded, it was indeed partly luck that they could repel the fourth seat. The sudden eruption of the ancient tree of life was the key. This also showed that the star hub nodes possessed a certain degree of resistance, and were not to be trifled with. Next, is the last known node, right? Yi Ling inquired, the return to Ruin's secret realm beyond the Eastern Sea? Lin Ye looked eastward, his gaze profound. Yes. According to the current information, the four nodes, cold, dust, life have been confirmed, and the remaining return to Ruin's secret realm should correspond to water or nothingness. The Dark Abyss has suffered repeated setbacks, so they will surely invest greater power in their actions in the return to Ruin's secret realm. Bai Li softly added, the leaf of life in her hand radiated a gentle glow. We need to become stronger. Everyone felt the pressure. The strength of the Dark Abyss seats increased as they went forward, and the fourth seat was already so troublesome. What about the third seat, the second seat, and that mysterious first seat and the so-called Lord of the Abyss ahead? Upon returning to the branch, Lin Ye immediately transmitted the detailed process of this mission, the intelligence obtained, and the sample of the Leaf of Life back to the Long Yuan headquarters through encrypted channels. Soon, a communication from Lei Lai came through. Well done. You have thwarted another plot of the Dark Abyss. Lei Lai's voice carried approval. The headquarters places great importance on the information and the sample of the Leaf of Life you brought back and is intensively analyzing it. Regarding the return to Ruin's secret realm, the headquarters has also made some new discoveries. That sea area has been extremely turbulent recently, with large-scale sea beast riots and abnormal energy whirlpools appearing. There are signs indicating that the Dark Abyss's tentacles have already reached there, and it's even possible that a higher-ranked seat has already moved. A higher-ranked seat. Lin Ye's heart sank. The headquarters ordered that your team take a brief rest at the southern provincial branch, then immediately head to the eastern coastal base, Breaking Wave Fortress. That is our frontline position for tackling East China Sea affairs. When you arrive, someone will receive you and provide the latest intelligence on the return to Ruin's secret realm and necessary maritime equipment. Understood. Lin Ye replied. A new recruitment order has arrived. Goal, the Eastern Sea, return to Ruin's secret realm. There, they would face even more unknown challenges and stronger undercurrents. Chapter 61, Sea Voyage and Initial Attack. As the transport plane landed at the eastern coastal Breaking Wave Fortress, a rush of salty sea breeze blew in. This fortress is built on a steep coastline, with its main structure deep within the cliffs. Outside, there are solid alloy defense walls, with the sea-facing side filled with energy artillery and missile silos of various calibers. In the dock area, different sizes of warships and special vessels are moored, while patrol fighter jets occasionally fly by overhead. Instructor Lei Lai had already notified them in advance. They were greeted by the fortress's deputy commander. A middle-aged man named Zhao Gang, with dark skin weathered by sea winds, a sturdy build, and a booming voice. Advisor Lin Ye, Advisor Bai Li, welcome to Breaking Wave Fortress. Zhao Gang shook their hands vigorously. Instructor Lei has already reported your situation. The command center is waiting for you. In the fortress's command center, Lin Ye met the fortress's commander. A major general with the surname Li. General Li did not waste words and went straight to the point. The situation is not good. General Li pointed at a huge holographic sea map of the East China Sea. In the past month, the intensity of energy disturbances near the return to Ruin's secret realm has increased by more than 3 times, with multiple abnormal spatial distortion phenomena occurring. Our monitoring station has detected strong dark energy reactions. We can be sure that the abyss has infiltrated on a large scale. On the map, the area marked as Return to Ruin's secret realm was a vast sea region encircled by red warning lines. The central area was blurred, showing strong energy interference. What's worse is that sea area has become a meat grinder. Zhao Gang added. Many sea creatures have been mutated by dark energy and have become highly aggressive, attacking any nearby ships. Only one of the 3 preliminary reconnaissance teams we sent out managed to send back a fragmented signal. They reported seeing a massive silhouette of a ship formed by black mist before losing contact. Based on the analysis of the residual energy characteristics and the abyss's usual operational patterns, General Li looked at Lin Ye and Bai Li. We suspect that the one commanding is likely the abyss's third seat, codenamed Sea Demon Nut. Third seat. The pressure rose instantly. The fourth seat controls death and decay, which is already extremely difficult to deal with, and the more advanced third seat will be even more terrifying. Your task is to take our newest Special Forces submersible Sea Dragon and infiltrate the core area of the Return to Ruin's secret realm. General Li issued the order.
Confirm the status of the Star Hub node, gather evidence of Abyss activities, and if possible, assess the possibility of disrupting their operations. Sea Dragon is equipped with the latest stealth systems and weapons, but once you enter the core area, communications may be completely cut off.
Everything will rely on you. Understood. Lin Ye nodded.
This was similar to their previous mission mode, just in a more unpredictable ocean environment. Considering that team member Shirley is still recovering, headquarters has supplemented your team with 2 temporary members. General Li gestured, and 2 people walked in from outside.
One was a young female soldier in a marine combat uniform, with a tough demeanor, who saluted everyone.
Report.
Marine Corps Special Operations Battalion, Sergeant Zhou Fei. Skilled in underwater combat. Blast and vehicle driving.
Another was a somewhat thin technician wearing thick glasses, who nervously pushed up his glasses. Hello, everyone, I am Wang Tao, a senior engineer from the Fortress Technical Department.
Responsible for the maintenance operations of Sea Dragon as well as underwater detection equipment.
Lin Ye looked at his new teammates. Zhou Fei seemed like a reliable fighting force, while Wang Tao was the necessary technical support. He briefly introduced his people, which made them acquainted. The next day, the group arrived at the dock. The Sea Dragon submersible looked like a streamlined black fish, about 20 meters long, with a smooth surface that hardly reflected light. Upon entering, the space was not spacious but was fully functional. The cockpit, living area, weapons station, and detection center were all complete. Wang Tao seemed to transform upon entering the submersible, skillfully checking various instruments and equipment, mumbling some technical terms. Zhou Fei silently checked the equipment in the armory, mainly underwater assault rifles, cutters, and several high-explosive torpedoes.
The Sea Dragon is ready. We can set sail. Wang Tao said, sitting in the driver's seat, his tone becoming calm. Depart. Lin Ye commanded. The submersible silently glided into the sea, heading towards the area marked as a death zone.
The initial journey was relatively calm. Through the thick observation window, colorful fish and glowing deep-sea creatures were visible outside. But as they got closer to the target area, the color of the sea became deeper, and the light gradually dimmed.
Detected an increase in background energy radiation, interference is starting to enhance.
Wang Tao reported, staring at the screen. Lin Ye tried to activate spiritual sight, but in the deep sea. His perceptions were compressed more severely, and the swirling energy in the water made him feel like he was trapped in thick mud, very uncomfortable. Bai Li sat quietly beside him, eyes closed and sensing. After a while, she opened her eyes. The water elements are very chaotic, forcibly distorted. There is something ahead. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, the detector emitted a sharp alarm.
Sonar contact. Multiple high-speed targets are approaching. Size very large. Energy response level C.
It's a group of magicified tiger sharks. Wang Tao's voice carried a hint of tension. Outside the observation window, dozens of huge magicified tiger sharks with red eyes and mouths full of fangs, like underwater arrows, charged towards the Sea Dragon. Their bodies faintly revealed patterns of dark energy.
Activate defenses. Evasive maneuvers.
Lin Ye shouted. Wang Tao suddenly yanked the joystick, and the Sea Dragon skillfully tilted to one side, dodging the first few charging tiger sharks. At the same time, a faint energy shield lit up around the submersible.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Several tiger sharks that failed to halt slammed heavily into the shield, creating dull sounds as the shield rippled.
Shield energy reduced by 5%. Wang Tao reported. We cannot be passive. Zhou Fei, clear them with torpedoes. Lin Ye ordered. Received. Zhou Fei rapidly moved to the weapon control position, locking onto the targets. Whoosh! Whoosh!
2 small high-explosive torpedoes shot out of the launch tubes, trailing 2 white lines in the water, accurately hitting 2 tiger sharks.
Boom! Boom!
Underwater, 2 fireballs exploded, instantly shredding the 2 tiger sharks. Blood and fragments spread everywhere. But this seemed to further enrage the shark group, which attacked more frantically, colliding with their bodies and biting at the shield. Shield energy continuously declining.
40%. At this rate, we won't last long. Wang Tao shouted.
Yi Ling gripped her double blades tightly, but in the submersible of the deep sea, her abilities were difficult to exert. Lin Ye watched the crazed shark group outside and said to Bai Li,
"Can you influence the water like you do with plants in the jungle?"
Bai Li frowned slightly. I can try, but the range will be too large, and the consumption will also be significant. She walked to the observation window, stretching out her hands to press against the cold glass, her ice blue eyes swirling with starlight. An invisible wave centered around her spread through the submersible, reaching out into the surrounding seawater. There were no earth-shattering sights, but the turbulent sea outside seemed to be infused with a strange power. The frenzied attacking magic sharks suddenly froze in their actions. The seawater around them became thick and cold, as if it had instantly turned into glue, greatly limiting their speed. More strangely, some large glowing jellyfish, which had been drifting nearby, scared away by the magic sharks, slowly floated over. As if responding to some kind of call, they drifted deliberately, placing themselves between the sea dragon and the school of sharks. The soft glow they emitted seemed to carry a calming power, making the raging tiger sharks hesitate even more. It's working! The shark school's speed has slowed down. Wang Tao exclaimed with joy. Now's the time. Accelerate and break free. Lin Ye seized the opportunity. Wang Tao immediately pushed the power to the maximum, and the sea dragon's tail shot out a strong stream of water, like a nimble fish, weaving through the now slowed sharks, quickly leaving them behind. Until the detector could no longer pick up signals from the sharks, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was too dangerous. Zhou Fei wiped her sweat. These damn things are crazier than the data showed. The pollution from the abyss has intensified their aggression, Lin Ye said solemnly. This is just the outskirts. The situation inside is probably worse. Bai Li lowered her hands, her face pale. The large-scale influence on the seawater just now had taken a toll on her. Lin Ye handed her a tube of energy supplement. Take a rest, there might be tough battles ahead. The sea dragon continued to dive deeper into the core area of the return ruins. The seawater outside had completely turned a dark blue, and almost no light penetrated down. Only the submersible's own searchlight cut through the darkness, casting limited beams of light. The surroundings were terrifyingly silent, only the low hum of the submersible's engine could be heard. An invisible pressure hung over everyone's hearts. This deep, dark sea made one feel smaller and more uneasy than any danger on land. Their journey had only just begun. Chapter 62, Deep Sea Ruins and Dark Rituals. The sea dragon had been navigating through the dark blue deep sea for several days. The deeper they went, the weirder the environment became. The beam of the searchlight could only illuminate a limited range in front, beyond which was endless darkness, as if it could swallow everything. The pressure readings remained near the critical point, making one feel the terrifying water pressure outside at all times. The energy interference grew stronger, the snowflakes on the screen increased, and communication with the fortress became intermittent, eventually turning into noise. Wang Tao had to frequently adjust the equipment to barely keep the submersible systems stable. Lin Ye's spiritual vision was nearly completely ineffective here, only vaguely sensing the surrounding seawater filled with chaotic and violent energy. And a heavy pressure, as if it came from ancient times. Bai Li spent most of her time with her eyes closed, sensing. Her star power seemed at odds with this deep sea, but due to its inherent high position, she could still capture some key information. The source of dark energy is below, very deep down. She suddenly spoke, pointing to the endless abyss below. And I sense a hint of familiar yet repulsive spatial fluctuation. Similar to the space vortex in the north? Lin Ye asked. Similar, but more stable and more dangerous. Bai Li's tone was grave. At that moment, the sonar system captured a huge, unnatural outline. Found something. Wang Tao's spirits lifted as he enlarged the sonar image on the main screen. Image shows, at the bottom of the ocean thousands of meters deep, a vast and ruined cluster of buildings stands tall. These buildings have a very ancient style, made of some kind of massive black stone, rough and strange in appearance. Covered in coral and ocean sediments, but the overall structure still reveals its former grandeur. And at the center of the building cluster, there is a massive object resembling a pyramid, relatively well preserved. It's a relic. An underwater relic. Wang Tao exclaimed excitedly. The coordinates match. This is the core area of the return to the ruined secret realm. Can we detect any life or energy signals? Lin Ye asked. The interference is too strong, we can't scan accurately. Wang Tao adjusted the equipment with effort. But there is a very strong and stable energy source signal inside the pyramid. Wait, there are also many weak energy fluctuations around the pyramid, like some kind of magic array? And there are many small moving signals, possibly magical creatures guarding the place. It's certain that the people from Dark Abyss are already inside. Get a bit closer, find a hidden spot, we prepare to land. No, we will land on the ocean floor. Lin Ye ordered. The sea dragon cautiously approached the relic. It finally stopped in the shadow of a massive, collapsed group of stone columns, extinguishing most of its lights, like a lurking black fish. We need to get out. Lin Ye looked at everyone. The submersible target is too large and easy to expose. Zhou Fei, Wang Tao, you stay on the ship for support, keep it hidden. If the situation is off, withdraw immediately. Understood. Zhou Fei and Wang Tao nodded. Wang Tao was a bit scared but still firmly indicated he would guard the home. Lin Ye, Bai Li, and Yiling changed into specially designed deep-sea combat suits. These combat suits can resist deep-sea water pressure, equipped with breathing circulation systems and underwater propulsion devices. Yiling's double blades were also replaced with high-frequency vibrating underwater daggers.
After getting ready, the three entered the cold, dark seawater through the airlock. The pressure of the deep sea instantly enveloped them, making even with the protection of the combat suit, it still felt a bit suffocating. The propulsion devices activated, and the three glided like ghosts through the vast ruins of the relic. With the help of the combat suit's headlamps, they could see the collapsed temples and broken statues around them. Twisted, non-human patterns were carved on them, revealing an ominous aura. Strange, misshapen deep-sea magical creatures with glowing red eyes swam through the ruins. But they seemed restrained by some force, not actively attacking these uninvited guests. Bai Li led the way in front, her sensing of the dark energy was the clearest. The three avoided the patrolling magical creatures and dove toward the central pyramid. The closer they got to the pyramid, the colder the surrounding seawater became, and the darker the energy grew. They could even see small energy fragments floating in the water, like black snowflakes. Finally, they arrived at the base of the pyramid. The pyramid was immense, its surface smooth with almost no visible seams. But under Bai Li's guidance, they found a hidden entrance, covered by massive seaweed. Inside the entrance was a downward-sloping passage, with no seawater inside, as if an invisible barrier kept the water out. The walls on both sides of the passage were embedded with stones emanating a ghostly blue light, providing illumination. The three took off their heavy diving gear, stored it in their storage rings, and cautiously walked inward along the passage. The passage was long, going down all the way. The air was damp and cold, filled with a strong smell of fish and the stench of dark energy decay. After walking for about 10 minutes, they heard a faint sound of chanting and a humming of energy ahead. The three held their breath and silently felt their way to the end of the passage. Before them was a vast underground space. At the center of the space, there was a gigantic, crater-like depression. At the center of the depression, it was not magma, but a constantly rotating, bottomless black whirlpool. The whirlpool emitted a heart-pounding pull in chaotic space-time fluctuations, similar to the whirlpool in the northern ruins, but larger in scale and more stable. And above the whirlpool, there floated a pearl the size of a fist, entirely blue, as if formed from the purest seawater. The pearl radiated a soft and vast light of water energy, opposing the dark whirlpool below. Blue halos entwined the whirlpool like chains, trying to suppress it. This was the star node of the return to the Abyss secret realm, the Heart of the Tide. However, at this moment, the situation of the Heart of the Tide was dire. Countless thick chains made of dark energy reached out from the whirlpool, tightly wrapping around the pearl. They were crazily extracting its energy and injecting foul dark breath back in. The brilliance of the pearl had already dimmed significantly, and tiny black cracks even appeared on its surface. Around the depression, hundreds of black-robed individuals were seated in a huge circle. They were softly chanting obscure incantations, with their hands pressed on black stone slabs in front of them, which were carved with complex runes. Their dark energy connected through the slabs, gathering into a massive flow of energy that injected into the dark chains wrapping the pearl, intensifying the pollution. And at the very front of the circle, near the edge of the whirlpool, stood a figure. He wore a deep blue-bordered black robe, was tall, and his face was concealed by a metal mask engraved with twisted tentacles and whirlpool patterns. In his hand was a bizarrely shaped trident, made from what resembled the bones of some deep-sea creature, with rich dark water swirling around the blade. A terrifying pressure far beyond the fourth seat radiated from him, filling the entire space. It felt as if the seawater itself had frozen under his intimidation. The third seat of the dark abyss, Sea Demon. He looked up at the Heart of the Tide, tightly wrapped in dark chains, its light flickering uncertainly. A low and hoarse laugh escaped from beneath the mask. Soon you will return to the abyss, becoming the coordinate for my master's descent into this world. Resistance is futile. The ritual had reached its most critical moment. We must interrupt them. Lin Ye lowered his voice. Just like before, destroy the energy node. He scanned the circle of black-robed individuals and the black stone slabs in front of them. There are too many people, we can't break through. Yi Ling observed the situation. I will draw some guards and the attention of that third seat away. Bai Li suddenly said. You take the chance to destroy the node. It's too dangerous. Lin Ye immediately objected. The power of the third seat was unfathomable. This is the fastest way. Bai Li's tone was calm. The power of the rules contained in the trident in his hands resonates with this deep sea, directly confronting him gives us little chance. Only by disrupting the ritual and weakening his connection with this sea area will we have a slim chance. She looked at Lin Ye. Trust me. Lin Ye looked into Bai Li's determined eyes, knowing this was the only way for now. He gritted his teeth. Okay. Be careful. Once we destroy the node, you retreat immediately. Bai Li nodded, took a deep breath, and a brilliant starlight began to spread around her. In this dark space beneath the deep sea, this starlight appeared especially dazzling. She stepped out of the passage, revealing herself in the vast space. Almost the moment she appeared, all the chanting black-robed individuals paused, their eyes all turning towards her.
The terrifying pressure also immediately locked onto her.
The third seat sea demon slowly turned around, his gaze cold as the deepest sea, landing on Bai Li.
The breath of the stars, it makes me sick. It seems that you are the star beast that keeps ruining my dark abyss's good deeds. His trident paused slightly in his hand, and an invisible pressure surged toward Bai Li like a tsunami. Since you are here, stay. Use your star origin as the last offering for the heart of the tides to completely fall. Bai Li did not reply. She formed seals with her hands, and the phantom of 9 starlight foxtails appeared behind her again. Although not as solid as at her peak, the vast power of the stars erupted instantly, pushing back against that terrifying pressure. She raised her hand, gathering starlight at her fingertips, aiming at the third seat.
The battle was about to break out. Chapter 63, Hard Battle with the Sea Demon.
Bai Li's sudden appearance was like dropping cold water into a pot of boiling oil, instantly igniting the entire space. The third seat, Sea Demon, snorted coldly, pointing his strange trident forward.
Boom!
The ground beneath Bai Li's feet suddenly exploded, and several thick, sharp water spears made of high-pressure seawater burst forth from the ground. With a piercing whistle, they crashed toward her vital points.
This attack came without warning, with astonishing speed.
Bai Li's figure floated backward as if weightless while her fingertips shot starlight.
Puff! 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 The refined starlight accurately hit the water spears, shattering them in mid-air, turning them into countless splashes of water.
But those splashes did not dissipate. Instead, they twisted in the air, transforming into countless small, dark energy water snakes that continued to surround Bai Li. Bai Li's body shimmered with star brilliance, forming a shield that kept those dark water snakes at bay, with a hissing sound of corrosion. Her expression was grave. The third seat had a strong control over water rules, able to summon the forces of the deep sea with every gesture.
You dare let the stars shine in the deep sea?
Ridiculous! The sea demon's hoarse voice dripped with mockery as he swung his trident again.
The entire space seemed to turn into his domain, surrounding seawater.
Although isolated by the barrier, the water elements everywhere became heavy and viscous, restricting Bai Li's movements like a swamp. At the same time, countless ice crystals, blue as ice and marked with dark patterns, condensed in the air, shooting toward Bai Li like a torrential rain. Each ice crystal contained a chilling energy capable of freezing a soul and corrosive dark energy. Bai Li pushed the power of the stars to the limit, her figure rapidly flickering in the limited space, dodging most of the ice crystals, occasionally shattering those she could not avoid with her hand. The collision of star power and dark ice generated intense energy explosions that shook the entire space.
She could not simply defend. After dodging a wave of dense ice crystal attacks,
she pressed her hands together sharply, the brilliant star power converging in her palms, creating a massive star river phantom that spanned the space.
Star River, spill! She cried out, pushing the condensed star river power toward the sea demon. A mere trick. The sea demon did not evade, thrusting the trident heavily.
A thick wall of black ice rose sharply from the ground in front of him, with raging dark water swirling around it.
Boom!
The star river phantom crashed violently into the black ice water wall.
A blinding light erupted, and the energy shock wave swept through like a storm.
Some nearby black-robed figures were directly thrown away, screaming as they crashed into the surrounding stone walls. The black ice water wall shook violently, countless cracks appearing on its surface, but ultimately it barely blocked the blow. The sea demon staggered slightly, the gaze beneath his mask growing colder.
You do have some skill. But it ends here.
He clearly no longer intended to delay, raising his trident high above his head, as the dark energy and water elements of the entire space frantically gathered towards the tip of the trident. A massive, swirling black water vortex formed above his head, emanating an aura that could destroy everything.
Abyss. Sea burial. He abruptly pointed the trident at Bai Li.
That enormous black water vortex seemed alive. With a terrifying force that devours everything, it charged towards Bai Li. Everywhere it passed, the space seemed to twist. Bai Li's expression changed slightly. She could feel the horror of this strike, almost blocking all her escape routes. She gathered all her remaining strength, ready to face this lethal blow head-on.
Just at this moment of crisis. Crack! Crack! Crack!
Several crisp shattering sounds rang out from the magic circle where the black-robed figures sat.
It was Lin Ye and Yi Ling.
While Bai Li distracted the sea demon in most of the attention, they burst forth from the shadows like ghosts, heading straight for the black stone slabs that acted as nodes of the magic circle. Although Lin Ye's spiritual sight was suppressed, he could still precisely find the core of the energy flow of the slabs at close range. He fused the icy primal force with a trace of borrowed stellar power, condensing it on a high-frequency particle dagger before stabbing hard at the keynote of the slab. Yi Ling, using her incredible speed, sliced her dual blades like a gale, targeting the weak points where the slabs connected to the ground or directly severing the energy lines that linked the slabs. Their movements were extremely rapid. Before the black-robed figures could react, they had already destroyed 7 or 8 critical stone slabs.
The light of the entire dark magic circle instantly became extremely unstable. The dark chains that extended from the vortex and wrapped around the heart of the tides shook violently, their glow dimming considerably. The ritual was forcibly interrupted. The heart of the tides seemed to seize this opportunity, bursting forth with one last surge of power. The blue light surged, forcefully breaking several dark chains. Bastards! The sea demon, shocked and furious, found its power for the abyssal sea burial suddenly unstable due to the energy supply becoming unpredictable, resulting in a momentary stagnation and weakening. Bai Li would not let this opportunity slip away. The power she had initially prepared to take head-on instantly changed, transforming into an extremely concentrated starlight ray. No longer aimed at the sea demon, but shot towards the unstable black water vortex made unstable by the destruction of the magic circle. Puff! The starlight ray, like a needle popping a balloon, accurately struck the weakest point of the vortex's energy structure. Boom! Losing stable energy support and suffering external precise strikes, the terrifying black water vortex suddenly went out of control. It twisted ferociously in the air, expanded, and then erupted with a loud bang. The chaotic energy torrents charged forth like wild horses, crashing in all directions. The sea demon was the first to bear the brunt, recoiling from its own uncontrollable attack with a muffled grunt, staggering backward a few steps. The black robe on him was ripped apart in several places, and his breath became a bit chaotic. The surrounding black-robed figures were even worse off, caught in the energetic chaos, suffering heavy casualties, their chants abruptly stopping, the magic circle completely collapsing. The dark chains wrapping around the heart of the tides lost the magic circle's support. Like weeds without roots, they quickly became ethereal, then broke apart inch by inch, dissipating into the air. The heart of the tides finally broke free from its restraints. Although its glow was dim, with cracks on the surface, that pure water energy slowly began to flow again, trying to restore itself. We did it! Yi Ling exclaimed in surprise. Lin Ye also breathed a sigh of relief, but he did not dare to let his guard down, his gaze fixed intensely on the sea demon forced back by the chaotic energy. The sea demon steadied itself, its gaze behind the mask sweeping over Lin Ye and Yi Ling, who had ruined its plans like a poisonous snake. Lastly, it fell on Bai Li, whose energy was greatly consumed and whose face was pale. Good, very good. Its voice became even hoarser and more twisted with anger. You dare to. The dark energy around it surged like boiling water, even more violent and dangerous than before. I will tear you all apart. Your souls will forever fall into the abyss. Although the ritual was disrupted, the strength of the third seat was still incredibly terrifying. The real hard battle was just beginning. The formation was broken, and the dark chain shattered, the heart of tide temporarily escaped the fate of being corrupted. But the wrath of the third seat, the sea demon, erupted like a barrel of gunpowder ignited, exploding completely. You all will die. The sea demon let out a roar that didn't sound human. The trident in his hand burst forth with a deep blue ghostly light, mixed with thick, inky darkness. The remaining seawater in the entire space seemed to obey his command, boiling violently, transforming into countless high-pressure blades of water. Like a storm, they indiscriminately shot towards Lin Ye, Bai Li, and Yi Ling. This attack had a larger range, faster speed, and contained even stronger dark corrosive power. Be careful! Lin Ye shouted, instantly activating Ice Shadow Step, evading in extreme limits within the narrow space. At the same time, he continually shot out energy rays, trying to intercept those water blades. But his rays had minimal effect against the dense water blades. Yi Ling wielded her dual blades tightly, like a green cocoon of light, shattering the approaching water blades, but each collision left her arms numb, as dark energy corroded through her daggers, causing her blood to churn. Bai Li mustered her spirit, placing a layer of starry shield in front of her. Most of the water blades shattered upon hitting the shield, but the shield's light rapidly dimmed. She had consumed too much energy to interrupt abyssal sea burial and resist the backlash just now. At this rate, they would eventually be worn down to death. We must get close to him. Interrupt his spellcasting. Lin Ye yelled at Yi Ling. They were completely at a disadvantage in long-range combat. Yi Ling nodded, gritted her teeth, and pushed her speed to the limit, like a blue smoke flying low to the ground, daringly charging towards the sea demon through the dense water blades. Ants dare to approach? The sea demon sneered, swinging the trident. A condensed stream of black water lashed towards Yi Ling like a whip. Yi Ling's pupils shrank. The speed of this water whip was too fast, and she could hardly avoid it. In this critical moment, a pale blue figure rushed ahead. It was Lin Ye. He used the short-distance burst of Ice Shadow Step to violently shove Yi Ling aside, while he himself was brutally struck in the chest by the black water whip. Put! Lin Ye spat out a mouthful of blood. A fiery pain surged through his chest. His combat suit was torn, revealing a wound deep enough to see bone, dark energy madly drilling into his body. He felt as though he had been hit by a speeding train. His whole body flew backward, crashing heavily against a distant stone wall. Lin Ye! Yi Ling and Bai Li exclaimed simultaneously.
A cold light flashed in Bai Li's eyes. She no longer held back, forcibly squeezing out the little remaining source star power. With her hands forming seals, a point of highly condensed, seemingly time-freezing ice-blue star flame danced at her fingertips, ready to shoot at the sea demon. However, at that moment, buzz! A strange hum, as if from the depths of ancient oceans, suddenly resonated throughout the space. The heart of tide, suspended above the black vortex, seemed to sense Bai Li's pure star power. And Lin Ye's unleashed will after being injured while protecting his teammates suddenly stopped its self-repair. Instead, it emitted a gentle and compassionate azure glow. The glow rippled outward, instantly sweeping across the entire space. A miracle happened. Those high-pressure water blades, which were violently attacking under the control of the sea demon, upon touching this azure glow, seemed to be purified. The dark energy within them quickly dissipated, transforming back into harmless ordinary water droplets, pattering down to the ground. The sea demon shook, feeling his connection to the surrounding seawater forcibly severed by an even older and more magnificent power. The light of the trident in his hand also dimmed a little. What? The sea demon looked at the heart of tide in shock and anger. He saw that azure orb slowly descending, hovering in front of Bai Li, its gentle light enveloping her. And Lin Ye struggling to stand up in the distance. A pure and gentle water-based life energy, mixed with a faint fluctuation of starlight, flowed into Bai Li and Lin Ye's bodies along the light. Bai Li felt a slight replenishment of the star power she had consumed, and her pale face regained a bit of color. Lin Ye felt the intense pain in his chest rapidly lessen. The invading dark energy was enveloped and purified by the gentle yet resilient water energy, and his wound began to heal at a visible speed. Ding! Contact with pure starry/water-based mixed origin energy. Injuries are rapidly healing. Elemental energy is being purified. Affinity to water energy is slightly increased. The system's prompt sounded. The heart of tide is helping them. Damn sacred relic! How dare you resist? The sea demon roared in anger, swinging his trident, ready to attack again. But the light of the heart of tide changed once more. It was no longer just healing, but was communicating with the massive black whirlpool below. No, it was not communicating, it was guiding. The buzzing grew louder, and the black whirlpool spun faster. A tremendous pulling force came from the whirlpool. But this time, the pulling force seemed to have a target, mainly overshadowing the sea demon and his remaining black-robed minions. No! This is spatial banishment? The sea demon finally showed a look of terror. He desperately tried to steady himself, but the pulling force was too strong, especially targeting the dark energy. My lord! Save me! He let out a reluctant roar, but his body was uncontrollably pulled towards the whirlpool. The black-robed men were even worse off, screaming as they were ripped apart by the pulling force or directly thrown into the whirlpool, disappearing. The sea demon desperately thrust his trident into the ground, attempting to anchor himself, but that pulling force tore at the ground too. He glared at Lin Ye and Bai Li, especially at the heart of tide, and roared with resentment, "You cannot stop my lord. The abyss will eventually descend." Before his words could finish, he, along with the trident, was completely swallowed by the black whirlpool. The pulling force suddenly disappeared. The whirlpool's spinning speed gradually slowed, returning to its previous form but seemingly shrinking by a circle, and the energy fluctuations it emitted also weakened. The space fell silent, leaving only the heavy breathing of the three. Is it over? The third seat has been banished? Everyone felt a sense of unreality. They had somehow survived under the third seat and even, indirectly caused him to be banished by the heart of tide through the spatial whirlpool? After all this, the heart of tide dimmed significantly. It slowly floated back above the whirlpool, continuing its duty to suppress, but anyone could see that it was severely weakened. Lin Ye stood up with Bai Li's support and looked at the now calm space, feeling a lingering fear. Did we win? Yiling still found it hard to believe. I guess, it's a Pyrrhic victory. Lin Ye smiled bitterly, touching his almost healed chest. If it weren't for the final help from the heart of tide, the consequences would have been unimaginable. It has consumed a lot and will need a long time to recover. Bai Li looked at the dim jewel, speaking softly. Just then, the entire ruin suddenly trembled violently. What's happening? Is there still an enemy? Yiling immediately looked around vigilantly. Wang Tao's anxious voice came through the team's encrypted communication. Advisor Lin. Not good. The energy barrier at the ruin's periphery is disappearing. A large number of deep-sea mutated creatures are pouring in. And sonar detection has identified a giant lifeform approaching rapidly. Energy level A-class. It's a deep-sea giant beast. A-class deep-sea giant beast. Clearly, the previous violent energy fluctuations and spatial banishment had attracted the true overlord of the sea area. Quick! We mustn't stay here long. Lin Ye's expression changed, and he immediately ordered.
The three of them couldn't afford to rest and swiftly returned along the original path. When they burst out of the pyramid's entrance and re-entered the deep sea, what they saw was a scene that sent chills down their spines: countless pairs of crimson-eyed mutated sea beasts. Like a tide, they surged from all directions, biting at those dark mutated creatures that had lost control and were wandering in place due to the collapse of the ritual. And in the darkness farther away, a shadow so immense it was hard to fathom was slowly approaching, carrying a terrifying pressure from the water. Chapter 65, Retreat and New Direction. Sea Dragon. Emergency Pickup. Lin Ye shouted into the communicator, while pushing the thrusters to the max, guarding over the exhausted Bai Li on both sides alongside Yi Ling. They charged toward the hidden direction of the submarine. Behind them, a swarm of mutated sea beasts surged forth, biting at each other. The dark energy and the smell of blood seeped into the seawater, stirring the originally dim seafloor into chaos. And the oppressive feeling brought by that enormous shadow in the distance made every heart race. Wang Tao and Zhou Fei had clearly seen the situation outside, and the sea dragon quickly started up, bursting out from the shadow of the stone pillar to meet Lin Ye and the others proactively. Hurry! Get on board! The airtight hatch opened, with Zhou Fei anxiously waving her hand. The three of them rushed into the cabin, and Wang Tao immediately closed the hatch. The tail of the sea dragon sprayed out powerful water currents, unhesitatingly charging toward the outskirts of the ruins. Full speed ahead. Avoid that big guy. Lin Ye ordered, panting for breath. Already doing that. Wang Tao's forehead was sweating, his hands rapidly operating the console. But it's so fast. And it seems to have set its sights on us. On the sonar screen, that enormous light spot representing the A-grade giant beast was keeping up with the sea dragon at a speed that belied its size. It seemed to be more interested in the submarine, which had the most concentrated energy in this area. Through the observation window, they occasionally caught glimpses of huge tentacle silhouettes flashing by in the darkness behind. Or the shadow of a head the size of a small hill, its icy gaze seemingly penetrating the thick alloy shell. The sea dragon pushed its speed to the limit, crazily weaving between the deep-sea canyons and ruins, trying to shake off the pursuer behind. But that A-grade giant beast clung to them like a leech, inch by inch drawing closer. No! Can't shake it off. It's too fast. Wang Tao's voice was filled with despair. If this continues, we will surely be caught. The A-grade deep-sea giant beast, in its own turf, had the power to destroy a large warship. The small sea dragon was barely a match. Lin Ye's mind raced, considering countermeasures. Going head-to-head was a dead end. The submarine's weapons probably wouldn't even tickle an A-grade giant beast. Can we use the terrain? Yi Ling suggested. The surroundings are all open spaces or ruins, there's not enough complex terrain. Zhou Fei looked at the sea chart, her face grim. At that moment, Bai Li suddenly spoke. Release the energy fluctuations from the heart of the tides. Lin Ye was stunned for a moment, then understood what she meant. As the former guardian or a significant node of the sea area, the aura of the heart of the tides might have a special deterrent or calming effect on these deep-sea creatures? Though it was weakened now, its status still remained. A dead horse being treated as a live one. Wang Tao. Adjust the external energy sensor and amplify and release the residual energy fluctuations from that blue gem on us. Lin Ye ordered immediately. Ha! Okay. Wang Tao, although unclear on the principles, quickly complied. He swiftly adjusted the equipment, amplifying the faint bluish energy fluctuation signals detected emanating from Lin Ye and Bai Li. Then, through the submarine's external communication antenna, he simulated and released it outward. A very faint energy fluctuation with a kind of ancient and pure aura spread from the sea dragon, like ripples, expanding outward. Initially, the A-grade giant beast behind seemed to have no reaction. Still relentlessly chasing. But after a few seconds, its speed noticeably slowed down. The huge shadow lingered behind, its cold giant eyes seemed to penetrate the sea, curiously looking at the sea dragon. It seemed to sense a trace of familiar yet fearful presence from the weak waves. It let out a deep, long call, as if from ancient times, the sound transmitted through the sea, making the sea dragon's shell hum. But in the end, it did not pursue any further. The massive body slowly turned, merging into the deeper darkness, disappearing from sight. On the sonar screen, the giant light spot gradually moved away. It's gone. Wang Tao slumped in the pilot seat, his whole body drenched in cold sweat. Everyone took a long breath, feeling as if they had walked a circle around the gates of hell. We did it, the aftereffects of the heart of the tide are still present. Lin Ye also sighed in relief, looking at Bai Li. Bai Li nodded slightly, closing her eyes to continue adjusting her breath. With the crisis lifted, the sea dragon dared not stay, continuing at full speed towards the fortress. Days later, the dock of the wave-breaking fortress appeared before them again. When the sea dragon surfaced, everyone truly felt a sense of solid ground. General Li and Zhao Gang personally welcomed them at the dock.
Seeing that Lin Ye and the others, although tired, had returned safely, both commanders showed expressions of relief. After listening to Lin Ye briefly report their experiences in the return ruins, discovering relics, the terror of the third seat in the abyss, the destructive ritual, the assistance of the heart of the tide, and finally the pursuit by the A-rank giant beast, General Li and Zhao Gang's faces became extremely serious. The third seat sea demon has actually been banished.
General Li took a deep breath.
This is indeed a significant victory, but it also means that the core power of the abyss has been completely enraged by us.
Zhao Gang nodded.
With the continuous loss of the 7th, 5th, and 4th seats, now even the 3rd seat has been defeated, the abyss will definitely not let this go easily.
Their upcoming revenge will likely be unprecedentedly fierce.
Moreover, the heart of the tide has suffered serious damage, weakening the suppression power over that spatial vortex.
Lin Ye added.
I worry that even if the abyss does not take the initiative to act, that vortex itself may become unstable.
General Li pondered for a moment. The information you brought back is crucial.
Headquarters needs to reassess the threat level of the abyss and the current state of the Star Hub network.
You all should rest well, rewards and follow-up arrangements will arrive soon. Back at the residence arranged by the fortress, Lin Ye felt a deep fatigue. This deep-sea journey was more perilous than ever before.
The power of the third seat made him truly feel his own lack of strength. If it weren't for the last-minute assistance of the heart of the tide, they would definitely not have survived. Bai Li's condition was also poor, forcibly resisting the third seat and drawing the star power, causing her recently recovered source to tremble again, needing rest. Yi Ling had not suffered any serious injuries, but the mental pressure was also immense.
Su Xiaoxiao, Zhou Fei, and Wang Tao were busy sorting the data and samples from this mission, preparing to submit their report.
Days later, the rewards decree and new orders from headquarters arrived simultaneously. The rewards were still generous, with points, resources, and authority further enhanced.
But everyone's attention was focused on the new orders.
The order was simple, yet it meant an escalation of the storm. Lin Ye, Bai Li, and the members of their team returned to the Dragon Abyss headquarters immediately.
The highest council summons you. The highest council.
That is the core institution of the real decision-making level of Longhua, directly responsible to the Dragon Emperor.
Their mission this time had actually alarmed the highest council. It seems that things have really escalated. Yi Ling looked at the order, murmuring.
Lin Ye clenched the order in his hand, looking out at the vast East Sea. The crisis in the return ruins was temporarily resolved, but the shadow of the abyss had not dissipated. The secret of the Star Pivot Network, the true purpose of the Lord of the Abyss, and the greater storm on the horizon, all clues seemingly point to the Longyuan headquarters, pointing to the highest level of gaming. This small team, unknowingly, has already been caught in the center of this immense whirlpool concerning the fate of the world.
A new journey will unfold at the Longyuan headquarters. Chapter 66, The Supreme Council.
The journey back to the Longyuan headquarters was unusually quiet. Everyone was immersed in the impact of the fierce battle and the return to Ruin's secret realm and their thoughts about the imminent Supreme Council they were about to face. When the transport plane landed at the headquarters private airport, the instructor Lei Lai, who came to pick them up, wore an unprecedentedly serious expression.
Follow me, the council members are already waiting for you.
Lei Lai had no extra words and directly took Lin Ye and Bai Li into a waiting black sedan. Yi Ling, Su Xiaoxiao, and Shi Lei, who had recovered and was so excited that he almost hugged Lin Ye, were arranged to wait in the rest area first. The car did not drive towards the familiar command center building but passed through layers of guarded areas, entering a hidden building deep inside the mountain. The security level here was extremely high, with every step needing identity verification and energy scanning. Finally, they stopped in front of a heavy metal door engraved with dragon patterns.
Lei Lai took a deep breath and pushed open the door.
Behind the door was a round conference room, softly lit. Sitting around the circular conference table were 7 figures. They wore ancient but solemn clothing, with both men and women, their ages seeming to range from middle-aged to elderly. But without exception, their eyes were as deep as the sea, exuding a powerful aura that commanded respect. Lin Ye could not even sense their specific levels of strength, as if facing 7 mountains that could not be crossed. This was the highest decision-making body of the Dragon Kingdom, the 7 members of the Supreme Council.
Lei Lai stood at attention and saluted. Report.
Advisor Lin Ye and Advisor Bai Li have arrived. The white-haired elder sitting in the main seat nodded slightly, his gaze calmly sweeping over Lin Ye and Bai Li. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice not loud, but clear enough to reach everyone's ears.
No need for excessive formalities. Have a seat.
Lin Ye and Bai Li sat down in the 2 empty spots at the conference table, feeling an immense pressure.
Lin Ye, Bai Li.
Another middle-aged female council member, with a gentle demeanor, spoke, her voice carrying a calming power. We are fully aware of your performance in the north, the Sea of Death, and the recent return to Ruin's secret realm. With extraordinary courage and firm will, you have continuously thwarted the Dark Abyss's schemes, guarding the star pivot nodes, making significant contributions.
This is our duty. Lin Ye answered cautiously. Beyond duty, it is a contribution far exceeding that of ordinary people.
The white-haired elder in the main seat, known as the Grand Speaker, took over the conversation. For this reason, we have decided to let you learn about deeper circumstances and also need to rely on your strength. He waved his hand, and a huge star map was projected in the center of the conference room, not just a simple map of the Dragon Kingdom, but a vast picture that included neighboring countries and parts of the sea. On the map, 4 light points shone especially bright, corresponding to the north, the Sea of Death, the southern jungle, and the eastern sea returned to ruins.
You have already come into contact with the 4 star pivot nodes.
The Grand Speaker pointed to the star map, but the star pivot network is far more than this. It is an ancient guardian system that encompasses the entire planet and may even connect with the depths of the starry sky. These 4 nodes within the Dragon Kingdom are extremely important hubs in the network. Another stern-faced council member, like a soldier, spoke in a deep voice. The goal of the Dark Abyss has never been simple destruction. They aim to pollute and seize control of the star pivot network, twisting it into a giant beacon. It can also be called a coordinate, used to summon what they call the Lord of the Abyss to our world. According to our comprehensive analysis of ancient texts and recent intelligence,
the kind female counselor continued.
The Lord of the Abyss is likely not from our world. It comes from beyond the stars, or it is an ancient evil god sealed within the gaps of dimensions. The existence of the Star Hub network somewhat suppresses its power or blocks its sight.
Once the network is twisted and destroyed, and the barrier disappears, the consequences will be unimaginable.
Lin Ye inhaled sharply.
Though he had his suspicions, hearing this conclusion in person sent a chill down his spine.
The survival of the world depended on this ancient network. Our fight against the Abyss has lasted for hundreds of years, even longer.
The speaker's tone was heavy. However, in recent decades, their activities have become increasingly rampant, infiltrating deeper.
We suspect this is related to the periodic fluctuations of stellar energy, or the resurgence of the Lord of the Abyss itself.
He looked at Bai Li. Miss Bai Li, your arrival might not be a coincidence.
The nine-tailed fox, the darling of the stars, your power's essence is the same as the Star Hub.
We believe you are one of the keys to turning the tide.
Bai Li raised her icy blue eyes and calmly responded.
I also have a deep grudge against the Abyss.
She referred to the force that had injured her and caused her to end up here. Although they might not have been directly from the Abyss, they were linked to the power of darkness and corruption.
Very well. The speaker nodded.
According to our latest deductions, after suffering setbacks within the Dragon Kingdom, the Abyss may change its strategy. They might try to approach from external nodes, or activate a backup pollution source. On the star map, besides 4 bright nodes, there were some relatively dim spots, several of which were flickering, displaying unstable red colors.
Here.
The speaker pointed to a vast desert area beyond the western border of the Dragon Kingdom.
There is a ruin named Burial Sand Ancient City.
According to ancient texts, there is also a secondary node there. Recently, the energy signals there have been unusually active, and traces of high-ranking Abyss members have been detected. Your next mission is to go to the Burial Sand Ancient City. The military counselor issued a direct order. Investigate the movements of the Abyss and protect the node.
If the node has been polluted, assess the possibility of purification. If it cannot be salvaged, then destroy it completely. We must not allow it to become a new stronghold for the Abyss. This time, you will not be a small team operation. The speaker added.
Headquarters will send an elite special operations team to assist you, with Lin Ye serving as the temporary commander. Lin Ye, Bai Li, you will act as special consultants with decision-making power on the battlefield. The dispatch of a special operations team and direct command by Lin Ye showed how much headquarters valued this mission and indicated the potential dangers.
We understand.
Lin Ye and Bai Li replied simultaneously.
Remember.
The speaker said solemnly at last. The balance of the Star Hub network is being disrupted, and time may not be on our side. Every move you make could affect the final outcome. Go, prepare yourselves, and depart as soon as possible.
Leaving the council chamber, Lin Ye and Bai Li felt an immense weight in their hearts.
The truth of the world was far crueler than they had imagined, and the burden on their shoulders was heavier than ever.
How do you feel?
Lin Ye waited for them outside and asked.
There is a lot of pressure.
Lin Ye replied honestly.
That's normal. Lin Ye patted his shoulder. Knowing the truth allows us to fight with more direction.
Let's go meet with Shirley and the others, then inform them about the new mission. The special operations team has assembled and is just waiting for you. Back in the rest area, Shirley, Yiling, and Su Xiaoxiao immediately surrounded them.
How is it? How is it? What did the big shots in the parliament say? Shirley asked impatiently.
Lin Ye briefly told his teammates about the information from the parliament regarding the Star Core network, the Lord of the Abyss, and the new task. After hearing this, the three of them fell silent. The pressure of the world's survival instantly engulfed everyone's heart.
So, what we fought before was just a skirmish? Yi Ling murmured. That can be understood. Lin Ye nodded. The battles ahead will be even tougher and more brutal.
What are we afraid of?
Shirley slammed his thigh.
No matter if it's the Lord of the Abyss or the servants of the Abyss, one comes, we smash one, two comes, we beat two.
What haven't we brothers seen?
His boisterousness lightened the heavy atmosphere a little.
Su Xiaoxiao pushed up her glasses, her eyes resolute.
I will do my best to provide the best intelligence support.
Alright, let's save the morale-boosting words for the battlefield.
A voice from Bai Li came. The Special Operations Team Dragontooth is ready, and the equipment and supplies are in place.
You have half a day to adjust your state. Tomorrow morning, we will set off on time, target Tombsand Ancient City. The new journey points to the unknown desert beyond the borders.
What they are about to face are even more cunning and powerful enemies and challenges related to the fate of the world.
Chapter 67 Desert Solitary City.
The heavy transport plane carrying Lin Ye's team and the Dragontooth Special Operations Team landed at the largest military base in the western border. Here, the team transferred to large armed off-road vehicles and troop carriers suitable for desert terrain, replenishing sufficient water and fuel.
Then, they drove out of the borderline and entered the vast desert known as the Death Gobi. Endless sand dunes and gravel plains stretched in every direction, the scorching sun warped the air. The convoy traveled on the bumpy sandy road, stirring up clouds of yellow dust.
Bai Li sat in the passenger seat of the lead vehicle, looking at the electronic map and detector data. Lin Ye, Bai Li, and others sat in the back vehicle. According to the map, Tombsand Ancient City is deep in this Gobi, about 300 kilometers from the borderline. Bai Li spoke through the convoy communication system. Everyone stay alert, this area not only has harsh environments but also has numerous sand bandits and roaming mutated creature clusters. The convoy traveled in the desert for a day. Apart from occasionally seeing a few sand lizards and vultures keeping their distance, they encountered no danger.
However, the desolation and silence itself brought a psychological burden.
In the evening, the convoy set up camp under a huge rock, sheltered from the wind. The Special Operations Team members skillfully established a warning circle and set up defensive works. The temperature in the desert dropped sharply at night, the cold was biting. The team members sat around the campfire, eating heated rations. This cursed place, hot during the day, freezing at night.
Shirley complained while gnawing on a compressed biscuit.
According to the information, there is a special energy field near Tombsand Ancient City that will interfere with biological clocks and sense of direction. Su Xiaoxiao said while looking at her tablet computer. Many intruders do not die from lack of water or creatures, but lose their way and eventually die from exhaustion. Lin Ye looked up at the brilliant starry sky, trying to identify the direction through the stars. But he indeed felt a weak, dissonant energy fluctuation interfering with his perception. Bai Li quietly sensed, seeming to have a stronger resistance to that chaotic energy field.
The next day, the convoy continued on its way.
The deeper they went, the more bizarre the surroundings became. Some huge weathered Yodon landforms appeared, and the oddly shaped hills made a wailing sound in the wind, like ghosts crying. Suddenly, a reconnaissance off-road vehicle at the front of the convoy slammed to a sudden stop.
Report. A situation has been discovered ahead.
The voice of the reconnaissance team member came through the communicator. Bai Li immediately ordered the convoy to stop and got out of the car to check with Lin Ye and the others. Ahead, not far off on the sandy ground, lay a chaotic array of over a dozen corpses. These bodies wore disordered clothing, some looked like desert bandits, while others donned uniform black combat suits, members of the Abyss's outer circle. Their deaths were horrific, as if they had been torn apart by some immense force, limbs and severed arms scattered all over, blood long since absorbed and solidified by the wind and sand. The scene exhibited signs of fierce battle, with shell casings and charred craters from energy weapons visible everywhere.
Was it infighting? Or did they encounter something else?
Yi Ling furrowed her brow as she surveyed the area. Bai Li crouched down, inspecting the body of an Abyss member, discovering a faint bite mark on the neck.
The area around the wound showed an abnormal purplish-black color. It's not infighting.
Bai Li spoke solemnly.
It's poison. A bite from some highly toxic creature.
Look at the level of corrosion on this wound, the toxin is extremely potent. Lin Ye activated his spiritual sight, carefully scanning the residual energy traces at the scene. Aside from the chaotic dark energy and the martial force fluctuations of the deceased, he also detected a faint, chilling energy residue laced with the scent of death.
Something is nearby. Lin Ye whispered.
The energy is strange, different from the tainted creatures.
Almost as soon as he spoke, faint rustling sounds emerged from behind a massive wind-eroded mushroom rock to the side.
Alert!
Bai Li immediately commanded.
All Special Operations team members promptly raised their weapons, aiming at the source of the sound. The rustling grew closer. Suddenly, a golden shadow darted like lightning from behind the rock, lunging at the nearest Special Operations member. That creature moved too quickly. One could barely see it was about half a meter long, its elongated body covered in golden scales, with a triangular head and small eyes glinting with cold red light. Be careful! The Special Operations member reacted swiftly, sidestepping while firing his assault rifle. Rat-tat-tat! The bullet struck the golden shadow, sparking into a shower of flames. Its scales were incredibly hard. The creature was knocked slightly off balance by the bullet's impact, landing on the ground, allowing everyone to see it clearly for the first time. It was a fully golden monster snake with a single horn on its head. It flicked its scarlet tongue, hissing, its body arched, ready to attack again. It's a golden horn viper! Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed. It was mentioned in the data, a unique B-rank tainted creature near the Tomb Sand ancient city, extremely fast, with hard scales and a potent venom. Just as the golden horned viper was about to launch itself again, Bai Li made her move. She didn't even shift, just fixed her gaze, and an invisible chill enveloped the area in an instant. Crack! Frost covered the sand within several meters around the golden horned viper. The creature's movements abruptly froze, ice crystals forming on its surface. Although it immediately struggled to shatter the ice, its speed noticeably lagged. That moment of delay was enough. Several energy rays and bullets hit it simultaneously. Lin Ye's energy ray precisely struck its relatively weak eye, while the Special Operations member's armor-piercing round hit its belly, slightly exposed due to its struggle. Put! The golden horn viper emitted a sharp shriek, its body riddled with wounds, convulsing a few times before going still. Is it dealt with? Lei sighed with relief. It's probably not that simple. Lin Ye's expression was serious, his spiritual sight revealing that beneath the surrounding sand, more faint golden energy signals were rapidly closing in. This thing is social. As if to confirm his words, the surrounding sand suddenly bubbled like boiling water. Dozens, hundreds of golden horn vipers burrowed up from beneath the sand. Their golden scales reflected blinding light under the sun. Scarlet eyes stared fixedly at the convoy, like a golden tide of death surging from all directions. Everyone! Get in the car! Form a circular defensive formation. Hurry! Lei Li decisively shouted. The convoy quickly moved, vehicles forming a circle, fronts facing outward, special forces relying on the vehicles as cover to build a net of firepower. Intense battle broke out instantly. The sounds of gunfire, explosions, the whistling of energy rays, and the hissing of golden sand vipers created a chaotic symphony. These B-grade mutated creatures were not the strongest individually, but their numbers were overwhelming. They were incredibly fast, their scales were hard, and they could spit venom. From time to time, special forces were splashed by venom or bitten by vipers that broke through the firepower net. Although they immediately injected antidote, their combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. Lin Ye continuously fired energy rays, specifically targeting those vipers attempting to climb onto vehicles or attack weak spots. Bai Li continuously released cold air, greatly slowing the speed of the snake swarm, creating attack opportunities for the team. Yi Ling and Lei also stood at critical positions, one slaying nearby vipers with speed, and the other firmly blocking venom sprays and collisions with a shield. The battle lasted nearly half an hour, and only then did the snake swarm's assault gradually weaken, leaving a ground covered with golden black corpses, eventually retreating back beneath the sand. Counting casualties, 5 or 6 special forces were injured to varying degrees. Fortunately, the antidote was timely, and they were not in life-threatening danger, but they needed rest. We have already lost some combat power before reaching the ancient city. Lei Li's expression was not good. This burial sand ancient city is more dangerous than expected. After resting for half an hour, the convoy, carrying the injured, continued moving toward their destination. After traveling for several more hours, as dusk approached again, a vague, huge shadow finally appeared on the distant horizon. As they drew closer, the outline of the shadow gradually became clear. It was a dilapidated but still majestic ancient city. The massive city walls had long collapsed, revealing densely packed, equally ruined buildings inside. The whole city had been eroded by yellow sand, displaying a dead, earthy yellow color. And in the center of the ancient city, they could faintly see a towering structure resembling a lighthouse or altar, emitting an extremely dim white light that seemed like it could extinguish at any moment. That was their goal, the star pivot secondary node. But at the same time, Lin Ye and Bai Li both clearly felt a strong, inescapable dark energy, like miasma, enveloping the entire ancient city. And within that darkness, it seemed even more dangerous things were waiting for their arrival.